Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of I Am the God of Slaughter right here on GMT Recap. This studious young man, lured by his crush's invitation, decided to play the game overnight, and the result was that Chun Jilu was struck by a bolt of love and was transported to another world. At this moment, he was confused when he found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. Jilu tried to compose himself. He had never played a game before, so he didn't know that the process of transferring could be so intense. His body felt like it had been electrocuted, but now, he felt incredibly comfortable. Jilu stood up and looked around at the endless dunes of sand before him. It seemed he had entered the game. Jilu walked while loosening his collar, feeling the intense heat. Cosmos truly provided a realistic experience, even with temperature and humidity. Since it was his first time playing, he probably had entered the new player area. There was no one around. He tried to contact Xiaomei through her in-game ID, but the system reported that it couldn't find her. Jilu wiped the sweat pouring down his face as if he had just taken a shower. Was he really so hot that he had misremembered? He gave up on the idea of searching through the system and decided to find the new player area to search for her. But after half a day of walking, Jilu didn't see a single other player, let alone the new player area. At this point, he was bewildered, unsure what step he had taken wrong to end up in this place within Cosmos. Just then, the system recalibrated the position and sent Jilu a shocking notification. You are not in the service area. At this moment, Jilu realized that everything was truly unusual. Even the customer service hotline was unreachable. Based on his knowledge, at such a high temperature, he would lose 900 ml of sweat every hour. Dehydration was only a matter of time. He decided to log off and stop playing. Although Xiaomei was waiting for him, he would explain later. Bang! He couldn't log out, and the red notification slapped his hopes down. He repeatedly pressed the logout button, but the message "cannot log out" remained unchanged. Jilu's vision darkened. Don't tell me I'm trapped here, he thought. You have a new mission. At this point, Jilu could no longer stay calm upon reading this mission. It asked him to continue living, with an indefinite time limit and with no specific rewards or penalties. Jilu collapsed. All he wanted was to play the game with his crush, so why was he trapped here? Now, no matter what he tried, he couldn't log out or contact anyone. Was he really going to be stuck here forever, until he became a skeleton? 8 hours had passed. Although Jilu still found it hard to believe he was imprisoned here, time had forced him to slowly accept the reality that he couldn't escape the game. He also discovered that the world inside the game and the real world operated in similar ways. The high temperature, dehydration, dizziness, and headaches were all incredibly real. If he kept going, he would die before finding a way out. To survive, the first thing he needed was water. After walking for a while, Jilu found several pieces of limestone. He remembered seeing them mentioned on a survival show. They would appear in areas with mineral water. A glimmer of hope appeared in Jilu's eyes, giving him the motivation to keep going. But the danger was not just the lack of water. What could truly take Jilu's life was the creature stalking him from behind. Jilu arrived at a cave, his face wrinkled and dry, hoping his guess was correct. The sound of dripping water filled him with joy. Before him lay water. He took a deep breath, then, driven by the instinct to survive, his body moved forward. He pressed his face into the stone basin, drinking non-stop from the fresh water. Jilu sighed in relief, feeling incredibly lucky to still be alive. At that moment, the wild creature that had been following him finally reached the entrance of the cave. Jilu rested inside the cave, the issue of water resolved, but he still couldn't leave. Drinking the water helped clear his mind. If this were a game, there had to be some clue on how to leave this desert. He opened the map, but it only showed the areas he had already passed through. Jilu knew it wouldn't be that simple. To be sure, he decided to take another look at the system. On the information panel, Jilu was currently in a state of hunger and thirst, with all his stats below 5. He didn't even have combat skills since he had chosen the healer class. If he encountered a monster, his only option would be to run away. Next was the equipment section, where the system had given him a beginner's gift. A sword and gloves were provided to Jilu, which left him puzzled. A healer starts with a sword as equipment? But for safety's sake, he decided to keep them with him. Jilu put on the gloves and practiced a few sword swings. After getting familiarized, he turned 180 degrees and cleaved through a nearby rock. From his assessment, the hardness and flexibility of this sword surpassed even reality. The damage was immediately displayed as well. It seemed that everything in the game was measured by numbers. However, there was no number that could represent his current state of hunger and thirst. Since there was no useful information yet, Jilu prioritized finding food. A human would perish in 3 days without food. Suddenly, there was the sound of water trickling in the silent cave, causing him to grow suspicious. Jilu turned back into the cave, fumbling around for a while, and discovered a vast space. Suddenly, a bone rolled to his feet, and Jilu's eyes widened as he saw a pile of animal bones in front of him. He picked up a bone and examined it. Deep tooth marks were still visible on it. Damn it, Jilu remembered that he had seen this kind of tooth mark in a book before. If this was indeed the case, he needed to leave immediately. Just as he turned to head out, a fierce beast lunged at him, its mouth wide open, filled with sharp fangs. Jilu's face changed color, and in an instant, he crouched down, rolling several times to avoid its bite. The system displayed information about the level 5 desert wolf, high endurance, capable of running at 15 km/h in extreme temperatures. When hunting prey, its speed could reach 65 km/h. Its main attack was biting, with a bite force of up to 200 kg. Its weakness was its abdomen. Jilu clutched one of his arms, which was bleeding, his breath coming in rapid gasps after narrowly escaping death. There truly was a monster here. From the previous attack, it was clear that the desert wolf was much faster than him, so running was no longer an option. He could only fight. Jilu drew his sword, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He lunged forward, swinging his sword at the desert wolf, but his arm trembled uncontrollably, and his strike failed to leave even a scratch. The system's warning displayed that his HP was rapidly decreasing, and he needed to heal in time. Jilu's swordsmanship surpassed that of ordinary people because he had been the head of the fencing club back when he was in 10th grade, and he was also the youngest 6-tiered fencer in the entire country. The reason someone as academically gifted as him had to learn fencing was surprisingly simple. When Jilu was young, his mother was a fan of the fencing star Kimura. As a result, Jilu was trained in fencing from a young age. At first, he thought it was simple, just wear nice clothes and swing his arms. But as he began practicing, he realized that this sport was far from easy. When he donned his fencing outfit and faced his opponent, Jilu could hear his own heartbeat and breath as they clashed. A strange fear would suddenly take over his entire body, so overwhelming that it felt as though it could consume him. The source of this fear stemmed from one thing: a lack of strength. The only way to become stronger was to practice continuously and force himself to improve. Ever since being crushed on his first day, Jilu had used his free time during class to relentlessly practice thousands of times in the dojo, where there was no air conditioning or electric fans. An endless loop of injuries followed by training, then more injuries. Struggling relentlessly, Jilu eventually became the youngest swordsman to reach the 6th stage of the sword path in the country, but he still did not give up on his training. Because in this food chain, the strongest would become the ruler of the world. He fought recklessly, not knowing how terrifying his opponent, the desert wolf, truly was. Jilu crouched, facing the blind spot of the desert wolf, but when he swung his sword, his arm trembled, and yet the wolf remained unharmed. The desert wolf, enraged, lashed out with its tail, sending Jilu flying far away. His body slammed against a nearby rock. He gasped in pain but still couldn't understand why his attack had been ineffective. The system reminded him, the weak point of the desert wolf is its belly, while other areas have extremely strong defenses, making attacks useless. The wolf charged again like a starving tiger. Its large, powerful jaws closed in on Ji Li's face, making him flinch. Even though he knew its weakness, its speed was just too great. Every attack was aimed at his vital spots. With the attacks proving ineffective, Ji Li could only defend, but if he kept going, he would die from exhaustion. After struggling for a while, he was finally cornered. Ji Li truly couldn't believe he would die here in such a pointless way. The system warned him that he urgently needed to replenish his health, but Ji Li's remaining health was only a last-ditch effort. The wolf lunged again, and Ji Li staked his life on it. If he succeeded this time, he would kill it. Blood dripped continuously as the wolf clamped down on Ji Li, its teeth sinking deep into his shoulder. Suddenly, its eyes widened, and Ji Li's sword pierced through its belly. His eyes gleamed. This time, the attack wouldn't be in vain. Ji Li pushed the desert wolf's corpse off him, exhausted. Earlier, he had purposely let it bite him to create an opportunity to strike at its weak spot when it was off guard. This game was quite interesting, indeed. After killing the desert wolf, Ji Li earned 6,000 experience points, leveling up to level 5 and gaining 25 skill points. A beam of light descended upon him as he leveled up, and his wounds healed on their own. The system activated the mysterious store system mission. Ji Li's eyes lit up. Would he get high-quality weapons? But the sight before him shattered his survival dreams. Who the hell created this boring game? Do they want me to die alone here? Stuck in this game, I still have to kill monsters and earn experience points. After leveling up, I get skill points to boost my stats. However, Ji Li thought for a while and still didn't understand what the mysterious store system was. He tried clicking on it, and a gust of wind blew out, nearly blowing his hair off. A series of items appeared, each with its own specifications. In simple terms, the item store would use Ji Li's level to unlock items. Shopping here would consume his level. Apart from weapons and tools, the item store also sold houses and electronic devices. But the levels required to purchase these items weren't cheap. Ji Li guessed that no one would be foolish enough to buy electronic devices in a game. This new military system required a level of 100M to unlock. As soon as he clicked to view, a string of codes appeared along with a magic circle. A female assassin with only her cold, ice-like eyes exposed sprang out, aiming her dagger toward Ji Li. He thought he was being ambushed, but it seemed this was a 3D projection. A series of other types also appeared, from attack, defense, magic to assassination. Everything was accounted for. Finally, there was the most special type, the service type. A girl with a seductive face and a provocative pose lay on the bed, waiting for her master. Ji Li turned his face away, pretending to be annoyed. Who created this perverted type? Do they want me to have kids here and never leave? Currently, Ji Li was at level 5 and could only unlock daily use items. Annoyed, Ji Li said, I know already, no need to remind me, just unlock it. The unlock was successful, and Ji Li spent 5 levels to exchange for 5 sweet items and 3 bottles of Coca-Cola. He munched on some bread while continuing to study the skill points. The stats remained unchanged, except for hunger being replaced with a full stomach. Although he had fully recovered, the conditions to activate his skills were still unclear. For now, he could only rely on attributes to survive. Once the points were distributed, they couldn't be changed, meaning those attributes would directly determine his survival rate. Constitution determined health, magic power was likely for magic attacks, strength was equivalent to physical damage, defense was for protection, and agility was for speed. The desert wolf Ji Li had just killed was only 5 levels below him, but its strength and speed were completely different. If he encountered even stronger monsters, he would have to rely on speed and attack power to gain the upper hand. Ji Li distributed 25 points into 5 physical attributes, 5 points for strength, 10 points for power, and 10 points for agility. After the distribution, his body underwent direct changes. He felt energized, and his body became lighter. The feeling of becoming stronger was truly exhilarating. Now, you can fight a desert wolf without worry. No sooner had he mentioned it than a group of wolves appeared, this time bringing their entire family along for revenge. It was the perfect moment for Jila to test the effects of his level up and the additional points. Today, he would wipe out this entire wolf pack. The first wolf lunged forward but was quickly outpaced. Jila struck with a horizontal slash, cleaving its head. Just as he had expected, his enhanced attack power broke through the wolf's defenses. With the death of one, he leveled up immediately. Another wolf attempted to sneak up behind him, but Jila didn't even need to turn around. He swung his arm, landing a precise strike. His attributes had improved, and his swordsmanship was faster and more accurate. Jila grew even more excited as he gained the upper hand. He leapt onto the wolves' heads, slashing two at once before increasing his speed, cutting through them wherever he went. Level up notifications rang out continuously. After wiping out the entire pack of wolves, Jila reached level 15, earning 75 skill points. He sat atop a mountain of wolf carcasses, breathing steadily. Indeed, leveling up made it much easier to handle these monsters. That night, he stepped out of the cave. With food and water at hand, the evening weather was refreshingly cool. He began his journey, but suddenly, his foot collided with something. In front of Jila were the corpses of the desert wolves, lying scattered across the ground. Each one had been killed brutally, their bodies torn open to reveal exposed bones. There was a noise coming from above, and he immediately placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to fight. On the rocky ledge above, a powerful figure stood, each hand holding a wolf. Jila's eyes were filled with caution. "Who are you?" Jila ran up, but found no one, only the bodies of the wolves. "I'm sure someone appeared here, but could it be that he was also trapped here like me?" However, looking at the wolves' bodies, it seems they were drained of blood by something. Could this savage method have been caused by another player? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jila's mind. The system then warned him to leave the dangerous area immediately, having detected the presence of a high-level deity. Suddenly, something shot toward Jila at high speed. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and managed to sever it in time. A sharp, black object, like a leech, was writhing on the ground. After just one strike, his weapon's durability decreased by 25%. Jila gritted his teeth. It seemed the one who killed the wolves was no human. Massive footsteps echoed, and a large creature stepped forward, one of its arms severed. Facing it, Jila realized it was a high-level monster. The severed arm of the creature shook as it was raised, and Jila's own hand twitched involuntarily. His survival instincts told him that this monster was completely different from the wolves. If it weren't for the level up he had just experienced, which had increased his agility, he would have died long ago. Although he managed to cut off its arm, Jila had also sustained injuries to his side. From the monster's arm, a new hand grew, and Jila's eyes widened in shock. Had it just regenerated? The system now identified him as the nomadic overlord, with a level that could not be calculated. He dominated this Lataya desert with absolute speed, standing at the top of the food chain, favoring the blood of creatures. Though Jila had prepared himself to face all kinds of monsters here, the killing intent from this one was entirely different. It felt as if he could crush him into the ground, leaving him unable to move. For the first time in his life, Jila felt paralyzed by fear. A heavy stomp echoed, and the overlord lunged toward him, his arm outstretched with sharp claws aiming to seize Jila. He spun to the right, leaping high, aiming straight for the overlord's head. What does it matter if the killing intent is suffocating? Jila thought. I won't let him end my life. It seemed like the sword was about to strike the overlord's head, but he suddenly vanished, making the blade slam into the ground. Jila spun around in disbelief, and the overlord reappeared out of nowhere, landing a powerful punch directly to his face. Jila was knocked back, his hand gripping the sword tightly. He drove it into the ground to steady himself. Was this the absolute speed the system had warned him about? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Jila looked up. The overlord tilted his head, observing him with confusion, then shot forward again, vanishing into thin air, only to appear instantly and deliver a punch straight to Jila's stomach. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground. This technique could easily take your life, but why doesn't he finish it? The ruler stood before Jilu, kicking him away. He then handed him a sword, saying something. Haru Karu. Jilu was full of doubt. Why is he giving me the sword? The ruler gestured to the back of his neck, signaling Jilu to strike. This scene seemed strangely familiar. It was like when a cat catches a mouse, it doesn't eat it right away but plays with its prey for a while. Jilu's current situation was no different from that of a prey being toyed with by the hunter. The sun had risen, yet Jilu was still being taunted by the ruler. His weapon had lost 80% of its power. The ruler's durability and speed remained unaffected. Normal attacks couldn't harm him. Finally, the ruler grabbed Jilu by the throat and lifted him high, suddenly speaking to him. The human, Jilu's eyes widened in shock. How does he know the human language? He thought the ruler might share some words, but no, the ruler's mouth, full of sharp fangs, stretched into a grin that reached his ears. Humans are weak, like insects. The arm holding Jilu's throat was severed. Jilu stepped back, breathing heavily, but still managed to curse at him, "You're the weak insect, you damn fool." The ruler looked at his bleeding hand and then laughed wildly. His long, slimy tongue flicked out as his arm began to regenerate. Haha, interesting. It's been hundreds of years since humans last excited us like this. Jilu also felt a surge of excitement. It had been a long time since he had felt such a fiery, vigorous energy. His family, his crush, and the life that was still unfinished ahead of him, he definitely couldn't die here. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from the sky, directly striking Jilu. His entire body radiated an overwhelming aura, and even his hair grew longer, flying wildly in the air. His fighting spirit had triggered the special incantation of the god Latinea, boosting all his attributes by 100 points. The game had officially begun. The ruler had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In an instant, Jilu moved like a flash, swinging his sword at him. Without pausing, he delivered several more slashes, but the durability of his weapon dropped to 0%, breaking into pieces and becoming unusable. If I don't have a sword, I'll use my hands. Jilu threw a powerful punch, sending the ruler flying. He thought he had the upper hand, but when he approached, there was no trace of him. Suddenly, the ruler appeared behind him, transformed into a completely different form. Jilu was struck twice before he could react. The ruler had evolved, now with sharp tentacles sprouting from his body. In their eyes, Jilu was nothing more than an insect. Jilu's eyes lost focus. Did this mean he couldn't defeat him? The ruler flew high into the sky, raising his hand to summon a magical attack. It was as though he was calling upon the god of death to claim Jilu's life. A scythe-like slash descended in front of Jilu, its power strong enough to destroy an entire mountain. Jilu's entire body was engulfed in the attack. His consciousness wavered. Was he going to die? A red notification flashed on the system. HP at 0, player Chen Jilu has died. It was unclear how much time passed before Jilu suddenly woke up. He quickly sat up, gasping for breath. Am I still alive? Jilu touched his left chest where it had been pierced, now completely healed. Could it be that he had logged out of the game? But when he looked out at the strange scenery through the window, Jilu knew he was still trapped inside Cosmos. The system panel and information still lingered, making Jilu uneasy. Clearly, he had been impaled by the ruler, yet now he was intact, as if nothing had happened. Moreover, there were no traces left on his body. Jilu lifted his shirt and checked again to see if he had lost any durian salt. Just then, the door opened, and a red-haired girl wearing a strapless top that was almost falling off entered. Upon seeing Jilu awake, she froze for a moment. You're awake? The two stared at each other for a few seconds, and Jilu hurriedly pulled his shirt down and waved his hand in greeting. For some reason, the girl quickly turned and walked back out of the door. She must have been surprised by seeing a young man for the first time. She called out loudly to someone. Wu Bu Lei, grandpa is awake. Jilu was confused.
Could this be the newbie village in the game?
An old man with a muscular build, covered in battle scars, stopped what he was doing and looked over when he heard the girl's voice. A moment later, during their conversation, the girl suddenly shouted.
What did you say? You said you were killed?
Gila nodded, calmly mentioning the part of his chest that had been pierced. Yet, he was still here. The red-haired girl said, it was old man Wu Bulei who found you while hunting. At that time, Jilu was still barely alive, not dead yet. The old man took a puff of his cigarette and said, this place is not a newbie village or a game like you said, and we are neither NPCs nor players. His serious expression showed that he was not lying, which only made Jilu more confused. He wasn't sure what was wrong, but he was certain that this was Cosmos, and the only thing that could prove that was the system interface in front of him.
Look here. Gila pointed at the system interface showing the mission list, status, equipment, and so on. Seeing him pointing at the air and babbling, the girl asked, Grandpa, did the monster hit his head or something? Yeah, and it's not a minor injury. Gila fell into a panic again when he was taken to another place, that desert. He couldn't find Xiaomei's ID and was completely isolated from the outside world. Gila gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, I want to go home. No one can leave this place. Everyone in this Latinea desert is trapped here. Wu Bulei's statement left Jilu in disbelief. He thought that no matter how vast the desert was, there had to be a way out. What was important, though, was how those two had ended up here just like him. According to the girl's story, a few years ago, they went hunting a giant dragon in a grand formation and were struck by lightning. When they woke up, they found themselves here, in the legendary Latinea desert. And in order to regain their freedom, they needed to find the location of the Kebli temple. You came to this town to search for the temple, but no one has ever returned alive. Over time, people have come to accept this and live peacefully here. Wu Bulei patted Jilu on the shoulder, speaking with hidden meaning, every year, new people are brought here. But I've never seen anyone make it out. You'll have to accept it gradually, my boy. Soon, Sally will take you on a tour of the town. Of course, Gila wasn't about to accept this. He believed he was still in a game, but it was just that he had somehow entered the game world, just like in a comic. At that moment, the system issued a new quest to help Kebli seek revenge. A smile tugged at his lips. It came at just the right time. With the protection of the lesser god, Jilu was reborn, and he had to help the god Kebli break the seal. The quest was to find the Kebli temple in the Latinea desert, defeat the neighbor's beast that sealed the temple, and free the god Kebli. Naturally, there would be a fitting reward, which was a clue to the area that would help break the seal and escape the Latinea desert. Gila lay down on the grass field to rest and clear his mind. Although he still didn't understand why he ended up here, at least he now had a goal. If he could find the temple and kill that neighbor's beast, he'd be able to leave. Just then, Sally came running and called out Gila's name. She had changed into a flowing white dress, her long hair waving like that of a fairy. Why did you run all the way here and make me search for you so long? Sorry, I had nothing to do earlier, so I went outside for a walk. Gila pointed towards the large sand dune in the distance. It seemed to be the Latinea desert. According to Sally, they were actually surrounded by the desert. No matter which direction they went, it would lead them to the desert. But Gila thought that if it was like this, he didn't know how long it would take to find the temple, it might even take a lifetime. Seeing that he was determined to find the temple, Sally hurried to stop him. Actually, there is no temple. If you go out there, you'll definitely die. But Ji Lu didn't care. He had tasted death once already. No matter what it took, he had to find that temple. On the way to the town, Sally asked again if Ji Lu really wanted to find the temple. His answer was still as firm as before. Sally warned that in the Latanya desert, there were many powerful monsters, and even Wu Bulei couldn't defeat them. Gila smiled and said, "Don't worry, my fighting ability is no joke." Suddenly, a barrage of side-like attacks rushed towards them. After an explosion, dust flew up, and 3 young men appeared. The one at the front wore a blue scarf and flashed a wicked grin. The beast is caught in the trap. Gila covered his face and coughed in the dust, not knowing what was going on. At this moment, before his eyes, a golden light radiated with immense power from Sally. Seeing her take action with a fire chi technique to counter their formation, the leader sneered. "Sally, we meet again." "Is that you, Boan?" Gilo asked, checking in on the situation. "Are these 3 young men with you, planning to teach me a lesson?" Sally forgot to mention something to him. Here, what's more terrifying than the desert monsters are these bandits. They don't want to come to Latinea to hunt, so they usually rob others. Boan suddenly tensed his muscles and pulled out 2 pitch-black swords, surrounded by tiny streaks of lightning. Gila frowned, unsure what kind of skill he was using. It seemed new. Boan appeared to be targeting Sally. Last time, he let her slip away, but this time, he's determined to catch her. Sally, too, displayed her divine strength, her eyes shining brightly, her hair standing on end. She turned to Jilo and said, "Go back and find Wubule. I'll handle things here." Back at their house, Wubule was leisurely puffing on his pipe. A thunderclap from the sky made him cautious. Is there thunder again? He turned back inside, but a feeling of unease lingered. By now, Sally should have returned, right? Back with Gila, there's no way a man like him would leave and run off to tattle to an old man, right? Boan kept swinging his sword. "Sally, you know your magic doesn't work on me. How about you come with me quietly, and I'll let this fool go?" Sally stood in the way, not allowing him to have his way. Boan's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Sally hurriedly urged Gila to turn back and call Wubule, but he refused. "There are no such words as escape in my dictionary. Although we've only known each other for a short time, I am definitely not someone who would abandon my teammates." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand slammed into his face. Boan banged Gila's head hard against a nearby tree. "You fool, who do you think you are? Do you think that saying those words will make you stronger? Here, people don't talk with their mouths, they talk with their strength." Gila's arm suddenly grabbed Boan's wrist, causing him to flinch. He used his strength to push Boan's hand away, his gaze provocative. "Do you think you're strong? Is your strength all about ambushing others? You ambushed me, and now you're stuck with me holding your hand, unable to break free." He then threw a punch. Boan recoiled, clutching his numbed arm. "Damn it, this guy actually managed to dislocate my wrist." Meanwhile, Ji-Lu was quietly assessing his opponent. His speed was incredibly fast. Although Gila had allocated a lot of points to his agility, he still hadn't been able to catch the movement of his attack earlier. Ji-Lu returned to Sally's side, and she immediately asked what Boan actually wanted. Boan gritted his teeth. "I've said it many times already. You just need to be my girlfriend." "Absolutely not. I advise you to give up on this matter." Gila looked at Sally, then at him. Was Boan doing all this just to chase after the girl? Even sitting still, he got caught in the crossfire. Boan thought Sally rejected him because of Ji-Lu, but he didn't stop to consider whether his own robber-like appearance could ever win her heart. Sally immediately denied, "What are you talking about? He's just my friend." "Friend? Is that another way of saying something else?" Boan mocked, "When a girl says someone is just a friend, that usually means friend in bed." He challenged Gila to fight him like a man, not to shrink away like a coward. If he won, he'd stop pursuing Sally. Ji-Lu didn't want to be involved in this love triangle. But the system had triggered a mission, and the reward was the lost map of the Latinea desert. This was exactly what Ji-Lu needed to escape from it. So, he accepted the duel, which left Sally confused. Boan gripped his sword, preparing to engage. His 2 underlings sat by eating melon seeds, not understanding why their boss was suddenly so serious. Sally didn't know Ji-Li's abilities and feared he might go fight just for the sake of pride.
Although Boan was a bandit, he was also the strongest swordsman in town. Jilu, upon hearing the title of swordsman that haunted him, couldn't help but laugh.
Was he really that strong?
According to Sally, the swordsman had power capable of using the dark death blade technique, and not only did he have an overwhelming speed advantage, but his attacks were also deadly. The sword, surrounded by the shadow of death, would possess an incredibly destructive force. As for Jilu, he fought with his bare hands, having died once already, so he was not afraid of anything. More than death itself, he yearned to leave this place. The two sides clashed in a violent struggle.
Jilu both fought and overthought. He couldn't understand why his once happy life had turned into this. Was it as simple as defeating him to get the map and leave this cursed place?
But the title of the haunted swordsman that Boan carried was no joke. Before his punch could even land, Boan appeared behind him like a shadow.
Jilu spun around and kicked with a hook. Boan smirked and gracefully stepped back, avoiding his shoe.
Then, a series of illusions of Boan appeared, and Jilu couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake.
Boan turned to mock him. Is this all the person Sally likes can do?
Jilu was still using his brain to analyze the situation. Up until now, Boan had been defending, not attacking.
What exactly was he playing at? Sally then advised Jilu, go call Wu Bule, and I will follow them.
With Boan's strength, only he can stop him. But Jilu stubbornly refused to leave.
He couldn't back down from this fight.
If he won, they would have a chance to leave this place.
Sally's gaze turned confused. What are you talking about? How does defeating Boan have anything to do with leaving this place?
The fact that Jilu even entered this game in the first place doesn't make sense.
None of it is connected. Now, the system is forcing you to defeat him in order to get the map.
Everything seemed to happen randomly, yet it felt as though someone was pulling the strings. As Jilu was lost in thought, Boan raised his voice. What are you standing there for?
Are you scared? Well, it's too late to regret now.
Jilu was, of course, not afraid. His expression was one of disdain. Boan shrugged, feeling that confronting someone as weak as him no longer held any excitement. If this were an official fight, it should be fair, right? So he tossed Jilu a sword.
He didn't want Sally and his subordinates to think he was bullying him.
However, his two subordinates were used to seeing Boan pick on others, and it was only when he was serious this time that they felt something was off. Jilu didn't expect him to have such a sense of fairness, but he still held on to the fact that Boan had attacked him from behind earlier.
Boan awkwardly explained, "What do you mean, sneak attack?" It was just a reflex in a moment of urgency. Jilu didn't respond and immediately took his stance for the sword fight.
He couldn't afford to lose this match if he wanted to get the map. Boan smirked, "I'll show you what true obsession is." In an instant, Jilu lunged to attack, but everything seemed to still be under Boan's control. Boan dodged Jilu's strike even before he got close, then leapt into the air and brought his sword down. Jilu quickly raised his sword to block, the weight of the blow forcing him to tense his muscles. Jilu carefully positioned himself behind, when a voice reminded him just in time, and he noticed another clone of Boan behind him. He swiftly knocked his hand away and turned to parry the strike coming from behind. Suddenly, Boan's name before him dissolved into an illusion. Everything felt like a joke to him. Sally covered her mouth in panic and called out Jilu's name. He had been struck by Boan's sword. Fresh blood spurted out, making it hard for him to breathe. The system notified him of a 300 HP deduction, leaving him with 700 HP. If his HP fell below 300, the mission would automatically fail. Boan returned to his position, the blood of Jilu still on the blade of his sword, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Admit defeat, you can't defeat me." The system sent another notification asking if Jilu wanted to use a healing skill. "Of course I do." His entire body was enveloped in a green light, recovering 100 HP and staunching the bleeding. The henchman, seeing that he was a healer, couldn't help but laugh. A healer daring to challenge a swordsman is laughable. Boan demanded Gila leave Sally behind and get lost, claiming that a healer had no right to fight him.
Gila retorted stubbornly, "Are you afraid of losing face by being beaten by someone like me in front of Sally?"
Boan was about to turn away when Gila's words angered him. In that instant, he unleashed his full power, splitting himself into three to fight. Gila realized that he was in deep trouble. 2 against 3 was already tough. But it seemed that Dark Realm sword masters all relied on the art of splitting to fight. The one who had attacked him was just a clone. The real Boan stood behind, and it seemed the clone and the main body could switch places at will. Only now did Gila understand how difficult an opponent Boan truly was. No wonder the system had handed out the desert map as the reward so generously. Boan gritted his teeth, "You filthy healer, I just felt disgusted for pitying you. If you want to see my true strength, I'll let you witness the invincible power of the Dark Realm Swordmaster before you die." This time, Gila took the initiative to attack, charging towards the 3 clones of Boan in front of him. Boan smirked and ordered his clone to play with him. One clone lunged at him like an arrow. Gila blocked the attack with his sword, and they were evenly matched. However, Gila couldn't help but admire how strong Boan was. Just blocking one clone's attack had already drained him, not to mention there were still 2 more. Gila was startled. Why was Boan's position now occupied by just one clone? At that moment, another clone appeared behind him. He barely managed to escape, but he knew this time, luck wouldn't be on his side. Gila froze, recognizing the same move. The clone attacked from behind. Blood spilled and the sword fell simultaneously, while the 3 spectators stood frozen in shock. One of Boan's clones had just been slashed, and it was still unclear to him how Gila had managed to dodge such a classic attack. Gila staggered backward, gasping for breath. He had almost lost his life. To his surprise, the system rewarded him with the level 1 flash strike skill, which allowed him to avoid all physical attacks for 2 seconds. Furthermore, the next attack would gather all his strength to deliver a fatal blow. It turned out that this hidden skill had enabled Gila to narrowly escape. He steadied himself and got back into position. Now, he only needed to deal with the remaining clones. Suddenly, Boan burst out laughing. "Ha, this is so interesting, you met your fate again. But the one who injured you was just a clone of mine." He ordered his clone to return. Showing pity to the enemy is the same as being cruel to yourself. He realized that he had underestimated Gila. Now, he was no longer playing around. Open your eyes and watch carefully. Each clone held 2 swords connected together, and in the end, each one wielded 4 swords. All 3 of them plunged their swords deep into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. They surrounded Gila, and from all directions, sword strikes rained down one after another. Inside the circle, Gila moved like a ballet dancer, dodging each strike, but there were too many slashes, and he had already been injured. His HP had dropped by 30%, and with his weapons gone, he could only dodge, unable to retaliate. Suddenly, Boan appeared right in front of Gila, startling him. He passed through Gila's body like a ghost, and his voice echoed in his ears. "You're as good as dead." Then, a flurry of chaotic sword strikes followed, trapping Gila inside a sphere. Boan even kindly picked a good plot of land for him to build his tomb. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and the silhouette of someone passed by in front of Boan. Above, the dark clouds swirled as everyone looked on in confusion at the scene before them. Wubule stood in front of Boan, blocking Gila's punch. The air around them seemed to freeze, everything halting as the sky unexpectedly opened up with a rainstorm. Gila, covered in wounds, his clothes torn, pulled back his fist. Sally quickly ran over to check on him. Gila shook his wrist, saying he was fine, but no one could see clearly what had just happened. Wubule led the 2 of them away. Boan, with his face still in a fit of laughter, looked as if he had just won a prize, then turned his sharp gaze toward Wubule. "Do you think you can just take him away easily now that you've thought of this?" Boule stopped in his tracks, his expression serious. "It seems this guy still hasn't realized.
If you hadn't stopped Ji Li's attack earlier, he would have been dead by now. The words lie flashed through Boan's mind. He couldn't believe that someone like Ji Lu, who could heal, had been performing the way he had. How could you have killed him? If you hadn't meddled, I would have killed him a long time ago. Unexpectedly, the system confirmed Ji Li's victory. Receiving the experience map and a secret key, even he was surprised. But what could he do? You take what you're given. Boulay put a hat on Sally as it was pouring rain, and they could no longer stay there. Boan's two subordinates urged him to leave quickly. If the lightning strikes, we're all dead. Boan refused to accept the truth, shouting, Ji Lu, come back here. We haven't settled this yet. His two subordinates pulled him away, back toward the house. The sight of him made Ji Lu thoughtful. Sally quickly called out to him, if you get struck by lightning later, don't blame me for not warning you. Back at the house, Sally bandaged him up. He hadn't felt pain during the fight, but now, when dealing with his wounds, it was unbearable. Ji Lu kept moving, making it hard for Sally to apply the medicine. She grew irritated and sternly reminded him. Ji Lu apologized to the two of them for causing more trouble again. But Sally didn't expect him to be that strong. This time, after gaining experience points, he didn't level up, and had to treat his wounds like an ordinary person. It seems that he'll need to study the leveling mechanism more in the future. Ji Lu remembered that he needed to ask Sally about this. Does Boan know both you and Boulay Grandpa? Sally sighed when bringing up the old matter. She and he had grown up together like siblings, but it seemed she didn't want to discuss the past too much, so after bandaging him up, she left without forgetting to thank him. She still had to go help Boulay, so she had to leave him alone. Ji Lu looked at the rain, recalling that the day he crossed over here was also a heavy rainy day. He wondered how his mother was doing now. Not finding him, she must be really worried. But with the map now, Ji Lu might be able to go back soon. As long as he follows the markings on the map, finds the temple, and defeats the boss guarding the gate, he could get out. Ji Lu was determined to set out once the rain stopped, but he had forgotten about the hidden key he had received as a reward. Ji Lu was curious about what it could be used for. According to the system's explanation, during battles, players could receive treasure chests of different colors: white, blue, purple, red, orange, and black. This key was used to open those chests, or he could find gems or secret weapons not available in the item store. Ji Lu found this feature interesting. But he only had the key and no chests to open yet. At that moment, Boulay opened the door to check on him. Sorry, I couldn't come to check on you earlier. The heavy rain made it difficult to protect the young rice shoots. Boulay inquired about his injury. Ji Lu said, it's just a superficial wound, it'll heal in a few days. He nodded, that's good. But I didn't expect you to be able to defeat Boan. He's a very strong swordsman in the village. Ji Lu wasn't sure either. If it hadn't been for his underestimation of the enemy, perhaps he wouldn't have won. Boulay understood Boan's strength, but in a fight, one must also consider willpower and other factors, not just brute strength. His victory wasn't by chance. Ji Lu asked firmly why Boan had become like this. After all, he and Sally had grown up together. Boulay exhaled a long puff of smoke, almost as if sighing. This is a long story. 10 years ago, on a day just like today, with the heavy rain, Boulay and Sally had only just arrived at the Latinea desert when they discovered a house by the roadside. When they were about to ask for shelter for the night, a monster attacked them. By the time they reached the house, the monster had already killed the homeowner. Fortunately, the homeowner's child was still alive. As the monster charged toward the child to devour him, Boulay intervened and fought it off. The monster, wounded, glared at him and then retreated. The child that Boulay saved was Boan. Afterward, Boulay buried the child's parents and adopted him. But Ji Lu was curious, why did he now treat them like this? Boulay speculated that Boan's purpose in life was to avenge his parents, but he constantly advised him to give up and live well. In Latinea,
there were countless powerful monsters beyond imagination, and even that monster, despite Boulet's best efforts, would have been difficult to defeat.
That was why Boan had left.
Gila fell silent after hearing this. That monster must be an extremely dangerous being, which is why he couldn't handle it. Boulet shared a few words and then left, while Gilu only thought about how to escape from this place. Even if he got the map and found the temple, there was no guarantee that he would leave in one piece. With his current strength, he would be turned into minced meat before even reaching the middle of the desert. The last time he faced the ruler, even though Gila had boosted his attributes by 100 points, he was still skewered and defeated. After some thought, he spoke up, "Boulet, please wait a moment. I want you to teach me how to fight. I want to become stronger so I can find the temple and leave this place." It seemed that Boulet had heard many such requests before, so he coldly turned and walked away, telling him to rest. Gila called after him, saying that he had a way to leave, but Boulet continued to walk without turning back. He punched the door angrily. Boan had also confronted him because of this. Had he really upset him? Suddenly, Boulet stopped and said to him, "Tomorrow, when the rain stops, come to the mountainside. If you can pass my test, I will agree to teach you." Boulet didn't know why, but ever since he met Gilu, he had felt a glimmer of hope for leaving this place. The combat strength Gila showed earlier had even weakened the strongest defensive technique Boulet had, making him think that Gilu might actually be the hope for all of them. At that moment, the system sent a mission. Every day, Gila had to carry heavy objects and run 10,000 meters, do 3,000 push-ups, and 200 sit-ups with weights.
This is exactly the demonic training program that this system must have picked up from other time travel stories, right?
But the attribute points are extremely important, so we can't afford to ignore them. The next day, after the rain stopped, Gila carried a log on his back to train. It wasn't because he was particularly enthusiastic about choosing this heavy log, but because the system had thoughtfully prepared it for him. Though the training was tough, it had been a long time since he felt the drive to give his all to accomplish a goal.
A challenge like this was even more exhilarating than solving a difficult problem.
After completing his daily task, Gila collapsed onto the ground, yet he was rewarded with only 4 attribute points. Now, it was time for his brain to get a workout, thinking about how to allocate the points. Gila decided to assign 2 points to intelligence and 2 points to endurance. At that moment, Sally came running over. With a wardrobe and a body like hers, it was no wonder Boan couldn't stop pursuing her. Sally brought breakfast for Gilu because she hadn't seen him in the room when she woke up.
"Why aren't you wearing a shirt? Are you training?"
Gila thanked her and told her about Wu Boulet agreeing to teach him how to fight. Sure enough, Sally was quite surprised.
"That's great.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how you awaken your power." Her words made him wonder.
"Isn't your ability healing? Can you really awaken another power or something?" Sally nodded. "Of course, healing is just a divine position for you. Your elemental attribute must also depend on your future strength.
For example, Sally has the fire attribute, Boulet has the water attribute, and Boan has the shadow attribute.
Each person is different. The position is just a direction for development, while the attribute determines the combat skills."
Gilu just learned this fascinating piece of information.
He also didn't know what kind of attribute he would awaken.
As for Sally, she lived in a world formed by 5 great continents, the continent of Polaises. This place is rich in resources, and trade is the symbol of the continent. People from all over the world gather here. If the continent of Polaises is the center, then to the west is the volcanic area, with the continent of Megarata, the homeland of the Dragon Knights. To the north, where the weather is cold all year round, is the continent of Xantho, home to the giant tribe and ferocious beasts, and it possesses abundant mineral resources. To the east is the continent of Bergama, filled with dense forests, home to the elf tribe, known for their magical attacks and numerous giant monsters. To the south is where the dwarves live, known for their exceptional craftsmanship and being the starting point of the world. It is said that there is a connection to the endless ocean leading to the realm of the gods. If one can cross the ocean, they will reach the dwelling place of the gods and receive endless power. At first, Sally thought it was just a legend, but when she arrived here, she realized that the myths people often pass down might actually be true.
Gila nodded, that's right.
So finding the temple that can help us leave the Latinea desert might not just be a legend.
We must definitely escape. At this moment, Bolay had just arrived, surprised to see that the younger generation was waking up earlier than him. Seeing Sally running over, he teased with a hint of sarcasm, "Has Sally confessed already?"
Back to the main issue, Bolay said, "Today, Boulay is here to challenge Jilu." He nodded, his gaze determined, "I'm ready." In the chaotic era, the gods had granted the world different tribes, each with their own mission and role. The only similarity was that this world was all created from elements. Not only the tangible elements like water, fire, and lightning, but also the elements that could be seen but not touched, such as light and darkness. To possess the power of the elements, one must activate their awareness of these elements. Therefore, Boulay had set up an array to help Jilu sense the movement and existence of the elements. Outside this teleportation array was the habitat of the magical beasts from the Latanya desert, which he had discovered during a hunting trip. On Boulay's back was the sword that had accompanied him in battles for decades. He handed it to Jilu and said, 3 days from now, I will activate the teleportation array again. If you can use this sword to kill the Beast King and bring its head back, you will have passed the test. The important thing was that only by awakening the elemental power could Jilu unleash the true strength of this sword. Only then would he have a chance to fight the Beast King.
It was also possible that he might not return. Would he regret it now?
Jilu smiled and accepted the sword. "I won't regret it." Then, he walked straight to the teleportation array. The system triggered a side quest, Beast King Awakening. After confirming the 72-hour countdown, Jilu watched Boulay leave, knowing that Boulay had placed his trust in him.
The Beastmen possessed incredibly powerful defensive strength, and only by obtaining elemental power could the Beast King be defeated. However, elemental power could only be acquired through enlightenment in moments of despair. At this moment, Jilu had arrived at the location. Although this was the home of the monsters in Latinea, the surroundings were no longer like the desert he had seen before. The area was completely shrouded in darkness, and not a single light could be seen in the sky. An unpleasant odor assaulted his nose, but Jilu ignored it. His mission now was to find the demonic beasts. Given the current situation, if he wanted to defeat the Beast King, he would have to start by searching for smaller demons to level up before he could feel at ease. Just then, a red light flashed behind him, and something powerful lunged toward him. Jilu swiftly dodged to the side, his mind racing. He had intended to search for them, but it seemed they had already detected his presence. The demonic beast before him spread its wings. Its shape was strange, with something red in the center. No wonder this totem was called the strangest monster in the Latinea desert, although it was only at level 20. Boulay had instructed that the sword would only unleash its true power when it had elemental strength. Without that, it was just an ordinary sword. Jilu drew his sword and boldly charged forward. He was no longer the naive person he once was. The totem unleashed its snake-like tentacles, but Jilu managed to dodge all of them. Now, no matter what enemy he faced, his heart was no longer filled with fear. As long as he killed monsters, he would level up and gain experience, and with that, he would continue to grow stronger. Jilu sliced through its 2 tentacles as easily as slicing tofu, his body flexible as he struck and retreated in perfect coordination. The sensation of conquest and the exhilaration of leveling up were exactly what he had always yearned for. In the blink of an eye, Jilu cleared away the tangled mess of Totem's tentacles, charging forward to stab his sword into its body. He then spun the sword 180 degrees, slicing through Totem's form with a single, powerful strike. Due to the monster's level difference, Jilu gained a solid 35,000 experience points and 5 attribute points. But the feeling of killing and leveling up continuously was simply irresistible. Soon, a swarm of totems arrived to satisfy Jilu's desire. In the stillness of the night, hidden beneath the moonlight, the voice of Boan still echoed, though not loud enough. The words of lamentation rose on their own.
The image of his sword swiping across the cliff wall appeared, as he continuously swung his blade against the rock in front of him, his eyes blazing with intense frustration. With the final strike, the rock shattered into pieces, yet he still felt an indescribable dissatisfaction.
How could it be? How could I possibly lose to that guy?
He knelt down, helpless, questioning himself. A medical master who can't even control elemental forces, could such a person really unleash a magic power that would shake me to my core like this?
Furthermore, I've never seen Wu Bulei use that move before.
It seems even he could only barely block it. He lifted his foot and stood on the edge of the high cliff, gazing into the boundless space, though curiosity seemed to awaken him.
Who exactly is this Chun Ji-lu?
On the other side, Chun Ji-lu was battling with the Dotem monsters. He swung his sword fiercely at their bodies. His strikes were decisive, with a hint of intensity. Each swing of his sword resulted in the monster's demise. After Ji-lu completed the task, a system notification appeared, congratulating him on leveling up.
Congratulations, you have reached level 25. Unallocated points, 45.
The pharmaceutical store has been unlocked.
Then, the system made a suggestion. Do you wish to consume 15 of your own levels to unlock the pharmaceutical store?
The appearance of the pharmaceutical store, with the requirement of 15 levels to unlock, which were hard to obtain, made him hesitate. Ji-lu realized that the higher the level, the harder it became, along with the increasing cost to unlock new features. And if he wanted to unlock everything, including essential items, pharmaceuticals, weapons, housing equipment, and home appliances, the total number of levels required would be 300. Ji-lu pondered. One option was to accumulate just enough levels and prioritize unlocking the high-level features. The other was to complete the Beast King hunting task and buy some pharmaceuticals in advance to ensure his survival. The second option offered the greatest benefit, so he decided to enter the pharmaceutical store to select the necessary potions. There were 2 types of potions, recovery, and a few types with various effects. He examined them for a while. Sure enough, as Ji-lu had predicted, the larger the base amount, the more recovery it provided. In other words, later on, when his health reached 10,000, the recovery amount in 10 seconds would rise to 8,000, becoming an invincible state, unable to be killed. He spent 15 levels to unlock the medicinal items and 8 levels to purchase the Berserker's Chi Throne. Currently, he was at level 2, and now he had 2 much stronger lives. Ji-lu spoke as though he were certain of this, then a sound came from his empty, growling stomach.
Ji-lu entered the essential goods store, using his remaining level to buy some food.
His eyes landed on the loaves of bread, a food item with the function of reducing hunger.
Without thinking, he immediately bought one.
He ate while evaluating. It's too tough, Sally's buns are still tastier. It had been 12 hours already, and he had about 60 hours left to complete the mission. According to Wu Bulei, the beasts would be located in the northwest direction, meaning he could follow the map's markings to find the 7 beasts. Just as he was pondering this, the system interface suddenly appeared, notifying him that there were 45 attributes left to be distributed, and he was just in time to assign them. Please note, once assigned, they cannot be changed. Ji-lu seemed to almost forget about this, hesitating, unsure of how to distribute the attributes. Compared to before, he would focus on increasing strength and agility.
However, his MP and defense would be quite weak, and if his MP ran low, the damage from his skills would be greatly limited.
Moreover, an important issue was that his health was too low, which would affect his ability to withstand blows.
Against an opponent, one wrong move could lead to death from a single strike.
He likened it to the university entrance exam, where one must excel in math, physics, and chemistry to ensure a high score. However, the difference is that the university exam can only be taken once, while Ji-lu has the opportunity to try multiple times.
He can use an unlimited rank to obtain attributes.
Combined with applying different point boosting strategies at various stages, he is sure to achieve a perfect combat result. Once he had figured out the path forward, Ji-lu quickly allocated his attributes. He added 15 points to strength, and the remaining 15 to defense and agility.
Each magic category received 5 points.
Finally, with his sword slung over his shoulder, Chen Jile made his way to the beast's lair to complete the trial. In contrast to Ji Li's dark night sky, the scene at Sally's place was cooler and fresher. "Isn't it risky for Jile to go alone to such a dangerous place?" Wu Bulei said. Sally's eyes were filled with worry as she gazed into the distance. She truly hoped that Jile would return safely. Wu Bulei, who was focused on the national territory, didn't forget to reassure her. "Don't worry, Sally. I've engraved a seal on the sword. If Jile encounters danger, I will rush to his aid immediately." As the anxiety in her heart subsided, Sally became a little curious. "Why do you want him to go to the beast's lair so badly? I've never heard that you've been there yourself." Sally turned her questioning gaze toward Wu Bulei. He stopped what he was doing, turned towards her, though he could only pay attention to that place during the hunt. Then he turned back, as if trying to avoid something. "All right, Sally, I'm going into the town for a bit. Before I return, make sure you've finished collecting the water, okay?" Sally still stood there, with questions unanswered. On the way into the town, the father quietly bowed his head, his expression full of thought. He knew that Jile was someone who, once he set his mind on something, it was hard for anyone to stop him. That's why he wanted to use the beast's den as a way for him to see the true face of this world, hoping he would give up on his wish to leave. As for the other half, though he knew it was a mission that was almost impossible to complete, he still hoped that Jile could bring back the head of the Beast King. When that happens, everyone would believe that the god who could lead them out of here was him. Turning back to Chen Jile, it had been 3 hours, and he was still searching for the beast's den. Perhaps the den was just ahead. He wiped the sweat off his brow. Suddenly, Ji Lu was startled and spun around when he heard a cry for help. A woman, holding a child in her arms, screamed as she ran toward him. He was puzzled, wondering why there would be women and children in a place like this. Setting aside that question, Ji Lu asked the woman what had happened. She trembled, hiding behind him, and could only mutter in panic, "There's a monster, please save us." Behind them, the clinking sound of chains echoed. The shadows of the giant monsters gradually emerged. 2 enormous monsters, along with the leader standing in the middle, were slowly advancing towards them. Beneath the gloomy sky, there was an overwhelming and eerie sense of pressure. A few deformed shadows were sluggishly moving through the dense fog, which was blood-red and chilling. They were the monsters of Latnea, a type of creature resembling a Yuing, but their movements were extremely slow. Leading them was a wild orc, Lassidler, level 40, a beastmaster with low intelligence in Latnea, capable of summoning and controlling the attacks of giant wild orcs. He relished the suffocating feeling that could crush humanity. A firm voice rang out. "Is this an orc?" Jila silently remarked, "It's a much higher level than the monster I encountered earlier, and it's the kind of monster with intelligence similar to the bandits I met before." His expression grew serious as he drew his sword, signaling to the 2 fragile figures behind him to step back. Ji Li's gaze fixed sharply on Lassidler. However, the good news was that the appearance of the orc likely meant that the beast's lair was not far away. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the woman and child anxiously clinging to each other, which made him wonder. Had they, too, been transported here like he and Wu Bulei? The bone-chilling cold, mixed with overwhelming fear, caused the woman to tremble uncontrollably, her hands instinctively shielding the child. His dim pupils slightly dilated, his face quickly returning to its usual determined expression. The space suddenly shook, causing the ground to almost crumble under the pressure. Lassidler, stubborn and unyielding, extinguished Ji Li's momentum and obediently spoke, "Bring your heads here. Enjoy the pleasure of being crushed." He acted as if he hadn't heard, lowering his stance and preparing for battle. Lassidler, frantic and out of control, charged forward, intent on crushing these pests and enjoying every moment of it. The ground trembled beneath the monstrous footsteps of the beast. Ji Li swiftly took to the air, directly facing the horrifying blow of the distorted creature. Without hesitation, he kicked fiercely into the beast's solid form, sending it flying like a sandbag with a severed string. The sword in his hand contained immense power, flashing with precision. A scream of agony suddenly erupted from the monster's dry throat, surprising everyone around. Countless flashes of light shimmered among the dust and debris as the twisted, helpless body of the monster absorbed the relentless assault. Its tough flesh cracked under the sword's strike from the tiny humans, leaving the creature almost in a daze. The sky reverberated with a series of unprecedented shocks. Before the aftershocks had even subsided, the monster was brutally thrown to the ground by Qin. The dust and debris from the massive impact swallowed all the surrounding scenery. He stood proudly, stepping confidently through the air. Amid the wreckage, reeking with the smell of blood and decaying flesh, the monster stared in shock at Ji. Relentless waves of attacks crushed its will to fight back. The monster continued to be devastated, rolling on the ground before the incredulous gazes of the woman and child in the distance. The panic caused by the monstrous scene began to fade. The woman pulled the child into her arms, her eyes instinctively following the unfolding events. Gila landed steadily on the ground, the force of his descent stirring up a whirlwind of dust that spread several meters away, making it impossible for anyone to come near him. Not surprised by the failure of the monster, he seriously assessed his results. Indeed, after leveling up, he had become much stronger. He considered this an examination after breaking through to a new rank. In stark contrast to Zhili's determined stance, Lassadler could only show a weary expression at the disastrous state of his subordinates. Enraged, he shouted, "What are you standing there for? Go kill it now." The monster remained silent, avoiding the order. The mirror had yet to finish draining the blood, the earth and rocks had not even settled, who would want to throw themselves into certain death? The monster shuddered at the thought, its confidence evaporating in an instant. It fled in panic, leaving Lassadler alone, shouting in disbelief as it retreated. "What are you doing?" A complete failure, a cowardly escape. Lassadler lost all composure, screaming in fury, "Get out, both of you useless trash! Don't think that just because I'm away from you, I can't survive. Watch me take care of that kid myself." His commanding tone suddenly turned serious, as a sharp chill rose unexpectedly. Gila calmly lowered his gaze, his posture firm and unwavering. "Put your staff down, and don't move." His hand gently gripped the hilt of the sword, his voice slightly lowered, "If not, your head will fly off immediately." The sound of boots striking the ground added to the heaviness of the atmosphere. Gila coldly pressed closer to Lassadler. "Why are you chasing them down?" The flash of the sword, along with his steely words, made Lassadler lose his composure. The spiked club slipped from his rough hand. He knew he couldn't be easily subdued by a mere human. Lassadler couldn't help but think of the forces that could make humanity bow down, and quickly warned, "Humans are servants of the gods. Kill me, and you will be cursed by the gods." The pain on his face was unlike anything he had ever felt. Lassadler barely saw the violent flash of light before his teeth shattered and flew out. Blood flooded his mouth and nose. He was completely unaware of the situation, he only felt half of his face was covered in blood. All he could think of was, "This hurts like hell." The smell of blood reached Zhili's nose, making him frown. "Next time, it will be the sword's edge. Where is the beast's den?" This time, Lassadler didn't dare to challenge Zhili's patience, as he believed the man wouldn't say something just to threaten him. Lassadler obediently pointed toward the distant mountain, obscured by the mist on the other side. Gila casually followed the direction of his finger, and connecting it with the image in his mind, he was satisfied to see that it perfectly matched the location indicated by the system. The black stone mountain was the beast's den. Realizing that Zhili's attention was now drawn to the den, Lassadler's gaze quickly flickered with malice. HN took advantage of his momentary distraction to shift toward the woman who was hiding. Lassadler, with brutal strength, controlled the two of them, his bloodshot eyes filled with madness. He sneered arrogantly, "You want to protect these two worms, don't you? I'll show you how I snap their necks and drain every drop of their blood." Lassadler quickly summoned his dark power, and the overwhelming pressure made the two weak individuals in his grasp unable to breathe. He paid no attention to this, exaggerating his power. "This is my true strength." Gila furrowed his brow, his expression heavy. Without a word, he swiftly moved forward, leaving only a faint afterimage behind. At the same time, a brilliant light flashed from the opposite side, accompanied by a power that shook the heavens. In a flash, Gilo, without mercy, split Lassadler, who had been so full of himself, in two. Lassadler was stunned, the power he had just started to gather dissipating instantly, and he was left in a panic, not knowing where to turn.
A cruel irony flashed in his mind, and Lassadler couldn't help but freeze in disbelief. The outcome was even worse than that of the monster.
The pain he had expected dragged him back to reality. Lassadler took two full blows from the two powerful figures, sent crashing to the ground, his face deformed. The sky echoed with his screams, shattering the fleeting peace that had been so hard to come by. He was kicked several meters away, the dust rising once again, clinging to his body, more than half of it having found its way into his mouth. Ji Lu, surprised, looked at the man who had just appeared and couldn't help but become cautious. The newcomer was Bras, who, undeterred by Ji Li's skeptical gaze, casually complimented him. "Young man, your skills are not bad." Looking over there, two unfamiliar people arrived to offer assistance. Although Gila had no hostile intentions, he still wanted to confirm a few things. "Who are you? Why have you come to this place?" Bras regained his serious demeanor, checking the surroundings as he spoke. 3 days ago, my team and I were suddenly brought here. We then encountered an attack amidst a chaotic battle, and my teammates were taken. I followed their trail to find them, and that's when I ran into you." Remembering something important from their first meeting, Bras's expression relaxed slightly. His attitude became extremely friendly, making it hard for others not to lower their guard. "My name is Bras, a soldier. It's a pleasure to meet you." The young man, full of an air of mystery and detachment, nodded slightly. He was the assassin Philoga, and the girl with delicate beauty, her gaze exuding an air of noble sophistication, was Rachel, a medical master. Recognizing that they were like him, he immediately softened and accepted the offer of friendship. "My name is Chun Jilu, just call me Jilu." The handshake made the atmosphere more comfortable. Bras suddenly remembered something very important and immediately inquired. "By the way, Jilu, do you know why we were transported here?" Facing Bras's question, Jilu actually felt quite empathetic. He subtly glanced over at Lassadler, who was struggling to get up. "Sorry, I don't know. But maybe the one over there might know something." It was the feeling of his bones being shattered after 2 kicks earlier. He grumbled inwardly, cursing them. Damn, was it an ambush? These vile creatures are truly insidious. The more he thought about it, the more his shame turned into anger. Lassadler silently swallowed his fury. His heart was full of hatred, and he engraved this grudge deep into his bones. "Sooner or later, I will kill all of you." A sound interrupted the blood-soaked train of his thoughts. Lassadler hurriedly glanced around, panicking as he realized that, at some point, he had been surrounded with no way to escape. "What do you want?" The pain from the kick earlier still hadn't fully faded, and he screamed in a frenzy. "You insignificant insects, how dare you show disrespect to the gods? I will kill you all." In response, a dark sword was driven deep into the ground, accompanied by a familiar terrifying sound. "Hey, Lassadler." He froze. "How does it know my name?" Facing the large, now lonely figure of Lassadler, who dared not resist, Gila showed no sign of hesitation or pity. "I have a few questions for you." His voice was so cold it made Lassadler shiver. "If you don't want to die, you'd better answer me obediently." The cold mist seemed to descend in line with Gili's warning, though his expression remained as stoic as ever. The sky above had grown ominously dark, and Lassadler's voice trembled with fear as he tried to explain to Jilu. "Everything I said is the truth. You must believe me. I've told you everything I know." At this point, Jili's face darkened, struggling to hold back his fury. Lassadler, his face battered and disfigured, continued to explain without stopping. "My position in the tribe is low, so this is all I know. It is truly because the god commanded you to come here to be food. I am merely following the will of the God who watches over this place. As for the rest, I really do not know. The golden eyes on his face revealed a deep anger. This gaze made Brass's group feel uneasy as well. In Delk Town, a heavy rain poured down on the temple, and within the gloomy frame, an angry voice shouted, "Are you crazy, Wu Bulei?" Inside the church, only a few candles were lit. Wu Bulei was meeting with the mysterious individuals. An angry voice spoke out. "How many years have passed, and you're still this naive?" The flickering candlelight cast a faint glow in the quiet hall, with only that voice echoing. "Even if you find the temple, what then? The person criticizing you right now is Hicks, a mage with the power of the wind element. Do you dare place all your hopes on a kid whose elemental power hasn't even been awakened yet? Do you know what will happen if the god becomes angry? The entire village will be dragged into it. I advise you to go to the beast's den and kill that kid right away." Hicks's gaze wavered for a moment, and he continued speaking. "Then repent to the god, ask for forgiveness for us." Wu Bulei retorted, quite mockingly. "The god you speak of is the one who brought us here and treated us like insects, like food." He seemed quite surprised upon hearing this. His face was full of resolve as he spoke. "To exchange the lives of your kin for what you call peace. And yet, the innocent villagers have always regarded you as heroes. Hicks, you speak of your cowardice in such flowery terms, but can you hide the truth that you trample on the lives of others to survive?" Every word he spoke carried an anger that could not be concealed. His face was filled with shock, as if he couldn't believe the words coming from him. Dongzi Hicks's eyes flashed, and then he struck out, aiming to attack him. The strike was accompanied by a shout. "I will handle you on behalf of the gods now." But Wu Bulei remained calm, standing there without any sign of panic. His hand moved with practiced ease, countering the strike with a smooth block. A sharp, stern glint flickered in his eyes. Wu Bulei calmly shattered Hicks's attack right in front of him. The entire room of onlookers in the temple witnessed the overwhelming force. Hicks, too, was internally shaken, feeling a sense of awe and caution toward his strength. Wu Bulei turned and began to leave. "Sorry, I cannot stand the peace that is built upon the corpses of others. I will take up arms again and find a way to leave here, to protect the innocent." Deep within his words was a will to resist the gods they worshipped. Hicks, enraged, shouted, "Damned fool, don't underestimate others." Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a cloak spoke. "Hicks, enough." He raised his hand, signaling for him to stop. Seeing this, Hicks immediately halted his attack. He stared furiously at Wu Bulei, suppressing his anger, grinding his teeth. At Ji Li's location, amidst the eerie surroundings, he carried a heavy heart, with a stream of thoughts flooding his mind. He viewed humans like insects, brought into this strange desert to be used as food for monsters. If he were just a player with no emotional attachment to this place, then this scene would have been nothing out of the ordinary. But after coming here, meeting Wu Bulei, Sally, and his teammates, he could no longer regard it as just a game. His silhouette stood firm in the misty darkness, and the more he thought, the more determined he became to help his teammates. Sheila thought to himself, each of them has their own life to live. They are not mere characters created for amusement. I can't just stand by and do nothing. I must find the temple of Kebli and get them out of here. Suddenly, he recalled something from a book he had read before. It mentioned that Kebli was a god in Egyptian mythology, one of the 9 pillar gods, and the most powerful incarnation of a god. Why would such a powerful deity be sealed here? Moreover, the man had said earlier that he was tasked with guarding this place. Could it be that the temple of Kebli is near the beast's lair? Gila looked at the map appearing on the screen, his face deep in thought. The temple and this place were in completely opposite directions. So, what exactly were they guarding here? Could there be another god sealed here? Master. The call made him suddenly glance towards the source of the sound. It was Brass. He waved his hand and called out to Jilu, "We're all ready, let's head into the aperture beast." Gila smiled lightly and nodded in agreement with Bras. His feet moved cautiously through the mist, his senses alert to his surroundings.
As they made their way into the beast's lair, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of monsters they might encounter. This area seemed relatively safe for now. Gila continued walking while listening to Bras speak.
They stopped to rest, and Bras also brought along Lassadler, who was tightly bound.
He introduced her to Gilu.
Rachel is a pastor, but she can use magic to create barriers and enhance elements.
We'll leave her here to protect them.
She's ready for this task.
Understood, I'll do my best to protect them.
After waiting for everyone to return, Bras called for them to set off.
All right, let's get going.
Lade glanced at Gilu and warned, "Human, I advise you not to go into the beast's den.
If you do, the high-level beastmen will eat you alive, and don't say I didn't warn you." Gilu responded, making him uneasy. "You're afraid we might take you along and you'll get eaten too, aren't you?" He shouted angrily, "What did you say? I'm not a beastman afraid of death, you know?"
At that moment, a strong pull on the rope that was tying him up startled him. Bras tugged on the rope, turned back to look at him, and mocked, "Well then, let's go."
"Why talk so much?" Lassadler continued grumbling, "Hey, you lunatics, don't you value your lives?
Let's make a deal, I'll stay outside and watch over you, I promise I won't run away."
Elsewhere, the cries and wails echoed through the air.
The boiling cauldrons hissed and steamed, yet the demon executioners were stuffing human flesh into the boiling pots, piling human bones into heaps. They carried cages containing humans, offering them up to the Beast King.
"This is the food we found today. Please give your orders."
The Beast King Sunil sat upon his throne, his deep-set eyes cold and unfathomable. From somewhere, a forceful strike came down, shattering the cage that held the humans.
The demon executioners surrounding the cage were frozen in place, instantly transforming into enormous, immobile ice statues. Jun Guamu appeared, standing valiantly as he declared, "I am a magician. I will take everyone away.
If there are any other heroic friends, we will fight together to kill these monsters and get everyone out of here."
His teammates immediately assumed battle stances. Jun Guamu's green eyes blazed with fury. Killing so many innocent people for personal gain was unforgivable.
Anger surged within him, and he unleashed his full power. Today, he would make them pay for their bloodshed with their own blood. Jun Guamu cast his blizzard ring spell at the demons.
The Beast King Sunil remained calm on his throne.
He paused, and with just one word, Jun Guamu's spell was completely blocked. Jun Guamu's voice rang out in disbelief, his face now filled with panic. The power of Sunil's words sent him flying. Around him, an unknown force surrounded him, lifting his body and suspending him in mid-air.
Jun Guamu's comrades were in a state of panic. What is happening here?
Controlled by the magic, he was gradually losing his awareness. With just a light wave of Sunil's hand, Jun Guamu's eyes seemed to bulge out, blood oozing from his eye sockets and nose. The power was so immense that it caused his body to explode, blood splattering everywhere. Their bodies trembled violently, covered entirely in Jun Guamu's blood. The Beast King, Sunil, at level 85, sat comfortably on his throne, smugly watching the humans' terrified expressions.
Bras kicked the monster, leaving it unable to defend itself.
Taking advantage of the monster's disorientation, Vilove used magic to summon a giant hand, controlling Gilu. His gaze was both cold and resolute as he drew his dagger from his back and struck down on the monster.
Gilu, swift as lightning, landed on the ground.
The monster stood motionless for a moment before collapsing, joining its fallen comrades.
Lassadler, witnessing this scene, was left speechless in amazement, silently thinking, "These guys are incredibly powerful."
His gaze shifted back to Gilu, quietly evaluating him. "That kid seems even stronger than when I saw him earlier."
Lassadler was genuinely curious, who exactly is he?
Gilu looked at the pile of monsters scattered at his feet, furrowing his brows as he calculated. The closer he got to the beast den, the more numerous the giant beasts became, and their strength and level kept rising as well. He focused intently on the system screen, thinking to himself, although my level has been depleted, the experience points required for leveling still follow the original progression and increase step by step. These giant beasts, although they didn't provide low experience points, he could clearly feel that the speed of his leveling had started to slow down. He needed to speed up his leveling process. Perhaps noticing that Jilu was distracted, Bros walked over and asked, "Are you still not used to the intensity of the battle?" Bros leaned to one side and continued, "Some of these beasts move slowly, but it still takes a lot of effort to kill them. However, you're the first person I've met who hasn't awakened elemental power yet can still kill these giant beasts so easily." At this point, Bros smiled again. "It seems like you and I are destined to cross paths." He then addressed Jila directly, "I have a high regard for you. If you manage to get out of here, consider joining our guild." Jilu was puzzled. "Huh? What guild?" Bros, still in high spirits, continued to invite him in. "The guild has lots of imperial sisters, beautiful ladies. When the time comes, I'll introduce one to you for free. You, like me, must also like imperial sisters, right?" Jilu chose to play dumb and responded, "Imperial sisters? I don't understand what you mean." At that moment, Filorga appeared, driving by. "Weren't you saying earlier that the guild only had you?" Bros, caught off guard, immediately tried to cover it up. Nothing. We should still hurry up and head out." He didn't forget to remind Filorga. "You're being too talkative." Filorga calmly replied, "You were the one who said that earlier. Time to stop talking nonsense." Filorga then flew off in one direction and spoke to the other two. "The entrance to the beast's den is probably ahead." Jilu and Bros exchanged a silent glance, both quiet for a moment. Ahead of them was a dark and cold cave, clearly not a good sign. Jila suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, "Hey, Lassidler, is that the entrance to the beast's den?" What answered him was silence and the rope left behind. Bros merely chuckled lightly, as if it wasn't a big deal. This guy took advantage of the fact that we were focused on fighting earlier and ran off. Lassidler had already fled deep into the cave, breathing heavily but with a sense of urgency. However, he had a backup plan, and in an instant, a smile appeared on his face. He had to quickly report to Lord Beast King about the intruder. Who knows, Lord might even reward him. The Jila team also entered the cave, stopping at the entrance and confirming that this was indeed the right place. Bros's face clearly showed satisfaction before he smiled. "There's the scent of beastmen. Looks like Lassidler wasn't lying to us." Immediately afterward, he restored his serious expression, quite different from before, and said, "Let's go in." Blue flames were lit in waves, stretching out inside the cave, illuminating every nook and cranny for the Jila team to pass through smoothly. Bros wasn't used to the calmness, looking around with confusion, feeling like something was off. Even after traveling this far, not a single beastman could be seen. Filorga noticed something and signaled to the others. "Everyone, look ahead. There are 3 paths that have appeared in the cave, as if trying to force us to split up." Bros seemed to understand this and, with no other choice, decided, "Looks like we'll have to split up." Before leaving, he placed a mark on each person's hand and explained, "This is the mark of Flamegate. The 3 of us will split up. If anyone finds a clue or gets into danger, they can chant the spell to either notify the others or teleport for help." After a brief explanation, Bros quickly assigned roles. "Let's get started. I'll take the left path, Filorga, you go right. Jilu, you take the middle." He didn't forget to give one last reminder to his teammates. "Remember, if you're in danger, use the spell I just taught you." And so, the 3 of them officially set off on their separate paths, each working alone for a while. Jila ran quickly ahead, thinking to himself, "I have to speed up my leveling now." But the problem was, why were there no monster beasts around here? Jila ventured deeper and suddenly stopped in his tracks. He was stunned as he observed everything in front of him, the bodies of the dead, recently deceased, lying scattered around, while a ghoul was gnawing at the flesh of the unfortunate woman. Gila stood there, watching them feed, and also noticed numerous other skeletal remains surrounding the area. Just this alone was enough to imagine what had happened here. These ghouls were corpse-eating ghouls. They suddenly caught a strange scent and slowly turned their heads toward Jilu. He had already prepared for this, and as he was about to draw his blade, he thought, just as expected, you get what you look for. However, there were simply too many of them here, and Gila felt like a mosquito caught in a swarm. Upon discovering an intruder, especially a human, the bloodthirsty ghouls naturally wouldn't let it go. They roared and growled loudly, an ear-piercing noise. Within the territory of the beasts, a corpse-eating ghoul entered the grand hall and knelt down to report respectfully. The ghoul spoke to its superior, saying, Lord Sunil, 3 insects have infiltrated our territory, but just now they split up and walked into a trap. Sunil remained silent, thinking to himself, by now, they must have already been torn to pieces by the Necron demons in that trap. Outside, a corpse-eating ghoul growled ferociously and charged straight at Jilu, its sharp teeth bared, as if intending to rip him apart. Jilu, however, remained calm, his hand swinging the sharp sword, thinking to himself, the attacking power of corpse-eating ghouls isn't that strong, but their numbers are overwhelming, and the experience points are quite a lot. Jila swung his sword repeatedly, slicing through the corpse-eating ghouls. With each swing, the system displayed a notification, you have killed 10 corpse-eating ghouls, earning 20,000 experience points. Gila spun around, striking them with several blows, his mind still calculating. However, killing them one by one like this felt inefficient. He was wielding his sword frantically, each strike precise, and the ghouls all fell beneath his blade. At this point, the experience required to level up had risen significantly, and there wasn't much time left. He needed to get through this area quickly. Finally, after a fierce battle, all the corpse-eating ghouls were wiped out. A notification appeared, you have killed the 100th corpse-eating ghoul, earning 200,000 experience points. Then, another large notification appeared, you have killed 99 corpse-eating ghouls. Congratulations! You have reached level 14 and received 50 hidden levels. Based on your skill distribution and combat style, you have acquired 3 new skills. The first skill appeared, you have gained the innate skill, Holy Light. The blessing of compassion can penetrate shields and magical barriers. The second skill appeared, you have gained the innate skill, Annihilation Slash. Attack 20 enemies within a 5-meter radius in the blink of an eye, dealing a critical damage blow. The third skill appeared, you have gained the innate skill, Blessing. Increases attack speed by 20% for 40 seconds and restores 3% of your health. Then, the system voice rang out, please choose 2 of the 3 skills above. After the system introduced the 3 incredibly appealing skills, Gila couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Choose 2 out of the 3 innate skills? But after reading them, it's a bit hard to decide. He began analyzing each skill carefully, with every choice presenting both potential and limitations. Combining Annihilation Slash and Blessing would double the healing effect, while combining Blessing and Holy Light wasn't a bad option either. Gila stood before 2 choices, calculating carefully, both were support skills that enhanced healing for close-range combat. He could use Blessing to increase his movement speed toward the enemy, then follow up with Holy Light or Annihilation Slash. When facing Holy Light, he hesitated for a moment. However, even though Blessing's healing range was small, if he didn't get close enough to the enemy, it would only heal himself, which wasn't the ideal choice. After weighing the options, Gila decided on Blessing and Annihilation Slash. The system then confirmed the selection of the Blessing and Annihilation Slash skills. He looked at his hands and then gazed into the distance, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. How are Bros and Filorga doing? I wonder if they're running into the same problems I am. The magic array in his hand showed no signs of disturbance, so they were probably safe. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a horde of corpse-eating ghouls charged toward him at a terrifying speed. Jilu wasn't the slightest bit flustered. He quickly eliminated them all and continued on his way, not even glancing back, leaving the defeated corpse-eating ghouls behind as he pressed forward. Meanwhile, at Bros and Filorga's location, the atmosphere was equally tense. The savage roars of the corpse-eating ghouls echoed, signaling that a fierce battle was about to unfold. Bras raised his leg high and unleashed a devastating move, the infernal fire prison. His foot slammed forcefully into the ground, and the earth immediately cracked open. Sparks flew up, causing great fear among the enemies, one by one being consumed by the flames, leaving no one behind, their pain evident. Once the threat was dealt with, he struck a heroic pose. Beneath him, small groups of fire still smoldered. A clear yet eerie voice suddenly broke the silence of the air.
Bras wondered aloud, is that singing?
He stood next to two corpse-eating ghouls, and all three of them turned in unison toward the source of the sound. From the dim shadows, a slender figure slowly emerged, faint like a ghost gliding through the mist. Gradually approaching, the delicate legs of a woman became visible, but her leather boots were torn to shreds, and the chains around her ankles still clinked faintly. Even though they were broken, as she drew closer, her long, flowing hair became visible, along with her tight-fitting, tattered clothes that exposed parts of her skin. She sang as she moved forward, her eyes wrapped in bandages.
Now, she was fully revealed to everyone.
Bras recognized her immediately and assumed she was the one controlling the corpse-eating ghouls.
Enraged, he shouted, "You're the one controlling these corpse-eating ghouls to attack me, aren't you?
I'll turn you into dust."
The necromancer laughed mockingly, a bitter smile on her pale face, marked with strange cracks.
Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet trembled violently, and chunks of earth and stone were sent flying into the air. On the ground, countless dark, ghostly hands rose up, rushing towards him to grab hold. Bras was startled, unable to understand what was happening. The hands clung tightly to his body, and Bras struggled, trying to break free, but it was all in vain. Fear surged within him, that haunting song couldn't be fought with strength.
Then, suddenly, Bras glanced down, noticing something.
The evil girl approached him, her mouth twisted in a snarl, seemingly intent on doing something.
She stuck out her long, slimy tongue and licked Bras's face.
He tilted his body to avoid it, but the wicked hand held him tightly in place. Not stopping there, the demoness raised her sharp claws and slashed a bloody line across his stomach. At that moment, one hand covered Bras's mouth, draining him of all his strength.
The only thought that crossed his mind was he really going to die in such a miserable way here?
Just when Bras was on the brink of death, Jilu appeared like a savior. A stream of fresh blood sprayed out in a dark, demonic purple hue. He severed the two ghastly arms of the evil girl, blood splattering everywhere, mixing with the painful screams.
The ghostly hands clinging to Bras's body gradually vanished.
Gila stood there, holding his sword with great dignity, and asked Bras, "Did I arrive at the right time?" On the other side, the demoness' voice trembled with fury.
"Hasn't Derek killed you yet?" Hearing this, Gila threw something toward her and said, "Are you talking about him?"
The object hit the ground with a thud and rolled to her feet.
It was Derek's head. The demoness froze upon seeing it.
Then Gila continued, "He's much stronger than those corpse-eating ghouls, but I still killed him easily." Those words were like throwing gasoline on an already raging fire.
She gritted her teeth, furious, unwilling to back down.
She quickly abandoned her previous tactic and used her magical singing voice on Jilu again. Bras, clutching his stomach in pain, hurriedly reminded him, "Chen Jilu, don't let her act." Before he could finish speaking, the magical singing voice rang out, binding Jilu. The voice of the death mage, with its freezing effect, echoed, and she screamed in rage, revealing her long, grotesque tongue.
"This is what I can do to you."
Before she could finish her sentence, she was startled by Chen Jili's actions. In an instant, he used his newly acquired blessing skill, decapitating the death mage with a single swing, before she could even react. Jilu then delivered his judgment as the victor.
"Your singing is unbearable."
Bras, witnessing this, couldn't help but sigh, "This kid is really strong." Then, from somewhere nearby, a whistling sound caught their attention. At that moment, both of them felt the heat rising from the palms of their hands.
Realizing what was happening, they both shouted, "This isn't good, Filorge is in danger."
The evil creature, a hell serpent from the underworld, was using fire to viciously attack the enemy. Filorga was holding his ground with a stone in his hand, but it wasn't going well. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, the gap between me and this monster is too huge. Right now, I can only defend against its attacks, there's no way to counterattack." Just as he thought of that, the hard stone began to show signs of cracking. Filorga was caught off guard, unprepared for this situation. What was inevitable happened, the defense line was blown away, and Filorga got hit, his body sent flying. He used his own body as a cushion, landing on the ground, but the force of the impact was so intense that his internal cells couldn't handle it, causing him to cough up blood. He was on the losing side and was soon forced into a corner. At that moment, it seemed the last thing he would see before dying would be the sharp teeth of the hell serpent, marking the end of his life in such a tragic manner. But unexpectedly, a tall figure appeared, blocking Filorga's path. Gila took a deep breath to stabilize his energy, then slowly raised his sword and struck at the hell serpent's fatal point. Before it could recover, it fell to the ground, letting out a painful cry. Perhaps fearing the next strike would be the end of it, the hell serpent quickly retreated, vanishing into the distance. In the end, Filorga was safe thanks to Gila's timely support. He turned his head and smiled, saying, "Sorry, Filorga, we're a little late." Filorga, still exhausted and breathing heavily, couldn't help but think that Gila had proven himself to be extremely powerful during their previous encounter. Bras, who had approached them from behind, joined in the conversation. "Both my place and Shunji's are full of traps. It seems this road is the real path to the Beast King." Filorga's face lit up when he saw him, and he gave a faint smile, calling out to Bras. He helped his cousin up and asked Han Filorga, "Are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine, not dead yet." At this moment, recalling the life and death situation he'd just experienced, Filorga spoke again, "But this monster is truly too strong. I've never encountered a creature like it before. It seems like a monster straight out of legends. If I had met the Beast King, would it have killed me in an instant?" Bras had to admit this too. He hesitated for a moment. Gila cut in, "The one who would kill you is not the Beast King, but your own fear." The other two fell silent upon hearing this. Gila continued, "Fighting while afraid only brings us closer to death. This is just one Beast King. Once we leave this place, we'll face even stronger creatures." Gila firmly declared, "For our friends, for freedom, even if there's only one breath left in me, I will fight until the end." With those words, the hell serpent raised its head once more, appearing even more powerful than before. It looked at Gila and the others, no longer showing the fear it had before, and seemed ready to devour them all. Gila urged the group, "Let's fight together." The other two had no choice but to press on, standing side by side with Gila. Bras used his lightspeed ability to surge forward, shouting provocatively, "Shenjilu, I'll take the first one. As soon as you kick, your mouth won't stop. Hey, you snake, look at this." Due to the hell serpent's skin being too tough, it threw Bras off. It was about to unleash a fiery blast aimed directly at his position to incinerate him. Fortunately, Bras reacted quickly and managed to dodge to the side. Filorga's hand trembled as he raised it. His mind urged him to prepare to activate elemental power. "I can't be the one dragging my feet again. This time, I must give it my all." Having stabilized his physical state and strength, Filorga activated his magic and shouted, "Earth Twin Hand." A gigantic hand rose up and charged forward. The hell serpent, caught off guard, had its throat gripped, causing the flames from its throat to disappear. Bras knew the only one capable of eliminating this creature, so he shouted to call the person. "Shenjilu, you've been brooding up there for a while. Jump down from the top of the mountain with your sword." Gila moved his arm and swung it upward, forming a straight line downward. He locked onto the target, aimed precisely at the center, and thrust his sword into the hell serpent's weak spot. The wound, deepened by the strike, could not heal as it usually would. The system quickly analyzed and reported to Gila. The hell serpent's scales have been damaged by 20%. It's not enough to kill it. Gila withdrew his sword and struck again, mirroring his previous attack. However, this time, he drove it deeper and increased the force. The hell serpent's scales were damaged by 30 to 50%. It continued to 80%. By this point, blood was visibly splattered, and when it reached the 100% threshold, the hell serpent was completely crippled, letting out a scream of agony. Gila firmly gripped the sword that was still embedded in the head of the ferocious creature. He turned around and then shouted loudly to gather his resolve. He charged straight forward, the sword dragging along, tearing a long gash on the body of the hell serpent. Gila had no intention of stopping. He continued to run quickly, the sword still embedded in the creature's body. Soon, he successfully landed without any trouble. The image of the hell serpent's destruction behind him created a tremendously cool spectacle.
Bros excitedly congratulated, "You killed it."
The reward for killing the hell serpent is 200,000 experience points for leveling up, along with premium hellfire gloves and some additional points. Jilu remained silent but was quite surprised. He briefly thought that he had earned some new equipment, and moreover, it had enhanced his attributes several times over.
The system asked Jilu if he wanted to equip the gloves.
He immediately agreed to equip the hellfire gloves.
Bros, who was behind him, hadn't seen this, but was still very curious about Jilu.
That kid had only been separated for a few hours, yet his strength had undergone a shocking transformation.
What exactly happened? He posed a question, staring intently at Jilu. Who exactly is he?
A deep, endless cavern awaited them, but all three sensed the presence of something. At this moment, Lassadler peeked out, looking around. Both Jilu and Bros were sharp. At the same time, they coordinated their dual swords, kicking toward Lassadler, catching him off guard. The most unfortunate demon was about to be beaten senseless. It screamed once before being kicked away.
Bros approached and asked Layler, "Why did you bring yourself here alone?"
He clutched his chest and slowly sat up, replying, "I got lost earlier."
The Beast King activated the trap pit. Gila suddenly remembered, a trap pit? No wonder we ran into all these monsters. Lassadler brushed off the dust on his clothes and said, "You guys are still alive? How lucky."
Just as things weren't stabilized, Bros kicked him again.
He threatened, "Quick, where is the Beast King? If you don't lead us there, I'll deal with you right now."
La, frightened, replied, "I know how to enter."
"The entrance is over there."
They were led to a wall.
Bros didn't forget to warn Lassadler softly in his ear, "If you try any dirty tricks, I'll castrate you right here."
He silently recited some kind of incantation, and a few mysterious symbols began to appear on the plain wall. Then they split in two, slowly opening like a door, revealing a strange, dark interior. It was raining heavily outside, accompanied by thunder.
Wubu Lei was standing, watching the raindrops. After that, he walked up to a wooden room and raised his hand to grasp the door, slowly pulling it open under the dark sky.
Inside, a set of armor was neatly arranged in the room. Suddenly, a man's voice came from outside. "After hesitating all this time, you finally decided to open it."
Boan continued, "He never allowed Sally and me to come near this room before.
We were always curious about what was inside, and it turns out it was his battle armor. Or rather, it should be called the place where he stored his hope of escaping this damned place."
Wubu Lei glanced over, thinking, "When did this kid show up without me noticing?"
Boan, with a sharp expression, said, "I've heard that you want to form a team to leave Locknaya.
Maybe on the way, you'll find the monster that killed my parents."
Since leaving this house, all these years of hard training have been for this moment. He gritted his teeth and continued, "I want to join."
"This time, you won't stop me, right?"
On Geely's side, as they entered the cave, someone spoke up, "Hey Lassadler, don't try anything funny this time." Bros tightened his grip around Lassadler's neck and continued, "If you dare pull any tricks, say goodbye to your life."
Lassadler weakly replied, "I won't dare."
Up ahead is the main hall of the Lord Beast King's cave.
With the noise they made, Geela spoke up, "Do you know where they keep the captured people?"
In response to Geely's question, Lassadler confidently answered, "Of course I know, I could find it with my eyes closed."
Upon hearing Lassadler's answer, Bros released his grip from his neck. He walked ahead and said to Bros and Filorga, "After we enter the main hall, let Lassiter guide you two to rescue our teammates." Bros said, "Are you implying that we're just a burden to you? Kid, don't think you can make decisions on your own just because you're rescuing us." Bros continued to speak with a mocking tone, "You're not strong enough for that yet." Gila closed his eyes in frustration, "I just don't want to." Suddenly, a warning message appeared, followed by a red-colored notification, "An hidden boss has been detected ahead. With your current combat power, the chance of survival is 10%. Do you want to abort the mission?" Gila, with a worried expression, thought, "Only 10% chance of survival? I've been leveling up, and even though I don't have elemental power, there's no way my chances are this low." Seeing his anxious face, Filorga asked, "What's wrong, Chunjilo?" He replied, "It's nothing. I don't want to drag innocent people into this because of my problem. Once we enter, you two should immediately go and rescue the team members." Gila coldly accepted the mission to deal with the Beast King. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "That's not possible." He glanced back and saw Bros speaking, "I absolutely will not abandon my teammates and leave you to face danger alone." Filorga stood by silently, not speaking. Gila tried to explain to Bros that the monsters inside were not as simple as they appeared, and that the odds of winning were roughly only 10%. Bros's face darkened as he said, "So what? If it weren't for you saving us earlier, we'd have been dead out there. Even if the chance of victory is 0, I won't run away alone. Isn't that right?" Filorga nodded in agreement next to him. Gila, his eyes thoughtful, listened to them and recalled his past, thinking, "From childhood until now, whether at school or while learning the swordsmanship, I've always faced every problem by myself. I never felt hardship, but I could never avoid those lonely moments." His heroic face thought that he was no longer alone. Lassiter, in fear, pointed towards the distance. "Up ahead is the Grand Hall, but could you let me stay outside and wait for you all? The Lord Beast King will kill me." The three of them focused on what was ahead. In front of them was a dark gate, with two groups of flames on either side lighting it up. Bros looked at Gila, who understood and nodded. Lassiter's frightened voice still spoke out. "If you all want to die, then go ahead, but I don't want to die yet." Despite saying that, all four of them still went through the gate together. Inside was a cave with sharp spikes hanging above. They carefully observed their surroundings. In front of them was a chair placed neatly, but no one was sitting on it. Gila, confused, thought it was strange why was there no one in sight? He spoke up and asked, "Hey, Lassiter, didn't you say the Beast King was here?" "He's scared." "I don't know either, usually this place is heavily guarded, I don't understand why today there's no one around." Suddenly, the gate behind them slammed shut. Ji-Lu and Bros were startled, casting wary glances at Lassiter. Looking back at the gate, they felt a surge of panic and confusion. Suddenly, Filorga screamed in pain, startling them. Around Filorga, a green light surrounded him, lifting him into the air. La, upon seeing this, was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Bros was also horrified and worried. Gila turned back to look at the person controlling the light. The figure of Sunil was sitting in a chair, manipulating the eerie green light. Filorga couldn't hold it in any longer and spat out blood, causing Gila to startle. He gritted his teeth, glanced at Sunil sitting in the chair, and quickly rushed toward where the Beast King was sitting. The ground beneath Gila shattered into pieces. He was holding his sword in his hand, and rushed towards him. Gila dove down from above, aiming to strike Sunil with a single blow. The Beast King quickly created a protective barrier for himself. Gila exerted all his strength in an attempt to break through the barrier, but Sunil easily flicked the sword away with just one finger. Seeing this, Gila jumped far away from the barrier. Filorga was released but fell freely from a great height. Fortunately, Bros rushed over in time to catch him, preventing him from falling to the ground. He exhaled heavily and asked, "Is Filorga all right? But when did he lose consciousness?" Gila glanced at Beast King Sunil, wondering how long he had been sitting there. Had his previous move been so easily neutralized by him?
Sunil looked at him smugly and smirked.
Philoga's hand gripped one of his arms tightly, trembling, trying not to collapse.
Seeing him like this, Bras called out, "Hey, Philoga, don't push yourself too hard."
Philoga's entire body was enveloped in a golden aura, and he shouted at him, "I'm fine. Hurry up." Following Philoga's words, Bras stood on the massive blade and charged forward with a deafening roar.
He soared through the air, a trail of golden spiritual energy rising like flames beneath his feet. Sunil stood within the shield of his own making, showing no sign of emotion. A sharp sound echoed, and Bras immediately leaped out of it. Before the blade of his weapon collided with Sunil's shield, Bras spun mid-air and aimed his feet towards Sunil, diving down swiftly. Philoga on this side also summoned spiritual energy into his hands and struck at Sunil. All of their attacks collided simultaneously with the shield Sunil had erected, producing an enormous crashing sound. Sunil stood unmoving inside the shield, calmly observing it all, unconcerned despite the shield humming and crackling like electric sparks.
Taking advantage of the moment, Ji-Lu appeared behind him.
He swung his sword, delivering a decisive and sharp slash. All that could be seen was the gleaming sword and the sharp whistle of wind, with no one able to catch up to the speed of his strike. With a loud crash, the battlefield echoed with a sound even more thunderous than before. The shockwave it caused was so immense that even those miles away could feel its force. As the smoke and dust cleared, Sunil's shield remained steadfast, completely unscathed, not even a single crack, let alone being broken. Ji-Lu, having completed his strike, stared at the solid shield before him, surprised. Only then did Sunil flash a smug, calculating smile. He slowly raised both hands, surrounded by a surge of spiritual energy crackling like electric bolts. Ji-Lu eyed the glowing energy in front of him, his brow furrowed with caution. Bras also saw that beam of light but carefully kept his guard up. A massive shockwave, with Sunil at its center, erupted around him, accompanied by his signature electric sparks in the air. Bras bent low, shifting his weight to his legs to prevent being blown away by the shockwave. Unfortunately, his strength wasn't enough to resist it. Bras was knocked back, and Philoga, who was farther away, also suffered from the shock, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Though Gilles had blocked it with his sword, he was still pushed back a considerable distance.
Lassadler, standing outside, wore a cheerleader's banner, shouting and howling like a fan. "Lord Beast King is so cool."
Ji-Lu maintained his defensive stance, silently calculating in his mind. He had originally thought that the boss's skills could only be used in front of him, but he hadn't expected them to cover his entire body, and the attack power was terrifying.
Bras and Philoga struggled to get back up. Ji-Lu immediately turned to them and asked, "Philoga, Bras, are you two alright?" Bras immediately shouted that they were fine. After confirming that his teammates were unharmed, he furrowed his brows and started thinking, what exactly is his skill? How should we deal with this? Before Ji-Lu could come up with a countermeasure, a loud laugh suddenly echoed from not far away, making all three of them raise their guards. Sunil stood there, holding his face and laughing heartily as if he had just discovered something very amusing. A moment ago, he was laughing like a madman, but in the next instant, his face darkened, his gaze turning cold as he looked at the three of them. A bunch of ridiculous worms. I'll play with you for a while. Immediately after those words, the wind suddenly rose from nowhere, and a white smoke began to swirl around behind him. Sunil, who had been standing there just a moment ago, vanished instantly without leaving a trace. Ji-Lu looked around warily, thinking, has he disappeared? This skill is. And then, suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had realized something unusual. A stream of silver blue light shot toward Bras, and Ji-Li's warning rang out. As soon as the words were finished, Sunil appeared right in front of Bras. He was twice his size, and just standing there was enough to create pressure. Not to mention, there was spiritual energy surrounding his body. Bras, realizing just in time, glared at him, gritting his teeth. Without any warning, he punched straight into Bras's right flank. Before Bras had time to defend, he clutched the wounded spot, crouching down as he coughed up a mouthful of blood in agony. He gritted his teeth, glancing at him,
cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Like a counterattack, Bras suddenly unleashed a punch enveloped in the spiritual energy of Min, striking towards Sunil. Unfortunately, his retaliation failed. Sunil grabbed Bras's hand and crushed it until it shattered. Along with the snap of his right hand, Bras's painful scream echoed. Grinding his teeth to the point of bleeding, cold sweat continuously dripped down Bras's face. He was trying to suppress his own pain, unwilling to submit so easily. Bras leaped and kicked towards Sunil's face. Sunil watched his actions, his face darkened as if looking at an ant struggling before its impending death. Without flinching, he proactively used his head to strike towards his leg with a forceful blow. Bras immediately took the full force of the devastating attack. It was indeed a fatal strike. He let out a pained cry. As Bras lay motionless on the ground, Sunil coldly remarked, as if simply counting, one rat down. His face betrayed no emotion, cold but exuding a sense of treachery. To ensure Bras's complete demise, he leaped up, channeling all his strength into the next strike. It would be ideal if he could crush Bras so thoroughly that death would claim him in an unrecognizable state. Filorga, not far away, screamed Bras's name in desperation. In that moment of tension, Gila stepped forward to intercept the attack from the Beast King Fair, leaving both of them utterly surprised. Chen Jilu was able to block that monster's attack? Bras thought to himself, the monster's strength earlier, no matter how many years I trained, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. He truly is too powerful. Sunil, too, was stunned by the boy's strength. How surprising. This is the first time anyone has managed to block my attack. This is becoming more and more interesting. But still, a bug is just a bug, your resistance will only make me more exhilarated. With that, he struck again at Jilo, and once more, the boy threw his body in the way to block it. With a determined gaze and a defiant declaration, wait until I chop off your head, then it will be too late for any surprises. What you have done to my friend, I will return to you 100-fold. Then, Jila used his blessing skill. At that moment, Sunil hesitated slightly before the counterattack from him. With blessing, Jila struck decisively from bottom to top, causing the Beast King Sunil to roar. Not stopping there, he swiftly soared upwards, gaining the upper hand and actively attacking in mid-air. The sparks of determination continued to extinguish relentlessly. This was for Filorga. He kicked fiercely with his foot into Sunil's head, following up with another strike to pay back for Bras. He used Annihilation Slash, and a series of brilliant lightning bolts crackled across the sky, shooting from the sword that pierced through Sunil's body. The Beast King's crown was sent flying. Everyone thought he was defeated, but no, Sunil suddenly appeared from behind Chen Jilu. His gaze remained calm, as if Jila had already detected the presence of the enemy. Then, Jila used a burst slash, turning around and delivering a finishing blow. The destructive force from the sword spread far, sending Sunil crashing into the cliffside, creating a mighty shockwave across the area. Jila landed safely. It was the final blow he had delivered in retaliation for the innocent lives harmed. Bras, Filorga, and Lassadler on this side could only watch in awe, silently remarking, "He's too strong." Next, Sunil trembled, and an explosion erupted. He emerged from the cliff, surrounded by a strange aura of power. On this side, Layla shuddered and said, "That's the elemental power of the Lord Beast King. We're done for." Jila kept a wary eye on his next move. Then, Sunil's figure appeared, and the power surrounding him made him seem far more alive than the terrifying form from before. Sunil glared, his cold, piercing eyes looking down. He casually swung his hand, and the massive mace, its head made of a skull, slammed into the ground, sending out a shockwave of immense force. From the shockwave, hundreds of demonic wolves appeared and charged forward. Jila stood frozen, watching the scene in awe. He swung his sword powerfully at them, and the impact caused the surrounding area to be devastated. Sunil didn't stop there, he raised his hand, controlling the mace to stand upright, and then sneered with a cruel smile, his bloodthirsty eyes staring straight ahead. Sunil and the mace rushed from behind, aiming to surround Jilu. The moment he realized it, he quickly turned around, on guard. A deafening explosion erupted, and a massive blast sent rocks and debris flying in all directions. Ji Li's sword was sent flying, embedding itself into the ground. The people around were affected by the shockwave and shielded their faces. After a moment, drops of red blood fell, trickling onto the ground. Breathing heavily, Ji Lu asked in exhaustion, "Are you okay?" He struggled to stand on his aching legs, his body covered in injuries. Sunil smiled with satisfaction as he saw this, raising his hand filled with cosmic energy. The skull mace was immediately absorbed back into his body. In an instant, Sunil's power erupted, transforming into a blinding column of light. Ji Li's hand trembled, blood flowing down his arm and soaking into the bandaged wrist. Exhausted, he gritted his teeth and thought, "My body can't move anymore, all my skills are used up. Is this really where it ends?" At this moment, Sunil had transformed into a new form, seemingly unleashing his full power. He crouched, ready to strike. Then, with a swift motion, Sunil kicked the ground, launching himself straight at Ji Lu. The impact sent him flying into the air. Sunil leapt again, following him in mid-air, and delivered a knee strike directly to Ji Li's abdomen. The relentless barrage of attacks put Ji Lu in a perilous state, teetering between life and death. Sunil landed on the ground, preparing to launch another strike. He quickly propelled himself upward, leaving afterimages in his wake. His rapid assault left a series of super-fast punches on Ji Li's body. Ji Lu, in excruciating pain, fell freely, crashing straight to the ground. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, he could only grit his teeth, lying flat on the hard earth. Sunil didn't give him a chance to rest, summoning two powerful red maces. He laughed loudly, "The useless insect deserves to be crushed underfoot. Wake up, this is the fate of mankind." Ji Lu exhaled a breath as if unable to believe the outcome. Is it really over? You began to recall the disdainful words of those who had once envied you. In the midst of that moment, Ji Li's mother, with a kind expression on her face, appeared and called your name. The warm memories of her that Ji Lu held surfaced, making all the contemptuous words fade away. That memory sparked a surge of dark power within Ji Lu. In the void, a voice suddenly urged, "Shen Ji Lu, wake up quickly." Ji Lu instinctively opened his eyes in shock. All around him was an endless, thick, dark space. He looked around in confusion. What's going on? He wondered. I was just fighting the Beast King. Where is this place? Ji Lu glanced down. Beneath his feet was a sea of white mist, swirling like crashing waves. He looked at himself, noticing the rips in his clothes, and thought that perhaps Sunil had sent him to the afterlife. At that moment, a voice from behind denied Ji Li's thoughts, saying, "You're not dead." He instinctively turned toward the voice. It was a strange-looking man, hovering in mid-air, calling his name in a deep tone. Ji Lu frowned in suspicion. How do you know my name? Who are you? Suddenly, the man himself didn't know who he was. To be honest, since I woke up, I've been here. I've forgotten how long I've been here. 1,000 years? 10,000 years? Time has passed so long, I can no longer remember. But ever since I woke up, there's been a voice in my head telling me that someone will come to take me out of here. Looks like that person is you. After speaking, Hesiod glanced at Ji Lu as if reaffirming his words once again. Ji Lu, confused, asked, "Hey, could you explain that more clearly? I don't understand a word you're saying. Right now, I need you to tell me how I can get out of here." Hesiod calmly extended his hand toward him. He wanted to propose that Ji Lu accept him and become his master. He respectfully kneeled before Ji Lu. Hesiod explained, the voice in his head said, "As long as I merge with you, I can leave here immediately. So please, become my master." His voice became more and more sincere. Ji Lu agreed. What's so hard about this? I agree with you. Hurry up and get me out of here. Hesiod was surprised for a moment, then smiled gently. The two of them grasped each other's hands, and that was when the transformation occurred.
In an instant, a wave of dark power surged into Ji Li's body.
This power seized one of his eyes, bringing him back to reality, facing Sunil. In Ji Li's mind, he thought, that uncle didn't lie to me, I really am back.
Moreover, it felt like a kind of strength was surging endlessly within my body. Is this the effect of him merging with me?
At that moment, the system displayed a notification that Ji Li had received the power of the element of chaos. He was surprised.
So this is what the element of chaos is. That uncle just now was actually the elemental power inside me.
With everything now clear, Ji Li felt a newfound confidence.
Sunil, still in shock, couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be?
The kid seemed completely unharmed. He seemed to recognize the significant increase in your power. The system continued to announce that, due to unlocking elemental power, your skills had been enhanced, and you had gained obliterate. In front of Ji Li, the lines of information detailing his skills were explained in great detail. The power stats listed by the system had also increased as a result. Ji Li realized that Wu Bulei's sword could only be used with elemental power.
Previously, it had no attributes. Now that he had obtained elemental power and could wield the sword, it was time to strike back.
His eyes gleamed with determination and confidence. With that, Ji Li charged straight towards Sunil.
Furious, Sunil shouted, "A mere bug dares to challenge me? Do you think you're worthy of fighting me?"
In response, Ji Li shattered his defense.
Then, a thunderous explosion erupted.
A large hole and a cloud of dust appeared after the attack. From within the hazy smoke, his bloodshot green eyes, filled with murderous intent, gleamed brightly.
Sunil suddenly charged forward, raising his mace to strike at Ji Li.
His heart burned with rage.
How could I lose to a bug? Impossible. This time, I'll give it my all and cut you into 100 pieces.
Ji Li calmly swung his sword. The Tring Noi Nt burst effortlessly cleaved through him. With 1,000 slashes, Sunil helplessly took the blows, still unable to comprehend why this was happening. The ultimate technique of Ji Li has been activated, consuming 90% of his health in the process, and immediately cleaving Sunil in two. The system then rang with an announcement, "Congratulations, you have defeated the Beast King Sunil and leveled up." He had completed the Beast King mission and received a black treasure, temporarily retreating from Ji Li's battle space and returning to the peaceful, serene space with Wu Bulei. Wu Bulei and Boan were planting rice together for the new season's harvest. Suddenly, Wu Bulei spoke.
"If you want to help, don't be so lazy." Boan immediately retorted. "When have I ever been lazy? It's just that I haven't done physical labor in a while, so I'm a bit out of practice." Sally, sitting under a tree eating peaches, felt uneasy and asked Wu Bulei. "Chen Jilu is coming back soon, right?"
"It's almost been 3 days, just a few hours left before I have to leave." Before she could finish, Wu Bulei's face suddenly darkened. A loud noise shook the ground, and the trees and grass trembled violently. A massive wave of green energy surged toward Wu Bulei and Boan. They were unable to react in time, standing frozen before the wave of power.
When the wave passed, Boan turned and asked, "Old man, what was that?"
Sally also hurried toward them, panicked.
"Mr. Wu Bulei, are you all right? What's happening over there?" Wu Bulei just gazed into the distance, not answering her.
His face was filled with worry as he said,
"After a high-level monster is killed, this energy wave will occur.
It's coming from the direction of the Beast King." Wu Bulei was silently thinking to himself, it seems that Chen Jila had comprehended the elemental power and killed the Beast King. A beam of light from the sky shone directly down to the ground, and within that light, a lifeless body fell, its clothes tattered. Lassidler, seeing the body fall, was in a state of panic. The Lord Beast King had been killed by him. Filorga, however, was not afraid, but still had her own perspective. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she truly wouldn't have believed that someone this powerful existed in the world.
Bras, somewhat confused, thought to himself, never expecting such a terrifying display of combat strength to erupt in an instant. He couldn't help but wonder, had he always been hiding his strength? Jilu was also surprised by his own power, unable to believe that he had killed an enemy with such terrifying strength. But rather than calling the enemy frightening, it would be more accurate to say that the one who helped him obtain elemental power in the illusionary realm was the true source of his strength. That being said, he had been told that he had become the master, so was that being now inside him? While lost in a sea of questions, Jilu was called back to reality. His teammates behind him smiled proudly. Seeing that he didn't respond, Filorga asked again. Chen Jilo, what's wrong? Why are you just standing there? We won. He responded from a distance. I'm fine. You two are seriously injured, so stay there and rest. I'll go rescue your teammates now. Bras, upon hearing this, had a slightly displeased expression on his face. Perhaps he felt useless, always having to rely on others for help. Lassadler stood still, but Gila scolded him. He ordered, "Hurry up and take us to find the people who are locked up here." He was startled but complied. If you lead the way, big brother, don't worry. Despite the victory, Gila was still deeply worried. He thought, who exactly is that uncle? Why was I able to enter that mysterious realm? Did I really end up here because of a random mistake in the game? Gila then thought of a more terrifying possibility. What if someone is manipulating all of this? But why? While he was still pondering what had just happened, suddenly Gila lost control over his own consciousness. He felt dizzy. His body was unsteady, swaying back and forth as though he were about to fall. Gili's legs no longer had the strength to support him, and as a result, he lost his balance. Fortunately, before he could fall, Wu Bulei appeared just in time to catch him. Wu Bulei held him in his arms, his gaze full of compassion as he looked at Jilu in this state. Jilu, still slightly conscious, but not forgetting to say, "Mr. Wu Bulei, I've completed it." At that moment, his consciousness gradually sank into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a flurry of calls made him slowly open his eyes. It was his mother. She came close to the bed and gently asked, "It's almost noon. Are you still sleeping in?" Gila lay on the bed with his eyes bleary and tearful. His whole body trembled as he thought, "Mom, have I really come back home?" The image of his mother was clear in his tear-filled eyes. She smiled brightly. "I've cooked lunch. It's all your favorite dishes." Gila sat up suddenly, tightly hugging his bewildered mother and calling out loudly through his tears. His voice trembled as he couldn't hold back his emotions. "Mom, I'm home." But a deep voice, completely different from his mother's sweet voice, echoed through the room. "Hey, what are you doing, Chunjilo?" Only then did he open his eyes. The person in front of Gila wasn't his mother, but Boan, with a judging expression. Gila tried to stay calm and sit up straight, while Boan looked at him, bewildered. "Why are you suddenly hugging me? You nearly scared me to death." Gila cleared his throat a few times to ease his embarrassment. "Boan, what are you doing here?" Boan gritted his teeth and replied, "I agreed to come here with the old man to take care of you. But don't get the wrong idea. Once the right moment comes, I'll still want to fight you again." With that, Boan gruffly turned and left. "You stay there and don't move. I'll go inform Sally and Mr. Wu Bulei." When Boan had left, the room was empty, and Gila was left alone. He opened his palm and stared at it, thinking, so it was a dream. How did I end up back here? I remember seeing Mr. Wu Bulei. Where are Bras and Filorga? As he thought about this, a sudden headache struck. Gila clutched his head, thinking, my head hurts so much. The system notified him. There is an unopened chest in your bag, and you have unassigned points after leveling up. Please use them immediately. Only then did Gila look back and notice. A Beast King chest? That's right, after defeating Boan, I got a key. It should be used to open the Beast King mission chest. I wonder what's inside. The system asked again, do you use the key to open the chest? Of course, Gila chose yes. Immediately afterward, the system announced, successfully used, activating the mysterious divine power, please wait. After the mysterious divine power was activated, a series of notifications appeared. Experience points deducted, 13,500 points. Starting item processing. Received Centurion boots, Depraved Knight's breastplate, Mithril breastplate, Fine Gladiator gloves, Brutal Tribe's gauntlets, Mageweave gloves, Explorer's ring, and Lucky Gold ring. Special item, Sunil's legendary ring of protection. All attributes increased by 10% upon equipping, gained Beast King's defense skill. Still not over, the system continued to announce, congratulations, you have obtained a legendary hidden item. Gila hesitated as he saw the chest. He opened it, and the legendary item turned out to be an egg. The system then placed it in front of him. Gila sat with his arms crossed, thinking, can I eat this? Suddenly, the eggshell made crackling sounds. It was the sound of it breaking open. Gila sat thoughtfully beside it. Is it starting to hatch? Could it be some kind of pet? Indeed, inside the egg, a creature resembling a baby dragon hatched. It was very excited to come into this world. Gila watched it struggling to break free from the eggshell and thought, is the legendary treasure a child? Then, as it became aware of its surroundings, it called out, Dad, Garuya Guru. It tightly embraced Gilu's head, continuously calling him Dad. At this moment, Gilu was completely stunned, still managing to squeeze out a few words. What Dad? What Dad? Seeing Yakula keep calling him Dad, Gila then asked the system. Hey system, can you help me investigate a bit to see what kind of creature this child is, and if there are any special abilities? He looked at Yakula, who was rolling around on the bed, and thought to himself, why did opening a treasure chest lead to a child? After a while of checking, the system reported back. Currently, the system's authority cannot distinguish living creatures. Please upgrade the system's level and then proceed with the assessment. If the creature has already completed pairing with you, please try to take care of it. Upon hearing this, Gilu was even more confused. Alright, the little one, who was supposed to be a mere trinket, suddenly acted like a demon and climbed up onto Gilu's head. He shouted. Get down right now, what kind of trick are you pulling? I'm not your father, get down now. Do you hear me? But Yakula was still too young, so its ability to understand probably wasn't fully developed. It ignored whatever Gila said and just continued to climb and jump around on his head. But everyone has their limits, and Gilu was no exception. His eyes flashed, and he growled. That's enough. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed Yakula's legs, turned it upside down, and said, Listen here, kid, I'm only saying this once I'm not your father. Can you even talk? Who exactly are you? I'm not interested in risking my life carrying a child to the temple. Gila told the newly hatched Yakula that he had no intention of being its father. It seemed like the only thing he could do now was go to Sally and Wubule to see if anyone wanted to adopt it. Upon hearing this, Yakula's mouth immediately turned down, and its eyes narrowed slightly as it looked at him. Gila looked back at it, sweat pouring down his face, silently thinking, please don't tell me that look means exactly what I think it does. The very next moment, its cries echoed everywhere. Seeing it cry, Gila hurriedly said, Kid, don't cry, did I hurt you somewhere? Yakula's crying grew louder and louder, and with each tear, the power around it grew stronger. The warning system activated due to the possibility of the creature being discarded and began the countdown. The punishment duration was 30 minutes. Gilu was somewhat surprised and thought, what? Punishment? What is that? In the blink of an eye, the 10-second countdown had ended, and Yakula, sitting on the table, began emitting strange blue light. The light from Yakula was blinding to Gilu. Panicked, he said, Wait, you still haven't told me what this punishment is. Once the light faded, Gila slowly removed his hands and his eyes gradually opened, thinking, Where is this? After regaining his composure, he quickly shouted, Where on earth have you brought me?
Seeing Yakula still crying, Jilu sat down to comfort it, saying, "Kid, stop crying.
I didn't mean to abandon you. I'm just a high school student, I can't take care of you."
Just as he was trying to calm it down, a loud roar made him turn around. At that moment, Jilu realized that right behind him was an elite-level monster, a thief that had stolen ice element.
Standing before the gigantic monster, Jila anxiously thought, what? An elite-tier monster? At that moment, the system displayed a notification: all monsters must be eliminated within 30 minutes. If the time limit is exceeded, the number of attacking monsters will double. Please ensure the protection of the creature. If the creature dies, you will also be erased by the system. The countdown will begin. Note, no experience points can be gained by eliminating monsters.
Jilu was completely bewildered after reading the notification.
Wait, what does erased mean?
Jilu wondered aloud.
Does that mean I have to stop thinking for a moment and prepare to fight this monster?
He had to fight while also carrying Yakula, which made the battle even more difficult. Jilu struggled to maintain his footing as his feet slid across the thick snow. Despite the difficulty, he still made sure to protect Yakula. He then brought his face close to Yakula's and warned, "Little demon, you mustn't die.
Hold on to my neck tightly." With that, Jilo activated his elemental power and drew a sword.
Yakula, sitting on his shoulders, seemed to be enjoying herself and continuously cheered with a BA to encourage him. Jila slowly began to accept her presence.
We will fight together.
Meanwhile, Boan went to inform Mr. Wubule and Sally. However, Sally had gone to the town to buy food and had yet to return.
I wonder how Chun Jilu is doing right now. Boan immediately responded to him. I don't see any problem.
That's right.
Has there been any progress with the God Palace search team?
He replied with a hint of frustration.
The situation is more complicated than we thought. Almost no one in the town is willing to join us. Everyone is scared off by the lies of the Hicks.
They think we'll cause trouble and disturb the peace of their town. Hearing this, Boan hesitated and asked,
if we can't recruit anyone, we can still find the God Palace and leave here, right? Why make things more complicated? Wubule took a deep breath and exhaled smoke from his cigarette. The monsters outside the town are stronger. You think too much.
If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have brought you all here to take such risks. A worried look appeared on his scarred face again. Just go see Chinjila first. He'll tell you what happened outside. At that moment, Sally returned.
Mr. Wubule, what are you two talking about?
He turned to look at her and smiled gently.
Sally, you're back? Boan added. Chen Jilu has woken up.
Upon hearing this, she praised Boan for taking good care of him, making him feel embarrassed as he turned away.
Sally cheerfully said to Wubule, Grandpa, let's go see him now. I want to know which elemental power he has awakened.
Saying that, Sally pulled Wubule towards Chenjili's house, running at an incredible speed. Only Boan was left behind, and deep in his eyes was a hint of envy and rivalry as Jilu received so much attention. Back at the place where Jilu was fighting, many monsters had already been killed by him.
Countless monsters he had slain lay sprawled across the cold snow.
Jilu, with the axe around his neck, charged forward with great vigor, successfully finishing off yet another monster. Afterward, Jilu used his swordsmanship to split several monsters in half. But that still didn't satisfy him. Jilu then hacked their bodies into hundreds of pieces. At the same time, the system also notified him, congratulating him for completing the mission. Chunjilo, after killing a pile of monsters without earning any experience points, was completely exhausted. He kept gasping for breath, drained from the effort. Meanwhile, Yakula, doing nothing, was quite happy. It was as if it were cheering him on to fight more. Seeing it so cheerful while he was worn out, Chunjila thought, if I really were this kid's father, I'd probably die early. Then, the system transported the two of them back to Jili's room. Gila sighed and murmured to himself, finally back. At that moment, Sally suddenly opened the door, and upon seeing him lying on the floor, panting heavily, she asked, "Shinjilo, what's wrong with you?" Then, Sally's attention shifted to one side, wondering, who is this? Yakula, perhaps captivated by Sally's beauty, stared at her intently, not even blinking. It wanted to see what she was saying. As for Sally, she was taken aback. Where did this child come from? Sally held Yakula in her arms, lifted him high, and ran around the house with a beaming, adorable smile. She couldn't stop laughing as she asked, "Shinjilo, where did this little one come from? I love kids the most." Jilu replied calmly, "This little one hatched out of an egg." Sally teased back, "Don't joke with me, Shinjilu. I've never heard of an egg hatching into a child." Gila stood there, lost in thought. Right, how could an egg hatch into a child? Also, you can't give it to anyone. Otherwise, you'd be punished. Truly, it's like creating karma. Wubule and Boan entered and spoke up. "Hey, Sally, what's going on? We heard your loud shout from far away." Sally immediately showed Yakula to them, proudly exclaiming, "Look everyone, I don't know where Chinjilu got this little one, but isn't he just adorable?" Wubule and Boan both stared at Yakula in surprise, then paused for a moment. Boan finally questioned, "Why didn't I see any baby around you just now? What on earth are you doing?" Gila casually replied, "It's just that he crawled under the bed earlier." But inside, he was screaming. No matter how he explained, they wouldn't understand. It was better not to explain at all, just say he rescued him from a monster's lair. Wubule spoke up. "Alright, Boan, Sally and Gila just woke up, don't make so much noise. You kids go ahead. Prepare the food, we'll talk while eating." Sally put Yakula down on the floor and reminded him, "Be good, okay? I'm going to make you some delicious food." Boan waited outside and then asked, "What do you think about being my girlfriend?" Sally immediately pouted. "I honestly haven't even thought about it, is that okay?" Jilu, who was standing in a daze, suddenly turned and looked down at the ground. It turned out that Yakula had just tugged at his pants while pointing to his mouth with a pitiful expression. Jilu patted his head. "Are you hungry?" "I know, don't worry, I've already prepared it. Food will be ready soon." Yakula happily ran around the house, and Wubule immediately called out to him, "Sorry, Chenjilu." Jilu coldly looked at him. "What are you talking about? Why are you suddenly apologizing to me?" Wubule spoke sincerely. "I was careless, thinking it was just a normal monster den. I didn't expect there would be such a high-level monster, almost putting you in danger." Jilu gave a wry smile. "I can't blame you, I chose to take part in this mission. Besides, without this mission, I wouldn't have been able to understand the things you're talking about, and I wouldn't have known that my coming here could have just been an accident. While fighting the Beast King, I suddenly got transported into that special space. There, a strange creature told me it had been waiting for someone, and that I could only escape if I became its monk. So, I agreed without hesitation. When I came out, I had gained the element of chaos power. Everything felt like it was already arranged." Wubule, do you know what happened? Did everyone who gained the elemental power end up in that strange space? Wubule explained. "Receiving elemental power won't send you into a space or make you meet anyone. As for the element of chaos you're talking about, I only read about it in ancient texts from thousands of years ago, but I've never seen it with my own eyes." Jilu immediately asked him, "What does the book say, Mr. Wubule? Maybe it has the reason I came here." Wubule recounted the legend. The god of evil, Morpheus, descended to the mortal world tens of thousands of years ago. In order to survive, people chose not to oppose this evil god, but Morpheus's power was too overwhelming. The heroes of the human army were basically no match for the demon.
In a time of despair, a savior-like figure appeared. That was Hesiod. He possessed chaotic power unlike anything anyone had ever seen.
Even demons were no match for him.
Hesiod formed an army to fight against the evil god Morpheus.
After over 10 years of hard battles, they finally killed Morpheus and sealed his soul in the Tartaros hell forever. Wu Bu paused here inside, but the price Hesiod paid was that he, too, was sealed there forever. Upon hearing this, Gila hurriedly asked, "Could the person I met possibly be Hesiod?" Wu Bu did not answer immediately but pondered deeply, his gaze becoming thoughtful. Then, with certainty in his voice that startled Gila, he replied, "It's very possible that the person you met is indeed Hesiod." Sally entered, interrupting their conversation, and called to both of them, "What are you guys talking about?" "The food's ready." Wu Bu turned to her and smiled, replying, "Got it, Sally, I'll be right over." "Here we go." He then turned to Chen Jilu and gave him a piece of advice: "Before you get to the bottom of this, don't tell anyone else." Jilu looked at him, not responding, but nodded in agreement with a tense expression. The dining table was now filled with many delicious and visually appealing dishes, which made Yakula exclaim in admiration. "There's so much good food." Jilu glanced at Sally and didn't hesitate to compliment her. "Sally, you're amazing." She blushed and pointed at Lassidler. "I just helped a little, if anyone should be praised, it's him." Lassidler, hearing this, held the food in his hand and seemed a bit shy. "Thank you for the compliment, Sister Sally." Jilu was a little surprised when he saw him, and her face darkened. "Lassidler, why is he here?" He recalled begging to follow them and awkwardly answered Jilu's question. "Well, Uncle Wu Bu brought me along." Before Lassidler could finish his sentence, he placed the food on the table and tried to change the subject. "Big brother, hurry up and eat, try my cooking." Wu Bu tried to explain. "We don't know anything about Latinea. Just so happens, Lassidler understands the terrain here, so I brought him along." Sally didn't listen to what he said but instead looked at the chicken on the table, her mouth watering. Boan also noted down her preferences. Meanwhile, Yakula sat on Layler's head, pulling at his ears and tugging at his eyes. Lyre could only smile bitterly. "This little kid is fine, I can handle it." Jilu then asked, "By the way, how did you two fare in the monster's lair?" "They fought alongside me," Sally quickly said to him. "They were taken to the town by Wu Bu for treatment. After we finish eating, we'll go visit them." At this moment, Jilu heard the answer and smiled gently, nodding in approval, satisfied. Everyone began to eat, talk, and chat lively, doing little tasks here and there. Lassidler took some snacks, which made the atmosphere even more vibrant. After a joyful night, the sky brightened, and the sun began to rise. Hicks stood on a high cliff with his subordinates, observing the dwelling in the middle of the mountains. One of his subordinates ran over to report to him. "Lord, the outsider is indeed with the Wu Bu group." Upon hearing the report, Hicks turned around and gave an order. "Finish your tasks, then return and report." A dragon appeared in the sky, surrounded by storms and flashing lightning. The dragon dove down, its fiery red eyes piercing through the layers of dark clouds. It flew towards the mystic palace, which hovered in the netherworld. A pale, delicate hand was gliding over rose petals. It was Hades. With one hand resting on his chin, he gently cradled the petals with the other, relaxing. The dragon in the sky transformed into a person, landing on the ground right behind Hades. Hades smiled without turning his head, already knowing who it was. Calmly, he spoke. "You've arrived, Argolis." Argolis folded his wings and approached Hades. "Lord Hades, you summoned me so urgently. What is going on?" Hades spoke in his usual composed manner. "Sunil's energy from Latinea has suddenly vanished. I think he's been killed." Argolis immediately denied. "What? Sunil killed? Those people couldn't possibly kill Sunil." Hades instructed him, "This is also the reason I asked you to go to Latinea. Go investigate what exactly happened. After all, you're the one guarding the very important seal. Agarus, with a serious face, responded, I understand, Lord Hades. I will head to Latinea immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gilly's group was strolling through the streets. Sally was surprised, so, the monster lair has been involved in so many events. I thought it was enough to just kill some high-level monsters. You're really impressive. Boan sneered at her, impressive? If I had gone, I could have done it too. Sheila casually said, if you had gone, I'd probably be the one going to save you by now. Boan was angry, now you want to fight me again. Sally suddenly remembered something, alright, what exactly is the elemental power you've awakened that allowed you to defeat the Beast King? Sheila pretended, I don't know what elemental power I awakened. What kind of elements do regular priests usually have? Sally explained, usually light element. I've never seen a priest with any other elemental power, like fire or water. He nodded along, I see. I must have awakened the light element. Boan, I'm sure you know without thinking that it's just the light element. Jilu remained cautious in his heart. Wubule said, for now, I can't tell them about the chaotic power I received. Jelly stopped and spoke, we're here. This is the best healing center in Delk's town. Before the eyes of the group, Sheila stood before the Delk's healing center, its ancient and serene appearance standing tall. Sally and Boan quickly entered first. She turned around and urged. Hurry up, Jilu. Jilu hurriedly followed them. He froze at the door, silently praying that nothing bad would happen to the two of them. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he stepped into the doorway. Beneath his feet, a flicker of green light appeared. As soon as he took a few steps, a magic array formed beneath him, something only he could see. Despite seeing it, Sheila did not panic, he stood still and observed quietly. The main door of the healing center slowly closed, as if no one had entered. Sally and Boan stopped to wait for Jilu. She asked curiously, why is Chun-Jilu taking so long? She turned around to check but saw only empty space, with no sign of Jilu. At that moment, he had already teleported somewhere else. Jilu muttered to himself. What's going on now? He continued walking down the hallway, looking around, still unsure of why he had been brought here so suddenly. Hicks suddenly appeared behind him, speaking. Don't be surprised. I just used a simple traditional magic to bring you here. I am Hicks, the protector of Delk's town in Latinea. This is the place where only the most skilled individuals from all over Latinea can come. Jilu quickly denied. I'm just a passerby, I have no talents at all. Why are you looking for me? Hicks smiled faintly. I know you killed the Beast King, so we want you to join us. Power, wealth, beautiful women, whatever you desire, as long as you have the ability, we can provide it all for you. Gila didn't pay attention as he brushed past him. Sorry, I don't need anything you're saying, nor do I want to join you. I just want to leave here. Hicks felt it was a waste of time, and anger surged within him. I already told that old man that he and Wubule are the same type, but he still insisted on having me meet with him. Now, Hicks spoke up, forcing Gila to stop. Our people have already gone to kill your teammates. He declared loudly, I'm giving you one more chance. If you still don't agree, I can kill you right now. Jilu was trying to control his anger. I'm giving you a chance too. If I go outside and don't see Sally, all of you will die. Without saying a word, Hicks gathered his strength, drew his sword, and prepared to attack Jilu. In the town, the kids were happily playing around. Boan looked around, confused, what's going on? Where did Chun-Jilu go? Sally was also extremely uncomfortable. Didn't they say they were going to visit Bra's group together? Suddenly, he smelled a strange scent. When he realized what was happening, Boan quickly turned around, shouting in warning, danger. An invisible force suddenly attacked Sally. He quickly used his power to wrap around Sally's waist, exerting strong force as Boan pulled her towards him, shielding her. The attacker who had targeted Sally was pierced through, but showed no sign of injury. Boan anxiously inquired about Sally, and she quickly replied, "I'm fine, thank you." He glared at the one who had attacked her, his anger boiling. "Damn it, I don't care who you are, but if you dare to touch Sally, I will kill you." The man stood silently, his back turned to the two of them. The one who had attacked Sally possessed an aura of mysterious power. On Ji Li's side, he was relentlessly being attacked. Ji Li carried Yakula, dodging from side to side. After a while, it suddenly slipped from his hands. Ji Li braced himself on the floor, using his strength to lunge and grab it, pulling it close to his chest to protect it with his whole body. Ji Li looked at Yakula, furrowing his brow. Carrying this child really made it impossible to fight back. The child smiled innocently, thinking it was just being sheltered. Hicks paused for a moment before flashing a grin. "Kid, not bad. You're a bit stronger than I imagined. Don't worry, this is just the appetizer." Ji Li furrowed his brow in confusion. "What exactly have we done to offend you all that we must be slaughtered like this? Shouldn't we be figuring out a way to deal with the monsters outside?" Hicks stayed silent for a moment, still wearing his fake smile. Hicks bared his teeth in a wide grin. "Deal with the monsters?" His face turned cold as he continued, "It seems Wu Bulei didn't tell you the truth. We've already made a deal with the monsters to offer them a few villagers to eat, and we don't care about their hunting of people from outside the village." Hicks calmly laid everything out for him. Hearing that Bulei had secretly acknowledged this matter left Ji Li in shock. He lowered his head and said, "From the very beginning, you never intended to leave Latinea. You were just making excuses to push a few people into death." Hicks gave a strange smile and praised him. "Smart. Do you think this plan is perfect? How about joining us?" He stood facing Ji Li and continued. "The monsters sent by the gods aren't easy to deal with. Bulei is the type of weakling who pretends to be kind. I don't know what he's thinking, but now he's chosen the warrior god." Ji Li raised his head, his eyes full of determination, and responded, "Sorry, I'm not interested in being a turtle hiding in its shell. I believe Wu Bulei wouldn't agree to such dishonorable things. I don't care how perfect your plan is because I just want to go home. Anyone standing in my way, whether human, monster, or god, will have to disappear." His gaze was sharp, full of disdain and arrogance. Ji Li placed Yakula down and patted its head. "Stay here and wait, don't run around. I'll be back soon." After securing Yakula, Ji Li stood up and looked at Hicks with a deadly gaze. Hicks still wore his mocking expression, but in his heart, he wanted to kill Ji Li and Yakula and bury them somewhere. Before he could even think of a burial place, he took a powerful punch from Ji Li that made him spit blood. Hicks stared down at Ji Li with eyes full of resentment. Ji Li showed no mercy, his disgust evident as he looked at him, as if ready to punch him to death right there. Other devastating punches landed relentlessly on Hicks with tremendous force. He took hit after hit without being able to counter even once, his body weakly retreating backward. The final, decisive punch from Ji Li sent Hicks flying several meters away. Ji Li's fist stopped mid-air, his gaze more furious than ever. Hicks was struck so violently that he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He looked up at Ji Li, unable to believe the strength of the young man before him. Hicks seemed completely unable to fathom who Ji Li was, let alone understand the immense power he possessed. The townspeople were in chaos, everyone fleeing in fear. Not far from the scene, a massive explosion erupted. She screamed loudly. Boan leapt high from her palm, creating a large burst of fire. Dollop below moved lightly, dodging the attack. From behind, Boan quickly approached the man. He furrowed his brow and launched a fierce counterattack. Boan and Dollop clashed intensely, their combined pressure creating a palpable tension. He looked up and shouted at her, "Sally, now! Strike!" Immediately, she landed behind him. Standing tall, Sally effortlessly began to activate her Hellfire Blaze technique. Without hesitation, she unleashed a massive burst of fire from her hands. The destructive force of the technique was immense, creating a shockwave explosion.
After launching the attack, Sally felt drained.
Down on the slope, the ground was scorched, yet Dollop was nowhere to be seen.
She looked at the scene in shock, unable to believe it. It couldn't be.
The blow just now had clearly struck him. Boan gritted her teeth, trying to think of why the man had disappeared. Just as she came up with the reason, he had already approached Sally from behind. Boan had guessed correctly. Dollop had used the technique of splitting to throw them off.
Boan looked in her direction, extremely worried. This is bad.
Sally slowly turned her head.
Before Dollop could make a move, a pair of legs appeared, attempting to kick him.
Dollop was too slow to react, and he took the kick, stumbling backward. Gila gently landed on the ground, and he wasted no time in steadying himself, refusing to fall. He pointed directly at Dollop and declared, "I don't care who you are or what your intentions are, but if you dare harm my friends, I will not forgive you." Standing firm, Dollop stared at Gilu, whose gaze was fiercer than ever, as if to emphasize the weight of his words. Seeing that the situation wasn't in his favor, Dollop quickly retreated.
Sally turned to Gilu, concerned. "Gilu, what happened? Where did you go just now?"
His face darkened.
"I can't explain it all in a few sentences. I'll tell you later. Right now, we need to get back quickly. Wu Bulei is in trouble."
Gila looked toward the distant horizon, his expression grim.
At a small house far from the town, thick smoke billowed from the chimney.
The old man sat alone in the room, deep in thought. If Chen Gila truly understood the power of the element of chaos, then according to the prophecy in this book, demons and gods would descend to the mortal world, and the world would be engulfed in endless darkness. He looked at the book and puffed on his cigarette. Bulei stared blankly into the void, then gently furrowed his brow. "But you, holding the element of chaos, are the only one who can save this world."
The door opened quietly, and Jili's group slowly entered, each face tense.
Upon seeing them, he immediately closed the book.
"Are you all back already? Visited your friends so soon? So, are we going to deal with these three?"
As he boiled the tea, Bulei recounted the events from earlier, his expression one of surprise.
Sally, seeing his reaction, became curious. "Does Wu Bulei know them?" Wu Bulei fell silent.
It seemed that Chen Gila had encountered the wind mage Hicks. Sally and Boan had run into the haunting mage Lucius. Both of them were village protectors.
Upon hearing this, all three of them were taken aback.
Yu and he exchanged serious glances at him. It was only then that Boan spoke up.
"Protectors? Then why did they attack us?"
Hicks, Lucius, Sarkia, and Dollop are known as the most powerful mages on the Palaesis continent. Several hundred years ago, they were the first heroes to arrive in Latia. They were the ones who built this town.
Back then, Latinea was considered even more terrifying than hell.
People who came here not only had to escape from the monsters chasing them, but also slaughtered each other for food and shelter. In their desperation, Dollop stepped forward and led the remaining survivors to this land, distributing seeds and teaching them how to farm, establishing a complete system.
They probably think that our desire to leave Latinea threatens the town. If we provoke the monsters, the entire town will be in danger. Bulei grimly explained everything in detail.
After hearing this, Gilu immediately asked, "Wu Bulei, you clearly know that the peace of the village was exchanged with the lives of the people. Why didn't you tell us?" Upon hearing his question, Boan was stunned.
"Chen Gilu, what are you talking about?"
Gilu ignored him, directly facing Bulei and questioning. "You made a deal with those monsters, exchanging the lives of innocent people for this filthy peace.
You knew that, right?" Gilu kept questioning. "Why didn't you tell us the truth from the beginning? Are you, like them, willing to trade the lives of innocent people for this filthy peace?"
The more he spoke, the worse his mood became. Seeing him confront Boulay so aggressively, Sally stepped in to explain.
Chen Jilo, Wu Boulay is not that kind of person. He is one of the 12 heroes.
At this, Boulay spoke in a deep voice.
All right, Sally, don't say anything more. Chen Jilo, you're right. I did secretly ignore their crimes.
At this, both she and Boan were shocked.
Boulay continued. Jilo, if one side is a personal feeling that you cannot abandon, and the other side is innocent people, such as you, who would you choose?
I think you would choose as I did, because people never give up their feelings for people who have no connection to them.
Do you agree?
Chen Jilo, from beginning to end, frowned, not answering a word.
Boulay continued to explain.
At that time, they used Sally and Boan's lives to threaten me. I could choose righteousness, but I couldn't accept the death of those two.
Sally and Boan are the most important people to me. In order to keep them alive, I reluctantly made a deal.
She heartbrokenly supported him.
Boulay looked at you, not intending to stop.
If it's just me, I would willingly sacrifice this life to break that balance. Because, Wu Boulay, I am not someone who fears death or clings to life.
Jilo asked him, if one is strong enough to protect both love and justice, then there wouldn't be a need for a choice, would there?
Upon hearing that question, Boulay was stunned.
He crossed his arms and seriously asked, do you think that I compromised because I can't defeat them, that I can't protect Sally and Boan? Hearing this, Boan couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up, are you looking down on Mr. Wu Boulay?
Be careful, I'll smash your butt.
Sally also couldn't accept Ji Li's attitude and stood up to reproach him.
You're still asking Boulay about this, without even considering them. If you gave him the choice between Sally and Boan, who do you think he would choose? Upon hearing the question, she nervously shifted her gaze toward him.
Boulay fell silent for a moment, still unable to give an answer.
Seeing this, he explained, sorry, Mr. Boulay, it's just the way I've been thinking since I was young, so if I've offended you, I apologize. Boulay's eyes were filled with unspeakable contemplation. He responded softly, you don't need to apologize to me. The one who should apologize is me, because I had already accepted the idea of staying here forever, but when I met you, I began to hope to leave this place. Sally and Boan, you two have grown up now, and it's time for me to tell you the truth so you can make your own decisions.
If you don't want to take the risk, I've already made arrangements.
She immediately turned to continue her words to him.
No matter where Wu Boulay goes, we will stay by his side.
He did not want to follow his grandfather's arrangement, as he wanted to be with Sally, so he declined. At this moment, Jila stood up, Grandfather, it's time for us to stop compromising. For the innocent people in the town, for freedom, and for our loved ones.
Let's fight together.
The determination in you now burns like a fierce flame. Wu Boulay, seeing Ji Li's firm resolve, didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, he stood up sharply, and everyone watched his every move. He furrowed his brow and spoke with difficulty, to leave the village, we must first defeat the 4 guardians, with Hicks being the weakest. The other 3 are a major challenge for us.
Defeating them will not be easy.
From what I know, after Hicks recovers, he will return to seek revenge. So, if we do not defeat them, even going to the temple will be a death sentence. Finally, he made his decision, Boan, Sally, and Chenjilo, I will now begin intensive training for the 3 of you. Whether you can survive and leave depends on you. With his approval, everyone was filled with the determination to leave. The 3 of them were resolute, ready to face the struggle for freedom. Yakula sat alone, focused, observing a small butterfly resting on a flower.
Jila lay on the lush green grass, gazing at the sky while lost in thought. How long had it been since they arrived?
Surely, his mother must miss him terribly. But don't worry, I'll be with you soon, mother. The butterfly suddenly flew away, causing it to happily jump up and chase after it. He quickly grabbed the kid's pants and pulled it back. Sheila looked at it with a mixture of worry and reproach, be careful, this is the edge of a cliff. If you fall, you'll die, and so will she. Don't make things more troublesome, all right? It felt very sad being scolded. He hugged Luca playfully, his mind calculating. Previously, he had taken the risk of battling the Beast King to accumulate many points, but it had only raised him by 10 levels, and he still had 50 unused skill points. He needed to think of a way to increase those skill points. Right now, activating the Chaos Elemental skill required 90% of his HP. Although the skill would give him an invisibility shield, his remaining health was too low, making it risky. Fortunately, before, he had exchanged levels for healing potions, so after using the skill, he could recover, but it would take 8 levels to use one potion. At this moment, Gila had a bold thought. After activating the skill, he could attack to defend. Surely, no one would be able to attack him, right? Suddenly, he received a message. Upon opening it, he saw that it was from Bursting Sweetheart. 100 messages had been sent from Bursting Sweetheart. He frowned slightly when he saw this name. It was the ID of Qin Xiaomei. Jilu murmured, "What's going on? Did I just get a message from Xiaomei?" He speculated, does this mean I can now communicate with the outside world? Xiaomei had sent Gila many messages, asking how he was and mentioning that a bald uncle wearing sunglasses had come to school, saying that he and his mother would be moving to another city. He suspected, could it be that he had been online playing the game the whole time? And also, why did his mother move house? Why was it that an uncle with a bald head was the one who took him to school? He didn't even remember any bald-headed uncles who were acquainted with his mother. Ji Lu was certain there was something wrong here. Could it be that his consciousness was trapped here, and his body had become a vegetable? His mother wanted to sell the house and move to the best city to treat him. That's not right, the best hospital in the country is in that city, Ji Lu reminded himself. Moving doesn't make sense, and besides, with the amount of money they have, they wouldn't need to sell the house. The more he thought about it, the more confused Ji Lu became, but he couldn't figure out what was actually going on. Just then, Yakula gave him a flower. In his anger, he pushed it away and shouted, "Move aside. I'm not in the mood to comfort anyone right now." Yakula lay stunned for a moment after being shoved to the ground. Juka, with tears welling up in his eyes, screamed, "You're so mean." Seeing this, Gila panicked to the point that he couldn't speak, but Yakula cried even louder, which made him even more unsettled. At that moment, the system announced, "Because you have caused this creature to feel emotional distress, the system will activate a punishment measure." Seeing Yakula crying loudly on the ground, Gila sighed and muttered, "Really creating karma." In just a moment, the system's transmission notification began. The two immediately teleported to a volcano, with a stream of hot lava flowing beneath them. Suddenly, a spark shot down from the sky, and a giant monster appeared before them, spewing fire in a fierce manner. Gila bent down to return the flower to Jouka and gently said, "I apologize for earlier. Can you forgive me?" He then brightened up again, and with one hand holding his sword, he picked her up in the other, and together they charged forward. At this moment, in a large villa under the quiet night sky, Bras stood with his arms crossed, gazing out the window at the night scenery. He pondered, so Bolay is here too? And why does he want us to keep this a secret? What exactly is his intention? Bras recalled their recent conversation. "Are you Wu Bolay, one of the 12 heroes? The strongest thunder warrior? You once defeated the queen. I never thought I'd meet you in this lifetime. Were you also trapped here?" He replied indifferently, "That's just a false reputation. I'm old now, and I've been here for who knows how long. What you're talking about is all in the past. Don't bring it up again." Bras still couldn't believe it. He asked, "Did you come to see me for something?" Wu Bolay nodded and said, "Yes, there are a few things I need you to do." Bras skeptically asked, "What could it be that requires you to come all the way here to find me?" He advised, "Actually, it's nothing too serious. If anyone asks you how Chun Jila killed the Beast King, please keep the secret for me, along with Falorga." Bras certainly said, "Mr. Wu Bolay, rest assured, although I don't know why we need to keep this a secret, Bras, will definitely not reveal a word. Upon hearing this, Wu Bulei stood up, turned around, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Bros, for troubling you today. Please take care and rest well." He politely replied, "Yes, please take care on your way." Bros looked at his back, silently thinking of Mr. Wu Bulei, one of the 12 heroes still trapped here, unable to get out. In that case, it seemed even more unrealistic for him to escape. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right, if you want to leave here, the only clue now is to find the temple deep inside. We've started recruiting talents in the village. If you're interested, come to the village and look for me." After hearing Wu Bulei's instructions, Bros obediently agreed. As he was reminiscing, a sound suddenly came from behind him. To his surprise, he could now stand up. Filorga, observing him standing by the window, guessed, "Looks like your injuries have recovered quite a bit. How come you're still awake so late?" Bros didn't turn around but spoke, "Luckily, there's someone here with advanced medical skills. The bone fractures have healed. I should be able to go out in a few days. After so many things have happened in such a short time, I still haven't fully regained my senses." After a brief pause, he asked, "Mr. Wu Bulei, one of the 12 heroes, he must have come to talk to you about Chen Jilu and the temple, right?" He suddenly asked, "What did you say? He's one of the 12 legendary heroes?" Bros calmly replied, "That's right. If I hadn't collected pictures of him in the past, I probably wouldn't have recognized him either." Filorga still found it hard to believe, hesitantly saying, "How could that be? Mr. Wu Bulei killed the Quinch monster and still ended up trapped here." "Humph, are you serious? The 12 heroes aren't just a title, they are the 12 strongest people in the world. Every 5 years, the entire world holds a competition to find the strongest person. Every guild from around the world sends 5 heroes to battle, and in the end, regardless of whether they win or lose, one hero is chosen as the strongest. This is how the group of 12 heroes was formed. It was because of Wu Bulei that the world remembered Thunderstrike Eagle. Although Wu Bulei's guild lost to Yunjia from Chen Butong and Phoenix from Azursk, the opponents only won by a narrow margin. The 5 heroes on their side were all from the 12 heroes chosen in previous years. Though they were a bit older, their strength was not to be underestimated. Also, Thunderstrike Eagle was newly formed, and with just him alone, he defeated the 12 heroes from before. But not long after, Thunderstrike Eagle was split up because of the O'Brien battle. It's said that 5 people participated in this battle, and except for Wu Bulei, the other 4 all died. He single-handedly went to the Black Sea, killed the Quinch monster, and then went into hiding. At this point, Bros paused. Just hearing it was already astonishing. He thought for a moment and then said, "And then there's Chen Jilu, his strength is something we can't even reach." The scene shifted to a memory from when Wu Bulei was younger. In that battle, his body was covered in wounds, yet he still didn't forget to remind his teammates to be cautious. The enemy suddenly appeared behind them, a threat they were completely unaware of, and it turned out to be Sally's parents from when they were young. Hearing Wu Bulei's warning, they turned around, but before they could prepare, the enemy rushed between them. Both of them were severely injured, their bodies slowly falling. Wu Bulei stood from a distance, watching in horror as he called out the names of the 2. As he gazed at their wedding photo, he muttered to himself, "Morse Luna, I've decided to take Sally out of Latinea." For many years, Wu Bulei had lived in pain and regret. He couldn't accept this. But now, here, he felt much more at ease. This was his punishment, but Sally shouldn't have to bear the same fate. She deserved to enjoy a free life outside. Wu Bulei spoke with determination, "Don't worry, I've already implanted the Lightning God enchantment into Sally's body. When she faces a life-threatening danger, the barrier will activate automatically. By then, even a god won't be able to harm her." He was certain this time he would not go back on his word. Meanwhile, at Ji Li's place, the punishment had also just ended. He was panting heavily as he said, "This punishment seems much harder than the last one. What's going on here?" The system suddenly announced, "Attention, during the punishment period, the strength of the monsters will continuously increase, and every time the punishment is activated, their strength will increase by an additional 10%. Upon hearing this, Gila seemed unable to believe it and sat up abruptly. Thinking about it, this meant that things would only get more difficult as time passed, which left him feeling despondent. Yakula, sitting beside him, nodded vigorously and teased, "You act like you know everything.
What exactly have I done wrong?
I thought I'd be getting some high-quality weapons or some summoned beasts, but instead, this is what I got, and now I have to deal with it too." Hearing its disgruntled complaints, Gila didn't quite understand, so he decided not to engage with it any further. At that moment, he suddenly realized something.
He pointed at the screen and asked, "Can you see the system?" Yakula nodded happily. Gila pondered, "Mr. Wubule and Sally can't see the system, so why can it? Does it serve some other purpose?" He then turned to ask, "Hey, since you can see the system, you must know something, right? Does receiving the message from Xiao Mei have anything to do with you?" It immediately shook its head in denial.
Seeing this, Gila frowned and thought, "Forget it, talking to this demon is like playing a lute to a cow. I thought it might be related to this devilish creature after all." Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. He turned around and saw Sally and the others waving at him. Gila immediately stood up and greeted, "Oh, you all are here?" When he saw Bros, he politely greeted, "Bros, you guys are here too?" He spoke first. "That's right, if you don't visit us, we will come find you ourselves, won't we?" Filorga quickly nodded, awkwardly saying, "Sorry, I had a little trouble yesterday and was late. I didn't want to disturb you while you were resting. Looks like you're recovering well, huh?" He cheerfully replied, "Of course. Luckily, Boan and Sally have been taking care of me, so I recovered quickly." Hearing this, Boan frowned and asked, "Who took care of you? Are we that close?" Bros, embarrassed, stopped him from interrupting. Seeing them like this, Gila asked with reassurance, "Why did you come here?" He replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, we're joining Mr. Wubule's group. We don't want to be stuck here forever." At this point, Bros noticed Yakula. "What's this kid's name? Is he your son? I didn't know you were a master." He panicked and quickly explained, "This isn't my son, his name is." Before he could answer, the child spoke up on its own. At this point, Boan could no longer hold back and spoke, "Hey, what are you two doing? We didn't come here to play. Mr. Wubule has already started training us." Bros jokingly said, "Long time no see. How about chatting for a bit?" This made him angry, and he shouted, "No, we need to be serious in Mr. Wubule's special training sessions." As soon as Boan finished speaking, he suddenly burst out laughing. Gila, puzzled, asked, "Why is Mr. Wubule laughing?" He responded cheerfully, "It's nothing, I just haven't seen such a lively scene like this since I arrived in Layton. It makes me really happy." This was the first time Sally had seen Mr. Wubule smile so joyfully. After laughing heartily for a while, he suddenly changed his tone to a more serious one, capturing everyone's attention. He then instructed, "You can relax a little now, but during the training later, don't you dare sneakily cry." Despite this, it seemed Bros wasn't afraid to ask, "Is it really that scary? How is Mr. Wubule going to train us?" He replied coldly, "Scary? That word isn't enough to describe it. This is a challenge that the 12 heroes before you have never been able to overcome." Hearing this, Sally immediately became serious. Everyone wondered, the 12 heroes couldn't win? Wubule took out a hollow stone. Every solo battle depends on strength, speed, and endurance. To defeat your opponent, you must find their weaknesses and openings. Even a lapse of just 0.1 seconds during the fight could determine the outcome. As he spoke, he summoned his power. Then, beside each person, a perfect replica of themselves suddenly appeared. Even they couldn't help but be shocked by the sight. But if it's team combat, then it will focus more on the coordination and the level of understanding between the members. Wubule explained the training clearly. This is a weapon created by Goran Kam specifically for the guild in preparation for the competition.
It will create duplicates for each person.
The skills and elements will be identical to the original, and the power of the duplicate will be 1.5 times greater than the original.
He reassured them.
These duplicates will not harm your body, but you will still feel pain.
When fatally wounded, you will be eliminated immediately, and you won't be able to attack the duplicate anymore.
The remaining members will then be faced with the situation of 4 against 5. On the way to the temple, as we lose one teammate after another, the remaining members will fall into a brutal situation.
Moreover, this is part of our training.
Hearing this, determination was clearly visible on everyone's faces. The sun gradually set, and the entire sky was dyed with warm orange hues. From the rooftops, wisps of smoke began rising. At this moment, Lassadler was cooking. He asked Wu Bulei, who was casually lying there.
Today's lunch is only prepared for the 3 of us. What do you want to eat?
Then, he turned to Yakula, who was messing around next to him.
Also, kid, stay away from me. If I injure you while cooking, Chunjila will kill me.
Yakula didn't care, still torturing the poor bunch of vegetables. After lighting a cigarette, Wu Bulei spoke up.
Preparing food for 3 isn't enough. You should prepare for 20.
20 people?
Lassadler asked in confusion. Did someone come today?
Wu Bulei replied, no, but before he could finish his sentence, a noise from the door interrupted him. The door creaked open, and the golden light of the setting sun poured into the room, creating an ethereal boundary. The 5 members of Gila silently entered the room and approached Wu Bulei. Seeing that they were all injured, barely able to catch their breath, he calmly assessed the situation.
You're slower than I expected.
That's right, Lassadler responded, you need to cook faster, remember to prepare 20 servings.
He stammered, yes, sir.
Lassadler hadn't expected them to complete the training so quickly, it had only been half an hour. A moment later, delicious dishes appeared on the table, their enticing aroma filling the room. After devouring a bowl of rice, Gila didn't hesitate to ask for another. The others did the same, needing to eat to recover from the tough struggle they had just gone through, leaving Lassadler no time to serve them. After some time had passed following the meal, Wu Bulei calmly remarked, you all are stronger now. To think you could defeat the replicas of yourselves in just half an hour. So, how do you feel about my training?
The table fell silent, all 5 of them looking down with gloomy expressions.
Wu Bulei, as if already knowing but still asking, said, what's wrong? Jili's group looked at him with anger and resentment, replying in unison, we are not satisfied at all.
Sally spoke first, we barely even got to fight. We were defeated in less than 30 minutes.
The whole group was furious with those sly replicas that looked exactly like us. Plus, Jili's replica's combat strength was just too overwhelming. Jilu also agreed, saying that this battle was exactly like a PvP match in a game. Their opponents were not mindless attacking monsters, but rather replicas capable of human-like thinking. As soon as the fight started, the replicas selected 5 individuals and ran to different positions to hide. He initially thought that they wanted to separate them in order to defeat them one by one, so he chose to act with 5 people together. But he never expected to fall into their ambush. He was restrained on the spot by Boan and Bros and could only watch as the others were defeated by his own clones. In the end, only he remained to face off against the 5 opponents. Although Jilu was frustrated, he still accepted the current result. The truth was, the battle hadn't even started and they had already lost. After hearing Jili's analysis, Wu Bulei couldn't help but praise him. Not bad, your analysis of this battle is quite accurate. Just as you said, the outcome of this match was already decided before it even began. What's important in team battles is not individual strength, but the power of cooperation, just like in a game of chess. Some pieces must attack, some must defend, and some must sacrifice to protect the others, allowing them to deliver the finishing blow. All the replicas you just faced basically have no capacity for independent thought. They merely analyzed all your skills and came up with an effective cooperative strategy. Using this strategy to fight against amateurs like you is the most energy efficient and effective way to win.
Hearing this, Boan couldn't help but jump up in anger. Jilu understood Wu Bulei's point. This tactic was like a problem posed by a teacher. As long as one understands the entire process, solving the problem becomes much easier.
If you attempt to solve it right after reading the problem, you'll fall into a trap. Therefore, to learn how to fight alongside teammates, one must understand the entire process, just like solving a problem. You need to know how to defeat the opponent effectively, but also understand your own weaknesses. The lecture was over, and Wu Bulei allowed them to stop training for the night. They would continue tomorrow, but this time, he would personally take them for the training. The night had grown late, and the full moon illuminated the trees and the silent yard. Yakula lay sprawled out, sleeping soundly, but Jilu couldn't sleep. His mind wandered, reflecting on the training session earlier. Even though he knew it was just training, the feeling of helplessness when watching his teammates get killed, while he couldn't do anything, felt real. If today had been an actual battle, the ones who would have been killed would have been Yakula or his mother. At this point, Jilu didn't dare to imagine that feeling. He felt even more helpless because he wasn't strong enough yet, not strong enough to protect those he wanted to protect. The moonlight clearly illuminated Jilu's thoughtful expression, and the quiet night seemed to stir up memories of the past. He remembered when he was young, how his mother could have worked at a very good company, but she gave up that opportunity to care for him. She chose a job with more flexible hours, though it was harder. He still remembered every word his mother had said. She had just gotten a job, but she was so concerned about him that she had asked her boss to let him wait at her workplace until she finished her shift on Wednesdays. The fat restaurant owner did not agree because the place was very crowded that day, and his staying would take up space. To get him to agree, she promised to get a chair for him to sit and wait, assuring him that it would not disturb anyone. Suddenly, he asked her, "Are you a single mother?" His disgusting gaze subtly scanned her body. He then mocked her, saying, "With a look like yours, you don't really need to struggle. Are you free tonight? I'd like to take you out." His dirty hands slowly reached closer to her. Jilu couldn't let this old pervert get near his mother. He threw a punch that knocked the wind out of him. Even though he was small, this little bodyguard wasn't afraid of anyone. His eyes burned with hatred, as if he could bite this man to death. Knowing Jilu was in the wrong first, she quickly patted his head and bowed her head to apologize to the man. The old pervert didn't let go, wanting to kill this rich kid. As he reached out to grab Jilu, she seized his arm. With a masterful shoulder throw, she slammed him to the ground. Afterward, she calmly dusted her hands off, not a bit concerned. This was a task that could be left undone. Turning to Jilu, she became a gentle mother, apologizing that her little one couldn't have a hamburger tonight because of this. She gently extended her hand toward him, and he took her warm hand. In that moment, he silently promised himself that he would protect her from now on. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Jilu. With his current strength, the idea of protecting others was basically a joke. This voice sounded very familiar to him. A figure flashed through his mind, and it was none other than the mysterious Uncle Hesiod. Jilu quickly called out, "Uncle Hesiod? Where are you right now?" After a while, there was still no response. Clearly, he had just heard Hesiod's voice. Yakula, awakened by his call, sat up. Jilu asked, "Did you hear any voice from an uncle?" It rubbed its eyes and shook its head. He silently found it strange. Even Jia couldn't hear it. Could it be that today's battle had left him so physically exhausted that his mental state weakened, causing hallucinations? At that moment, Yakula sleepily climbed onto Jilu's body and lay down. It wriggled comfortably and then yawned. Jilu helplessly complained, "This little demon is lying on me and sleeping again?" He asked but received no answer. Looking down, he saw it sleeping soundly, unaware of anything around it. He was truly at a loss.
Watching the little one sleep peacefully, he thought to himself, I wonder how mom managed to protect me and raise me on her own when I was little? Thinking of his mother made him even more determined. She and his son would be back soon, and everything needed to be cleared up by then. If he wanted to leave, the first step was to strengthen himself, defeat the guards, and leave the town with Uncle Wubule's group. Although I had once defeated the Beast King, who possessed tremendous power, it couldn't compare to the battle today. It felt like hitting something soft, like striking at cotton. This whisper was heard by Hesiod. He smiled faintly and spoke, This is the best metaphor I've ever heard. Compared to the Beast King, who mindlessly attacks, the combat abilities of these clones are indeed somewhat better. But to me, they are still nothing more than low tier. In the blink of an eye, the scene before Gila changed. He found himself standing in a vast white expanse, cold winds blowing and scattering beautiful red flowers around him. Hesiod was standing opposite him. He hadn't heard wrong after all. Gila quickly looked around and asked, Where am I? How did I suddenly end up here? He answered calmly, This is your inner world. When you became my master, I was already here. Your inner world? Gila asked, both curious and skeptical. Hesiod stepped forward and explained, After that incident, my body became too weak, so only now am I able to meet you. Hearing this, Gila thanked him, Thank you for what happened last time. It was because of you that I was able to defeat the Beast King and return to the town. But why are these flowers here, in my inner world? He wondered. Even he didn't know the answer. Usually, the inner world of each person holds things they care about the most. Perhaps these flowers are the most deeply rooted thing in your subconscious. Gila gently reached out and took the dark red flower. Am I most interested in this flower? But why do I have no impression of it at all? Hesiod did not answer that question, instead waving his hand dismissively. Don't pay attention to these trivial things. I didn't bring you here to look into such matters. The only reason I brought you here is to help you become stronger. Gila felt a slight doubt, but he did not show it. He stared at him seriously. Suddenly, Hesiod's whole body radiated with light, and the pressure emanating from him cut through the cold, biting wind, blowing away the snowflakes beneath their feet. He spoke indifferently, Although I haven't even recovered 1% of my strength, it's enough for you to understand how terrifying chaotic power is. The chaotic power you once used isn't even 0.1% of mine. Gila couldn't believe it, stammering, You're joking, right? Less than 0.1%. That means. Isn't that 1,000 times weaker than you? Hesiod reassured him, Changilo, what I'm saying may sound a bit arrogant. Hearing that, Gila couldn't help but retort, That's arrogant? Isn't that exaggeration? But to Hesiod, it didn't matter. What mattered now was that he needed to make Gila stronger, to help him survive. Because if Gila died, he too would vanish into nothingness, disappearing from this world. At the same time, the system announced the mission. The trial of the Master of Chaotic Power requires that the mission be completed within 3 minutes without being defeated by the opponent. The reward is 400,000 experience points. Looking at the mission board, Gila thought to himself, As long as I persevere for 3 minutes, I can earn 400,000 experience. This reward is too good to pass up. Not wanting to keep Gila waiting, he reminded him again, Are you ready to accept this challenge? He responded with action, activating his skill from the depths of his heart and drawing out his cold, defensive sword. Forget 3 minutes, even if it were 300 minutes, he would still accept. Gripping the sharp blade in his hand, Gila's fighting instincts were stirred, ready for a trial against a skilled opponent. On the other side, in the gloomy church, Dollop asked Hicks, Is this Chunjilu really that strong? I've never seen anyone hurt him that badly before. Hicks dismissed the statement, That mediocre kid strong? It was just because I was too careless. At this moment, someone spoke up to contradict him, I don't think that's the case. Lucius walked in from outside, mocking, If that guy Gila had used all his strength today, we'd probably be picking up your corpse right now. Upon seeing her, Dollop stopped. Hicks, still in pain, angrily shouted, "What are you talking about?"
Lucius disdainfully glanced at him. "Lord Dollop only sent us to probe the enemy's strength, yet you ended up in such a sorry state. I don't understand how a useless piece of trash like you became one of the 4 great guards protecting the village."
Hicks angrily retorted, "Don't act all high and mighty. Even you are no match for that brat."
Upon hearing this, she calmly stepped forward and kicked him in the head. With one foot pressing down on Hicks' head, Lucius arrogantly crossed her arms and slowly threatened, "I have no problem handling useless people on Lord Dollop's behalf."
How humiliating.
He gritted his teeth, trying to resist the pressure on his head, but couldn't escape it. She lowered her gaze to the ant squirming beneath her foot and said, "That guy is indeed strong, but to me, he's just a kid with no combat skills.
If Lord Dollop were here, wouldn't it be easy to crush the Wubulay people?"
Dollop, standing nearby, continued, "Wubulay has started recruiting soldiers in the town, and moreover, he's one of the 12 famous heroes of this place. If the Lord intervenes, it could cause a crisis."
Lucius looked up coldly and glanced at him briefly. "What are you implying? Explain it to her."
Dollop raised his hand and summoned a massive creature. Hicks and Lucius were both stunned as they saw it clearly. The magic faded away, revealing a terrifying beast, a wolf, but its size was 3 times that of a human.
Its long arms dropped down, and the claws could sever anything in an instant. It was known as the Wanderer of Latinea, wasn't it?
Dollop's hand gleamed with a fiery red light, transmitting a command to the wandering figure, "Kill the people in the town." That strange stream of magic seemed to awaken its violent wrath.
Its eyes blazed with frenzied red light.
It bared its sharp teeth, growling maniacally, and dashed toward the town where the delicious prey awaited. The brilliant red petals bloomed in full splendor. Under the bright, starry sky, the peach tree stood where the flowers shone brightly, yet the air was filled with intense impact from the powerful strikes.
Chunjila quickly took a step back, not looking back. There were only 2 minutes left on the countdown.
He muttered to himself, "Sorry, sir, I really need those 400,000 experience points from this quest.
After that, how you want to train me is fine."
Chunjila had a gut feeling that something wasn't right.
No, suddenly he felt uneasy. Why wasn't he chasing me?
His suspicion was confirmed when a beam of light shot down from above him, an attack that resembled a storm, rushing straight for Chunjili's head. Fortunately, he had been alert. He stomped his foot firmly on the ground, twisting in mid-air. Chunjila narrowly dodged the fatal blow. To withstand the aftershock of that attack, he had to plant his longsword into the ground, but even so, he was sent flying far away. He barely avoided the blow, panting and struggling. The strike had cracked the ground, leaving a deep crater that seemed to have no bottom. Seeing this scene, Jila trembled slightly.
Is this supposed to be training? Does he want my life? He sighed in relief.
Thankfully, he had just used the Beast King's protective armor, which gave him 0.5 seconds to react, otherwise, he would have ended up as a pile of meat.
Hesiod stepped forward, holding his sword and probing, "Do you want to avoid a direct confrontation with me?" He spoke bluntly to Jilo, "I didn't expect you to dodge that move so quickly. Looks like I underestimated you."
Hesiod gritted his teeth in anger, but the act of evasion was unforgivable.
Jila pointed behind him and shouted, "Something's coming."
When Hesiod turned his head, he saw that Jilo had seized the opportunity to make a quick escape. Looking at the countdown timer 2 minutes and 5 seconds, Chunjila calculated that he still needed to stall for a little longer before completing the mission.
"You're not running anymore? Are you starting to negotiate with Hesiod? Could you stop for a moment? I want to rest for a while." Hesiod remained as cold as ever. "Why do you keep avoiding me? Your enemies will never give you the chance to rest."
As soon as the words left his mouth, he teleported behind Jilo, who immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Without hesitation, Hesiod swung his sword down. "This is the first lesson I'm teaching you." Chunjila was caught off guard. But contrary to what he expected, he managed to teleport just in time, leaving him in disbelief. Without hesitation, he used his lightning strike skill to avoid Hesiod's surprise attack, while seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Even so, the difference in strength allowed Hesiod to easily dodge Ji Li's strike without breaking a sweat. He hovered in the air, both of them facing each other seriously. He silently sighed in relief, thankful that the previous attack had been physical, which allowed him to use his lightning strike skill to dodge. Hesiod's expression was serious. Why did he run behind me? Just now, I couldn't see where he went. It was like he appeared behind me in the blink of an eye. Could it be that Jila had seriously calculated that the cooldown time was 5 minutes? If the old man attacks again, this mission might fail. There are only 30 seconds left on the mission timer. He sheathes his blade, attempting to mediate. Can we take a break and then continue training? I promise I won't run away again. Hesiod relented a little, but you have to tell me what that move was. Ji-Lu was a bit surprised and thought to himself. The move he was referring to was the lightning strike. The system notification sounded, chest count complete, mission successfully completed, rewarded with 400,000 points. Level up. A few minutes later, Ji-Lu explained to Hesiod, it's like this. These skills were given to me by the system after I leveled up. You have to listen carefully, using these skills feels like following an order. My body will automatically attack or defend. He said everything directly. I had to use the lightning strike to avoid your move. Do you have any more questions? Hesiod vaguely replied, I still don't fully understand everything you just said, but this lightning strike technique. I think I've seen it before. Ji-Lu was also surprised. Hesiod fell into thought. The reaction of his body during battle felt incredibly familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't remember where from. Ji-Lu immediately became serious upon hearing that. He held his head and recalled every story about the legends of Hesiod, hoping that if he heard the name, he might remember it. He spoke gently, I forgot to tell you, but I think I know who you are. The words made him freeze in shock. Ji-Lu pointed straight at Hesiod and said, You are the man who killed the god of evil and saved the world. He casually asked, So, does that ring a bell? Upon hearing this name, he seemed to snap back to reality. The late-night sky was high, with a full moon and twinkling stars. Lassiter was deep in a loud, snoring sleep, while Boan beside him was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He held his head and brought a beastman back to the village, but why did he end up sleeping next to him? Unable to take it anymore, he sat up suddenly. Then, a strange fragrance drifted through the air, leaving him confused. Recognizing the scent, Boan widened his eyes in alarm, sensing danger. A sudden attack fell straight from the ceiling, but Boan managed to dodge in time. Dust swirled in the air, and the shockwave even woke Lassiter from his deep slumber. Is there an earthquake? It turned out that the cause of all this chaos was the figure standing boldly in the middle of the room. Lael had been struck by a wooden beam from the ceiling, causing him such pain that he nearly fainted. Is there an earthquake? He rubbed his head in confusion, the room in disarray. By the way, where's Kid Boan? Don't tell me he's been buried under all this. Lassiter looked around, searching, and asked with a raised voice, Hey Boan, are you okay? He anxiously glanced around when he heard no response. Don't tell me he's been crushed to death. Just as he was worrying, a large stone struck him square in the face. His face turned red with anger, fuming, who the hell throws random junk in the middle of the night? Do you want to die? Looking at the current scene, Lassiter seemed to grasp the situation. He saw the wandering figure attacking Boan. Luckily, Boan managed to dodge. He quickly avoided the attack and leaped into the air, raising his sword to strike. But the wandering figure dodged again and counterattacked. At that moment, Boan lost his composure. There was no mistaking it. The sound of the wandering figure's movements reminded him of a painful memory. Boan growled with deep hatred in each word, You're the monster that killed my parents. Even if you turn into ash, I'll still recognize you. He desperately wanted to slay the wandering figure, his years of relentless training finally coming to fruition in his quest to. Exhaling deeply, Boan shot a cold, piercing gaze. He was determined to face off with this monster. Gripping his sword, he charged straight at the wandering creature, roaring in fury.
Die!
Lucius observed the scene from above, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he sighed with satisfaction.
This plan is quite interesting.
Hicks raised an eyebrow, puzzled.
But they're the only ones being attacked while the town remains intact. Isn't that a bit too obvious?
Dollop dismissed him. Think smarter, Hicks.
I've already summoned other monsters into the village. Once the time comes, we just need to lure Wu Bulei over there.
The Lord wants to kill him personally.
He continued giving orders. Hicks, deal with the newcomers. This time, don't mess it up.
Lucius, full of arrogance, smirked.
Leave the new priest to me.
I hope he can last a bit longer. It wouldn't be as fun if it ends too quickly. Meanwhile, Lassadler was running urgently for help.
Mr. Wu Bulei, it's bad, there's a monster.
He burst through the door so fast that he collided headfirst into it.
What's going on? Lassadler quickly explained that Boan was fighting with the monster.
Hearing this, Wu Bulei fell silent, his face dark with anger. The two of them looked towards the village, where flames were raging. His face darkened even further, never expecting things to escalate so quickly. Wu Bulei assigned Lassadler the task of finding Chen Jilu and instructed him to be careful and protect himself.
As Lassadler ran off, he disappeared, heading towards the village. As for Jilu, he knew very well that only Hesiod, the one who had saved the world in legend, could wield the chaotic power. He had defeated and sealed away the evil god Morpheus.
Afterward, he himself was trapped in the hellish Tataros. Jilu was resolute as he negotiated. I'm certain you are Hesiod, and it's very likely that the place where I saved you from is the Tataros' hell.
Jilu was excited and eagerly asked, so, what is it? Do you remember anything yet? Hesiod responded, not at all. My mind is still blank.
Chen Jilu was left speechless.
He felt disappointed. This doesn't make sense.
In cartoons, as soon as someone knows their name, they can remember everything. Hesiod explained, I have no impression of this world.
Also, for me, a name is just a title. Even if I am Hesiod, I don't remember what I've been through.
Hearing this, Jilu fell into deep thought.
And what about me? Why am I here? Why was I able to save him?
Why do I have chaotic power? All these mysteries, one by one, seemed interconnected. If you are really Hesiod, once you regain your memories, perhaps you will be able to answer these questions.
Speak your mind. Chenjilo fought with me one more round. If you have any other tricks, bring them out. Maybe I'll remember something else.
He also drew his sword in response.
Suddenly, Yakula's voice rang out, calling Jilu.
Hearing the child's voice, he felt something was off.
Outside, Luca was standing in front of Jilu. Lucius was taken by surprise. He's so young, yet he already has a child?
Seeing the child anxiously retreating, she appeared saintly.
Good girl, don't be scared. I'm only going to take his life, not yours.
Despite her fear of Lucius, Yakula didn't avoid it, clinging tightly to Chunjili's leg.
She grew impatient.
If you want to die with him, I can find a way to make your death more comfortable. Then, an attack aimed straight at Yakula came, but immediately, a gust of wind blew back, startling her. All that could be heard was Ji Li's reassuring voice to Yakula, sorry, I'm late.
He's not even worth your attention. The monsters in the dungeon are far more troublesome than her.
The two faced each other, and in an instant, killing intent flared up. The air became heavy with tension. The village, under attack by monsters, quickly fell into a sea of flames.
Screams of agony echoed everywhere.
The monsters rampaged, destroying houses and chasing after humans to kill them. Death and destruction spread rapidly. A little girl cried until there were no more tears left, her mother now gone from this world. The cries had attracted nearby monsters. The little girl was completely unaware that behind her, a gigantic monster was about to devour her. It opened its mouth wide like a blood-filled basin, wanting to swallow her whole with a single gulp. Fortunately, someone used 3 thunder strikes in time to save the girl from danger.
Then, a powerful shockwave sent the monster flying far away.
Mr. Boulay arrived just in time to rescue the girl, he said.
Are you okay?
The nearby monsters rushed forward to surround him. In the face of the cold, beast-like gazes of the monsters, Mr. Boulay remained calm, without any sign of anger or fear. He released a giant python, which devoured the monsters one by one.
Bros, what exactly happened? He asked. Why did the monsters suddenly attack the town?
Mr. Boulay hadn't found the cause either. There's a barrier around the town to protect it from monsters, and there are other people here.
The monsters shouldn't have been able to break in so easily. He was serious. It seems those kids couldn't wait any longer. If I'm not mistaken, releasing the monsters was just to start a fire. Upon hearing this, both Bros and Filorga understood. Killing us is their real goal, Bros said. Mr. Boulay interrupted their thoughts. This cannot continue. He turned and called out to the 2 of them.
Assign the task of rescuing the citizens and leading them to my house. Hearing this, Bros was deeply worried about him.
Wu Boulay had made up his mind. I will go to the barrier outside the town and find a way to close it.
Bros was uneasy, but since there were many monsters there, he suggested, let us go with you. Wu Boulay decided to leave only one instruction, take good care of everyone.
He quickly used Lei Eu.
Lei Shen moved towards the barrier on the side of the battle between Lucius and Ji Lu.
Lucius hovered in the air and complimented, it seems like your speed has improved since the other day?
Ji Lu was furious inside, once again, it was a dark magic user.
Damn it, she's the one in the cloak who ambushed Sally and Boban a few days ago. I didn't expect her to be a woman. He raised his tone, deliberately provoking, why do you always like to sneak attack people? His words successfully infuriated Lucius, whose face darkened with rage. Who are you calling an old woman?
Gila showed no sign of fear, if we defeat the god, the people of the town will be free.
Why do you insist on driving us to our deaths? Lucius generously explained, Lord Dollop worked hard to build this town. I will not allow anyone to threaten it. The temple is nothing but a deception.
She bluntly stated, your intention to oppose the god is nothing but a foolish fantasy. Shangila drew his sword once again, you are wrong.
The temple is real. Anyone who tries to stop me from finding the temple will harm my team. He fully revealed his strength and continued, whether human or demon, god or ghost, I will kill them all.
Lucius was not weak either, indeed, he spoke boastfully without a hint of shame.
Did he think that defeating Hicks made him very strong?
That man was merely the weakest among the 4 great guardians. She drew her sword, its power unleashing.
Ah, I smile with pride, my strength is no less than Lord Dollop's.
Lucius used the Shadow Wolf technique at level 45, summoning a dark assassin beast.
It was fast and highly agile. She roared, demonic shadow combat will.
Shangila showed no signs of panic or fear, not even moving. The sword in her hand unleashed the annihilation slash, cutting through the air with great power. Lucius, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel cautious and thought to himself, why is this kid's power so unbelievable? She shifted to another move, Shadow Flow 3000 blades, releasing numerous sword clones. The Beast King Guardian ring on Shangili's hand immediately activated the shield, blocking all her attacks. With one hand raised, Luca stood proudly before 1,000 sword tips.
Is this what you call strong?
Lucius was shocked, never expecting that this kid could effortlessly counter his skills.
Looks like I underestimated its strength. She lifted her foot and hovered in the air, unable to hold back a sigh before shooting up into the sky. Lucius remained as arrogant as ever. That was just to warm up.
A giant wolf, holding the sword in its mouth, was summoned. She crossed her arms, a smug look on her face as she looked down from above.
Now, this is my true strength.
The newly announced mission was to defend Dirks. Chen Zhila read these words and smiled confidently.
The monsters were relentlessly charging towards the guards.
The barrier began to show signs of tearing, allowing the monsters to flood in and attack the town. The guards fought desperately against the onslaught of the monsters while also trying to reinforce the barrier.
But the power of the monsters was terrifying.
They tore through the barrier with their hands. She was doing her best, but the number of monsters kept increasing.
The energy I'm putting into the barrier isn't enough.
It can't hold up against their attacks for much longer. Seeing this, her teacher encouraged everyone not to give up.
He shouted, "Wagner Roman, quickly stop those monsters. We must protect the town at all costs."
Upon hearing the command, everyone quickly responded in unison, but the barrier continued to crack more and more under the pressure from the monsters. Fortunately, a powerful strike blocked the monsters' attack on the barrier from the outside, while also repairing it. The barrier slowly closed up, thanks to the recent attack. Everyone was astonished and breathed a sigh of relief as the barrier was restored. Wu Bulei had arrived just in time to save the town. The demon rejoiced upon seeing that the savior was one of the 12 heroes.
Wu Bulei.
Noticing that some monsters had broken through the barrier, he struck down with a blow that quickly eliminated them.
Wu Bulei said, "Captain Demon, leave this place to me.
You should hurry and lead the others to repair the other barrier points." A gust of violent wind appeared, causing Wu Bulei to retreat. The monsters looked up, their eyes filled with submission to the master of the attack. Dollop stood in mid-air, observing the chaotic scene. The warriors, still unaware of the situation, remained joyful. Lord Dollop had arrived, but one of his strikes quickly fell, causing the ground to heat up.
The weaker warriors couldn't withstand the attack and turned to dust.
Wu Bulei saw this and was filled with fury at Dollop's actions. He responded coldly, "I gave these scum a chance to live here, so I can also choose to take it away at will."
Dollop is showing his true ambitions. This is the consequence of your betrayal, Wu Bulei.
On Chen Zhili's side, he continued to dodge Lucius's attacks. While moving to evade, he kept a close watch on his opponent. A powerful strike came down, but it didn't even come close to hitting him.
The wolf spirit holding a sword continuously launched massive attacks.
Zhila found an opening that appeared in front of it and prepared to strike. Without hesitation, he charged forward, ready to attack the monster. Chen Zhila stomped hard to accelerate, causing the ground to crack beneath him. On either side, a giant wolf spirit and a powerful figure were about to clash. As expected, his sword had completely annihilated the werewolf. Lucius was even more frightened by his power.
"Damn it, he's a priest, how is he this strong?"
The giant wolf no longer had the strength to resist and was knocked down to the ground.
Zhilo arrogantly rested his sword on his shoulder. "How about you admit defeat and continue protecting the town? Stop causing me trouble."
Lucius sneered.
"What are you bragging about?
Lord Dollop has already opened the barrier. The traitors will be punished." "Oh, and I showed a fierce expression, along with the name of the one called one of the 12 heroes, Wu Bulei. Lord Dollop will personally kill him." He was startled when he heard that familiar name from her words.
Ji Lu became worried about him.
"I'm still holding onto his sword."
"Isn't it too disadvantageous to face such a strong enemy?"
He immediately made up his mind to defeat this girl quickly and then go help Lord Wu Bulei. Jilo unleashed his power once again. His immunity technique was fully activated, creating a strong killing intent. Lucius was extremely surprised. Why did it feel like his strength was constantly increasing? A figure, swift as lightning, suddenly dashed in front of her. Blessing Gila had suddenly shifted right in front of her, catching Lucius off guard.
She panicked at the unexpected appearance. "This is bad."
Lucius, injured internally, spat out a mouthful of blood.
However, at the decisive moment, he spared the enemy's life. Lucius's condition was weak, and she hesitated before saying, "Why didn't you strike?"
Geely's cold gaze drifted into the distance, as though contemplating something. Lucius closed her eyes, her body collapsing forward. The fierce battle had come to an end, and a notification screen appeared to update the mission progress. On this side, thousands of whirlwinds carrying electric sparks were approaching. Wu Bu-lei wasted no time and aimed directly at the core of the formation. As he got closer, a force from the sky gathered to obstruct him. Wu Bu-lei gritted his teeth and created a protective barrier to fend off the attack. Dollop sneered, "Wu Bu-lei, are you still deluded into thinking you're the same as when you were young?" He raised his voice slowly, "Look at yourself. You're old now, and the golden era of the 12 heroes is nothing but your past." Dollop smugly emphasized, "As for me, I will forever be a god, watching as your pests grow weaker." Suddenly, he increased his power, making it harder for Wu Bu-lei to resist. Dollop's entire body emitted an astonishing, brilliant force. Dollop's magic created a beam of light that engulfed Wu Bu-lei. He vanished completely from Dollop's sight. He smirked and spoke to the void, "Goodbye, Wu Bu-lei." Lucius coughed painfully, each breath strained. "Damn it, it hurts so much, I can't move." Her entire body trembled incessantly from the injuries she sustained earlier. The memory of the battle with Ji-lu was still vivid in her mind. He had almost completely finished her off. Lucius couldn't make sense of it. But why did he hold back? She hesitated and asked, "You're trying to humiliate me, aren't you? Are you so arrogant that you look down on me and don't even want to kill me?" Lucius's voice became sharp. "Do you think that just because you spared my life, I'll be grateful? I swear, I'll find an opportunity to kill you one day." He replied coldly, "I'll be waiting. But you should know, I didn't want you to feel grateful. I was just in a hurry. Next time, it won't be the hilt of a sword." Lucius glared, wanting to retort against Ji-li's words, but he held back. Right now, he was confused because he had shown mercy. Could it be that everything here was so real that even when about to kill someone, his conscience would make him hesitate? He frowned. This must be the conflict between the game and reality. Because in the game, there is no morality or law. The thrill of killing freely lingers in your mind for a long time. Lucius suppressed the pain and called out to Ji-lu. "Wu Bu-lei is at the western barrier of the town." She lowered her voice. "But let me remind you, even if you and Wu Bu-lei team up, you won't be able to defeat Lord Dollop." He turned coldly and walked away. "I know. You don't need to worry about these things." A sound from the device followed, "Please proceed to the western barrier of the town and deliver the map to Wu Bu-lei." Ji-lu gently looked at Yakula. "Let's go, Yakula, we must quickly help Mr. Wu Bu-lei." Immediately, he rushed forward following the map's direction. From within the darkness, a light gradually began to flicker. Dollop stared in surprise at the strange beam of light in front of him. Suddenly, another streak of light shot straight toward him, catching him off guard. It was like a punch of light that struck hard against Dollop's face. As he stumbled to the side, the beam of light chased after him, attacking. The massive burst of light caused Dollop to fall, and debris was thrown everywhere. In the chaotic space, shards of broken material shimmered and floated in mid-air. Wu Bu-lei's fist was emitting bolts of supreme skill lightning, thunder booming and lightning flashing. The power of light gradually overtook Dollop's eyes, rendering him helpless. He was punched by Wu Bu-lei, sent flying directly into the crumbling wall. He gathered all his strength and aimed directly at Dollop, who was severely injured, launching an attack. The moment Wu Bu-lei's hand touched the ground, a violent tremor erupted. Suddenly, he realized that his opponent had vanished without a trace. A huge force, seemingly from nowhere, shot out at incredible speed. He let out a triumphant laugh, an old man, fighting so desperately just to protect a bunch of insects. How touching. He brushed the dust off his clothes. It's been a long time since anyone has excited me like this. Killing intent gradually consumed Dobbs' mind. But unfortunately, he still couldn't defeat him. He raised his hand to the sky to focus more of his energy. Then I will show you the terrifying power of a 4-element magic master. As soon as Dollop finished speaking, 4 monsters representing wood, water, fire, and earth materialized.
Bros decisively delivered a kick straight to the head of the demon wolf. The 2 demon arms assisting him kept it under control. Filorga quickly made 2 swift cuts to finish it off. Impatient, he said, "Why aren't any more monsters showing up?" Bros, concerned, responded, "It seems that Mr. Wubule has fixed the barrier." "Are you okay? Is Filorga hurt anywhere?" He immediately answered, "I'm fine. But this is the first time I've encountered so many high-level monsters."
Bros agreed, "Exactly, these high-level monsters just keep coming in waves, like ants.
I can't imagine how the people here managed to survive."
The losses around them made one feel a sense of sorrow. They must have struggled to face such a ruthless situation 1,000 times worse. Bros quickly regained his composure, trying to reassure the current situation. The monsters at the center have all been wiped out.
Let's head to assist the others.
Suddenly, an unusual sound caught both of their attention.
What was that? Filorga and Bros looked around suspiciously to see if there was any movement.
A monster with 2 different heads appeared, one emitting cold ice and the other radiating hot fire, approaching them.
Filorga suddenly asked, "Isn't that the 2 elements summon beast, ice and fire?"
"I can't believe there are still such strong magic masters in this town."
Bros was skeptical when witnessing these 2 strange monsters.
Although a multi-element wizard can wield multiple elemental powers, it will never be as pure as a single-element wizard, which means the power will be significantly reduced. It seemed that he had figured out the identity of this mysterious magic user.
A strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. Filorga shouted loudly to warn Bros. "Look, isn't that a familiar figure flying through the meteor shower of fire? It's Wubule."
The massive fire serpent angrily spit a fireball towards him.
Wubule used his teleportation ability to continuously dodge its attack.
His fists gradually emitted bolts of lightning aimed directly at Dollop.
Wubule then unleashed his power towards the enemy.
Despite these attacks, he remained unafraid.
A giant hand made of earth was rapidly heading towards Wubule. Though taken by surprise, Wubule swiftly dodged the blow.
Energy in the space gradually gathered into his hand. Wubule aimed directly at the monster's head and delivered a powerful punch.
He continued to throw punch after punch at the monster. Wubule's relentless combo attacks shattered the monster into many pieces of rock. Suddenly, a transparent figure launched an ambush right behind him. It quickly created a towering water vortex aimed directly at Wubule. Even the solid mountain wall was easily sliced through by the water waves. Wubule carefully landed on a nearby rock.
Suddenly, he looked up into the distance as if sensing something. The monster aggressively aimed at Wubule, launching an attack that shattered the mountain peak.
Seizing the opportunity while it was distracted, he swiftly made his exit.
Wubule, gravely injured, was cautiously observing his surroundings.
Dollop suddenly flew in. "Still managed to dodge, huh?"
"You've earned my respect," he gritted his teeth and continued.
"But in the end, you're just a mortal. You're old now, you can't defeat Queen Golem on your own like you used to." The mocking voice couldn't stop.
"But I still have a youthful body and infinite magical power that you envy.
I'm leading this group of trash, just so you know." Wubule retorted sarcastically, countering Dollop's words meant to provoke him. "Are you the one who's always envious of others, Dollop?" The mix of shame and anger made Dollop scream, "Shut up!"
Dollop then waved his hand, sending a burst of magical energy straight at him. His face was filled with smugness and malice as he looked at his enemy. Wubule was thrown high into the air, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Dollop, pleased, used his magic to pull his weakened body back towards him, increasing the intensity of his attack to vent his anger.
"See?
I can kill you as easily as killing an ant," he declared smugly, focusing all his power into the final blow. "I'll tell the people in the town that you broke the barrier, and I'll be the god who killed you to save the whole town." He hated looking at Wubule's face. "Go to hell." Jili's transformation was like a bird soaring through the wind. Dollop, caught off guard, was sent flying by a tremendous force. He was slammed against a mountain rock beside him, his body reacting by inertia. Seeing that he had appeared just in time, Wu Bu-lei gasped, calling out Jili's name.
Dollop eyed the unfamiliar figure suspiciously.
A soft breeze swept through the forest, signaling something ominous. Jila looked at him worriedly.
Mr. Wu Bu-lei. Are you all right?
He carefully concealed his identity.
It's just some superficial wounds. How did you manage to get here?
Jilu explained with concern. After defeating Lucius, she said that Dollop would kill you here.
I'm sorry for not returning Ozil to you.
Wu Bu-lei gently reassured him, you don't need to blame yourself. Even if I had Ozil, I might not have been able to defeat Dollop. His expression darkened gradually, as he said, I am, after all, just a mortal.
I am no longer the person I used to be.
Once you reach the peak, the only way is the long descent down the mountain. Wu Bu-lei decided to sacrifice himself, urging him to take Sally and the others and leave.
Jila bluntly refused, I won't leave you behind. He insisted again.
You, Yakula, Sally, Boan, Bras, Filorga, and Lassidler.
I won't abandon any of you.
Jila smiled. My mother always told me that although we are born as mortals, and life on this world is not easy, we should never give up our faith, nor submit to our fate. He encouraged Mr. Wu Bu-lei, we will definitely defeat Dollop and lead everyone to the Temple of the Gods. Jila presented the weapon in front of him, as if urging him not to give up. Gradually, a change occurred in Mr. Wu Bu-lei's heart. As soon as the weapon was in his hands, the system immediately announced the completion of the mission. Suddenly, Dollop's wicked laughter interrupted them.
Leaving together, huh?
A bright red sphere appeared in the sky, surrounded by thousands of lightning bolts. The sphere fell and immediately caused an explosion that shook the entire space. Smoke, fire, and magical dust filled the sky. Ji Lu and Mr. Wu Bu-lei were safe thanks to the protection of the magical shield.
Dollop mocked him. A bunch of weaklings who can't even withstand a single blow, and yet you fantasize about confronting me?
He swung his hand, and the sky was instantly filled with countless streaks of fire.
Die for me! Explosive firestorm.
Ji Lu and Mr. Wu Bu-lei had no choice but to work together to reinforce the protective layer and endure his attack.
The intense heat from the flames gradually corroded the magic shield's energy.
Dollop ruthlessly intensified the destructive power of the flames. Ji Lu gritted his teeth in defense.
Damn it, the attack is too strong.
Suddenly, the system reminded him that Funner's shield was about to break. The jade ring flashed continuously as the final layer of defense was burned to pieces. From above, Dollop looked down, only seeing a pile of ash and a few remaining embers. He was full of confidence, believing no one could survive in the center of an explosive firestorm.
How is it, Mr. Wu Bu-lei? Have you been burned to ash yet?
Intuition suddenly whispered to Dollop, wait, something's wrong. From the center of the ash cloud, a transparent orb slowly materialized. Wu Bu-lei and Jila looked up, both surprised to recognize the one who had come to their aid. Yakula had managed to soar up just in time, creating another shield to help them.
Its eyes glowed brightly, fixed intently on him.
Dollop was utterly astonished. How could such a kid use such a high-level protective magic?
The screen suddenly appeared, activating Yakula's fighting spirit.
Then, it switched to another message. Hunting magic will grant a high-speed absorption shield. At that moment, Jili's character had acquired 2 equipment slots, and his character's basic attributes were being incrementally enhanced.
Yakula seemed to be exhausted in mid-air. Jila anxiously called out, is Yakula hurt?
Yakula turned its head to look at him, eyes glazed with a mischievous smile but without replying. Then, suddenly, it passed out and fell freely from the sky. Jila hurriedly extended his arms to catch it. He cradled Yakula in his arms, his face filled with concern as he murmured, it's okay, I'm here now.
Jila wondered to himself, even the Beast King's protective shield couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack. But how could Yakula block it? He looked at Yakula again. If it weren't for Yakula, Wubulei and I would have turned to dust by now. System notification: Yakula has lost its combat ability, automatically transferred to the storage space. It will recover in 24 hours. Jila looked at Yakula fondly. Thank you, little one. Yakula, sleep well, wait for Dad to defeat Dollop. System notification: Yakula has been transferred to the storage space. Wubulei remained alert. Jilo, just now Dollop repeatedly used magic, and now he is likely in a skill cooldown period. He spoke to Jilo. I'll draw his attacks. You look for an opportunity to get close and engage in close combat. With that, the two immediately split their actions. Wubulei took the lead, heading towards Dollop with his sword raised. Jilo paused for a moment and thought, what level is this Dollop? He must be no less than Fenrir's level. He secretly used the system to look up Dollop's information but couldn't find his level. Jila grew frustrated. Damn it, just like a bandit, no way to check his level. Dollop gritted his teeth in hatred. Wubulei, full of fighting spirit, once again appeared in front of Dollop. He lowered his voice. Dollop, it's time for us to truly end this. The sword in Wubulei's hand began to grow larger, and with it, his strength surged. Wubulei's gaze was full of determination, his eyes gleaming with fiery red sparks. Dollop could only sneer. How ridiculous. This is nothing but a one-sided slaughter. Wubulei, upon hearing this, calmly raised his sword and said, not necessarily. With the sword in hand, he decisively charged forward without hesitation, his eyes filled with determination. Dollop raised his hand to conjure a surge of power, then mockingly said, Wubulei, you really don't know your limits. He created a massive stone wall that fell from the sky, landing right in front of him. The wall was taller than any mountain, standing imposingly to block Wubulei's path. Wubulei, however, showed no hesitation and raised his sword high. He gathered all his strength and decisively struck the stone wall with a powerful blow. Upon impact, the wall split in two, shattering into pieces above. Dollop summoned 3 more stone walls to encircle Wubulei. At this point, Wubulei could not speak, but his patience was clearly wearing thin. Furiously, Wubulei began to break down each sturdy stone wall step by step. Dollop stood above, his expression unchanged, as he conjured more fireballs around him and launched them toward Wubulei without a second thought. He also nimbly dodged and pressed on with his attack. Dollop then summoned 2 fierce monsters, one made of water and the other of fire, both growling menacingly. Wubulei swung his sword and struck at the 2 monsters, causing them to gradually dissipate. At this moment, there was nothing left to hinder his attack on Dollop. The 2 locked eyes, a silent challenge passing between them. Dollop, full of arrogance, said, Wubulei, save your strength. With your current state, there's no way you'll ever get close to me. Suddenly, another surge of immense power appeared behind Dollop. He sensed the danger from behind and turned his head. Jila quickly materialized right behind him. He was sure that he had succeeded. Take this skill, Dollop. Jila shouted as he moved swiftly, appearing before Dollop. As Jila threw a punch, Dollop's power gently wrapped around his wrist. Then, his leg was similarly immobilized, leaving him unable to move. Jili's body was suddenly controlled, catching him off guard. Dollop sneered with contempt. Using such childish tricks to deal with me? Ridiculous. Before he could finish speaking, Jila threw a punch directly into his stomach. Dollop was stunned as he watched the fist impact him. Fueled with determination, Jila increased his speed, breaking free from the negative wind whirl state. He continued to land punch after punch on Dollop, sending him flying into the air. The system continuously notified that due to the disappearance of the effect, overlapping effects had been created. The damage from annihilation / turned into actual damage. Ji-Lu was enveloped by an intense surge of power. He clenched his fist tightly and shouted with resolve, Die, Dollop! The punch decisively struck Dollop's face, and he couldn't avoid it. Dollop was sent flying far away.
At this moment, Wu Bu-lei saw his opportunity. He flew towards Dollop and raised his sword. Even if you've sacrificed your soul to the demons to gain immense power, don't forget that the weakness of a mage is defense. Wu Bu-lei struck twice with his sword. He raised his sword high, the power converging into the Dollop sword, even though I was no longer at my peak. Wu Bu-lei used all his strength to slash at Dollop, but this single strike was enough to kill him. The blow created a long red streak of light that seemed to cut through the night sky. The force of it struck Dollop down onto a mountain, causing the trees around it to be completely destroyed. Ji Lu, in the air, dodged to the side, but the surge of power had not yet dissipated. Despite avoiding it, the overwhelming force still affected Ji Lu, causing him to raise his hand to shield his face. Wu Bu-lei clenched his fist, staring at the strike he had just unleashed, with a will that was certain of victory. He sheathed his sword, his gaze still sharp, and his voice a little softer, more sincere.
It's all over now. Dollop.
Wu Bu-lei jumped to the ground, sliding a considerable distance but managing to brace himself with his hands.
Ji Lu, having witnessed Wu Bu-lei's power, couldn't help but sigh in awe. Is this the power of the 12 heroes? Wu Bu-lei is truly strong.
The explosive strength of that last move was absolutely no less than Dollop's, no, it was even stronger than Dollop's.
Wu Bu-lei walked over to him.
Shen Ji Lu, perhaps there are many areas in the barrier that need repairs.
We'll need to split up to take action.
You guide them to the western barrier.
I'll head east.
With the current situation, they'll still have to struggle against the monsters over there. Ji Lu was about to turn and follow the plan, but he stopped in his tracks, waiting. Something felt off, something was very strange. After a brief moment of thought, Ji Li's eyes widened as he seemed to have discovered something.
I know now.
Just now, the battle felt unusually smooth, and moreover, after the fight ended, the system didn't send any notifications. Wu Bu-lei also looked towards the direction where Ji Lu was standing, and he couldn't believe his own eyes. Dollop was still alive, standing in midair with his tattered clothes, but his body seemed fine. He was furious, holding Bu-lei, and exclaimed, I never expected that this kid could break my control. Dollop snickered, that's only to help you get close to attack me more easily.
But you didn't expect this, did you, Wu Bu-lei?
The wounds on his body began to heal rapidly. A stream of recovery power enveloped Dollop's body.
The power that I possess. You ordinary mortals can't even begin to imagine it. Ji Lu remembered something.
Dollop was exactly like the bandit from before, able to heal his wounded body. Wu Bu-lei then spoke with a grave expression, his voice hoarse, I was wrong. Dollop's power doesn't come from demons, his external source of power is the god of death, Hades.
Ji Lu reflected on his words, wondering, the god of the underworld? Wu Bu-lei continued, do you remember the one who killed Sally's parents?
The power he used back then was similar to Dollop's. Wu Bu-lei also recalled Argala's appearance back then. It was I who overheard him mention Hades. At that time, Argalus held Sally by the neck, muttering to himself, none of this is right, none of it.
He tossed Sally aside. How annoying, such a wasted trip. Now, how am I supposed to explain this to Lord Hades? On the ground, someone severely injured was still trying to stand up, shouting, you bastard, wherever you go, I'll kill you. Argalus didn't care and flew off. The person continued shouting, who are you really? Why are you doing this? Wu Bu-lei carried on with his previous conversation, the power Dollop is using now is exactly like that name, the death of Sally's parents, even our imprisonment in Latinea, all of it is related to him. Daro chuckled, I didn't expect you to know the origin of my power. I wasn't planning on using divine strength to kill you, but I didn't expect you to be so difficult. Don't you understand? The elemental power the gods gave you can't harm me, any attack is futile. A malicious look appeared in Dollop's eyes, isn't death without pain a good thing? Why struggle? With that, his body slowly began to change, his power shifting as well, and his body gradually disappeared. Then I'll slowly torment you. Ji Lu and Wu Bulei were both taken aback by the scene in front of them. What disappeared? The two immediately began to look around, both observing and remaining on guard. At this moment, the system displayed a bright red warning that the target had disappeared. Ji Lu looked up at the sky, searching, and the system also reported that the target had vanished. He then looked towards the sparse forest ahead, and the system again announced that the target was gone. Ji Lu then confirmed, "It's not just high-speed movement, he really has disappeared." He suddenly realized something dangerous, and his facial muscles tensed, his expression turning serious. Dollop suddenly appeared behind Wu Bulei, catching him off guard. He spoke, "I'm here." Then Dollop struck hard at Wu Bulei's back, not giving him any chance to resist. He let out a faint laugh, his body gradually fading as he prepared to disappear once more. But Dollop suddenly appeared in front of Wu Bulei, punching him in the chest, leaving him no time to dodge. Ji Lu screamed Wu Bulei's name frantically, his eyes filled with worry. He rushed towards Dollop to save Wu Bulei but was knocked back. The blow sent Ji Lu flying several meters away, forcing him to brace himself on the ground to maintain his balance. In Dollop's eyes, Ji Lu appeared so small, yet that tiny human still charged at him aggressively. Ji Lu's fist was almost at Dollop's face but still failed to land. Then, his punch hit Dollop's head, but it disintegrated into smoke. Ji Lu jumped back to distance himself and saw only Dollop's head vanish into smoke. Without saying a word, Dollop reappeared from nowhere and punched Ji Lu straight in the stomach. He looked somewhere else, then delivered an uppercut to Ji Lu's chin with a look of satisfaction and glee. "A lowly being dares to challenge me." Dollop continued to land blow after blow on Ji Lu without stopping, as if venting 1,000 frustrations. He delivered one final decisive punch, putting all his force into it, sending Ji Lu flying 100 meters. He crashed into a rock face, shattering it. Dollop calmly stood, watching the aftermath of his destruction. The system immediately issued a notification, warning, "Your HP is currently below 10%. Please replenish immediately." Ji Lu's shoulder was probably seriously injured. He hadn't expected that this guy also possessed the skill of invisibility. Moreover, his physical attacks earlier had been very powerful. Dollop must have gained some divine power. He and Wu Bulei could no longer harm him. Ji Lu looked at Dollop, his body still covered in numerous wounds, both large and small, but his gaze remained vigilant. Is this the power of the Hades divine spirit? Ji Lu frowned, appearing confused. In the eyes of a god, are we nothing more than weak ants? Dollop noticed Ji Lu's prolonged silence and taunted him. What's the matter? Is Chun Ji Lu finally desperate? Dollop continued, humans really are ruthless. Even children enjoy tormenting ants on the ground and laughing at their struggles. Now, you are no different from those ants, the sight of you squirming actually amuses me. Dollop used his power to slowly lift Ji Lu off the ground. He sneered, "Chun Ji Lu, don't dream of being a hero saving the world. You are nothing but a joke. But, if you can entertain me, perhaps I will give you a chance to survive." As Dollop and Ji Lu hovered in midair, Wu Bulei appeared behind Dollop, holding a sword. His figure exuded strength, and despite the numerous wounds on his body, he shouted, "You bastard, Dollop!" Without hesitation, Wu Bulei used the thunder strike slash to strike downward. Dollop did not dodge, he stood there nonchalantly, smirking. He swatted Wu Bulei's sword out of his hand, sending it flying far away. The sword buried itself deep into the ground, embedding firmly into the solid earth. Dollop gently used his strength to bind Wu Bulei, causing him to scream in pain. He threatened with his gaze, "Wu Bulei, it seems you still don't understand. No elemental power can harm someone with divine power like mine, it is completely useless. No matter how powerful the element is, a mere mortal can never kill a god. This is the reality that will drive you to despair." Ji Lu suddenly realized that elemental power couldn't harm a god, which also meant this was a setting in the Cosmos game. The sword, driven straight into the ground, was lifted by Dollop using his strength, then placed in front of Ji Lu. "Do you remember I gave you a chance earlier? Well, the opportunity is here now." Dollop smirked maliciously. If you kill this old man Wu Bu-lei with your own hands, I will spare you and the others. Ji Li's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and glared at him. Stop dreaming. Dollop sneered contemptuously and threatened, not agreeing. Huh? Then you'll just have to watch this piece of trash get tortured to death, and then your teammates will follow. At that moment, he lightly manipulated the debris, sending rocks of various sizes into the air, alternately striking Wu Bu-lei's body, making him scream in agony. Dollop casually crossed his arms and said to Ji Li, "Look at how he's suffering, isn't it better to just end him?" Ji Li kept cursing, "Don't touch Mr. Wu Bu-lei, you bastard. I'm going to kill you." Dollop asked once again, "So, is it everyone dying, or do we kill Wu Bu-lei to save the others?" Wu Bu-lei screamed in agony, his voice filled with despair. Dollop emphasized once more. "Chen Ji Li, which one will you choose?" Ji Li was consumed with worry, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I can't do anything, all I can do is stand there and watch Mr. Wu Bu-lei suffer, watch everyone be killed, is that it?" He recalled each of his teammates, Sally, Bo Ban, Bras, Falorga, Saluka, and the most important one, his mother. He hadn't even returned yet to find out what had really happened at home. In his eyes, a deep disappointment in himself showed, and his mind wandered aimlessly. Is there really no way out? Suddenly, Hesiod's voice rang in Ji Li's mind. Is this thing also a god? He looked up, his mind clearing a little as he seemed to recognize the voice. The dark sky was interspersed with red flowers fluttering in the wind. Ji Li felt as if he had been transported to another space, causing him to freeze in place. Ji Li sensed someone behind him and turned around. Hesiod teased him. It's truly embarrassing that the master I chose was killed by this thing. Ji Li hesitated, but using the divine elemental power, he couldn't harm Dollop, who was imbued with divine strength. Hesiod responded, "You're right. How could a mortal be given a power that could destroy them?" He said cryptically, "Ordinary elemental power, of course, cannot harm him." Ji Li caught the meaning in Hesiod's words and asked, "Uncle, do you have a way?" Hesiod smiled slightly, "Kid, if you die, I die too. Of course, I won't allow me or my master to die at that man's hands." The way he referred to that man really made one angry. The power of the god of the underworld was indeed terrifying, but this man had run into you, Chen Ji Li. Hearing his name mentioned, Ji Li couldn't help but ask in return. Hesiod explained, "Ordinary elemental power can't hurt gods, but you're different. The element of chaos I've given you is the only thing that can." Ji Li now understood the meaning behind his words. It was the power to kill gods. Hesiod grinned with satisfaction. "It's time for you to see the terrifying side of the element of chaos." The element of chaos had increased by 3%. Outside, Dollop was still taunting, "Chen Ji Li, have you given up on resistance? If that's the case, I'll kill him right away." Ji Li ignored him, closing his eyes, unaffected. A surge of power flowed secretly within his body. Dollop didn't care whether Ji Li responded or not and laughed mockingly. "Come on. Die. Bu-lei." Suddenly, Ji Li raised his voice, startling Dollop. "Dollop, the one who deserves to die is you." At this moment, the system simultaneously announced that the blessing skill had been fully restored. Ji Li also transformed into a different figure, much stronger than before. Seeing him, Dollop couldn't help but laugh maniacally, as if he had lost his mind. "Interesting, you definitely have to die." As he swung his sword down halfway, Ji Li swiftly and fiercely grabbed his sword. Dollop stopped laughing, his face displaying disbelief. This couldn't be happening. Without saying a word, without giving Dollop any time to react or think, Ji Li threw a punch straight into his face. He followed it up with a relentless series of punches to Dollop's body, striking furiously. Ji Li laughed as if he had lost his humanity, his punches coming without pause as if he were releasing all the anger he had been holding in from the start. The system displayed a notification showing the HP of annihilation dropping to 3000. Ji Li stopped punching and delivered a powerful kick straight into Dollop's stomach, sending him hurtling like a meteor crashing into the forest, the impact so strong it felt like an explosion.
Hesiod whispered in Ji Li's ear, "Kid, if we compare divine power to a flame, then the strength of the element of chaos is water, opposing it." The system continuously showed notifications about the skill upgrades and the rewards for killing the enemy. The words echoed in Ji Li's mind. "You are the natural-born godslayer." The system also displayed that the remaining time for the state of guidance was 20 seconds. Bu Lei looked up at Ji Lu, who was hovering in the air, radiating immense energy. He was taken aback, his eyes widened in surprise. Was this the true power of the element of chaos? Meanwhile, Ji Lu asked Hesiod curiously, "Uncle, let me ask you something. Why are you only now giving me the full strength of the element of chaos?" Hearing Ji Li's question, the man remained still, unsure of what to say. Then he explained to him, "If the opponent today did not possess divine power, I would not have unleashed this god-slaying power. The god-slaying power is a forbidden force that strikes at the gods, and its existence is absolutely not allowed. The gods, with their keen sense of smell, must have already sensed its presence by now." Ji Lu listened attentively. Hesiod added, "From now on, they will no longer hold back. They will send their strongest forces to hunt you down and kill you. What you will face in the future is no longer just these henchmen. You will have to face the gods of the divine realm." Upon hearing this, Ji Li's expression grew even more serious. The system displayed a notification about the mission, having unlocked the full power of his chi. Ji Li glanced at the system board and reassured Hesiod, "Don't worry, uncle. Even if I have to fight gods, I must leave here." The system also displayed information about the uses of the dosa tears. Seeing this, he immediately drank it, thinking to himself, "But first, I need to kill this guy." Ji Lu resolutely drank it all in one gulp, determined. When everything was finished, the system announced that the lead extermination skill had been restored, along with several new abilities. At this moment, Dollop was struggling to stand up. "Damn it, this can't be happening." He was confused, clutching his body that was riddled with wounds. Lord Hades had taken his soul, stripping him of all his senses. But why was he now trembling so violently for no apparent reason? Dollop gritted his teeth in frustration, still unable to understand what this man had done to him. The deeper he went, the more he realized the result was unattainable. Could it be that this person was the very one from the legend? Something pressing caught Dollop's attention, and right after, a huge explosion sent him flying far away. All he could do was desperately shield himself with his hands. Ji Lu, with immense power, rushed forward to attack. Used the blessing annihilation slash. As Ji Li's fist was about to land on him, Dollop quickly used his stealth skill to dodge. By now, Ji Lu immediately detected him. The technique that Dollop had once taken pride in was now meaningless against Ji Lu. The system's voice echoed, activating Dosa's gaze. The enemy's stealth was nullified, the target locked, and the attack was relentless. Ji Lu continued to charge. Dollop was horrified, completely taken by surprise, cursing inwardly. "This bastard can see me. Damn it!" Ji Lu descended from the sky, delivering a powerful blow. Dollop spat out blood, flying backward, as the system's notifications rang out incessantly. Reduce 1600 HP, cumulative damage from 30 attacks, explosive damage dealt 3 times. Successfully reduced 3000 HP, blessing skill recovery activated. Dollop felt like he had died and come back to life, the pain overwhelming. Blessing reduced 3000 HP. Warning, health below 10%. Note that Dosa's tears effect will disappear after 2 seconds. The weaving state will vanish after 5 seconds. Along with the announcement, a series of punches rained down on him. Finally, Ji Lu assumed the position for a decisive strike, a massive surge of energy and lightning surrounding him. Dollop saw this and had no choice but to give in, letting out a faint smile as he admitted, "Is this the true power of a godslayer?" Ji Lu gathered all of his strength into a single punch, sending it toward him. His gaze was now unwavering, filled with sheer determination. In an instant, a shockwave of explosion erupted, causing the ancient tree in the forest to bend and sway. On Boulet's side, those who had witnessed the whole event, even those who were still fighting under Boan, couldn't help but glance over. Everyone paused, turning their attention fully to the scene. Dollop was gradually obscured by the explosion's light, his only remaining sound being a desperate scream. The system's notification echoed, "Kill Dollop, receive 3 million." Jilu remained motionless, observing the aftermath of his own triumph. A system message appeared, informing Jilu of his reward and level increase. Task completion criteria: use Dosa's tears in battle, complete 2 uses of the blessing skill, and slay Dollop with the Godslayer's power. The chaotic trial mission was completed, awarding 1.5 million EXP, receiving the essence of the divine, and a level cup. The system initiated the refinement system, enabling the appraising function and activating the map sensing function. The dark clouds slowly dispersed, revealing rays of light from the sky. Ji Lu, however, knelt down to the ground, returning to his original state. Wu Bulei rushed over quickly, his voice filled with concern as he called out, "Shen Jilu." Jilu staggered, struggling to rise. Exhausted and drained, he weakly spoke to him, "Wu Bulei, I've won." As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately fainted. Wu Bulei hurriedly caught him, shouting his name, "Shen Jilu." The sky now radiated warmth, as if empathizing with the two people. In the netherworld, where the mysterious, gloomy castle stood, displaying souls as trophies of heroic feats, Hades sat leisurely in a chair, savoring his tea, a green flame of soul flickering out. At this moment, his gaze also fell upon the soul of Dollop as it disappeared. "Latinea's false guardian, huh?" He spoke, "The God Slayer has reappeared in Latinea. Argolis must have arrived by now." In the endless sea, a small boat drifted aimlessly on a large river. Here, Argolis stood boldly at the bow of the boat, visibly irritated. "This boat is incredibly slow," he thought. "This is the only means of transportation in the endless sea." Unable to wait any longer, he turned to Cecil, who was rowing the boat, and asked, "How much longer until we reach Latinea?" Cecil continued rowing, but upon hearing Argolis's question, he looked up and respectfully replied, "Lord Argolis, we're almost there." Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile curled at the corner of his lips. Suddenly, a spatial gate materialized out of nowhere. In the midst of the haze, a voice calling out Jilu echoed in the void. "Jilu, wake up." At that moment, Jilu slowly opened his eyes, still groggy. He suddenly recognized the familiar voice of his mother. Jilu sprang up, shouting loudly, causing everyone around him to jump in alarm. He gasped for breath, and everyone looked at him with judgmental eyes. Only then did he start to realize the strange surroundings around him. "What's going on? Why am I here?" A middle-aged man grabbed the boy by the collar, scolding him loudly. "You crazy kid," shouting so loudly, scaring everyone. The announcement at the train station sounded. Next stop, Academy Street Station. Passengers, please prepare to disembark. The boy ignored the man, deep in thought, wondering. Academy Street. I'm back to reality. Jilu, feeling excited, shouted out. Finally, I'm back. The man, still gripping the boy's collar, yelled. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you really crazy? The system announcement sounded again. Arrived at Academy Street Station. Passengers, please disembark to the left. Now the boy took notice, quickly apologizing to the man. Sorry, man. I just had a nightmare, that's why. Suddenly, the system warning sounded non-stop. Danger, please be cautious. Hearing that, the boy froze. Why is the system still giving warnings? Didn't I just return to reality? From somewhere, a distant voice called out. What are you guys planning to do? Both the boy and the middle-aged man paused. An angry voice rang out. You little punk, you trying to scare me? You want to die? Several men in suits rushed toward them. Jilu, go. Get out of here, quick.
Once again, the boy heard his mother's voice. What's going on? Was that my mom's voice just now?
The man still held onto the boy's collar, furiously shouting.
You brat, talk. Stop acting dumb. Suddenly, the boy vanished in an instant, leaving the man in shock.
The man, pale and drenched in sweat, gasped.
He's gone.
The men in black suits approached and asked.
Sir, did you see a high school student here just now?
The uncle saw this and panicked, flailing his arms and legs.
Didn't the kid just suddenly disappear earlier?
The man in the suit furrowed his brow in discomfort, turning back to Ji Lu. At this moment, Ji La suddenly opened his eyes.
Ji Lu immediately sat up straight. He gasped for air, sweat dripping down his face.
Ji Lu looked around, puzzled.
Had he returned to Latinea? Could it be that everything earlier was just a dream?
He thought to himself, trying to make sense of it. Everything just now had felt so real.
But if it was real, why did his mother's voice appear at the end?
A voice from outside the door caught his attention.
Chen Ji Lu, you're awake.
Sally, looking like a celestial being, brought in some food. Seeing her, Ji Lu quickly blurted out a series of questions.
Sally, are you okay? What happened to Mr. Wu Bulei? Is everyone else all right?
She gently reassured him.
Don't worry, everyone is fine.
Early this morning, Wu Bulei said he's rested for 10 days already, and he's so bored that he couldn't stand it anymore, so he went with everyone to help repair the town.
Ji Lu, upon hearing this, looked at himself in shock. Wait, 10 days? Have I really been asleep for 10 days?
Sally confirmed. Yes, your injuries have healed, but you wouldn't wake up. It scared us half to death.
Lassadler even went through the trouble of making tonic for you.
She brushed her hair aside and continued. I still need to go help Mr. Wu Bulei.
After you finish eating, come to the town to find us.
By the way, the villagers are preparing a big feast tonight to thank you. You'll need to prepare a speech, our great hero.
Hearing this, Ji Lu asked in confusion, what speech?
Wait, She didn't answer him but reminded him that there were new clothes outside prepared for him.
Make sure to change.
The food on the table consisted of light dishes that Sally had prepared for him.
Suddenly, Ji Lu remembered something. That's right, Yakula was still in the personal space. He immediately pressed the horn icon to summon it.
It had been a while, so it should be recovered by now. The system sound played, operation failed.
Yakula had not yet recovered, which confused him. What? It still hasn't recovered after 10 days? Ignoring Ji Li's question, a notification sounded, you have an unread message. He focused on the system and began to open the letter.
The information panel revealed that he had passed Part 1 and awakened the God Slayer Latinea, difficulty level Hell Cosmos. Ji Lu was stunned upon seeing this. The Hell difficulty level.
Is that why I couldn't log out of the game? Furthermore, now that the system is fully activated, it really feels like I'm dealing with ghosts.
Then, he pressed the weapon crafting button, deciding not to check the weapon crafting system for now. The system then notified Ji Lu that he had activated the weapon crafting system and provided data on how to craft basic weaponry. Ji Lu felt that this was vaguely similar to the game he understood before. The system's vitality mechanics were quite familiar.
He rested his chin and thought, now this feels a bit more like a game. And this appraising function. Maybe it can be used to check the creatures I encounter.
A system diagnostics panel appeared, displaying the basic procedures for startup. Ji Lu focused intently on the 3 functions on the screen.
Yakula and the bandits were still marked with question marks.
It seemed that the system needed to level up further before it could identify them. This map perception system could help him sense high-level monsters around, making it convenient for hunting monsters and leveling up, while the titles obtained would be awarded after completing certain special events.
Different titles would offer different rewards. The teleportation array system utilized elemental power to create teleportation points in an area. Currently, it seemed that he could only create 3 teleportation points. Jilu was certain that the most important thing right now was the system for nurturing the chaotic body's strength. Then, the system informed him that he possessed a godly element, which, when used, would release 1% of his power. Jilu now understood that in order to unleash his power, he first needed to acquire the godly element. At the moment, he could only release 3% of his chaotic god-killing power, and later, he would need to challenge the god-beast Nabruz at the temple. It was best to release as much power as possible as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Jilu made a firm decision and immediately commanded the system to use the godly element. A massive surge of energy poured into him. He stared at this power in disbelief. Though it was only a 1% increase, the energy flowed into his body like a vast, roaring ocean. At this point, Jilu remembered that he had received a few items. The system notifications continued. Earth's Ring, Elemental Power Ring. High tier, increases 30 points of willpower, 25 points of physical strength passively. When equipped, grants 30% resistance to elemental earth-based attack damage. Frost Armor. Increases 35 points of endurance, 20 points of willpower, 50 points of HP passively. After taking damage, automatically releases an ice shield, attacking the enemy with a 50% speed reduction effect. Finally, he donned his bright armor. Jilu looked at the key floating in mid-air. There was one last key. The last time, after using the key to unlock the Baoyang, Yakula had appeared. What would happen this time? In front of a wooden house, Bros spoke up and asked, "Wu Bulei, are you repairing the house?" The injured have been taken care of, and the barriers in various places have been repaired. Now, only a few final simple tasks remain. By tomorrow, everything in the town should be back to normal. Upon hearing this, he complimented him. Not bad. Bros quickly responded. How's the dinner preparation going? Lassidler and Falorga have been preparing since early morning. I think it's almost done by now. At this point, he suddenly remembered right, Uncle Boulay, Lucius, and the others were all being watched by Boan, but the other guardians seemed to have run off from the town, no one knew where to. Upon hearing this, he found it odd and had to stop what he was doing to ask. Ran off from the town? That seems a bit strange. Bros was surprised. Is that so? But if he's outside the town alone, he probably won't survive for long. He admitted. True, but I have this feeling that there's something hidden inside him, something even more powerful than Dollop. The scene shifted to a place where sunlight streamed through the window frame, and a voice suddenly cried out. What? It's Jilu? He was still focused on observing the red key. This was a key for a dungeon mission. The system indicated that the red moon key, blood red in color, descended upon the world. The brave player would sever the seed of evil and receive boundless power. After use, a dungeon quest would be activated, teleporting the character to a designated maze for the task. During the quest to slay the demon beasts, the player would receive triple EXP within the given time frame. Defeating the final boss would mark the completion of the quest. Upon completion, the player would randomly receive legendary level weapon equipment. If the character dies during the quest, the real body would be erased by the system. Upon hearing this, Jilu fell into deep thought. Jilu remained still, analyzing the situation. If the character dies, the real body would also be erased. In Yakula's punishment space, the system had previously warned, after failure, the real body would be erased. When he first entered Latnea, he was trapped and killed by robbers. The system notified that the character had died but didn't explain the relationship between the character and the real body. Jilu clenched his fists, puzzled. If he was trapped in the game, then his real body, how did it end up back on the subway? Jilu gritted his teeth, frustrated and unwilling to accept the situation. Damn it, what's really going on? Is it truly just a dream? A coughing sound interrupted his train of thought. Shenjilu,
are you okay? It was Hesiod, appearing to grab Zhile's attention.
Zhile spoke up, Uncle, why did you stop him before he finished asking?
Don't mind it, this is just an illusion of mine, Hesiod confirmed what Zhile had been wondering.
What I mean is, it's not a dream. You really left Latinea, though I don't know why you came back.
Hearing this, Zhile suddenly turned around.
What did you say? I really left just now. The guide definitely confirmed.
That's right, I also saw everything you saw there. You sprang up like a spring, saying that the bald guy was looking for me, and moreover, he knew I would appear in the subway.
What was that last voice from my mother? Why did she tell me to leave quickly?
Hesiod was surprised and told you to leave. I didn't hear that voice. This traditional method of communication is something I've never seen. It didn't use divine power or elemental strength, but some enormous force I've never encountered. Zhile frowned, speculating on what could happen.
If leaving Latinea is true, then there are only two possibilities.
The first is that my consciousness has never left the game, and I'm simply not transitioning from Latinea to a subway station resembling the real world. The second is that I've truly returned to reality, my body lost consciousness and cannot sit in the subway, meaning from the moment I entered the game, this has been my real body. Either of these speculations proves one thing, this world is not real but is a fabrication.
So, could the bald uncle I saw be someone mentioned in Xiaomei's letter?
You imagined the scene of your mother pleading for help as she was taken away and instinctively trembled with anger.
Damn it, my mother can't have been captured, can she? And why, in the end, am I the only one who was teleported here?
Zhile felt an injustice and kept screaming in frustration.
Damn it.
Hesiod saw this and quickly tried to calm your emotions.
Hey, Shinjilu, you need to stay calm right now.
At that moment, the system's voice rang out at the most inopportune time.
Do you want to use the red key? If there is no action within 10 seconds, the system will automatically end the usage.
The red key appeared before the system's display. Zhile had regained his composure.
I'm fine, don't worry, Uncle. There's something I want to ask you, Uncle. Have you ever killed a god? If you regained all your strength, would you be able to defeat the strongest god?
This made Hesiod freeze, unsure of what to say. He felt a wave of self-reproach.
Sorry, kid. These questions in my mind just leave a void. I must have killed a god before, otherwise, how would I end up trapped here?
But any god would fear the power of the element of chaos. I think one day you'll also have the chance to kill the strongest god. Zhile was silent upon hearing this. He whispered to himself, Uncle is right, for now, all I can do is keep getting stronger.
Hesiod agreed.
That's right, kid. The god-killing power has been activated now, so it won't be long before a god comes to cause trouble.
You have to be prepared.
Immediately, Zhile donned his cloak in preparation.
Don't worry, Uncle. I won't die here.
He began walking, but his mind was still full of thoughts, silently reminding himself, I not only have to survive and leave this place, but I also need to solve those final mysteries.
After the banquet, I'll start leveling up immediately. Meanwhile, the fire blazed brightly in the dark night. La Lu, feeling helpless, scolded.
Sally, you've asked me no less than 10 times in the past hour. Everything is ready, we're just waiting for that Zhile to get here. Then the three of them, Lassiter, Sally, and Boan, began to chat and exchange words, while Boulay and Bras could only sit in silence, watching the scene unfold. The two of them shared a peaceful conversation. Bras thought that since arriving here, he had never felt as at ease as he did now. Tonight, he was determined to enjoy himself thoroughly. Hearing this, he responded.
Your mindset is really good, Bras.
If it hadn't been for Zhile defeating Dollop, we wouldn't even know what kind of situation we'd be facing right now. He looked up at the sky, firmly affirming, I believe he won't lose. I saw with my own eyes how he killed that Beast King.
Wu Boulay bluntly stated the truth. The Beast King is no match for Dollop. Dollop's power was granted by Hades. As soon as he finished speaking, Bros immediately staggered back in disbelief. He forced a smile, his face contorting in disbelief, as he asked again. Hades, as in the god of the underworld Hades? Suddenly, a voice from afar interrupted their conversation. Hey Bros, why did you stagger like that? It was Jilo, looking handsome as he walked toward them. Did Wu Lei tell you something horrifying? Upon his arrival, everyone greeted him joyfully. Wu Lei then slowly stood up to greet him. Our great hero has arrived. Let's begin the feast. The fire was lit, blazing brightly. More torches were added, creating a lively atmosphere in the late hours of the night. Soon, the sounds of the villagers' cheers could be heard from all directions, expressing their gratitude for the great hero. From the elderly to the children, everyone was full of enthusiasm. Jila quietly observed the bustling scene. What he hadn't expected was the way he was being welcomed. The scene shifts to an image of the crowd surrounding the stands, accompanied by intense cheering. At the center of attention, Sally raises her hand high, signaling for the crowd to quiet down. She turns her face to one side, extending her hand in an inviting gesture towards the figure everyone has been mentioning. Next, please welcome the great hero who saved our town, Shinjilu, to say a few words. However, Jila seems somewhat reluctant when his name is mentioned. Seeing that he hasn't moved yet, Wu Lei quickly urges him. Go on, everyone is waiting for you. Jila still stands still despite the reminder. Sensing his hesitation, Wu Lei turns to ask. What's wrong? Is it the pressure of speaking in front of the crowd? Jilo immediately denies it, then expresses his true feelings. It's just that I don't think of myself as a hero. Saving the town wasn't just my effort, there were others who fought and sacrificed to protect the town too. They are all heroes. He simply didn't want to take all the credit for himself. This made Jilo feel a bit of pressure. He believed that the victory was made possible by everyone's help, and he didn't think he deserved the praise. So, he felt guilty for shifting all the credit to him. I can't face the townspeople like this. Wu Lei patted him on the shoulder to give him a bit more courage. Don't worry, everyone knows. If it weren't for you, everyone in the town wouldn't be alive right now. He looked at Jilu, silently affirming his place. Now, a true hero was needed to give the surviving people a glimmer of hope. In his eyes, Jilu was the hero, the hope, and the guiding light for everyone in the town. At the same time, from behind, Bros and Lassidler shouted loudly, "Keep going!" to cheer for Jilu. Overall, everyone recognized his efforts. Wu Lei patted him on the shoulder, an action that felt like a grandfather guiding his grandson on the right path. Let everyone burn bright and hope we can leave here. Let everyone know that leaving here is not impossible. Jili's eyes shone brightly as he steadfastly looked ahead, growing more confident. He slowly walked up to the stage where everyone was waiting. The crowd below continued to shout in unison, as if showing their gratitude to him. With a confident posture, Jila stepped forward to the crowd. As Wu Lei had said, he realized that the people of the town, after having endured a brutal war, had fallen into despair. What they needed now was someone ready to guide them out of the darkness. As everyone had affirmed that he was the great hero, Sheila had to live up to that, to protect those who needed him, and to truly become a hero. Sheila looked down at the people he had saved, and in his heart, he felt that being needed by everyone was indeed a good feeling. The residents below cheered even louder when they saw Jilu. Dongcheng shouted loudly, "Great hero!" He stood on the stage, introduced himself, and then thanked everyone for their trust. With a strong appearance and a determined spirit, Jila showed his intense resolve. He used his promise as a test, clearly demonstrating his responsibility and dedication. I will definitely protect everyone and lead everyone out of Latinea. On the other side, a mysterious figure appeared with iron-shod feet, moving across the sandy expanse. Argalus was giving orders to Cecil. "Wait here, I'll be back quickly," the man replied. "Yes, my lord."
A moment later, Argalus stood in the desert, feeling uneasy and murmuring to himself. It's been hundreds of years, and this place still has this damn weather. Then his face gradually turned cold, his eyes burning red as if he was plotting something.
Let's check out Sunil's territory.
He transformed into a dragon, stomped heavily on the sand, and flew high, searching for answers to his suspicions.
Could it be that fool was really killed?
Back to Jilu, he was sitting on the rooftop, holding a wine bottle and gazing at the starry sky.
It wasn't romantic, on the contrary, it was quiet and gloomy.
Jilu took slow sips of wine, allowing himself to sink into deep thought. Suddenly, Bras appeared behind him and spoke, breaking the quiet contemplation.
That speech earlier wasn't bad. He admired Ji Li's performance. I didn't expect you to be so calm. I wouldn't dare give a speech in front of so many people. Boan immediately interrupted, sneering.
Of course, this thick-skinned guy wasn't nervous. Ji Li stood up and responded sarcastically.
Boan, your mouth is as foul as ever. Oh, where are Boule and Sally?
He was about to rush forward and challenge Ji Li in anger. Seeing this, Bras quickly stopped Boan and answered Ji Li's question.
Wu Boule had a bit too much to drink, and Sally took him home.
Filorga Jie went to bring food to Lucius and the others. Boan separated himself from the two and stood in another corner.
Bras asked Ji Li about their plans for the rest of the day and when they would depart for the temple. Ji Li quickly answered and outlined his intentions. Before heading there, I want to strengthen myself even further. If I don't, even if we find the temple, I won't be able to defeat the guardian god there. Boan, who was eavesdropping from the other side, also wondered about the target that Ji Li wanted to defeat. Was it the guardian beast? Not only was he curious, but so was Bras. He asked Ji Li to clarify the meaning of what he had just said. Ji Li didn't hesitate to explain.
Compared to the guardian, Dollop is probably just a minion.
We need to become stronger before we can take it on.
After speaking, Ji Li suddenly leapt down, leaving Bras and Boan standing there. He took a few steps and didn't forget to leave a message.
All right, I'm going to rest. You two should rest early as well. Bras watched him leave but couldn't help but feel suspicious. What's up with him? Always acting so mysterious.
Behind him, Boan's eyes also showed clear signs of confusion. In the quiet night, the moonlight illuminated the green forest. There, Ji Li stood alone, with the edge of a cliff before him, surrounded by desolation with no one else in sight. He stood in front of the system panel, arms crossed, thinking. After defeating Dorop, his hidden level had risen to 78, but his active level was still at 41.
There were still 65 unallocated attribute points.
Ji Li noticed that using the leading skill would reduce the cooldown of other skills, but it would consume a lot of MP. Therefore, he needed to increase his intelligence to boost his MP. Ji Li decided to use the Earth's Ring to increase his intelligence by 30 points. He began distributing the points, adding 15 more to his intelligence, which should be enough for the current battles. The remaining points were allocated with 25 points to strength and 25 points to agility. However, Ji Li was still missing a weapon. After unlocking the weapon shop, he found he only had 11 levels left to use. Ji Li still decided to use the remaining levels to buy a weapon, firmly believing that having something was better than nothing. Even if the only weapon he could afford was the worst one, it would still be better than being unarmed. The system notified him that by using 30 levels, the weapon shop was now unlocked. Standing in front of the weapon list, Ji Li analyzed the pros and cons of each item. The glorious golden scythe, requiring level 40, wasn't bad. While it couldn't compare to the Ozil Mage Sword Karsus with its superior stats, it immediately caught his eye. Ji Li feels that this is the best weapon available right now. It's normal attributes, but the MP attack effect is quite suitable for him. He spent 10 levels to exchange for the Mage Sword Karsus. Holding the sword in his hand, Ji Li examined it for a while before giving his evaluation. Not bad. The next step was to accept this mission.
Jilo opened his hand, and a key floated in his palm. The system then asked, "Do you wish to use the red key?" Lee quickly answered, "Yes." Immediately, a black hole opened. The system prompted, "Please approach the teleportation array, the mission will start in 5 seconds." The countdown began. Jilo confidently stepped into the black hole. He swung his sword behind his back, his bright eyes clearly expressing his will to win. Jili's feet slowly stepped into the perilous place, and soon, he was gradually engulfed by the red flames. In the last second, Jilo entered a different space, where the first thing that caught his eye was the glowing red moon, tinged with a mystical aura. However, this did not make him cautious, on the contrary, Jilo stared straight at it. In that space, the moon was enormous, while he was incredibly small. But that did not mean Jilo would lose. The ground was covered with a thin layer of water, like a gigantic mirror, reflecting the fiery red sky. Jilo gently stepped forward, creating ripples on the surface. Above and below, only one color existed: red, as if he had stepped into a terrifying, blood-soaked training ground. The system reminded him, "Please be aware, you have entered the Crimson Red Dungeon. The endless killing of the undead beasts has stained the land, the river, and even the moon and the sky." Jilo felt that this name sounded very familiar, but he couldn't recall it yet. The system continued its announcement. "Find the beast before the moon disappears. Defeating it will grant you random, generous rewards." Jilo was surprised by the rewards for this mission. However, a feeling of unease lingered in his heart. But where should I start if I need to find the beast before the moon disappears? In such a vast and desolate place, with no directional markers, he had no idea where to begin. If he acted blindly, there was a high chance that by the time he found the beast, it might already be gone. A flash of light suddenly flickered in Jili's mind. He recalled the mission prompt, "Did you find the beast before the moon disappears?" Had he already located the beast? Jilo looked up, grinning triumphantly. It turned out that it was all just a puzzle. Before the moon disappears, it wasn't just referring to time, but also the location of the beast. Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke with a faint purple glow appeared in front of him. Jilo became alert, tilting his head sharply and staring at it intently. "What is this?" he wondered. From the thick black smoke, a pair of large, leopard-like legs emerged, each with only 3 razor-sharp claws, each as large as a human arm. Its mouth was filled with jagged, overcrowded fangs. The sound of its heavy breathing carried an eerie chill. What appeared before Jilo was a bizarre spirit beast. Its head resembled that of a leopard, but it had a pair of horns growing from it, and its body was covered in rippling muscles. Jilo recognized it as a level 60 spirit beast, and it wasn't alone. Surrounding him were other spirit beasts, all closing in. One by one, the beasts gradually reduced the distance between them and Jilo, both probing and threatening. Despite the imminent danger, Jilo remained calm and summoned his weapon. He quickly analyzed the situation: level 60 spirit beasts, and there were quite a few of them. If this were before, dealing with them would have certainly taken a lot of effort. Suddenly, one of the spirit beasts lunged forward, cutting through his thoughts. Jilo leaned back slightly and narrowly avoided it. He swung his sword effortlessly, slicing through its head and using the momentum to spin. With a powerful stomp on the ground, he twisted his body, sending the sword spinning through the air. The surrounding spirit beasts were swept away, cleanly wiped out. Jilo remained standing in place, not moving an inch, continuing his previous train of thought. At this moment, these people were nothing more than opportunities to gain experience for him. At the same time, in another place, where a sharp and barren mountain stood, Argalus stood with his arms crossed, observing the shattered palace, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sumil really was killed." Although Sumil had no divine power, it was impossible for him to be so easily killed. He tilted his head slightly, sniffing the air. There was the scent of insects here. A particular smell made Argalus freeze in surprise. Could this scent belong to him? He comforted himself. It can't be. He was clearly killed.
Argolis lowered his gaze to observe the ground below, where chaos reigned.
Sunil's subordinates were lying scattered, their bodies mutilated. He smirked and speculated, could it be that he's not dead, and is still mingling with these insects?
Meanwhile, a danger was silently approaching the town of Delces, but everyone was peacefully drifting into their sleep. Through the glass window of a house still lit, Wu Bu-lei was still awake. He took a drag from his cigarette while focusing intently on a set of documents. The documents stated that the sealing of the evil god Morpheus was not the final outcome but rather the beginning of everything. The appearance of Hesiod, who possessed absolute power, made the gods suspicious of this new being. The oracle of the goddess had foreseen in a prophetic book that a god-slayer would emerge from among humans, and the gods would have to undergo judgment, restoring order to the world. The gods could no longer tolerate humanity, as the very beings they had created now possessed the power to threaten their existence. Thus, they began purging and slaughtering humankind. Under such oppression, humanity could not endure any longer and eventually rose up in rebellion. And the one prophesied to kill the gods, the one who would lead humanity to victory over them, was none other than Chen Zhilu. Wu Bu-lei took a drag from his cigarette to calm himself. Will there really be a war between humans and gods? Suddenly, a deafening noise rang out, causing Wu Bu-lei to freeze in shock, knocking over the lamp. He quickly rushed to the window, opening it to look outside, panic written across his face. The barrier was under attack. In the sky, a massive fireball was hurtling toward the town, lighting up the entire area as bright as day. It was attempting to break through the barrier. This threat before him would endanger the town. In that moment, Wu Bu-lei was gripped by terror. Then, a loud explosion rang out, and the barrier shattered into countless pieces like falling stars, raining down upon the town. Wu Bu-lei, faster than lightning, rushed to the place where it all began, the source of everything. As soon as he saw the person responsible, his eyes widened in shock, bloodshot veins appearing. Countless painful memories flooded his mind, bringing with them an overwhelming sense of hatred. The man in front of him was the very one who had killed his parents Sally and Argolis, who had regarded Wu Bu-lei as nothing more than an ant. He looked at him with contempt and coldly ordered. "You are the guardian of this place, aren't you? Tell me where the one who killed Sunil is, and I'll grant you a swift death." Back in the crimson-red dungeon, Zhilu was fully focused, preparing to unleash his skill. The surrounding energy transformed into shimmering blue streams, gathering and flowing into the sword in his hand. It was time for Zhilu to use his blessing skill. His figure zipped through, leaving a streak of blue on the foreheads of the ghost beasts. Countless collision sounds echoed as the bodies of the ghost beasts emitted bright white lines, and pieces of their bodies scattered everywhere. The dead ghost beasts turned to dust, swept away by a gust of wind. After one attempt, he pondered, if annihilation / can stack the passive effect, doesn't that mean it doesn't completely consume MP? Seeing Zhilu distracted, the remaining ghost beasts lunged to attack. He lightly jumped, his body incredibly flexible, hanging upside down in mid-air, evading the attacks of the 7 packs. Zhilu coldly gazed at the ghost beasts. Then let's test them out. He used his strongest annihilation / skill. A stream of dark purple lightning shot out, attacking the ghost beasts below. The sound of health points being deducted and the passive skill recovery stacking echoed continuously. Within the lightning, Zhilu slashed through the ghost beasts as easily as cutting vegetables. Indeed, he was right. The MP consumption when using the skill could be fully replenished. There was no need to worry about running out of MP, and his efficiency in slaying monsters increased significantly. No longer burdened by the fear of insufficient energy, Zhilu rampaged through the surrounding ghost beasts like a butcher. He only stopped when the system announced that all enemies had been killed. The system displayed a calculation box showing the amount of experience gained. Zhilu just realized that the amount of experience needed to level up had increased to 500,000. No wonder, despite defeating so many wraith beasts, he hadn't leveled up. If calculated with this ratio, even 10 million task reward points wouldn't be enough to increase his level by 20. The system reminded him that the weapon's durability was currently at 93%. Once the durability reached 0, the weapon would break. Looking at the sword in his hand, he thought to himself that the wear on this weapon was too fast. He hadn't even killed 50 wraith beasts yet. If things continued like this, it would be impossible to completely avoid significant wear. At the beginning, when choosing his class skill, Holy Light Punishment could deal damage and reduce weapon wear, but the damage was too low. He wondered if, after leveling up, he could unlock a class skill that would strengthen his weapons. At this moment, Yakula had woken up and happily called out to Jilu. Looking at the little one who was now healthy, his expression was no longer as serious as before. Jila gently told Yakula to wait a moment as he quickly pressed the activation button to summon it. As soon as it appeared, Yakula rushed to hug him tightly around the neck. Jila comforted, "All right, don't hug so tightly, I can't breathe." Yakula anxiously called out, as if asking if his father was okay. Jila patiently replied, "I'm fine. I've already taken care of the bad guys. We're safe now." "I haven't thanked you yet, Yakula. You saved both me and Mr. Wubule." Hearing the praise, Yakula beamed with joy, flying into the air as if proudly showing off. Although Jilu was the only one witnessing it. Looking at the innocent and carefree child, his heart was filled with warmth, chasing away all the worries. At that moment, Jia turned back, nudged his shoulder, and exclaimed, "Jilu understands. You're asking where we are, right? We're on a mission. We need to find the boss and kill him in order to leave. Let's head out quickly." He smiled and reminded the child, "Follow me, don't get lost." With that, Jilu ran ahead. His target was the bright red full moon hanging in the sky. In reality, City S was engulfed in darkness and torrential rain, with many ambulances waiting to rush patients to the hospital. Nurses shouted, urging everyone to clear the way. Stretchers were being hurriedly pushed, the wheels squeaking as they carried a patient in. His face was pale, his eyes wide open, and the nurse called out, "His heart rate is too weak, quick, inject more epinephrine, prepare the AED." The patient was in critical condition, so they rushed him straight into the emergency room for surgery. Inside the operating room, due to a lack of oxygen, his body convulsed as he struggled to breathe, but then his heart rate gradually slowed. The emergency doctor had no choice but to use the defibrillator. The doctor pressed the machine to his chest, but in the end, they couldn't bring him back from the grip of death. This scene was shown on a TV screen. Someone was reporting to Chief Su. This is the third employee death from cardiac arrest this month. Most of these deaths are males, around 20 years old, with no underlying health conditions. The cause of the cardiac arrest is unclear, and pathological examination shows no issues. After hearing that, Chief Su asked him, "Do these people have anything in common?" The subordinate replied, "These people had no interaction in reality, but through investigation, we found that they all played a game called Cosmos." Chief Su expressed doubt, "So many people have died after playing this game, it can't be a coincidence." The subordinate continued with the report, "Apart from this, there's another matter related to Cosmos. Last month, a woman came to report that her son had gone missing while playing Cosmos. At first, we didn't pay much attention to it, but last week someone recorded a teenager suddenly appearing at a subway station, and then disappearing again. This video has been widely circulated online. Through identification, we can be sure that the teenager is Ji Lu." Chief Su followed up, "What should we do next?" After reading the document in her hand, she decisively said, "Delete the video first, then control public opinion. We absolutely cannot cause a panic. Immediately contact the person in charge of the Cosmos company. If there is any progress in the investigation, report to me immediately." After her subordinate left to follow the orders, Chief Su looked back at the dossier in her hand, which contained all the information about Ji Lu. Notably, the last time he was seen was 6 days ago. Returning to the town, sparks flew with the wind, and thick black smoke filled the air. The dark sky became even more distinct, with two figures, one red and one blue, soaring in the air. Argolis didn't see Wubule move. Annoyed, he said,
Are you a mute old man? Wu Bu-lei responded with action. He moved and appeared next to Argolis. In his eyes, there was nothing but hatred as he unleashed a barrage of punches at the man. Despite the sheer force of his fury, Argolis only needed a single finger to gently deflect the attack. That silent contempt only served to make Wu Bu-lei angrier. With all his might, Wu Bu-lei struck, aiming to end the fight, but little did he know that Argolis's hand faintly shimmered with magical energy. The man simply waved his hand, and Wu Bu-lei was sent flying like a helpless fly, unable to stop his momentum. At that moment, behind Wu Bu-lei, a dark purple magical circle appeared. It was Boan's skill. It stabilized Wu Bu-lei's body, preventing him from being sent too far off course by the recoil. With an incredibly cool demeanor, Boan asked, "Are you alright?" Wu Bu-lei was shocked to see Boan. "Why are you here? Hurry, leave. You're no match for him." Boan ignored the warning and did not leave. He wasn't alone, with him came unexpected figures Lucius and Hicks. Meanwhile, Ji Lu and Yakula were drawing closer to the moon. The closer they got, the more the number of undead beasts increased, and their levels were higher than the ones they had encountered earlier. Now, the undead beasts had grown even larger, reaching level 70. Moreover, with the weaponware mechanism in place, it was no longer possible to rely on annihilation repeatedly to wipe them out. They could only strike their weaknesses with regular attacks to achieve a guaranteed kill. Time was running out. At this rate, there wouldn't be enough time to defeat the boss. Lost in thought, Gila didn't notice a few undead beasts closing in on him. Their claws were nearly within reach when, suddenly, they were locked in place by a force, floating helplessly in mid-air. It turned out that Yakula was angered because it dared to use its strength to approach its father. It swung its hand violently, throwing two undead beasts to the ground with great force. Yakula, still furious, raised its hand, forming a tiger's claw and growling. Gila gently praised to soothe it. Then, he turned and looked toward the direction of the red moon. A group of undead beasts was still waiting ahead. Gila silently thought that he needed to eliminate the undead beasts quickly, as there was no time to waste. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Wu Bu-lei's group had attracted the attention of the townspeople. Everyone anxiously looked up and whispered, "What's going on? Could it be that the demon beasts are attacking?" The battle in the sky had become intense. Even with 3 more people, Argolis showed no fear and instead sneered contemptuously. "I don't want to waste my time playing with you. Tell me where he is, my patience has limits." Boan retorted. "I don't care who you are, this town is under our protection now. I suggest you leave quickly." Argolis, feeling irritated, didn't want to respond to such insects who were born without ears and were looking for death. In a split second, he dashed in front of Boan. The insect dared to disrespect him. Lucius and Hicks were startled, their eyes wide with fear. They never expected him to be so fast. Argolis looked down at Boan. These insects don't know their own limits. A sound of tearing flesh echoed, and his hand was drenched in blood. Everything seemed to slow down. Boan stared in horror as each drop of blood splattered. He could not speak, staring at the scratches on his back as Wu Bu-lei helped him. He tried to endure the pain, telling Boan, "I'm fine, you hurry and take Lucius and Hicks out of here. You are no match for this person." Boan gritted his teeth in hatred. "Damn it, who exactly is this guy?" Wu Bu-lei slowly threw a bomb to the others and said, "To be precise, he is not a human, but a god. He is a subordinate of the god of the underworld, Hades." Argolis softly licked the blood on his hands, savoring it with satisfaction. The taste was familiar. Where had he tasted it before? Wu Bu-lei continued, "He is the one who killed Sally's parents. Our elemental powers are useless against him. Let me hold him back. You all hurry and leave." After thinking for a while, Argolis gave up. He had eaten too many insects anyway, so he couldn't quite remember. He asked them, "You want to leave?" "But it's too late now. After seeing the blood, I won't let any prey survive.
No one knew if he was a god or a demon, but Lucius and Hicks summoned their most powerful magic.
Coldly, I said to Wu Bulei, "We won't leave.
As guardians of the town, there is no reason for us to flee in the face of battle."
Boan had the same intention.
If he was the one who killed Sally's parents, no matter who he was, he couldn't be forgiven.
Wu Bulei, let's fight together. It's not certain that we can't defeat him.
Since everyone had made up their minds, Wu Bulei no longer tried to chase them away. He summoned his life-bound sword, and together with them, they formed a defensive position, surrounding Argolis and preparing for an all-out attack.
Argolis sneered mockingly.
"Truly, these foolish thugs." Behind him appeared a magnificent Minlong, its powerful form filling the sky. Argolis stood before it like a demon bringing destruction. On the other side, beneath Jili's feet was the dark purple blood of the undead beasts. The system notification informed him that he had leveled up.
Jilu, seeing Yakula panting beside him, asked, "Are you all right?"
"Let's take a break." What concerned him now was how much effort it had taken to defeat so many undead beasts.
How could he only have leveled up by one?
Moreover, his weapon was wearing down faster than he had expected. The sword in his hand already had several cracks on it. The points and skills now had quite a significant effect in solo combat, but in return, his ability to clear mobs was incredibly poor. When choosing skills earlier, he had been forced to pick only 3 out of 2 options, so he had chosen a rather violent combination. Now, although Holy Light Punishment provided fixed damage, being an area skill, it helped reduce both weapon wear and physical energy expenditure. He regretted a bit. If he had chosen a different career skill at the beginning, he might have gained much stronger abilities.
But why did he only get to choose 2 skills, not 3? The system answered his query, noting that reaching level 100 in hidden role progression would unlock a new skill bar.
Jilu calculated quietly. If that was the case, it meant that after finishing Beast B, he could unlock the new skill bar. That was good. If he could accelerate his progress in taking down beasts, he would soon receive new equipment. With an additional skill, defeating Nabru's in the Temple of the Gods wouldn't be a problem. After considering everything, Jilu called out, "Enough rest, let's continue the journey." Suddenly, a fierce sound rang out, its volume almost tearing at the eardrums. The force of the sonic wave caused the ground to tremble, easily spreading even to the spot where Jilu and Yakula stood.
This was the opening of B.
In front of him, a purple vortex appeared, its color deeper than the previous ones. It was tinged with an ominous black. In the blink of an eye, the circle flashed with lightning as if summoning a wicked demon. A spirit beast, as large as a small mountain, jumped down, sending the surrounding dust flying. This was a level 120 beast, the final boss that Jilu needed to defeat.
It turned out to be a cat.
He arrogantly glanced at it, the symbol of his skill gradually appearing on his face. Jilu acted as if B wasn't there, teasing Yakula, "Be careful, if you die, I'll die too." This made the little one angry, causing him to shout at Jilu. The warm-up was over, and Jilu became serious. His gaze sharpened as he focused on the beast.
The hunt had begun.
In City B, a reporter reported that in recent days, a large number of unexplained deaths had occurred. Some believed it was due to a virus or some nuclear leak, while rumors suggested the event was related to a game called Cosmos. Currently, a global protest was taking place, demanding the government provide an accurate explanation. This morning, the government invited other leaders to participate in an emergency meeting regarding the deaths.
Tonight's press conference would clarify the details of this unusual death event.
Suddenly, someone in the protesting crowd behind her fainted. The crowd erupted in chaos, shouting, "Call an ambulance." It was clear that the incident had caused a crisis.
With her professionalism, she calmly returned to the camera and said solemnly, "Reporter Lu Yao Yao will continue to bring you updates."
In the meeting room, while presenting the report on this mass casualty event, we conducted pathological and autopsy studies on the victims but found no signs of any virus or poisoning. During the autopsy, we discovered something. The cause of death of these individuals was not due to cardiac paralysis as we had initially thought, but rather a complex and unexplained reason. The internal organs of the victims and their brains had injuries caused by sword strikes or blunt objects. I have reason to suspect that this is a case of malignant homicide, where the human brain was exploited to induce hallucinations. Upon hearing this, the national leaders below began to murmur among themselves. He allowed everyone a few moments to reflect, then calmly continued. Earlier, I participated in a dish brain study. We placed a brain the size of a mouse's brain into a petri dish and taught these brain tissues to play simple ping pong. We discovered that these brain tissues had the ability to learn faster than anyone else. People might argue that these two things are nearly unrelated. But what I want to highlight here is that this research and the current event have one thing in common.
The world we live in has only a 1 in a billion chance of being real.
Just when the real world is in crisis, Ji-Lu is also under attack. He leaned to the side and jumped out of the sharp claws of the Beast King spirit that was lunging at him. After evading, Ji-Lu quickly accelerated and reversed direction, launching a surprise attack on its exposed body. The wild instincts of the beast made it aware of the action, and it had already understood his intention. It spun around and, using its long tail, struck Ji-Lu forcefully. Fortunately, Yakula had timely activated a barrier to protect Ji-Lu, but the beast's strength still sent him flying hundreds of meters away. Ji-Lu thought to himself, "It's so powerful, but the more it ignites my fighting spirit." The beast was a monster that seized bosses in dungeons. Whether attacking or defending, it was on par with the Beast King or Dollop, and perhaps even stronger than them. If it had hit him earlier, he feared he would have lost his combat ability immediately.
Fighting it was definitely not something to take lightly. At this moment, he still didn't know what the boss's abilities were. He needed to conserve his stamina and skills to respond effectively. Understanding its abilities first would allow him to launch a full-scale attack. Ji-Lu raised his hand, gathering energy. He used Blessing to accelerate himself, his speed so fast that the earth and rocks were swept along with him. In just a few leaps, he was already close to the giant cat standing there. The beast stood motionless, facing him, observing Ji-Lu's actions, but it didn't move at all, remaining as still as a cute toy cat. Ji-Lu couldn't help but feel cautious. What's going on? Why is it standing still? Doesn't it intend to attack me?
As he neared it, Ji-Lu hesitated and stopped running, jumping into the air. Aiming for its head, he soared upward, but the beast still didn't make a move. Ji-Lu frowned slightly, unsure of its intentions.
Was it really going to let him attack like this?
It seemed like Ji-Lu had already flown into the area it wanted. The beast lifted its head and roared, its eyes flashing with a brilliant purple light. In the sky, where Ji-Lu stood, a swarm of ghostly, wailing spirits surrounded him. They whispered to each other and, without any signal, charged at him. At this moment, Ji-Lu, who had long suspected B's intentions, was prepared. Now that it attacked, it was also his opportunity. Ji-Lu used the annihilation skill, effortlessly dodging the spirits, and leapt straight toward the beast. From a distance, it looked like a lightning strike had hit its head. The beast, unable to dodge in time, chose to deliver a full-force blow. In the dense blue light, Ji-Lu seemed possessed by a god of death, continuously attacking and calculating, dodging the magical damage in his position. At the same time, his probing skill was also able to attack the beast. The health bar above the beast's head gradually dropped with each strike of Ji-Lu's sword. The pain from the wounds made the beast stand up, and Ji-Lu remained vigilant, dodging. The beast began using its skill to foresee attacks, moving toward him, which made Ji-Lu freeze in shock. It had been playing with him like a cat with a mouse, but now it was time to unleash its true power. With just one swipe of its claws, it unleashed 3 powerful magical lines, sending Ji-Lu flying. Seeing his father being attacked, Yakula anxiously flew toward him to shield him. The beast didn't give them a moment's rest. With a casual swipe of its claws, it sent 2 or 3 of them flying. The force was comparable to a meteor collision, creating an enormous crash sound as if the heavens and earth were being destroyed. The choking dust cleared, revealing Ji-Lu protecting Gala Yakula in his arms. He glanced warily at Beast, who still had enough energy left to be menacing. As he regained his footing, the Yulin,
carrying the oppressive energy of resentment, arrived before him. A dark aura emanated from Beast's mouth as he softly spoke, "Soul Seal." Magic began to form, shining upon Ji Li's face. He could sense the danger closing in. His primary concern was the precious item he held in his arms. Without hesitation, Ji Li tossed Yakula forward. At the same time, the magic was completed, its light blinding and wiping out all traces of life. It sped toward its target, him. Ji Li wanted to flee, but suddenly he lost his footing and fell. A deafening explosion rang out. Before him, Yakula saw dust and debris rising from the blast. Tearfully, it rose into the air, disregarding everything, wanting to see how Ji Li was doing. When it arrived, Yakula found Ji Li kneeling on one knee, covered in wounds. Ji Li couldn't comprehend it. The explosion moments ago had been unavoidable, as if something had locked him in place. Clearly, he had managed to avoid the first use of Annihilation Slash. The system provided an explanation. Beast's attack came with the effect of a soul seal. After being struck, the explosion of the soul seal turned into a locking damage effect. Just as he had suspected. The speed of this guy was so fast because it allowed him to close the gap with his enemy, apply the seal, and then use the explosion to kill. This was absolutely a fatal move against someone like him, a close-range fighter. Its skill set was completely opposite to Ji Li's. Now, what should he do? What should he do now? Countless thunderous sounds erupted after the extremely shocking explosions caused by the beast. At this moment, Ji Li was running quickly ahead to escape the violent attack from the Soul Beast King. With such speed, he couldn't stop gently. Ji Li was extremely frustrated as the summoned Soul Beast's movement speed began to increase as well. He tilted his head, reminding Yakula, who was standing beside him in confusion, "You have to be very careful." Suddenly, the danger alarm in Ji Li's mind rang loudly. He didn't know when it happened, but the enormous foot of the beast was getting close to his head. The giant soul beast used all its might to stomp on the pesky bug that had been bothering it. But then it suddenly felt something strange underfoot. It tilted its head down to look. Ji Li was protected by a magical shield, unharmed. His hand gripped the sword tightly, channeling energy into it. Instantly, Ji Li leaped up like a hunting leopard and thrust his Annihilation Slash into the beast's left eye. Reflexively, the beast tilted its head back, a jet of blood erupting from the wound, creating a blood rain. Without giving it time to recover, Ji Li's figure flickered around, launching attacks from all directions. The beast's health gradually decreased. But how could the boss be killed so easily? It used its claws to block the remaining attacks from Ji Li. Then the beast quickly retreated, distancing itself from Ji Li by several hundred meters. It seemed like it was giving itself time, but in fact, it was also an opportunity for Ji Li and Yakula to catch their breath. Ji Li frowned in concern, looking at Yakula. Right now, they could only rely on Yakula's shield to absorb the damage, taking the chance to approach the beast and deal some damage to it. But if they continued like this, it would also greatly drain Yakula's stamina. Furthermore, the beast's movement speed was too fast. If they easily triggered the destruction mode and failed to land a hit, the skill cooldown would become a long and dangerous one, further exhausting their energy. Yakula had also started to show signs of fatigue. To completely defeat the beast, this kind of attack probably wouldn't be enough. Ji Li turned his head toward the beast, thinking that in addition to dealing with it, they also had to avoid the constant interference from the other soul beasts. Ji Li tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, feeling enraged that he had completely run out of options. He suddenly remembered Hesiod. When training him, his uncle had used a long-range attack skill, something like the ring sword slash. If his uncle could teach him this, maybe he could defeat the beast. At this moment, the undead beasts couldn't wait any longer and pounced. Ji Li furrowed his brows and shouted, "Hey, uncle, are you there? Do you have any way to defeat it?" No one responded. He quickly took down two undead beasts and then called out again, "Hey, can't you hear me? Could it be that after entering the mission, you can't communicate with me anymore?" But the last time we returned to reality, you were still able to leave Latinea with me, right? The system reminded him that there were only 30 minutes left on the countdown.
Gila felt more anxious.
The mission time was almost over. Was he really going to give up 10 million experience points like this? And the legendary grade weapon too?
At that moment, the beast spiraled in the air, gaining momentum to strike at him below.
Gila leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow.
Looking at Yakula being relentlessly attacked, he steeled himself.
There was no way he could back down.
If he couldn't complete this mission, then there was no hope of defeating Nabruz, the guardian of the temple.
He couldn't give up. There had to be some way to defeat the beast.
Suddenly, the beast appeared behind Gila. An overwhelming sense of danger hit him. He froze for a moment, its speed had increased again.
But Gila had no time to dodge.
He could only take a punch from it, crashing violently into the ground. Gila gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain from his wounds, and quickly sat up. However, the low-level beast spirits had been waiting and rushed towards him.
A powerful explosion rang out, with the wave of destruction obliterating everything, blowing everything away.
The little one obediently crouched down, waiting for the next attack if the prey still hadn't died. At the center of the explosion, Gila gasped for breath, clutching his chest, the system's voice slightly frantic.
Your HP is below 10%. Please replenish immediately.
Gila pondered, noticing the boss's speed had increased.
At this HP, if we get hit again, we'll die right here.
The only option now is to activate the termination procedure, take the medicine, and combine Yakula's shield to launch the final attack in this current emergency. The instinct for survival triggered his thoughts. Gila glanced at the system screen, realizing he was using the element of chaos power, with all his skills activated based on the system's suggestions.
He had never sought them out himself.
The uncle's sword ring slash seemed to focus all elemental power into the weapon, then release it with the strike.
If I channel all the elemental power into the sword, will it produce a similar effect? Alright, let's start.
Gila channeled the energy through his body into his arm. Each streak of dark lightning that entered the blade thickened and was coated in a layer of red. With his sharp reasoning, Gila felt he was almost replicating what the uncle did.
The sword was brimming with elemental energy.
He swung the sword, and with a decisive, forceful slash, a cut imbued with dense power tore through the void. The cut extended for hundreds of meters, leaving behind a deep crack. The system notification appeared: you have mastered the Chaos Crescent Moon Slash. Detailed annotation: damage effect, 2000 points, plus 5 times your base strength, plus weapon damage, plus elemental explosion damage. Cooldown: none, this mastered skill will not occupy a system skill slot. Gila felt a surge of joy inside.
Great, another skill. Now, maybe I can finally kill the boss.
The beast roared angrily.
That move you just did was like taunting it.
The beast rushed forward, determined to kill the human who refused to die. Gila stood still, his body radiating a unique magical aura, activating the power of destruction.
Red streaks appeared behind him, resembling butterfly wings slowly taking shape.
The beast, unaware of the impending death, kept roaring and charging forward. Gila seemed lost in a mysterious realm from which he couldn't escape. The stream of power gradually flowed into the sword, which he gripped tightly, slowly raising his arm. With a single slash, the overwhelming chaotic force effortlessly split the beast in half. The king of the undying beasts was sliced apart, and everything the crescent moon slash passed through cracked in two. The one who performed the terrifying skill merely cast a cold glance at his handiwork. The moonlight above cast a bright violet glow over everything, and at last, the boss was defeated.
Gila couldn't help but bend forward, breathing heavily.
After unleashing the skill, his body felt like it had sunk into the desert, unable to move.
Fortunately, we've won.
Gila turned around and looked at the massive body of the Soul Beast King lying there.
Its corpse gradually disappeared in the dark flames.
System notification: you have successfully killed the beast. Receiving the reward, he immediately pressed the equipment button. The system gently scanned Gila, and a pair of earrings appeared on his ear, with a stone brimming with power hanging from them. Surrounding Ji-Lu was a ring adorned with blue energy stones.
Once preparations were complete, the system opened a teleportation portal. As the countdown reached 5 seconds, Gila seriously called out, "Yakula, follow me. Let's hurry back to the Temple of the Gods together." With 3 seconds remaining, Ji Li's figure also vanished into the portal. At the last second, the teleportation was completed. The battlefield, which had been so fierce just moments ago, was now deserted. On a cliff covered in lush greenery, a flicker of light suddenly appeared. Out from it stepped Ji-Lu, returning victorious. He found it strange why was it still night? Had time stopped when he entered the mission? But what truly shocked Ji-Lu beyond belief was the scene before him. It was a desolate, ruined town with a massive, deep crater that should not have been in this small region. Back in reality, in a desolate alley, there were old, dilapidated houses contrasting sharply with the luxurious vibrancy of City B. At this moment, 2 people emerged from a crumbling, old sewer wall. The young man anxiously asked, "Hey, Oldly, did you hear about that? There's a killer game called Cosmos. I heard everyone who plays it dies." The middle-aged man, known as Oldly, paid no attention and continued smoking. Of course, he had heard about it, but he thought it was just a joke. A game that could kill someone? He believed young people like them were playing too recklessly, not paying attention to their bodies. "Look at me, I'm older, yet my health is still great. Tonight, those girls even thought I was barely over 20. The young man, still uneasy, said to him, "I'm telling the truth, Oldly, I've played that game too. These past few days, I can't focus on work. Afraid you might die yourself," but he didn't care to interrupt. "Hurry up, those girls are still waiting." Suddenly, a purple column of light appeared behind them, casting a strange glow in the dark alley. Both of them instinctively stopped and turned to look curiously. They cautiously approached the area of bright light. From a distance, the column looked like a thread, but up close, it was as wide as an alley. Oldly, unfazed, scoffed. Could it be some illegal organization gathering there? From the bright light, a narrow gap opened, revealing a sharp claw. It seemed to push against the door, blocking the way to another world, the world of the unknown. The door swung open, revealing the entire body of a terrifying creature. It stepped out. Oldly and the young man were so scared that they fell to the ground, unable to run. The young man recognized it and shouted, "That's the boss from the game." In the midst of their frantic screams, Xiaomei appeared like a ghost. Her body was as agile as a cat, and she leaped down from above, blocking their path. At the same time, Xiaomei quickly drew the sword from her back and stood there. She was not at all cautious or afraid. Xiaomei's eyes no longer had the brilliant light they had earlier, all that remained was a cold, lifeless darkness. Returning to the town, the evening sunlight made the scene of destruction even more apparent. The more Ji-Lu looked, the more he couldn't stop thinking about what had happened in the town while he was on his mission. Could it be that time inside the mission was different from time outside? At that moment, Hesiod, who had been waiting for a long time, appeared beside him. "Boy, you've finally returned." Ji-Lu felt something was wrong and reproached him first. "I've returned. Where have you been all this time?" "Hesiod," he said, his voice filled with irritation. "That's something I should be asking you." Hesiod replied, "Perhaps I was separated from your inner self." Hearing this, Ji-Lu furrowed his brows, doubting the truth of this claim. But a surge of magic appeared behind him, catching his attention. It wasn't subtle at all, it attacked him head-on. Fortunately, Ji-Lu reacted quickly and used his sword to break the force of the attack. The smoke slowly dissipated. He stayed alert, looking ahead to see who had attacked. A tall figure gradually became visible. It was Boan, tightly gripping the sword in his hand. His face was haggard, his eyes bloodshot with hatred as he shouted. "Chunjilu," he asked in surprise and worry, "what are you doing? Where are Wu Bulei and the others? What happened here?"
Boan was overwhelmed with tears, shouting in fury.
How dare you ask about Wu Bulei? It's all because of you that he's gone.
Gila stood frozen, unable to understand why he had said such a thing.
The pale sunlight quietly covered the almost ruined landscape of the small town.
Gila silently entered the wooden house, his head lowered, clearly a mix of emotions. The room was dim, with only a few faint rays of light, making the air heavy and suffocating. Gila's gaze fell on Wu Bulei, and for a moment, he found it hard to speak. The smell of blood and the disfigured arms of the man reminded him that this was no dream. Gila suppressed a difficult gasp and asked, "How did Mr. Wu Bulei end up like this?" The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. He couldn't stay calm any longer and continued, "I was only gone for one night, what exactly happened?" Sally stood unmoved, her gaze dark and deep, and even the normally friendly Bras stubbornly refused to speak. The more Gila asked, the more uneasy he became. But as his eyes scanned the room, they stopped on Lassadler, the one who seemed the easiest to get information out of.
Gila didn't want to drag the conversation any further, so he asked bluntly, "What exactly happened?" Lassadler was startled, his voice incoherent, just as massive and powerful as his own physique.
Not knowing where to begin, he vaguely said, "You've been gone for 3 days.
We thought you weren't alive anymore."
Gila froze, unable to believe it. He was sure he'd only been gone for 1 day. The curtains behind him were abruptly flung open by someone, followed by the sound of movement. A low, dissatisfied voice rang out, "Stop pretending here."
"What are you talking about, protecting everyone? At a critical moment, you just ran off."
Thinking about the tragic incident that happened not long ago, the fury inside Boan intensified. Not only him, but Wu Bulei and tens of thousands of townspeople were all affected because of him. The warm sunlight was not enough to soothe the bloody depths of his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his voice cold as he questioned, "Who exactly are you?
Why would that god risk everything to find you?" Hearing the name he hated the most, Gila couldn't help but furrow his brows.
Dark clouds gathered over the city, once bright with lights.
At the B City police station, a female officer, annoyed, warned the troublemakers who had disrupted public order.
Everything they had been saying up until now seemed completely absurd to her. "If you two keep spouting nonsense like this, I have the authority to detain both of you according to the public order law." The two men, Oldley and his companion, flailed their arms around in panic, their tone both earnest and certain.
"I'm not lying."
The officer remained silent, fully dismissing their words as mere sophistry. Some people, unable to bear their chaotic behavior, stopped by to inquire what had happened. After all, this was the most well-known police station in the city. The ruckus they were causing was hardly something anyone could overlook. The two men screamed out a series of incoherent tales. They claimed to have seen a girl who could fly, wielding a sword to slay a monster. Having no patience to listen to their baseless ramblings, the police officer promptly sent them on their way. Despite the two youths' insistence on recounting their story, the female officer sighed helplessly before returning to her professional duties. The room continued to buzz with noise. She walked to a quiet corner to gather information, completely tuning out their incessant chatter. The news that came through the phone left her stunned, and her voice unconsciously rose a little, "A creature yet to be identified." This statement caught the attention of the chaotic crowd on the other side. Realizing that the situation was serious and no longer just one-sided, the female officer immediately regained her composure and solemnly said, "I will gather the police forces immediately and await orders from superiors." Seeing her grim expression, the male officer instinctively asked with concern, "What's going on?" The female officer glanced at the two young men she had just considered mentally unstable, and her breath became heavy. Just now, the chief had called, the entire city of B had entered a state of emergency, and many unidentified monsters were attacking the city. At the same time, at Jili's location, the peaceful, simple scene was shattered by an extremely angry shout.
"Answer me, Chunji Lu."
Boan pressed his body against the person in front of him, an invisible sense of oppression enveloping Jili's entire body. Seeing that he still remained calm and silent, Boan became even more impatient and questioned.
What does your silence mean? Do you think I'll let it go just because of that?
Boan roughly grabbed Zhili's collar, and Zhili felt bewildered.
Onlookers could only sadly watch the two of them, one frantic, one composed.
In his ear came Boan's harsh questioning.
You know that person came here looking for you, so you deliberately hid, right?
The kind of person who only thinks of himself, who is afraid of death and values his life too much. Bros had no intention of intervening and seemed to agree with Boan. Sally quietly stood there, listening to Boan vent his fury, her face heavy with thought. The fury flared even more when the tip of his nose caught the scent of Wubule's blood and the devastation of the town. Boan gathered his strength, launching a punch as though releasing his rage.
Silence, was it an admission of guilt? What trash! The punch stopped mid-air, a heavy sound ringing out. The fist trembled slightly, halted by the terrifying force of Zhilu.
Boan gritted his teeth in resentment, glaring at him, as if just 1 second more, and he would have lunged forward to tear him apart like prey. Knowing that nothing could ease Boan's anger at this moment, Zhili simply murmured, "Things are not as you think."
I didn't know that God would come here so quickly.
I didn't mean to leave, but in the end, it's all my fault, and I'll take responsibility. Looking at the wreckage of the town and Wubule's half-dead state, he gently let go of Boan's hand, his voice thickened with a trace of cruelty. I will find that person. I will kill him with my own hands.
Finally, Bros spoke up.
He sincerely advised Zhili not to risk his life.
That person is not something we can deal with. He's too powerful.
Thinking about the reason the god appeared, Bros' heart tightened. He stepped closer to Zhili, wanting to hear the answer from his own lips.
But now, I'm very curious. Why did the god come to find you?
The foul wind brushed through Zhili's soft hair, and he slightly raised his eyes, no longer intending to hide the truth from everyone.
Because I have the power to kill gods.
Zhili explained in a cold tone. Earlier, when I fought Dalip, the guardian of the town, I discovered that ordinary elemental powers couldn't cause any harm to him. It turns out Dalip sold his soul to exchange for the divine power of Hades.
Upon hearing the name Hades, everyone was struck with astonishment.
Before they had time to process it, he calmly continued, I don't know why the elemental power that awakened within me is the element of chaos that can slay gods.
When I killed Dalip, Hades may have already had us in his sights.
Dust filled the sky in the vast desert, with the scorching sunlight shining down on everything. The presence of Argolis radiated as if it were crushing the rocks beneath his feet. A familiar sensation surged in Argolis' eyes, the red gleam flickering and making him appear even more sinister. The formation trembled violently, and the sound of frenzied chanting echoed incessantly. The temple used to imprison the god that Hades' lord had spoken of.
Along with the fierce sandstorm, darkness spread relentlessly, unbreakable.
A thunderous roar rang out, and the temple he had been searching for finally appeared. Argolis smiled with satisfaction. It was the one. The primary mission had been accomplished, and the ambition in his eyes grew stronger. The magnificent temple of the god fell into his hands just like that. Zhili gazed into the distance, questioning whether this was truly a game world. The events that had just unfolded felt so real, yet somehow unreal, leaving him unsure of where to anchor himself.
Was the vast blue sky that covered all of humanity real or just an illusion?
The five senses could deceive the brain, but not the emotions within. The difference between humans and machines lies in consciousness. Wubule had lost both his arms. Many others had died. Even though Zhili told himself it wasn't real, when it came to emotions, he couldn't forgive himself.
Zhili finally made up his mind.
Whether it was real or fake, the fact that he had been with them for such a long time was undeniable. Before leaving, he would definitely find that person and take revenge for Mr. Wubule and the others who had died. Zhili suddenly thought that there might be some medicine in the apothecary shop that could heal Mr. Wubule's injuries.
Moreover, if it was a high-grade medicine, it might even have the effect of restoring a damaged limb.
Indeed, just as he thought, there was actually a miraculous medicine in the shop that could restore a destroyed body. Zhili couldn't help but feel pleased, thinking that he could save Mr. Wubule. Just as he was about to return to the wooden house to find him, a sudden thunderous sound came from afar.
Ji-lu couldn't help but look in that direction. He furrowed his brows in confusion. What now?
Such a loud noise in the desolate desert made Ji-lu even more suspicious. Even though he was far away, the ground trembled.
What on earth was causing such a commotion here?
Its energy was so intense that the surrounding air was almost compressed. The more Ji-lu thought about it, the harder it was to find an explanation, but he knew this was no small matter. His pupils shifted, and he was immediately shocked by the scene below. The position on the system that had been blinking earlier had now turned red, accompanied by a glaring message that made Ji-lu gasp. Hesiod's temple had been activated. No wonder there was such a huge disturbance. He looked again towards the source of the tremors.
His brain continuously connected the events hanging in his mind.
If he remembered correctly, Ji-lu's eyes sharpened. Only that particular deity could activate the temple. The dust from afar even carried the foul stench of a ruthless god. Ji-lu wasn't the least bit scared. On the contrary, his resolve to eradicate it was growing stronger. A heavy, damp aura spread beneath the eerie green candlelight. Argolis arrogantly walked through the long abandoned corridor. He glanced around this place, his expression indifferent, not concealing a hint of disdain. Had Hades not summoned him here, even if it were Zeus's command, Argolis would have refused. He idly toyed with the damp stone walls. He was sent by Hades to inspect the seal's strength at this temple. However, Hades had not mentioned the god who was sealed, nor had he mentioned constructing such a massive god palace to imprison a deity in Latinea. Electricity flickered as his fingers slowly passed over it. Argolis paid no attention to the movements around him, silently contemplating a possibility that suddenly flashed through his mind. Perhaps it was a god powerful enough to make even Lord Hades wary. Elsewhere, someone wandered near the path leading to the strange seal ahead. Ancient and dangerous patterns emanated an ominous breath. Yet, they couldn't stop Argolis. He seemed to be pondering the seal, as if he were certain this was the place. The terrifying power surged as he swung both his arms. Argolis grinned with satisfaction.
His entire being seemed to sink into the endless darkness of the temple.
He still remembered Lord Hades's words. Without hesitation, he struck the seal with great force. The electrical current sweeping through the stone walls only heightened his excitement. Argolis's attacks grew fiercer, the smile on his face distorting over time, as if it resonated with the shockwaves from outside. The divine beast guarding the seal. The wind and sand remnants within the temple were all sucked away by the beam of light. His vision became blurry from the dust, something never before seen. Moments later, the dust dispersed, revealing the tall and stable figure of Argolis, standing still and silent, unspoken and unmoving. The scorching sunlight above made Ji-lu feel incredibly alert. Thinking about the aftershock that had just occurred, he couldn't help but wonder why that god had come to the temple. Suddenly, the possibility of danger crossed his mind, and Ji-lu's expression instantly turned grim. The god would be able to sense the chaotic power, and if that person came after him again, it might involve everyone else. Not wanting to bring tragedy to others, Ji-lu was determined to prevent any potential risks.
Hey, uncle, what allows those gods to sense my existence? You probably know how to deal with it, right?
A chill suddenly ran down his back, and the faint figure of Hesiod appeared behind him at Ji-lu's command. Once the protective power was activated, a scent would emanate from his body, one that only gods could smell. Seeing Ji-lu's strange frown, Hesiod wasn't in a hurry. He simply spoke calmly, adding,
"This scent, unless you die, cannot be eliminated."
He lowered his eyes slightly, and regarding what he had just said, he wasn't at all concerned for Ji-lu. On the contrary, he spoke with an obvious tone. With such great power, there's always a price to pay. Hesiod glanced at Ji-lu's complex back, and with a rough, hoarse voice, he easily offered a piece of advice.
You can only kill those who want to kill you, there's no other way.
Ji-lu fell silent, and after a moment of thought, he replied. If more gods chase me, you'll go to the temple and lift the desert seal so everyone can leave. He spoke softly, leaving behind one last sentence.
That's the only thing you can do for them.
The sunlight had grown less blinding, and the wooden house remained still, quiet as ever. Gila suddenly remembered the words Boan had once said. He had not been wrong. Everything had happened because of him, and that was why the town had fallen into such a dire state. Wu Bulei was still unconscious, and everything around them felt as bleak as before. Gila could not stop thinking about the past. Wu Bulei had become like this because of him, and he did not know how many people in the town had died because of him. Looking at the pale face of the old man under the warm sunlight streaming through the window, Sheila felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, yet could think of nothing to say other than the dry words "I'm sorry." At that moment, Lassadler entered the wooden house carrying various bottles. Seeing Sheila there, he was momentarily surprised, his hand pausing mid-air as he lifted the curtain. Seeing Lassadler with a basket filled with various medicines of unknown use, Sheila calmly asked him, "What are you here for?" Lassadler answered sincerely, "Sally asked me to find a doctor in the town for some medicine and bring it here. She hopes it will help." Fearing that Sheila might still be upset over Boan's reproach, Lassadler, though nervous, hesitated but still advised him, "Don't blame Boan and Sally. When something so big happens in the town, everyone will be grieving." Jilu remained silent, as if not hearing him. He placed the bottle of medicine he had taken from the pharmacy on the table without needing to explain its purpose or origin. Jilu quickly instructed Lassadler, "This is the medicine for Mr. Wu Bulei. Make sure he takes it." He had not expected Jilu to react that way. Hastily, he called after the solitary figure of Jilu, "Where are you going?" Jilu did not look back, simply instructing Lassadler as usual to take care of Wu Bulei. A moment of silence passed over the ruined town, and Gila thought regretfully. He couldn't restore everything to its former state, but at least he had to protect the remaining people so they could leave Latinea. In the end, it was this that made Gilu unwilling to turn back. He still had many things to do, and he feared that he would be reluctant to leave, which was why he chose not to die but to separate instead. Thinking of the vendetta that needed to be settled, Gila decisively sprinted toward the temple. Perhaps there, he might encounter that person. In City B, chaos reigned as the crowd fled under the terrifying destruction wrought by the monster. Xiaomei stood silent amidst the disorder, watching as people rushed by or flitted past. The scene was truly chaotic, filled with dark, eerie sounds and interwoven screams. Xiaomei looked up, watching the monster as it passed by the skyscraper, and moments later, the building collapsed under the overwhelming and reckless force of the creature. She listened intently to the information provided by the system, which informed her that this was the strongest monster they had ever encountered, probably at level S. Xiaomei nodded, then heard the system remind her, 3 level 120 heroes are on their way to your location. Please wait a moment. Challenging a monster of this level alone is too dangerous. Xiaomei seemed indifferent to their level, her voice cold as she replied, send them to City S, I'll handle it here. The mechanical voice immediately responded, advising her to wait. She quickly drew her sword, saying, Donghai, near City S, has more than 3 monsters of equivalent level. We need to intercept them before they reach City S. The system was stunned upon hearing this. Xiaomei gathered her strength and surged forward without any hesitation. The monster, which seemed to threaten and stomp on her, could have crushed her, but Xiaomei did not falter. She firmly observed every attacking move of the monster. As for the unusual events happening in the city, she had no doubts. On the contrary, she guessed that the speed of the 2 worlds far surpassed her imagination. Monsters of strange forms were appearing all over the world. They rampaged uncontrollably, destroying everything in their path, and no matter how advanced human weapons were, they had no effect on them. The world was now in an unprecedented state of crisis. Jilu and Hesiod slowly traversed the vast desert, the scorching sun making him feel slightly lethargic. The system's notification echoed in his ears. 3 hours and 28 minutes have passed, estimated time remaining, 8 hours and 37 minutes. The desert had neither shade nor water, and Gila couldn't help but sigh, I wonder how much longer we'll have to walk. Though he could use teleportation circles now, he couldn't teleport to places he had already been. Hesiod agreed, if only we had a dragon to ride, it would probably save us a lot of time. Hearing such a pointless remark, Gila couldn't help but look at him with the expression of someone staring at a person who had lost their mind. But right now, where would they find a dragon? It was like saying nothing at all. Speaking of riding a dragon, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly turned his head to look at Yakula. I almost forgot, you can fly. How about we make it up to you and let you help us for a bit? Seeing Yakula jump in surprise and quickly retreat a few steps, Jilu immediately burst out laughing, happily saying, I was just joking. Suddenly, a disgusting squelching sound reached the front. Jilu stopped, suspicious. He warily observed the thing that was blocking his path. The smell of blood was so pungent, and it was a creature that wasn't human. Upon detecting Jilu's presence, Khepri immediately halted his actions. He slowly turned his head, revealing the shredded chunks of flesh in his hand. Khepri gradually stood up in the desolate expanse of golden sand. Jilu, tense, stared with narrowed eyes, certain it was him, the one who had killed him when he first entered Latnea. Moreover, the system hadn't even alerted him that monsters would appear here. Khepri turned to face him and spoke, an insect, huh? Such a familiar smell. Jilu checked the system alert. He realized it couldn't probe this level of monster, so relying on the system to sense a high-level monster and avoid it was not possible. Jilu smirked. Hey, shithead, looks like we meet again. Khepri immediately recognized that he was the insect he had once killed and wondered why Jilu was still alive. Jilu smugly replied, thanks to your blessing, not only am I alive, but I'm doing pretty well. Hearing Jilu's words, Khepri fell silent. Suddenly, he extended his hand toward him and shouted, then I'll just kill you again. In the next moment, Khepri's sharp claws almost reached Jilu. He quickly dodged the powerful attacks, his fists carrying tremendous force and a gust of violent wind rushing toward him. This time, Jilu didn't continue to evade. He decided to counterattack, meeting force with force. Khepri, pushed back by the counterblow, had to retreat. His feet scraped fiercely against the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust. Jilu quickly summoned his sword. Do you think I'm still the same person as before, blindly attacking? After being knocked back, Khepri remained motionless, leaning against the sand. He gripped his sword tightly, aiming it straight at him. Now, I am someone who can kill even gods. Jilu's hair turned bright white, his gaze as sharp as ice, a fake god of death. Khepri immediately shot into the sky, his body surrounded by a golden light that caught Jilu's attention. His hand immediately gathered a powerful bolt of lightning, the cursed insect. That force transformed into a dazzling golden scythe. In that case, Khepri's eyes narrowed as he locked his gaze directly on him. Then I'll just carve you up alive. The system displayed a notification about the scythe skill of the Dominator, which had increased his attack power by 30%. Jilu glanced at it. This was probably the elemental power of this cursed insect. Hesiod appeared, advising him that this guy could control elemental energy so well, so he should be extra cautious. Jilu observed every moment as Khepri charged toward him, silently thinking that, indeed, earlier, even with the extra 100 attribute points, he was easily killed, which was enough to prove his strength. Jilu poured all his energy into his sword, but now, after defeating his enemies, his level had reached 100, and his equipment and weapons had reached the pinnacle of their current combination. He was determined, if he still couldn't defeat him, then the Temple of the Gods was not worth mentioning. Both quickly rushed into the fray. While Jilu regarded this battle as an important test for him, it was a chance to see if he could make it out unharmed. Immediately, a powerful explosion rang out as a bolt of lightning struck down. He remained unfazed and parried the blow effortlessly. Jilu's calm demeanor took Khepri by surprise. In the midst of their fierce battle, both of them suddenly leaped in opposite directions. As soon as Jilu's foot touched the sandy ground, he swiftly launched another strike. Like a gust of wind, Jilu appeared out of nowhere and swung his blade at Khepri. The latter vanished in an instant, leaving Jilu to strike only empty air. Behind him, Khepri reappeared and raised his scythe.
He smirked triumphantly, mocking him. This little insect is still as slow as before.
Gila paid no attention to his words and softly murmured, annihilation /. At first, he felt a sense of pride in the victory that was about to be his, but in an instant, he froze. Gila clasped his hands together, summoning a vortex that began to drain Kepri's blood. Kepri quickly broke free and staggered backward, gasping for breath, puzzled as to how such a thing could happen. Gila glanced at the weapon durability meter, noting it was under 70%, prompting him to take a more decisive approach. Immediately, his body was enveloped in a cold, dark aura. He turned to glance at Kepri in his annihilation state, and panic set in as he saw the change. Gila hurriedly muttered, "This person." Before he could finish the sentence, he charged forward, directing the tip of his blade toward Kepri. Without hesitation, Gila swiftly struck a fatal blow to his body. He looked at Kepri and wondered why he could dodge, yet chose not to. As he was dying, KP lowered his head, his face darkened, and spoke. "It's impossible." His entire body trembled as he raised his head to look at Gila, trembling as he uttered two words. "Could it be?" He fell silent, watching Kepri, who continued to speculate. "Are you my master?" Meanwhile, aboard a plane silently flying through the dark sky, chaos reigned inside. One person spoke up. A large number of unidentified creatures suddenly appeared in the eastern Pacific Ocean. The person announced that teams from various countries had arrived. In the management room, the minister slammed the table and interrogated Mr. Zhang Wu-san. "I want you to explain something. Why are the monsters from Cosmos appearing in real life?" He calmly sipped his tea. "Sorry, Minister Su, we are just a game company. The monsters in the game are just numbers we've written. Why are the monsters from the game appearing in reality?" "I think you shouldn't be asking me," she ordered. "I currently represent the Special Law Enforcement Department of Country C, and I demand that you immediately cease the game services and submit to an investigation." Zhang Wu-san gently placed his hot teacup on the table. "Minister Su." Zhang Wu-san stood up and said. "The game servers are located in Europe, so neither Country A nor Country C has the authority to investigate me." He slowly walked out of the room. "I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Before leaving, Wu-san gave a mysterious smile. "I have something to remind you. The monsters we designed are based on ancient legends from various countries, so you must investigate those ancient myths." The minister of Su froze, staring down at the tablet on the table, puzzled by the ancient legends. She wondered if he was implying that those ancient legends were real. At the dangerous red door, powerful monsters slowly emerged. The group led by Desuk felt uneasy since this was their first encounter with 3S-level monsters. Li Xiangqian was anxious, recalling how even when dealing with a single S-level monster, they had to send out many high-ranking individuals. Now, they were facing three. Bruce spoke up, "We truly can't win, but all we need to do is hold them off until reinforcements arrive." They steeled themselves, staring at the three dangerous S-level monsters. Desuk calmly gave the order, "Then, let's prepare to fight." Suddenly, fear gripped their hearts. Another creature emerged from the portal, a giant head with sharp claws slowly stepping out. Desuk tensed, wondering what level of monster this was. As they observed its appearance and felt the pressure from the new arrival, they couldn't help but suspect it might be an SS-level monster. Back in the desolate desert, Gila stared intently at Kepri. He asked, "Master? What are you talking about?" He trembled and replied, "This is the power of the Master, you've used the Master's power." Upon hearing Kepri's words, Jilu immediately became wary of him. He quickly jumped backward to maintain a safe distance from Kepri. The latter stood up, still muttering the word Master. Gila questioned, "Hey, dung beetle brain, what master power are you talking about? What exactly are you trying to pull?" He stared at him silently in response to Zhili's question. His eyes narrowed, curious about why the master's power resided in Zhili's body and what exactly had happened. Meanwhile, he turned to Hesiod and asked,
the master he's referring to, it can't be you, can it?
He replied seriously, my memories are completely gone.
No matter what, I can't recall anything.
In his heart, Gila quietly speculated that the master he had mentioned was likely Hisoi.
He voiced his doubts, the master with the insect brain, are you talking about an old man with white hair?
Khepri immediately denied it, saying that his master was not human, but a supreme god.
Ra, the god.
Ji Lu was quite surprised upon hearing this.
Ra, wasn't that the highest god of the 9 pillars of Egyptian gods?
He knelt down respectfully, no matter who you are, you carry the power of the master within you, so now you are my master. The system's notification about the new divine servant immediately appeared beside him. As he reached out his hand toward Jilu, hoping for him to accept, the system offered Jilu 2 options, whether to accept him or not.
He calculated in his mind, was he really Khepri?
The same Khepri who was the target of his revenge mission. Although he didn't like this guy, having him would make it easier to defeat the Ra temple boss. After thinking it through, Gila quickly decided to accept Khepri.
A golden aura radiated from Khepri's body, flowing toward Jilu.
The system then reported, you have accepted Khepri, becoming his soul servant. In battle, you can use the soul servant skill to summon Khepri and fight alongside you.
The soul servant will not consume MP, and there is no time limit for battle. Jilu was very surprised, is it really that powerful? Is it that I don't even need to fight anymore after a few more rounds of the training? System alert, attention! After obtaining a soul servant, each soul servant will receive 30% of your EXP as experience for the soul servant.
Once a soul servant dies in battle, it cannot be resurrected and you will lose the soul servant. Hearing this, he became tense. It was indeed not as easy as he had imagined. The more soul servants there were, the more the experience would be divided. Moreover, if a soul servant died, the experience that had been shared would essentially be lost. But that was a matter for later. For now, with Khepri's help, defeating B seemed more certain. Gila crossed his arms and tried to summon him using a soul servant. He looked at Khepri, who had just been summoned, and spoke to him, Khepri, tell me everything you know. Meanwhile, on Earth, under the shining rays of the sun, Zhao Zhangyi spoke, Minister Su from the headquarters just called, saying that many cities around the world have encountered unidentified monsters. The headquarters now required her to immediately go to the city to discuss a strategy. She remained calm as she continued with her work and responded lightly, I understand.
Inform them that I will prepare to depart in 15 minutes.
He listened attentively and obeyed, but Minister Su was still worried when she heard the news.
Zhao Zhangyi handed her the tablet. This is a video just transmitted from City H. It shows a goddess fighting a monster. Minister Su quickly grabbed the tablet and watched the video.
He continued, furthermore, the patrol team from City S also sent a video.
There are 3 monsters, each larger than the ones that appeared in the East Sea. What's even harder to believe is that 3 people are trying to stop them. After receiving the video, I immediately forwarded it to the experts in City B.
They replied, after comparing the monsters, that they all originated from the game Cosmos, but they are also creatures documented in the mythology of the El Kingdom. Her face tensed up as she recalled Zhang Wu-san's earlier words. At that moment, in Gonghai, the sky was overcast, and waves were rising on the surface of the sea. Li Xiangqian gritted his teeth and tightly gripped the chain, restraining the massive monster. He shouted, I've restrained the SS-level monster, everyone quickly take down the 2S-level monsters. Dasuk and Bruce immediately understood and focused on defeating the 2S-level monsters. He gritted his teeth and fired 3 arrows simultaneously at the creature. Suddenly, the SS-level monster that Li Xiangqian was controlling tossed its head, attempting to break free. He screamed, drawing the attention of the other 2.
Dasuk and Bruce panicked.
Turning around, they saw Li Xiangqian being thrown into the air by the monster. He screamed in pain as the chain around his arm tightened. Worried for him, the 2 of them lost focus, allowing the monster to charge and attack.
It struck them both with tremendous force, sending them crashing into the sea. Li Xiangqian was no better off. He too was thrown into the sea by the SS-level monster. The group of monsters stood by, watching as the three were beaten mercilessly. Taking advantage of their distraction, Desuk managed to lift the unconscious Li Xiangqian into the air. Bruce gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing they couldn't stop the SS-level monster. Reinforcements from President Qin Sa hadn't arrived yet. He was determined to look at the monsters with a cold, steely gaze, resolutely refusing to let them into City S. The S-class monster quickly charged forward, intending to pounce on them. A sharp sword was instantly drawn with determination. The monster sensed something unusual and quickly turned around, panic flashing across its face. But it was already too late, as the monster's head had fallen off without them even noticing. Desuk spoke, hoping that Hisashi would leave this place to them, he said, while still glaring at the monsters with his cold, steely eyes. The monsters were furious when they saw their comrade being killed, growling at Hisashi. Suddenly, he leapt up, causing water to splash in all directions. Every movement of Hisashi created trails of light reflected on the water's surface. A shield of ice suddenly rose from the cuts in the water, catching the monsters off guard. He quickly sheathed the sword back into its scabbard. In the blink of an eye, they were frozen into huge blocks of ice. Hisashi spoke with his eyes glowing brightly. "Snow Chiyu, /" he said. At the same time, Jilu was standing with his hands in his pockets, gazing at the horizon. Kepri was talking while watching him. It all started with the appearance of the evil god Mopius thousands of years ago. After the Titan battle, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, the three brothers, disillusioned with humanity and their dealings with other pantheons, summoned Morpheus from the Tartarus Hell Tower to prepare to punish humanity. However, such actions led to the discontent of the pantheon followers of Are, Sakya, Tianzun, and Izanagi. But no one wanted to launch a holy war because of human affairs, so they ignored it. The ambitions of the three were not merely limited to this. Hades deceived Sakya into imprisoning the god Are, Tianzun, and Izanagi in the Latinea prison, as well as the Tartarus Hell Tower. We have crossed the endless sea for thousands of years, and finally reached Latinea, all to find the god Are. Jila wondered why Hades had taken both humans and Latinea. He immediately answered, "In the eyes of the gods, you are nothing but food, no different from insects, only existing to nourish the monsters guarding this place." Hearing this, Jila silently thought, so that's how it is. The mystery of Latinea had been unraveled, but more questions arose. Why did Kepri say he carried the power of the god Are? Could it be that his uncle and the chaotic power within him were somehow connected to Are? Determined to find answers, Jila decided the only way to know for sure was to ask the god Are himself. He spoke up, "All right, let's go. We are still far from the cat god, let's set off." Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly suggested, "Master, perhaps this way would be faster." Kepri's entire body instantly emitted a brilliant light. Jila frowned from the brightness, but he quickly glanced to see what Kepri would do. Yakula was suddenly filled with excitement and raised both hands, exclaiming, "Yakula!" He then transformed into flight mode, which consumed 1 OMP and 1 OKM from the Soul Master. Jilu observed that Kepri could still transform into other forms, and the MP consumption wasn't significant. Kepri swiftly spread his wings and slowly began to fly upward. He called for Jilu to climb onto his back to begin the journey. Once everyone had climbed on, Kepri flapped his wings and shot into the sky at incredible speed. Jila stood proudly on his back, then commanded him to set off to rescue the god Are. Kepri obeyed the order, flapping his wings and flying at top speed. At a lighthouse standing tall in the middle of the sea, illuminated by the dim moonlight, Hisashi walked over to Xiaomei and spoke, "President Qin, the situation is increasingly out of control. If we don't come up with a solution soon, everyone on Earth will die." She spoke with concern, "I think it's not just Earth, the humanity in the cosmos world might also be in danger." He understood the severity of the situation and fell silent. Xiaomei quickly opened the control panel in her hand and began to operate something. A crack immediately appeared in the sky right in front of her. When the portal opened, Xiaomei hurriedly jumped inside. As she thought,
the Hades army had already arrived on the Bergama continent. She was worried, knowing that Zerath would soon fall into war as well. Back with Ji Li's group, they were gradually approaching the Temple of the Gods.
Ngh had his hands in his pockets, not caring about anyone or anything. Ji Li turned to Hesiod and asked, "Uncle, still no recollection?" He pondered for a moment before replying, "That's right, it's completely a blank." He thought to himself, not even knowing who he was truly unsure how to recover his memory. Ji Li walked up, placed a hand on Hesiod's shoulder, and offered a comforting gesture. He smiled gently, "It's okay, uncle. Everything has a solution. It won't always be like this." The system then appeared next to Ji Li, notifying him that they had arrived at the Temple of the Gods. He quickly looked down at the temple in the desert from his mount. Ji Li's face was cold and silent, and without saying a word, he suddenly ordered him to descend quickly. Meanwhile, Khepri was flying straight through the vast sky at a terrifying altitude. After hearing Ji Li's command, he swiftly plunged downward. In a darkened area, the sound of footsteps suddenly stopped. Argolis glanced around with his fiery red eyes, his expression one of clear irritation. He smelled a familiar scent that made the corner of his lips curl into a smirk. At that moment, Khepri landed on the ground and quickly reverted to his original form. He spoke. "Regardless of what they say, you've done well." Khepri quickly knelt and responded, "This is what I must do, master." Ji Li turned around and looked up, silently thinking, "Is this the Temple of the Gods? As long as I defeat the Guardian inside, I can leave here and return to reality. If the one who activated the temple and the one who ambushed the village are the same person." He slowly walked into the temple, wondering if the person was still inside. Suddenly, Argolis's voice rang out from above, causing Ji Li to look up in surprise. "This is the scent." He saw Argolis standing on the roof of the temple, looking down at him with a cunning smile. "At last, we meet." Ji Li glanced at him, certain that Argolis was the one he had been searching for. Immediately, his claws covered Argolis's fingertips. Argolis sneered. "Don't worry, I'll make sure to take your head gently, so you can die comfortably." Argolis suddenly vanished from Ji Li's sight in an instant. Ji Li quickly sensed the danger and hurriedly retreated. Then, Argolis appeared before him, preparing to strike and defeat him with a single blow. Argolis smiled smugly, knowing that victory was almost within his grasp. Argolis quickly extended his hand to cast a move and charged forward to attack Ji Li. A powerful swipe was launched forcefully towards the front. The collision between them caused sand and dust to scatter wildly, spreading across the surface of the sand. His face remained emotionless, his gaze fixed ahead. Argolis immediately recognized the person standing before him and quickly spoke. "Soul servant." He was secretly astonished, thinking, so fast. Just moments ago, the attack from that person had hit him. But Ji Li then realized that his opponent's strength was greater than what he had originally thought. Argolis silently thought, "This guy possesses a soul servant, a power only gods should have." It seems the concern of Lord Hades was real. Suddenly, a mysterious hand grabbed his arm, interrupting Argolis's thoughts. Lucius tightened her grip on the cord controlling his arm. Meanwhile, two forces attacked from behind Argolis, and a giant serpent emerged from the ground beside him. All of them launched a simultaneous assault on Argolis while he was being restrained by her. He was then bound tightly by a stone formation, surrounded by strange symbols. Ji Li observed Argolis, then glanced around. He saw those who were slowly advancing towards him. Boan spoke up. "Today, Ji Li has abandoned his teammates. How should I settle this with you?" Ji Li looked at them, puzzled. "How did you all find this place?" Sally walked up, pointing at Lucius, and replied. "Isn't it thanks to her?" She quickly added, "My wolf remembered your scent, and from that, it tracked you down. But before we could get far, the scent suddenly disappeared." Bros continued. "We had no choice but to follow the path and move forward, but we still couldn't find you."
Fortunately, Mr. Wubulei suddenly sensed the powerful force that was erupting here. Upon hearing his name, he quickly turned to look at Wubulei. "Mr. Wubulei, your hand has healed." Wubulei walked over and placed his hand on his shoulder.
"My hand is completely healed now."
The sunlight illuminated his face, which showed deep sincerity.
"Thank you, Chunji-lu." He smiled and responded with equal sincerity. "It's nothing."
He then turned to look at Kepri, puzzled as to who he was, and asked Ji-lu. He quickly introduced Wubulei to him.
"This is my sole servant, Kepri."
They were all startled by this and quickly glanced over at him.
Bras crossed his arms. "Is he the legendary guard of the god Ra, known as the deity of the golden holy armor insect, and the leader of the 9 pillar gods?" Hearing this, Ji-lu did not deny it, silently affirming the statement.
He remained silent, carefully watching the figure standing tall amidst the drifting sand. Meanwhile, Argala's hand, which was outside the stone, suddenly moved. A massive force erupted, creating a huge column of energy that shot straight up into the sky. He stormed out from the swirling sand and dust. Everyone quickly turned to see Argalus advancing, and they all felt a surge of tension. However, Kepri remained motionless in his stance, unaffected. Argalus glared at them in anger.
"You damned insects."
Red lightning crackled around Argalus' body. He quickly gathered the lightning into the palm of his hand. Argalus then raised his palm toward them, unleashing his attack while shouting fiercely.
"Die, all of you."
The force from the attack quickly charged toward them. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of power instantly stopped it. He looked up with a cold, sharp gaze while standing amidst the swirling sand. Argalus stared intently, protecting everyone. Those behind him also looked at him with determined eyes. Ji-lu walked up from behind and spoke to him. "KPR, quickly find the seal's location. As for Argalus, leave him to me." Ji-lu quickly led everyone away, warning Ki to be careful. He observed from above as he and the others quickly moved on. Argalus's eyes turned red with fury as he prepared to strike.
"Do you want to enter the temple of the gods?" His powerful attack was immediately blocked.
Argalus's face twisted in displeasure, as he continued to channel power into his palm. He then appeared in front of him. Argalus stared at him and exclaimed,
"Is it you again?"
The system's voice rang out, asking if they wanted to enter the temple of Nabru's.
Ji-lu answered firmly, "Yes."
The door slowly lifted, and smoke began to pour out from the temple. In a brief moment, it had risen above the heads of everyone. He turned and quickly shouted for everyone to enter.
"Everyone, hurry up."
Everyone obeyed his command and ran swiftly into the temple. He silently watched them enter through the door. Gripping his scythe tightly, he spoke. "It's just us now, Nightlong K." Meanwhile, the sound of footsteps echoed from within the temple. Ji-lu wondered strangely, it's been such a long time, yet we still haven't reached the end. Could it be? He immediately stopped, the sound of his shoes rubbing against the ground echoing through the street. Ji-li's face was serious as he spoke, telling everyone to stop.
Boan quickly became alert, hastily drawing his knife and asking him, "Is there an enemy?"
Ji-lu responded seriously to his question, "There are no enemies."
Boan angrily crossed his arms and raised his knife to threaten him. "Chunji-lu, what are you doing? Are you trying to scare us?" While Yakila tried to pull his hand away to protect Ji-lu, he asked everyone, "Hey, don't you guys notice that we've been walking for a long time but still haven't found the end? There's definitely something wrong here." Ji-lu walked over to a nearby wall.
"I just observed the exterior structure of the temple. The distance we've traveled since entering might have already surpassed the length of the temple. The space-time structure here might be completely different from the outside." An X-shaped slash appeared immediately on the wall beside him. Sally then spoke up, "If we're just treading water and moving forward, we might pass over this symbol." Wubulei solemnly called for everyone to continue moving forward. After hearing him, Ji-lu agreed with the decision. He quickly left. Once inside the temple, the system stopped providing the map and no tasks were displayed. Ji-lu, while running, tried to recall if he had overlooked something. Suddenly, she pointed ahead and announced to everyone, everyone, look over there." Ji-lu quickly glanced in the direction Sally had pointed, and in front of him was the mark that Wu Bu-lei had left earlier before departing. The sound of footsteps from everyone continued to echo through the inner path of the temple.
Boan was annoyed. "We've been walking for so long, why haven't we reached the entrance yet?"
Bros spoke up, "Let's wait a little longer. If we calculate the time correctly, the exit should be just ahead."
Sally questioned, "Our pace is faster now than before, we should have reached the entrance by now, shouldn't we?"
Ji-lu quickly responded, "There may not be an entrance here at all. If I'm not mistaken, ahead is where we marked the faces of those people." Immediately, the faces of those people darkened. He was certain that everyone had been trapped in the loop by the temple. Ji-lu then looked up at the marked path and pondered. He opened the system panel, wondering when they had entered the loop.
Up until now, the system still hadn't displayed anything.
Ji-lu observed KPR's health bar, listening to him still fighting against Argalus.
They couldn't afford to waste any more time. If he got caught, everything would be over.
The others came running from a distance, calling out Ji-lu's name. He turned to look at them. Everyone gathered around Ji-lu. Bros reported, "We've checked the ground and the walls, but haven't found any hidden doors or mechanisms." Wu Bu-lei spoke, "There are no barriers or formations in the corridor either."
He turned to the upper side and asked, "Did you discover anything?"
"I've checked everything, but found no clues." "We can only think of another way," Boan replied. He quickly had an idea and urged Sally to try using her flame magic orb, to see if it could break through the wall.
Perhaps they could find a way out.
Sally hesitated, looking at everyone.
"Is this really going to work?"
"We have no other choice right now."
"We have to try," Bonus answered.
She looked at Wu Bu-lei, whose eyes were full of trust in her, and nodded. Seeing this, Sally felt more confident and nodded back at Wu Bu-lei. With everyone's trust, she stepped forward. Sally swiftly cast the flame magic orb, her hands surrounded by flames. She slowly opened her sharp, glowing eyes. The fire within her grew larger and fiercer inside the temple. She quickly launched the fireball, shouting, "Explosive fireball technique." The fireball shot rapidly toward the wall ahead. An explosion rang out, and sparks quickly scattered throughout the area where everyone was standing. Sally, delighted with her success, exclaimed, "What, it worked already!" In front of Sally was the wall, now with a large hole created by her power. Bros walked over to examine it. "That's great. Could this be the spell for breaking through?" Boan also approached. Suddenly, both of them were startled. They realized that behind this wall was a path similar to the one they had traveled before. Both of them stared at the X-shaped mark they had made earlier. He was as confused as the sword mark Wu Bu-lei had left earlier.
Sally walked up, unable to believe this could be happening. He walked around, shouting loudly, "Who is messing with us? If you're brave enough, show yourself."
Ji-lu was deep in thought. "When I was reading, I saw a theory that considered the Earth as a prison for mankind, where all the corridors formed a circle. But due to the effect of gravity, we can't perceive it. This wall is just another cycle." He felt tense because he didn't know how to escape from this place. Meanwhile, at sunset in Japan, in a high-rise building in Tokyo, Minister Su was reporting while Mayatake observed a photo. It was of a monster that had recently appeared.
"We need your help."
The shape of these monsters resembles the design of the game Cosmos, which was based on mythological stories, Minister Su said. She calmly spoke up, "The shape of these monsters is indeed recorded in world mythology." She was surprised.
Minister Su asked, "Are you sure?"
"Professor Mayatake, if these creatures are real, then doesn't that mean the myths are true?" She replied. If these creatures are real, it would indeed prove that what I've been researching is not mythology, Mayatake said.
Minister Su observed Mayatake before continuing, and it would already be history.
Back in the dark path inside the temple, with Jilu and the others, Boan angrily muttered, "There's not a single clue."
Are we really going to be locked up and die here? Lucius shot him an irritated glance. Hey, can you stop for a moment? You're just shouting non-stop.
Upon hearing this, he immediately turned into a dog and seemed ready to charge at her.
What did you say? You want to fight?
But Boan was stopped by Bras.
Hey, calm down. Meanwhile, Sally turned to ask, Jilu, have you figured out a way to get us out of here?
He crossed his arms and replied, not yet. Jila thought to himself, if this were a mission, there would definitely be a way to break the curse.
I must have missed something. What is it?
Suddenly, Hesiod, sitting with his back to him, spoke up. Ouroboros caught Jilu by surprise, causing him to turn around.
He immediately relayed the sentence to him. It really is very similar to Ouroboros.
Jili's eyes widened in confusion when he heard the name Ouroboros. He immediately recalled that he'd seen this name in a book about mythology.
The concept of Ouroboros refers to the head and tail connecting, symbolizing a serpent in an infinite loop.
Jayarmungan in Norse mythology or the Naga serpent in Indian mythology are both depictions of serpents biting their own tails.
Jilo asked, so, we're inside the belly of Ouroboros, and all we have to do is cut open its stomach to get out? Hesiod responded, this is a divine curse set by the dream god Oneiri. Once we step into the temple, the curse paralyzes us.
Jila then asked if there was any way to break the curse. Hesiod calmly replied, of course, as long as we find the one who cast the curse and kill him, we'll be free. The space within Jili's mind suddenly fell silent.
He immediately understood his uncle's meaning.
The uncle said, among them, one is a fake, created by Oneiri.
Hesiod quickly stood up. That's right, but you must be careful. In Ouroboros, it exists like a deity.
Jila speculated, if that's the case, then it follows that we must not act rashly. We need to strike a lethal blow while they are unaware. He stood up, the memory from when he first entered resurfacing, thinking about the imposter. Jila looked at Lucius back, unsure if she was the one disguised. He narrowed his eyes at her before turning away. Jilu observed them as they exchanged their speculations.
He wondered, could it be them? Turning around, he saw Sally giving Wubule a bun. He asked again, could it be them?
Meanwhile, the old man was happily eating the bun she gave him, laughing cheerfully. Jilu, on the other hand, was tense.
Who exactly was the imposter?
On that dreamy and mysterious moonlit night by the netherworld's border, beneath the towering cherry blossom tree beside the flowing water, Oneiri touched the tree trunk with her hand. She reached out, catching the falling petals, and asked, what's going on?
Oneiri looked at the small petal resting on her palm in the god palace of Ratonia.
Her eyes widened as she suddenly realized that the divine dream forbidden art had been activated. Suddenly, Hades appeared behind Oneiri and spoke, long time no see. She turned back to look at him, hurriedly hiding the flower petal behind her back.
Oneiri appeared confused and asked, Lord Hades, why are you here?
He brushed past her, what's wrong?
Am I not welcome?
Why this expression? Oneiri smiled awkwardly, no, it's just that you've never come to the netherworld before, so I was a bit surprised.
Lord Hades, is there something you need here?
He gazed at the river as he spoke, my father, the one I respect the most, Kronos, has escaped from the Tartarus prison. She was startled, what?
No way.
The divine dream forbidden art of Tartarus prison hasn't been activated yet, it's impossible to escape without any sign of movement. Hades gave her a threatening glance before saying, if not, then you can take his place in prison. Her heart was full of unease as she tried to respond, yes, Lord Hades.
Oneiri stood there silently, watching him as he slowly stepped into the teleportation portal.
She anxiously wondered if it was possible to avoid activating the divine dream forbidden art, and bypass the three-headed hellhound to escape from here.
How did he manage it? What else happened in the Latinea temple? Meanwhile, inside the temple, Wu Bulei exclaimed, "What did you say?" He asked seriously, "Does Horan's training have to take place here?" Gila replied, "Yes, we're stuck here anyway, so it's better to use this time to challenge him again, since we lost so badly last time." Boan looked at him with a confused expression. "Shenjilo, what exactly do you want to do today?" Gila sneered, "Anyway, it's better than being bored, might as well train. Last time, you even got knocked out cold. Are you scared now?" He angrily shouted, "What do you mean by saying I'm scared?" Wu Bulei, quickly use that magical item, he urged. Sally hurried over to advise, "Mr. Wu Bulei, don't listen to their chaos." Meanwhile, he thought to himself that if he probed each person one by one, sooner or later, that person would notice. It was better to directly create conflict. The more sudden and chaotic the conflict, the higher the chance that the person would reveal some clues. Gila turned to look at the old man and guessed, if Wu Bulei were really standing in front of him, perhaps he would. The old man agreed with that decision. "All right, then let's start the trial." Seeing the determination in the old man's eyes made Sally feel a bit tense. The people around them also began to feel uneasy, their eyes fixed on the old man as he spoke. Jilu understood that if it really were Wu Bulei, he would definitely agree to his request. Wu Bulei knew that at this moment, Jilu making such a strange request was not out of foolishness but because he already had a plan. As one of the 12 heroes with the smallest sense of smell in the world, there was no way he wouldn't understand. Hesiod suddenly spoke up. Shenjilu hadn't expected him to come up with this idea. But relying on the enemy's combat strength to find the disguised person was impossible. He confidently replied, "I know these people can replicate, but there's one thing they can't replicate: habits." Jilu raised his staff, and immediately, green smoke began to spread rapidly around them. He understood that each person, when fighting, would have their own combat mindset. This mindset becomes deeply ingrained in their personality and bones, something that cannot be faked. As long as Jilu observes each person carefully during combat, he will undoubtedly be able to identify those who are disguising themselves. Hesiod immediately warned, "Shenjilu, there is only one chance. If we are discovered knowing about the dream realm, we will fall into the time loop of the dream god, and we will never be able to leave here." He confidently replied, "Don't worry, uncle, I will definitely succeed." Wu Bulei spoke up, "All right then, the training begins. Everyone, remember to pay attention to safety." Bros and Filorga quickly nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Boan and Sally exchanged a glance, as if understanding what the other was thinking. Everyone immediately summoned their weapons and held them firmly in their hands. Now, they would have to face their own replicas. Jilu immediately gave the command, starting the battle between them and their replicas. He quickly darted behind, while Lucius ran to face Sally's replica. The two of them defeated her replica in an instant. She turned around and coldly spoke, "I'm not interested in this meaningless game, finish it quickly and find a way out." Gila glanced at Lucius, secretly thinking that her choice was the same as his, to assassinate the person they loved most first in the battle. Moreover, based on his combat experience with her, she might actually be the real one. At that moment, his replica charged at him, aiming to attack Sally. It pointed the tip of its dagger at her and immediately lunged forward with great agility. As soon as the replica Gili's knife was right in front of him, a loud collision sound echoed. Sally turned around and realized that he had just blocked it for her and was giving her instructions. "Sally, I'll hold off my replica. You and Lucius go help them kill the other replica." Sally's face showed clear fear as she hesitated before agreeing. She quickly left, and he immediately followed her. He watched them, knowing that now, they had to keep making choices, as each choice would reveal a flaw in the disguise. On the other side, Boan was watching his replica fight Lucius's replica. Boan stared at them, gritting his teeth, his face tense with anger. Nearby, Bros was struggling to fend off the attacks from his own replica. Filorga, on the other hand, was summoning her snakes to battle the replica's snakes. Bros glared at his replica,
gritting his teeth in frustration.
Filorga was also struggling just as much, trying to deal with hers.
Suddenly, a powerful flame swiftly defeated her replica's snake.
She immediately walked over to Brass. Even a replica at this level can't be defeated. You're too weak now.
He was mesmerized and was about to approach Lucius.
Beautiful lady, leave your contact info.
She immediately called out to Brass.
Meanwhile, Sally walked over to check on Filorga's situation.
During that time, Jili's battle with his own replica was still ongoing.
Jila fought while thinking. Boan chose to attack Lucius's replica, also an obsessive assassin. Brass and Filorga chose their own replicas.
Lucius and I both chose the weakest clone of Sally.
Sally remained as she was, standing motionless, unsure of how to fight.
Suddenly, he felt that he had overlooked something. A thought immediately flashed in Jili's mind.
I know who the imposter is.
On the other side, she had quickly defeated Brass's clone, and she was no less impressive, taking down Filorga's clone as well. Boan on this side had also triumphed over Lucius's clone. At that moment, a flash of light shot forward. Before anyone could react, Jilu was already standing in front of Brass. He smiled joyfully at him and spoke.
Kid, how are you doing?
A slash rang out instantly inside the temple, tearing through the atmosphere. Filorga quickly widened his eyes in panic, looking towards the two of them. Before him was the scene of Jila cutting down Brass without hesitation. He gritted his teeth in pain, his eyes turning bloodshot, and foam began to form at his mouth. Jilu, however, just glanced at him with a gaze full of coldness. He screamed angrily.
Jilu, what the hell are you doing?
Filorga scolded.
Have you lost your mind? Jilu? Everyone witnessing this scene couldn't help but be stunned.
Suddenly, a swarm of purple butterflies erupted from Brass's body. Then, he transformed into a patch of vibrant purple flowers, witnessed by all. Boan crossed his arms, staring intently downward, smirking as he observed. He then muttered.
It seems I was right. Brass is indeed the imposter.
From the ceiling of the temple, streaks of water suddenly appeared, casting a mystical purple light downwards. Upon hearing this, they immediately focused their attention upwards towards the temple ceiling. The roof of the temple cracked open, causing stones to fall one after another. Everyone had to shield their eyes with their hands to avoid the light. The purple light gradually grew stronger in their eyes. Eventually, he had to shut his eyes to escape the brightness. Suddenly, Jilu was startled when he realized the beam of purple light had disappeared. He looked around and saw that everyone was still there.
Jilu looked at them in confusion. Has everyone run out of here? Filorga asked Brass, are you alright? He replied, I'm fine. But what happened? Why are we sitting here?
Boan tightly grasped his collar and asked.
DCHN Jilu, what the hell are you doing?
He looked at him with a confused expression. Boan had been wondering what Jila had been staring at all this time. He smirked and spoke up, we've escaped the loop. He too looked and realized that in front of them was the same door they had entered earlier. Kepri stood opposite Argolis and spoke contemptuously, the netherworld dragon who sacrifices souls to Hades is just trash who can't even withstand one blow. After saying this, he silently watched as the other stood there, suffering in pain. Shortly after, Kepri let out a soft laugh and sighed, I thought you could play with me a little longer, but this is truly boring. Argolis gritted his teeth, struggling to keep his gaze fixed on him. Immediately, he swiftly raised his hand to grip his throat and pulled him up high, causing him to writhe in agonizing confusion.
Damn it, who the hell are you?
His eyes glinted with malice, filled with a vicious glare.
My name? Ask your despicable master in hell.
His grip tightened, causing sparks to flare from Argolis' neck. His eyes bulged in pain, and veins of blood ran across his pupils. Suddenly, his body erupted in small flickers of fire, igniting the surrounding air. A searing heat flashed brightly within the flames, surprising him. As he was attacked, he released Argalus and looked suspiciously at the green fire spots. Kepri silently gazed down at his wounded hands, deep in thought. After a long pause, his sinister voice rang out again, cryptic and confused. The forbidden god of Hades.
The flames of hell are within this man.
Argalus collapsed to the ground, slowly propping himself up. He clutched his aching body and stood, while Ki was surrounded by hellfire. Argalus stared straight ahead, panting heavily, carefully assessing the situation. Suddenly, a very peculiar symbol appeared in the sky. The symbol shattered into small fragments, scattering everywhere. He then looked at the dissipating symbol and whispered softly, "Lord Hades." Inside the vast room, Hades furrowed his brows, closed his eyes, and a long chain of light appeared in his hand. Shortly after, Hades muttered softly, "Has the divine prohibition on Argalus been activated? The God Slayer is actually in this family?" In front of the vast, crystal-clear lake, a slender, beautiful hand gently reached out to catch the falling petals.
Oneiri sat beneath the large tree, gazing down at the lake's surface, a large torch lit, quickly illuminating the surroundings.
Wubule stood beside him, and after a while, he spoke, his voice filled with confusion. He said that everything just now was the divine prohibition of the dream god. The expression on his face suddenly hardened, looking terrifying, as he questioned,
"But how do you know about the divine prohibition?"
Jilu, upon hearing this, hesitated, unable to respond immediately. At this moment, those around them voiced their doubts.
"Mr. Wubule, what is the divine prohibition? I've never heard of it before." "That's right, even we don't know."
"Chenjilo, how do you know?
Are you hiding something?"
"Chenjilo?" At this moment, Lucius immediately spoke up to explain.
Each god is granted a unique divine prohibition spell.
The target of the spell can be either a person or an object.
Once the divine prohibition is cast, it can only be activated unless the god actively uses it.
Most importantly, the divine prohibition is effective even against gods. It can be considered the highest, most invincible weapon of a god. We are able to escape the divine prohibition of the dream god, truly a miracle.
Lucius fixed his red glowing eyes on him, questioning. "Chenjilo, how did you know that killing Bras could break the dream god's illusion?" Bras, upon hearing his name mentioned, was utterly shocked. "What? Kill me? Now, Chenjilo, what did you just do?"
He immediately turned to Bras and spoke to reassure him. "We were trapped in the divine prohibition earlier, we had to kill a fake like you to get out, but you're fine now." Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system rang out with a warning. "The divine market has been altered, maintaining for 30 hours. Hearing this, Chenjilo immediately cast a deep, penetrating gaze toward them.
He quickly turned to warn everyone. "We need to get inside quickly.
The one outside has sealed my divine market, and they may be coming here very soon." Everyone, upon hearing this, fell silent and stared at him. The group gathered in the underground secret chamber. The large door slowly opened before the warriors, who were both anxious and eager.
Just then, the sound of footsteps entering could be heard.
The group paused before the dark tunnel, which had no lights. One by one, they cautiously stepped forward along the narrow path.
Wubule stepped ahead, reminding everyone to be careful. Upon hearing him, Sally couldn't help but exclaim, "It's strange, there isn't even a monster guarding this place."
The large door behind them was slowly moving, causing everyone to feel anxious. The sound of the door closing was incredibly loud, startling everyone present. When Gila heard her reminder, he felt somewhat reassured in his heart. Suddenly, Sally seemed to notice something that frightened her. She softly called out to him and pointed toward the inside of the tunnel. In the darkness, terrifying pairs of eyes appeared. Hundreds of corpses stepped out of the coffins inside and began to walk in groups.
Hundreds of monstrous creatures marched ferociously down the dark corridor.
They advanced straight ahead, toward the tightly shut door.
Bras, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but sigh in awe.
Although he had expected that there would be monsters behind the door, he didn't anticipate that there would be so many. Not only was there a large number, but the combat strength of these monsters was also something that ordinary monsters in Latinea could not compare to. Wu Bu Lei, at this moment, was still listening to their calculations with great seriousness. Gila looked toward the hellish ghouls and quietly made his own calculations. The level of the hellish ghouls was 20 levels higher than that of the undead beasts in the Red Mission, but due to the sheer number that had appeared at once, he looked in the direction they were heading and couldn't help but silently lament. In this narrow passage, the disparity in numbers would create a feeling of oppression. Gili's face tightened, his eyes flashed brightly, and a coldness appeared, creating an involuntary sense of terror in everyone, one that was hard to resist. Suddenly, at this moment, the system's voice rang out, activating the Hell Eyes mission from Nabru's. The system continued to introduce the mission to him. Mission completion conditions: the Hell Eyes created by Nabru's would continuously summon demonic creatures from hell. Kill all the demons, destroy the Eye of Hell, and upon completing the mission, the guardian of the Nabru's temple will be summoned. Hundreds of twisted corpses staggered forward from inside the large eye behind. At this moment, it seemed like Gila had figured something out inside. He immediately drew his sword and stared directly at the zombies. The monsters summoned from this eye, I just need to destroy it. Gila glanced sideways, contemplating quietly. There's something more important that needs to be done right now. Sally, standing beside him, looked a little confused and asked, Mr. Wu Bu Lei, the number of monsters is still increasing, what should we do? As soon as she finished speaking, a bright beam of light swiftly zipped past everyone, heading forward. Wu Bu Lei and Sally stood still, watching him nimbly advance and engage in battle. Ji Lu was incredibly powerful, slashing through the zombies around him with each wave. While fighting, he silently calculated in his mind. Right now, the most important thing is to restore the confidence of everyone. The people standing behind remained silent, watching the situation as Gila fought the zombies. He paused briefly amidst the countless zombie corpses he had cut down. Then, Gila quickly turned around, looked at everyone, and shouted, Everyone, lift your spirits. The monsters are all summoned by that eye. As long as you support me to destroy it, we can get through this. Sally, hearing this, was a little stunned and softly called his name. Chen Ji Lu. Ban, standing next to her, chuckled with amusement. This guy really loves showing off. Wu Bu Lei's expression was somewhat thoughtful as he stared intently at Bras standing beside him. He and Filorga seemed to understand the old man's intentions and nodded seriously in agreement. Soon after, a powerful sword appeared in his hand, crackling with intense, small bolts of lightning. Everyone provided cover for Ji Lu to approach the eye. His gaze flashed brightly, his expression hard, as he spoke, signaling the start of the battle. At this, everyone immediately assumed their fighting stances, ready for combat. While fighting up ahead, Ji Lu was quietly calculating. He needed them to understand that he was not fighting alone, rather, he was someone they could rely on. Wu Bu Lei, wielding his large sword, struck fiercely, sweeping through the horde of zombies. Seeing this, the others were determined not to be overshadowed and quickly joined the fray. They couldn't let him steal the spotlight alone. Soon after, they all swiftly entered the battle. Bras and Filorga coordinated flawlessly, quickly dispatching the group of zombies. Lucius, too, easily made quick work of the zombies, causing them to shatter in no time. The eye seemed to sense that something was amiss and immediately glowed brightly. The zombies, as if empowered, became even more frenzied, attacking with greater intensity. Gila noticed something unusual and was filled with suspicion. As he observed the increasingly wild behavior of the zombies, he grew more confused. Gila quickly leapt into the air, delivering a powerful strike to the body of one of the zombies. However, what surprised him was that the creature was unharmed by the attack. At this moment, the system notification echoed again. The hellish demon has turned into a spiritual form, immune to all physical attacks. The ghoul was now extremely ferocious, charging forward swiftly, striking hard at Ji Lu. He managed to block this powerful attack just in time, but it was clear that he was struggling. Gritting his teeth, he held on but couldn't help feeling confused.
Immune to physical attacks? At this moment, Bras, who was fighting beside him, also spoke up with a sigh. Our attacks seemed to be useless. The ghouls were now incredibly strong, counterattacking them relentlessly. Sally and the others were knocked back by their immense power.
Ji-Lu was also quickly forced to retreat a considerable distance.
While observing the situation, Ji-Lu analyzed. Only Sally among us is a mage.
Everyone is quickly being surrounded by them, closing in. The hellish ghouls, armed with knives and wearing expressions full of rage, charged forward. The first one, who was closest, quickly swung a slash. They continued to rush toward the defensive barrier the group had set up, like moths drawn to a flame. Sally and Yakula furrowed their brows, gritting their teeth, struggling to hold the shield in place, preventing it from collapsing. She unleashed a golden burst of spirit power, blazing like fire, and shouted loudly.
Fire elemental fire charge technique.
Beside her, her eyes gleamed with bright green spirit power as she strained to channel more energy. Not far from them, Ji-Lu was also using a healing spell to assist Boan. The remaining recovery time is 30 seconds, but his mouth still kept muttering sarcastic remarks.
Chen Ji-Lu, are you a pastor? Why is the healing so slow?
He casually slapped Boan, causing him intense pain, then said, "Shut up."
He continued healing Boan.
In his mind, he also thought to himself that it seemed the healing technique used on others required continuous application for at least a minute. Apparently, there were still many rules he didn't understand. He glanced over at Sally and Yakula, including the group of high-level monsters that were physically immune, making them a headache to deal with.
How can we kill them?
At this point, both she and it, after using too much spirit power at a high intensity, had begun to feel fatigued, with sweat dripping down. Looking at the hellish ghouls that were still as aggressive as ever, Ji-Lu thought to himself that with just Sally and Yakula, they wouldn't be able to hold up for long. Moreover, as he looked toward the eye behind the hellish ghouls, he calculated that this eye was continuously teleporting more monsters. Already struggling to handle the monsters, if more kept coming. At this thought, Ji-Lu furrowed his brows, anticipating the worst-case scenario. There was only the path of death.
A mechanical sound rang out, signaling that his healing was complete. Boan next to him, moving his shoulder joints, praised his healing technique.
Ji-Lu responded indifferently, "Recovery is good, but now we need to find a way to kill these monsters." Sally and Yakula wouldn't last much longer. He glanced behind, guessing, the uncle we saw earlier during the fight is gone now.
Maybe he has a way to kill these monsters.
A quick glance wasn't enough, so Ji-Lu turned around and searched for the uncle.
Where is he?
Unfortunately, he couldn't find the person he was looking for and wondered what to do in the current situation. However, instead of the person he was searching for, he found someone else.
Wu Bulei, what is he doing over there?
Ji-Lu immediately walked over and called out to him.
Wu Bulei turned and responded, also taking the opportunity to ask about Boan's injuries. Ji-Lu answered honestly, then asked in return.
He's fine now, but we need to figure out how to deal with these monsters.
Have you ever encountered this type of monster before? Wu Bulei looked at the hellish ghouls and, speaking candidly, said, "This is the second time I've encountered this type of monster."
Ji-Lu was taken aback and immediately asked how to kill them. Wu Bulei recollected his first encounter with them and said, "During the Obi battle, I went to the Black Sea alone to fight Quench, and he used the same ability. I couldn't hit him at all and was forced to just defend. In the Black Sea, under a storm like rain with thunder streaking across the sky, two figures, one tall and one short, were exchanging moves. Wu Bulei had been hit badly in his youth, gritting his teeth as he used his bare hands to block the blade in front of him. Just when he thought he was about to die, a long blue sword, crackling with electricity, suddenly appeared before his eyes. His intuition told him that this was a divine weapon bestowed upon him to slay the ancient demon. Indeed, that sword could only strike Quench, but its damage was immense to him.
Quench was killed by me.
Later, I found out that it was the legendary sword.
The sword contained an infinite amount of lightning element. Quinn actually died from the lightning magic on the sword. After hearing that, he repeated the old man's words. A thought flashed in Ji Li's mind. I've found a way to destroy the hellish ghouls. In this fictional world, there was a clear distinction between magic damage and physical damage. The people of Wu Bu were all physical damage dealers, so the system determined them to be ineffective against monsters. Only the attacks of mages were considered magic attacks. So, the class affects the killing strike, and it can level up all elemental skills, which is magic damage, Ji Li thought. Moonfang Slash is a magic attack that uses the element of chaos to empower the weapon. Wu Bu, squinting his eyes, said, but I've never seen a mage imbue magic onto a weapon. Ji Li looked toward the hellish ghouls. If he wasn't mistaken, killing these monsters would be as easy as flipping a hand. And right now, they didn't want to play with swords and knives, instead, they switched to spitting, more specifically, spitting out energy. The first one, leading the charge, gathered energy for a while and shot it toward the barrier being held up by Sally and Yakula, causing a massive explosion. With one pioneer, the others naturally followed suit, taking turns shooting energy blasts. The barrier held up by the two began to crack due to the intense force of the attacks. She furrowed her brows tightly and shouted loudly, "Oh, Boule, I can't hold on much longer." Yakula, who was beside her, also let out a cry of agreement. The two were still struggling, so much so that they couldn't even open their eyes, when suddenly, a beam of light surged forward from behind. All at once, one of Ji Li's earrings gleamed, and the system notification rang in his ear. He darted forward like a streak of lightning, and by the time he passed, only a few hell ghouls remained, already slain, with the system announcing the number of kills Ji Li had made. It wasn't until then that the others behind them regained their senses, also realizing the stark difference stemming from his position. He stopped in the middle of the sea of corpses, in a different form, and spoke, leading the charge. Glancing back, Ji Li called to the others to follow him. Seeing him like this, they all smiled with relief, fully trusting him. The hell ghouls, oblivious to their own doom, charged toward Ji Li, who was slowly rising, intending to swarm him. Unfortunately for them, Ji Li wouldn't allow it. The gem on his shining blade suddenly glimmered, and they were still advancing, so before his skill could activate, he needed to close the distance. With just a single Moonfang Slash, the hell ghouls that had been charging toward him were reduced to dust and rubble. Ji Li passed through them, the sound of the system notification still ringing in his ears. He turned back quickly, a cold glint in his eyes, and with a surge of power under his feet, he prepared to launch forward. His target, News, could be seen through the broken eye. Ji Li lowered his center of gravity and shot forward, leaving behind only a long streak of cold light. The system's target marking notification continued to echo beside him, as if warning, "You cannot fall here." Before the group of hell ghouls, he leapt into the air. The light from the gem on his halberd's shaft continued to shine brightly. One annihilation slash had already marked all the ghouls he encountered. Moving at lightning speed, his gaze remained fixed ahead, hoping for something ahead. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears, passing by over a dozen hell ghouls. Ji Li uses the flying god to force them into their most arduous state immediately. No matter what, I must win. Ji Li sped forward, his figure a blur, only traces of electricity and wind left behind. As he passed through the hell ghouls, the system notification followed closely. The corpses of the ghouls remained where Ji Li had landed, crushed by the pressure he exerted. Following this, the system eagerly announced, and based on the system's judgment, all of Ji Li's skills were restored. The cooldowns were reset for all abilities. The hell ghouls continued to charge forward aggressively, handing over experience points to him. Faced with their unwavering devotion, Ji Li returned the favor with a deeply affectionate gaze. In response to the hell ghouls' sincere feelings, I too will show my respect by sending them off with a series of slashes to guide them to their rest. The system continued to display notifications without pause. Not wanting to appear too casual in his reciprocation, Ji Li was very meticulous. For each hell ghoul, he divided them carefully. The system, as usual, continued to announce without stopping. After splitting up the hell ghouls, he paused for a moment, silently thinking that the only regret was that due to the attack,
the demon sword's wear rate had increased too quickly. Looking at the sword that was about to return to him with great difficulty, Gila couldn't help but feel troubled. Now, the speed of approach was still too slow. If he continued at this pace, he feared he would waste a weapon before even encountering Nabru's. Seeing that the enemies were still as numerous as before, the calculations in his mind clicked non-stop. Although there were still hidden ranks to unlock for purchasing weapons, the situation was urgent. Gila braced himself, his brows tightly furrowed, his eyes fixed ahead. However, if he wasted it, he would lack the ranks needed to exchange for potions when facing the boss. Even though it would deplete a weapon considerably, there was no other option. After a moment's thought, without hesitation, Gila unleashed a chaotic moonfang slash at the Hellghoul group. One strike, and only fragments of their bodies remained. When the skill ended, a massive explosion ensued, and Gila stood there, unshaken by the gusts of wind. Gila stood proudly in place, his ears filled with constant notifications and the sound of experience points accumulating. The others behind him stood in stunned silence, unable to say a word as they watched the Hellghouls get effortlessly dealt with by him. Though they remained silent, they couldn't help but secretly judge the situation. Bras wiped sweat from his brow, astonished at how quickly Gila had grown stronger in such a short time. Filorga also sweated, wondering what Gila's limits were. Unlike his two teammates, Boan thought differently, believing that he would definitely surpass Gilu. Wu Bulei, too, had his own thoughts. Though he wouldn't admit it, the strength of this kid had already far surpassed his own, and such immense power would provide them with an overwhelming sense of security. Thus, everyone took their positions, and the flames of battle ignited. Though everyone had been stunned, they were now filled with excitement. On this side, Gila maintained his fighting spirit, sprinting forward on his toes. His eyes stared intently at the enormous figure ahead, narrowing with focus. It was right there in front of him. A giant eye, looming ominously before him. Compared to it, Gila seemed as small as a bean, but he wasn't self-conscious about his size. He charged forward without hesitation. The eye, seemingly aware of his presence, focused its attention on him. All he needed to do was destroy the eye. At the right moment, Gila swiftly lowered his center of gravity, gathering momentum, preparing to leap. He was certain he could do it. Without warning, he jumped, soaring higher than the eerie eye, looking down on it with unwavering determination. Gila shouted, his heart filled with the longing to meet Nabru's. With that cry, Gila cleaved through the eye with a precise strike, slicing it cleanly from top to bottom, splitting it into two perfect halves. No matter how much of its blood poured down onto him, Gila stood firm, his eyes glinting with cold, steely resolve. At the same time, in the headquarters of Cosmos in Country A, in a towering building, a subordinate was reporting to Zhang Wu-san. The son of that man suddenly disappeared on the subway in City B, Country C. We are still sending people to search for him, but his wife is still in our custody. He won't be able to ignore this. The man raised his head and continued, and it is said. Before he could finish his sentence, the man's face was struck by a golf club, knocking a tooth out. Resting the club on his shoulder, he looked at his subordinate and said, "You've been talking for half a day, and you're still telling me there's no news of that bastard." Tired of waiting, Zhang Wu-san once again used his staff to lift Gom's face, the subordinate trembling as he called out to him. Zhang Wu-san, standing against the light, issued a command. "I don't care how you do it, within 7 days, if I don't see what I want." Glancing down at the subordinate on the ground, he spoke as though it were both a threat and a matter of course. "Go die." The subordinate quickly knelt to carry out the order, while Zhang Wu-san tossed the staff to the ground with disdain, as though discarding trash. At the same time, in City C, Zhao Zhangyi was also reporting. Minister Su had received intelligence that the giant monster had suddenly disappeared, and the same happened in other cities. Minister Su couldn't believe it, glancing behind him and asking, "Disappeared? Did the cameras capture anything?" He immediately denied. The footage from before was captured, but after that, the cameras worldwide malfunctioned at the same time. She furrowed her brow and asked further, "Was anyone there to witness the malfunction?"
Zhao Zhangyi flipped through the documents hesitantly. Yes, but those people all said. Before he could finish, Minister Su suddenly interrupted. All right, continue. Sweating, Zhao Zhangyi continued with his report. We have seen divine beings descend to the mortal realm and kill those monsters. She couldn't believe it even more, staring wide-eyed as she repeated, turning to Jilu and the others. At this moment, after Jila had killed Nabru's eye, the system kept notifying him of rewards. Jila returned to his original form, looking at the system screen displaying the demon sword, thinking to himself. Success, but the weapons wear is faster than I thought. While he was observing the system, Jili's instincts told him that something was about to attack him. Without hesitation, he glanced toward the source of the incoming attack. Boan didn't understand the reason, but kicked him once. Jila, not one to back down, immediately raised his hand to block the attack, successfully stopping the sneak strike. His face grew serious as he shot a glance at the person who threw the punch. Seeing that it was him, Jila called out, but Boan just lowered his head and didn't respond. The people behind them were equally surprised. Bros quickly asked, Boan, have you lost your mind? Only then did Boan speak up, since when has your guy been this strong? How did you manage that? Caught off guard by the question, Jila quickly deflected, I leveled up by killing monsters. The others understood the situation and tried to hold back their laughter. Only Bros, grinning wide, teased, Boan, I thought you were one of us, but it turns out you're just jealous. Boan's face turned redder than a tomato as he shouted at them. After the teasing moment passed, he turned serious again. Shenjilo, no matter how strong you are now, there will come a day when I'll surpass you. Suddenly receiving a challenge, Jila blinked in confusion and gave a simple ha. Ignoring his blank expression, Boan extended his hand and continued. But right now, we're teammates, and I trust you. Jila glanced at Boan, then at the hand he extended, and without saying a word, reached out to shake it in unspoken promise, a vow. He then looked at Boan standing beside him. Then you'd better try your best. Hearing the cheers as a reminder, he chuckled softly, just wait. Seeing this, Sally Lai and a few others behind her also smiled. Suddenly, a cry from someone, or perhaps from something, came from the distance, drawing everyone's attention. All eyes turned towards the long, seemingly endless, and pitch-black tunnel in front of them. Sally, sweating, voiced her. The tunnel trembled as if it could collapse at any moment. In an instant, before anyone could react or avoid the falling rocks, Filorga used his technique. He formed a hand from the debris, holding a shield to protect everyone beneath it. Jila glanced back and reminded everyone, be careful. After a while, the tunnel stopped collapsing, and the rocks ceased to fall. Everything returned to its original state. In the chilling, dark space, everyone remained mentally prepared for battle. He glanced back warily, is Nabru's about to come out? He paused, his eyes widening as he looked up, trying to determine what it was. He saw a pair of wide eyes staring at them, like a hunting beast aiming at its prey. Aircraft flew swiftly across the dark sky, filled with smoke and flames. Collapsed buildings piled on top of each other, creating a truly desolate scene. In the underground shelter, the place was packed with people. The sounds of crying and painful screams mingled with each other, filled with anger and sorrow. One man even went mad and shouted, "The end of the world is here, this is the judgment of the gods upon us." He frantically screamed about the gates of hell and the fate of humanity, causing chaos and prompting the security team to gather. They quickly subdued him, but his words reached many ears, including that of Mayateke's daughter. The little girl anxiously asked, "What are gods? Are they those monsters?" She remained silent for a long time before speaking again. If a computer creates a world similar to reality, our existence would be to those living in the fictional world. X, standing next to her, continued, "They would be gods in their eyes, the creators of the world." Mayake then asked, "But teacher, if what you say is true, could our world also be fictional? Is there anything that proves that the world we live in is not a fiction?" He answered softly, "It's actually not hard to prove.
We just need to think, if our world were not fictional, it would have to satisfy three conditions.
First, humans would not be interested in creating fictional worlds, and obviously, this does not apply. Second, the technological capabilities of humans cannot create a fictional world. The appearance of cosmos also negates this. Thirdly, before the creation of the fictional world, humanity was annihilated. Excluding all of this is impossible. The remaining result, though irrational, is still the truth.
Therefore, perhaps we are also gods in their eyes. Before him lay the full scene of the injured, the fearful and utterly tragic sight.
Mayatake sank into contemplation.
What had once been a hypothesis was now confirmed by the actual appearance of the monsters, proving Professor Koshiro's speculations. Our world is fictional, and the world we create is the same. Perhaps creating our world is just like that. As a result, if that is the case, we are all merely puppets with pre-written scripts. At this moment, the system screen displayed the final mission. The death of Khepri had been triggered, guarding the NP temple. The mission reward was 30 million experience points along with a series of rare items. The group of attackers standing under his shadow seemed to shrink. Gila thought to himself, this must be the final boss, Nabru's. How infuriating, his energy is too strong, and that feeling is coming back again. Right now, I can't help but feel afraid all over my body, almost frozen in place.
This won't do. If everyone is controlled by this fear, then what awaits us is definitely defeat.
But the group standing in front of Nabru's terrifying, dark energy wave couldn't help but feel fear, and for a moment, they were unable to move.
Wu Bulei turned to them and shouted loudly, "Everyone, snap out of it."
I know this is your first time facing an opponent much stronger than yourselves, but there's something you must remember. In any battle, no matter how strong or difficult the enemy is, you must never allow yourself to be consumed by fear. If you've already chosen to come to the Temple of the Gods, then you must be prepared either to die in Latinea or to kill this thing.
What we need to do is give our all and defeat him. Do you hear me?
Hearing these words, they all made up their minds. In unison, they shouted, "Understood." Gathering their strength, they prepared for battle. Gila couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his heart. The worry he had just felt had been instantly dispelled by Wu Bulei. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, making him feel alert. Everyone stood still, on guard against the sudden wind. Sally then spoke up, asking, "Why is there such a strong wind here?" At this moment, Gila suddenly realized that something was amiss. A tentacle, thick and black, dropped down towards their group. Suddenly, the tentacle detached and swished past their heads. Wu Bulei decisively and forcefully severed that attacking strike. He calmly said, "The gust of wind just now was an attack created by the Guardian." Everyone quickly took care to avoid the strike. He seriously instructed them. Unexpectedly, a series of tentacles came rushing in from all directions. Everyone struggled to dodge the attacks from Nabru's. Wu Bulei shouted loudly, "Boan, Jilu, the two of you go approach the Guardian, I'll hold off the attacks." The two of them exchanged a glance and understood each other's intentions. At the same time, they quickly and cautiously darted toward Nabru's. Gila thought to himself, "My agility level isn't low, yet I couldn't react in time earlier." Wu Bulei's reaction speed is so fast. As they charged forward, a tentacle suddenly blocked their way. It moved like lightning, aiming directly at them. Jilu, ever alert, seemed to sense the impending danger. The tentacle narrowly missed them as Gila quickly pulled Boan out of the way, narrowly avoiding the strike. Although they dodged the direct attack, the tentacle still grazed them, leaving a scratch on Gila's face. Having just escaped danger by the skin of their teeth, Boan immediately surged forward to counterattack. A whole barrage of tentacles appeared quickly, blocking the path in front of them. Jilu immediately yanked him back, pulling him away from the encircling tentacles. The tentacles stomped down, causing an enormous shockwave that destroyed the surrounding area. After the attack, the space around them was shrouded in thick, choking dust. The two of them temporarily moved away from Nabru's, panting heavily in exhaustion.
Ji quickly asked, "Is Boan okay?" He forced a smile, still alive. Ji then had a thought, could the tentacles of this thing attack from below as well? That would make it unpredictable.
On the other side, the tentacles suddenly shot forward like arrows, launching an attack. Sally, seeing the danger, shouted in panic, "Filorga!"
Bras!
Sharp iron-like sword slashes cut through, severing the tentacles of Nabru's.
Wubule jumped out from within, saving Filorga and Bras. He slowly placed the two down, safely avoiding the attack range.
Gila felt helpless inside, with the enemy lurking in the dark and the light, unable to continue like this.
He had to think of a new approach. Was there anything useful in the shop? He then found the radiant light projection ammo consumption, level 3. Gila secretly rejoiced, "This is perfect. Using this, I'll be able to see the tentacles from all directions.
I just need to watch out for the ones under the ground."
He then shouted, "Bye." Immediately, the system notification echoed.
Gila shouted to use it and threw it high into the air. The item flew straight toward Nabru's, who had no idea what was happening.
Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth, illuminating everything in the area.
Everyone present could now see everything clearly, staring in fear at Nabru's.
Gila stood frozen. Was this truly his real form?
His entire body was exposed, with the faces of the warriors he had absorbed in grotesque tentacles of a dark purple-black color, full of ominous energy. Behind Gila, a small black tentacle appeared from the ground. Nabru seized the opportunity while you were lowering your guard and attacked, catching you off guard. The strike quickly punched a hole through Gila's chest, causing him to stagger. He clutched his chest in pain, fresh blood spilling from both the wound and his mouth, dripping onto his hands. Nabru's didn't stop, he continued commanding the tentacles to assault him. In Country A, in City L, a desolate and ruined place like a battlefield, two figures stood atop a building.
The woman said, "Is this the world where the creators exist? Isn't it just the same as where we come from?"
The man laughed loudly as he watched the insects who thought themselves superior get killed. "It's truly a pleasure beyond words."
The woman snapped, "Jinx, your taste is still as poor as ever?" He responded, "Poor taste? Ymir, I guess you like it too."
She became irritated. "Hurry and report to Lord Shirley, the person we're looking for isn't in this city."
Jinx chuckled dismissively. "What does Lord Shirley want with him? Isn't it enough to just kill everyone here?" Ymir flashed a threatening smile. "Do you think I won't kill you?"
Her words made him subconsciously fear her, and as she silently pulled something from her coat, it was a photo of a woman with long brown hair and golden eyes, holding another child's hand. After the attack, Jilu was in so much pain that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony as he endured the torment coursing through his body. The system interface immediately reminded him that urgent medical attention was required, as he was losing too much blood from the fatal damage he had sustained. Jili's eyes were unfocused, his senses overwhelmed by the pain in his chest, his lungs completely pierced. Breathing had become an exhausting task. In the air, pairs of eyes stared at him menacingly, accompanied by gigantic mouths bearing sharp teeth, as though waiting to pounce on their prey. Nabru's used the light speed pierce, the monstrous tentacles instantly transformed into large, sharp spikes that shot toward him. Gila could only watch helplessly as they sped toward him, his body completely immobilized. The barrage of tentacles rocketed toward him like missiles. They quickly ensnared his body, trapping him in the mass of enormous tentacles. Sally and Lucius were stunned upon seeing him being attacked. Nabru's, pleased with himself, let out a triumphant laugh at his victory. The dense tentacles continued to assault Jilu relentlessly. Sally and Lucius, filled with anxiety, repeatedly called out his name. "This is terrifying. I've never seen such a combination of attack speed and destructive power from a guardian before," Chen Jilu said. Lucius focused intently on the tentacle assault on Jilu. Her pupils widened as though she had just realized something strange. Lucius saw the man suddenly appear, carrying Jilu on his back, and skeptically called out his name. "Wubule?" The tentacles tore through the air with a deafening screech, their movements fierce and violent.
Wu Bulei glared, calmly using the Lord of Thunderstorm technique to defend.
He carried Ji Lu on his back, yet his movements remained swift as he ran. In his eyes, a fierce fire blazed, as though he intended to burn everything in his path.
He continued to use Mystic Thunder Tribulation, carrying Ji Lu while dodging and breaking through the encirclement of the tentacles.
Sally, upon seeing him, was astonished, while Lucius watched his movements, continuously expressing admiration. Wu Bulei managed to dodge everything again, and this time, he's carrying someone. Wu Bulei, one of the 12 heroes known as the Son of the Thunder God, possessed blue lightning. With Ji Lu on his back, his entire presence radiated an overwhelming aura of power.
Both Sally and Lucius, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but exclaim in unison, "Incredible!"
Ji Lu, still on Wu Bulei's back, slowly opened his eyes.
Wu Bulei gently placed him down on the ground.
Yakula flew over, worried, crying 2 streams of tears as it stuttered, calling out to him.
Ji Lu softly reassured, "I'm fine."
Then, he turned to express his gratitude to Wu Bulei. As Wu Bulei began to turn away, he glanced back and said, "This kind of injury isn't fatal.
I'll protect you. Quickly heal your wounds."
Ji Lu responded, but in his heart, doubts began to form.
How did Wu Bulei manage to do this?
Even in perfect condition, he couldn't have dodged all the attacks from Nabru's without injury. And yet, Wu Bulei was carrying him, completely immobilizing himself in the process. Ji Lu thought to himself as he continued to tend to his own wounds.
Finally, you reached the conclusion that Wu Bulei's strength is absolutely superior to yours.
Wu Bulei held the sword in his hand, facing the mass of tentacles with countless eyes and mouths. In a dark tunnel, the sound of footsteps echoed along with a question.
"They're not here,"
Argalus muttered as he walked.
"Could they have broken through the barrier and gone to Nabru's?"
He raised the flame burning fiercely in his hand, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Underestimating these rats was a mistake.
But perhaps Nabru's has already torn them apart.
Argalus angrily thrust the green flame into the wall. "Damn it, Lord Hades told me to bring that fake god of death back alive." He applied more force, and the green flame spread further. On the wall, the flames had now expanded into the shape of a massive door. He didn't step through immediately, he was thinking that Lord Hades would certainly nag in his ear.
Argalus sighed, resigned.
There was nothing else to do but bring his body back. Back to the battle Wu Bulei was facing, he quickly dodged a powerful attack. Ji Lu, while healing himself, observed him. So fast, Wu Bulei was able to dodge the high-speed attacks of the tentacles without exerting any effort.
Even more astonishing was that Nabru's attacks kept getting faster.
Even if I were level 100, with 2/3 of my attributes in agility, I wouldn't be able to do this. He watched Wu Bulei strike at the tentacles in midair, moving faster than lightning, and couldn't help but be amazed.
That's terrifying. How on earth does Wu Bulei do it?
The tentacles relentlessly surged toward him, and Wu Bulei's legs emitted electric pulses like blazing flames, ready for action. He countered the fierce attack of the tentacles with his sword. His eyes lit up, filled with the determination to win and protect everyone.
Images from Wu Bulei's childhood gradually emerged.
The master called the names of 3 individuals, Wu Bulei, Andrew Wickens, and Dominic Davis. The master stood before them, hands clasped behind his back, and solemnly declared that the 3 had passed the trial and had become level A combat heroes. At that time, Wu Bulei was only 10 years old, standing proudly with eyes full of resolve. The master advised, "Now you 3 are members of the level A combat team.
Number 27.
I hope you can unite, trust each other, and work hard to protect our home." The golden evening light bathed the sky, and the 3 of them simultaneously shouted in unison, their voices resonating. As they were leaving, Andrew looked at Wu Bulei walking ahead and quietly asked Davis, "Wu Bulei, is he really the kid from the legend?" Davis replied, "Yes, I've heard of him. I didn't expect him to be a teammate." Becoming a level A combat hero at 10 years old, there's probably no one in the Academy's history who has done that.
Davis added, I heard he's a lightning attribute warrior.
He completed the level A trial mission in just 30 minutes, matching the Academy's record.
Andrew asked in astonishment, Are you kidding me? That's the same time as the hero Chen Butong?
And Chen Butong made it to level A.
People like him, they must be monsters.
It is unknown whether the man walking in front heard those words, but his face grew even colder. The genius and the fool, from some perspectives, are the same. One person makes everyone envious and respectful, while the other makes everyone disdainful and ridiculed.
In short, they are both deviating from the normal path.
You are the outlier, and from that moment, you are not accepted.
Wu Bulei sat alone when a hand reached out to greet him. The man and his wife smiled cheerfully, introducing themselves in turn. I'm Moors.
I heard you're an A-rank hero who just entered this year.
This is Luna, my wife, also an A-rank hero who joined this year. We've heard about you, but we didn't expect you to be younger than us. Realizing the man was a bit awkward, Wu Bulei greeted them.
The two of them sat down next to him, with their hands inviting him to join their team. This world was truly magical. No matter what, there would always be someone willing to accept you. Whether you were a fool or a genius, you would find a place where you belong. As the sunset gradually descended, bathed in the warm glow of the afternoon, Wu Bulei had found friends and was accepted. These images appeared in front of Zhilo, along with the system's announcement confirming the character evaluation of Wu Bulei. Zhilo looked at him with a gaze filled with complex, indescribable emotions. Wu Bulei stood with his back to him, holding tightly onto his sword, his entire body enveloped by a powerful energy. His eyes shone brightly. Luna, while tending to her child, was approached by Em and Wu Bulei, who were walking over from afar. You've just recovered, and this isn't an important mission, so let me and Wu Bulei, along with the other reserve team members, handle it. Wu Bulei turned his head and spoke to Moors, It's fine if I go with the others, you stay here. Sally still needs you all to take care of her.
Upon hearing this, Moors draped his arm around Wu Bulei's shoulder and whispered, Didn't we already agree? Can't I join you on this mission? We both persuaded Luna to stay behind, so why are you changing your mind now?
Luna, holding her child in her arms, her body exuding a fiery, menacing aura, questioned, What did you just say?
You two are scheming something again. Moors insisted to Luna, This mission is quite dangerous.
You should stay here.
Wu Bulei disagreed and told Moors, Stop right there.
You should stay here with Luna. Moors angrily scolded Wu Bulei for not keeping his word.
Wu Bulei retorted loudly.
The two only stopped when Luna, her fury manifesting in the form of flames, used her fire magic to threaten them into silence. On the beach, with golden sunlight cutting through the horizon, gentle waves lapped at the shore. Wu Bulei persistently advised the two, I've heard that this mission is extremely difficult. The members of the B-level team 2 have already been killed. Now that you have Sally, I don't want you two going out on such a dangerous mission anymore.
Luna responded, Even though we have Sally now, you're still an irreplaceable part of both my and Moors' lives. Moors chimed in, That's why I have to go with you. I can't rest easy letting you go alone.
Moors added with a smile, Besides, our team has a once-in-a-century genius. Wu Bulei, of course.
Luna also smiled. We believe you'll protect us well.
Wu Bulei listened to those words, feeling deeply moved as he looked at the two people. Returning to the present, Wu Bulei became even more determined. Luna, Moors, this time I will definitely protect Sally, I will make sure she safely leaves Latinea.
He used Thunder Annihilation to charge forward, resolute in his determination, even willing to lay down his life if necessary.
With firm resolve, he drew his sword and rushed to sever the gigantic tentacles.
Ao Lei quickly moved in to engage the opponent in front of him.
As he got closer, Nabru suddenly opened his mouth wide, preparing for an attack aimed directly at him. Seeing this scene, Wu Bulei froze, shocked and unable to believe his eyes. Those standing behind began to feel discomfort, frowning and covering their ears. Jilu also felt uncomfortable and covered his ears, wondering aloud.
What's going on? This is giving me a headache.
At that moment, the system announcement notified that they had been struck by Nabruz's roar skill, a stunning effect that would last for 30 seconds. Sally, unable to endure the pain, covered her ears and trembled as she sat on the ground. The tentacles quickly took advantage of this, launching an assault. They coiled around those on the ground, already in a weakened state. The tentacles lifted them into the air. Beneath them was the massive mouth filled with sharp teeth. Nabruz, witnessing everything, grinned wickedly. Suddenly, bolts of energy, like lightning, appeared, racing forward. They cut through the tentacles that were restraining the others, causing those who had been suspended to fall. Sally, too, was struggling against the tight grip of the tentacles. Wu Bulei saw the situation unfolding before him and realized that things were not looking good. But when he was about to reach her, he was stopped by the tentacles blocking his way. On this side, the tentacles and the wide mouth were preparing to devour the prey. Wu Bulei, seeing this, hurriedly launched his attack while shouting Sally's name. At the same time, a notification appeared in the system, indicating that the stun effect had been lifted. Gila had successfully freed everyone and led them out of the tentacles' grasp. He silently spoke to Wu Bulei, his eyes filled with determination. "This time, I'm here." Wu Bulei had also dealt with the barrier the tentacles had created. Wu Bulei was a figure like an angel descending to the mortal realm, but unfortunately, such terrifying strength only made others hesitate. Jilu understood the feeling of loneliness, of being seen as a monster by others. It wasn't until Sally's parents appeared that Wu Bulei could experience the joy of being human. Comparing their relationship to that of friends, it was more like that of a parent to their child. But it was hard to imagine that when Wu Bulei was young, he had witnessed Luna and Mose die right before his eyes. The feelings he must have experienced at that time, despair, anger, helplessness, or sorrow, Jilu understood them well, and he deeply hated that sense of helplessness. That's why he was determined to protect his friends, his family, and his mother. He silently made a vow to himself that he would definitely return. Everyone was safe. Wu Bulei walked over to Jilu. Chen Jila thanked him for saving Sally. But the battle was not over yet. He told him what he had just observed. "During the fight earlier, I noticed that although this tentacle is agile, the movement of its main body is very slow. However, when approaching the main body, it will activate a self-defense skill. You can negate its effect, so you should attack now." You asked in surprise, "Didn't you just dispel the effects of the stun earlier?" Mr. Tsu Tuan explained, "I didn't dispel it, it's just that my inherent lightning attribute has a natural effect that reduces the stun." Bros, who had been assisted by Filorga from a distance, quickly spoke up, "And there's us too." Sally and Lucius also stood up and joined in. "And there's us." Boan, wiping the corner of his mouth, walked over and said with a smile, "How can you still be overshadowed by Chen Jilu at this point?" Everyone gathered around you and Wu Bulei. Jila stood silently, watching the group with a contemplative expression. Wu Bulei raised his voice, "All right, I'm sure you all heard me. We will help Chen Jilu reach his true form." Jilu extended his hand and drew his sword, his heart filled with determination. "Then let's end Nabruz in one swift strike." His gaze was unwavering, filled with immense resolve. Wu Bulei unsheathed his lightning sword and prepared for battle. His eyes crackled with red lightning. Both hands gripped the sword tightly as electricity surged around him. He used the slash of the three heavens and swiftly moved toward the tentacles ahead. Nabruz stood amidst the tentacles, silently waiting for the impending attacks. The slash of the three heavens swung through the air, glowing brightly, preparing to clash with the tentacles. Wherever the strike landed, countless tentacles were severed. Jilu, behind, was also ready to launch his attack. Nabruz noticed him but remained silent, observing the movements around him. Jilu led the charge towards the massive tentacles that were stretching out, claws and fangs bared. Bros also began to charge forward, attacking and clearing the way for Jilu. As Jilu advanced, a large flame suddenly erupted, burning all the nearby tentacles to ash. Afterward, Jilu focused his attack on the remaining tentacles. Bros, beside him, also poured his strength into attacking the surrounding tentacles, helping to clear the path. Seeing that the time was right, he pressed on, using blessing. The system responded to the command, activating the blessing skill. Nabruz, his face darkened, continued to silently observe the movements of everyone. Wu Bu-lei led the charge, striking with his sword to clear the way for Ji Lu. He gripped his sword tightly, silently thanking his companions, before swiftly leaping high into the air, preparing to strike. At the same time, he gathered his energy in midair and unleashed a devastating blow. Then, Ji Lu quickly followed up with his next move, Annihilation Slash. The system activated critical damage, and the song created 100% damage against Nabruz's undead type. His HP began to drop steadily, while Ji Li's own HP slowly regenerated. As the song played, his MP was restored by 10%. Nabruz let out a loud, echoing scream. Enraged, he clenched his teeth and glared at Ji Lu as if he wanted to devour him alive. On the ground, a figure landed from above. Wu Bu-lei, witnessing the scene, was filled with shock and asked aloud, "Can the real body teleport?" At that moment, the figure, half of his face blackened, hissed through gritted teeth, "Yi Fei Shin, second stage." Nabruz was now in a daze, with deep sword marks etched across his abdomen, from which black liquid spilled out continuously. The system panel incessantly reminded him of his declining HP, while at the same time, his stomach felt as if it was about to explode, the black liquid spurting out like fireworks. The liquid flowed down his trembling legs, which were on the verge of giving way. Ji Lu stood in mid-air, calmly looking down and observing his situation. The attack just now had been triggered when he activated Blessing, simultaneously using the Godslayer of the False. Nabruz let out a loud cough followed by a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Lu quickly descended to the ground. He assumed a stance, ready to deliver the final blow to end him in the space filled with the stench of blood. His thoughts were chaotic at that moment, but he quickly unleashed a crescent moon slash straight at him. Nabruz, enveloped by the red light of the blade, showed a face full of panic. A loud sound rang out as bolts of lightning shot up into the sky. Everything gradually fell silent, leaving only the thick smoke on the ground and Ji Li's sigh of relief. Once he had calmed down, Ji Li silently thought to himself that it was over. Suddenly, a laugh rang out, followed by a voice breaking through the divine barrier, reaching the deepest parts of the Temple of the Gods. The appearance of the voice's owner shocked everyone. The owner of that voice was Argalus, who had appeared from who knows when. He smiled and spoke in admiration. "It seems I've somewhat underestimated you insects." Ji Li squinted one eye, wondering if his full force attack could really be so easily blocked by him. His body was also exhausted from using an overwhelming amount of skills to their limits, and every skill was still on cooldown. The revival time of the rift was still 20 hours, and moreover, the fighting spirit of everyone just now had been neutralized by this man. He observed the condition of those around him, noting that not only were their bodies injured, but their fighting spirits were also worn out. Chen Jilu was confused, unsure of what to do. Now, he was not only facing Nabruz but also this person. Argalus stood at a distance, arms crossed, calling his attention. Ji Li noticed him. Suddenly, Argalus used his magic, teleporting to the spot where Ji Li stood. He flashed a sinister smile, greeting Chen Jilu with evident pleasure. It was only then that Ji Lu regained his focus and immediately stepped back. Ji Lu looked at Argalus, his face filled with killing intent, panting, that last attack was too dangerous. Argalus, seeing him in this state, became even more excited. "God of Slaughter, don't worry, I won't kill you." It seemed Argalus had sensed something, and he glanced to the side. Wu Bu-lei suddenly appeared from nowhere, swinging his sword, intending to ambush Argalus from behind. But unfortunately, Argalus noticed, quickly creating a shield to block the blow. He smirked, "You little insect, always sticking to people like a dog thief. I let you go last time, looks like that was my mistake." Wu Bu-lei looked at Argalus, his face full of determination, then shouted loudly, "Lei Ming." Wu Bu-lei continuously cast his magic at the shield of the enemy. Indeed, heaven does not disappoint those who strive. After a moment of effort, the shield finally cracked. The shield was shattered. Argalus quickly retreated,
feeling annoyed. He glanced behind him. I'll hold him off. You all figure out a way to kill the divine beast Nabru's. Gila frowned upon hearing this and remained silent. Wu Bulei gritted his teeth. No matter what now, as long as we kill it, we can leave this place and go to the temple of the gods. He grew even more arrogant and taunted. Foolish insects, do you think you can escape? The spell of Lord Hades is nothing, yet you insects have reduced it to such a pitiful state. Argalus glanced behind him. If we weren't wasting time dealing with this fool's divine shield, he would have been sent to the endless sea long ago. The gem on his body emitted a powerful magical aura, and the more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. I've run out of patience. Argalus gathered his magic into his hands. This is what Lord Hades ordered me to give you. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck, launching an attack toward Nabru's. The true nature of his face was revealed. Argalus excitedly shouted, "Burn, the hellfire of Netherworld!" His technique slowly entered Nabru's body and spread. Everyone's attention shifted toward it. All were astonished by the spectacle before them. After a while, Nabru's had changed a lot in appearance. The hellfire of Nabru's had been activated. After being corroded by the hellfire, the power of the Netherworld was fully unleashed. The Netherworld entity was enhanced. He looked at the person in front of him smugly. A masterpiece of Lord Hades has never failed to disappoint me. Argalus stood with his arms crossed and then gave an order. Kill them all, leave the white-haired one for me. Gila stood at a distance, quietly observing their every move. He suddenly became excited, baring his sharp fangs. Realizing the situation was not good, he shouted loudly to warn everyone. Gila widened his eyes as he felt everything around him. The surroundings suddenly turned pitch black. He raised his hands, wondering, is the world completely dark? Gila tried calling out the names of everyone, but sadly, no response came. Seeing that everything around him was silent, he guessed that perhaps he was the only one brought here. Suddenly, a magical force appeared, striking Gila in the stomach. Before he could react, it struck his face once again. The repeated punches caused him to fall flat to the ground. Gila coughed violently, not only losing his sight, but there was no sound from the attacks either, making it impossible to defend. At this moment, he remembered that he still had a flare gun. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Gila immediately took it out and threw it high into the air. Suddenly, a notification appeared, indicating that the flare bullet had been disabled, which caught him off guard. Without hesitation, it immediately shot toward Gila to counterattack. He tried to recover. If the flare bullet was also neutralized, then he was completely at the mercy of his enemies, as helpless as a fish on a chopping block, left to be slaughtered. At this moment, Wu Bulei was shouting anxiously from outside, calling out Ji Li's name, but the latter ignored his words, focusing solely on casting magic. Argalus stood with his arms crossed, having been struck by the hellish eye created by Hades. Now, his soul was bound in endless darkness, being consumed by fear. Wu Bulei was unshaken by the man's words, and he called out loudly, "Everyone, focus." But unfortunately, Sally had been struck by an attack and couldn't maintain her footing. Boan saw this and helplessly called out Sally's name, wanting to rush to her side. However, perhaps even he, along with everyone else, could not withstand the power of the attack and fell one by one. Now, Wu Bulei was the only one left standing. It seemed that everything had happened just as Argalus had predicted. "Leave that kid to me, the rest is up to you." Suddenly, a powerful surge of magic erupted behind him. A tremendously strong magical force radiated around him. Wu Bulei looked at Argalus with a face full of determination. Seeing him like this, Argalus was taken aback and exclaimed, "Can you really break the curse of the hellish eye?" A helicopter flew across the sky, crossing a river. It descended to the ground, sending sand flying everywhere, and landed suddenly in front of a temple. A young man reported, "The Giza Corporation has acquired a piece of desert 300 kilometers south of Cairo to exploit the landscape." Soon after the Giza Corporation made the acquisition, a satellite from the M country detected the appearance of a large temple in the area, something that could not possibly have been built in such a short time.
Subsequently, the Giza Corporation's headquarters was repeatedly requested by the president of M country for meetings, leading to significant cooperation with the M country. Strangely, the Giza Corporation, which originally dealt in energy, suddenly announced the establishment of the Cosmos Game Research Team and secretly recruited a large number of programming experts. The project was primarily led by Chun-Ji Liu. We suspect that Chun-Ji Li's father has gone missing. The girl asked, "Has there been any news about Chun-Ji Li's mother?" He immediately replied, "There are no news or documents about her." She suddenly threw an electronic tablet toward the young man and ordered, "From now on, everyone, put all your efforts into investigating the Chun-Ji Li family within 3 days." They quickly obeyed. Under the scorching sun, the group began to approach the temple. She speculated, "It seems that the key to unraveling this mystery lies in Chun-Ji Li. What secret is his family hiding?" Elsewhere, drops of blood from Ji Li fell to the ground. He collapsed in despair, not knowing what to do. Not only was his vision and hearing completely impaired here, but even his skills were useless, leaving him in utter hopelessness. It wasn't just the random attacks, it was the feeling of isolation. Chun-Ji Li felt as though he were trapped thousands of meters under the deep sea, waiting for death to strike. You must try to stay calm, you absolutely cannot let this feeling of despair take over, everything has a solution. Previously, in kendo competitions, I was invincible, but the key was maintaining a mind as clear as water. What needed to be done was simply to deal with various attacks. If you can't see, and your ears can't hear, then just honestly discard those 2 senses. Seriously focus on your breathing and your heartbeat, and use your body's instinctive reactions to handle sudden attacks. Perhaps that's the best approach. After some contemplation, Ji Li finally sensed a strong surge of magical energy suddenly heading towards him. But this time, Chun-Ji Li managed to block it. He maintained his defensive stance. As soon as the attack made contact, the fine hairs on his body detected it before he even reacted. Though he managed to block it, his arm still ached. He touched his arm, the attack was too fast, requiring an extremely quick reaction time, so his body was still partially struck. Soon after, Chun-Ji Li sensed something else coming. Without hesitation, he quickly pressed both his hands onto the ground. Ji Li suddenly performed a somersault, flipping backwards, and finally succeeded in dodging his opponent's next attack. The ring on Chun-Ji Li's finger suddenly began to glow. He used it to create a large shield to protect himself. After the shield disappeared, another attack came flying towards him. Ji Li quickly sensed that danger was looming right behind him. Other waves of attacks came rushing in, yet he managed to dodge them all. Chun-Ji Li pressed his hand to the ground, his body retreating backward. He was sweating profusely, the attacks from his opponent had lost their effectiveness on him, and all he needed to do now was find a way to escape. Suddenly, a surge of magical power radiated from Ji Li's feet. Before he could react, it transformed into a small puddle of water. Chun-Ji Li suddenly fell into an abyss. Perhaps unable to breathe, he quickly covered his face. It seemed as though Ji Li saw something within the water, and then more attacks came rushing in again. Elsewhere, Wu Bu-Lei's staff began to glow. The hellish eyes were not blood magic, but a technique that extracted souls, sealing them in an endless void, subjecting them to endless torment. Even high-level deities would not easily break it. He was fully prepared for the battle ahead. Argolis, witnessing the scene before him, seemed unable to believe his own eyes. Wu Bu-Lei has begun casting his spell, flying toward him. Argolis quickly leapt into the air to avoid the attack. After successfully dodging, he landed on the ground. Argolis gritted his teeth, his expression full of frustration. How could this be? If I'm not mistaken, the source of this power. Wu Bu-Lei said nothing, only silently raised his arm to strike. He cast his magic directly at the enemy in front of him. He quickly realized that this was the lightning power of Ji. Argolis continued to jump higher to evade his magic. He seemed unable to believe what was happening right in front of him. A powerful surge of magic emanated from Wu Bu-Lei's body. Argolis frowned, assuming a defensive stance. His face clearly showed signs of tension. The ground around him was filled with lightning strikes coming from the sky. These strikes connected, forming an electric dome. Despite casting such a large amount of magic, Wu Bulei remained full of energy. Argolis was surrounded by the lightning but couldn't do anything about it. All he could do was helplessly look up at the sky around him. Suddenly, Argolis sensed something and glanced to the side. He tilted his head just in time to avoid a bolt of lightning that shot past. It struck the electric dome previously created and bounced back toward him. The lightning grazed his face, leaving a scratch. He touched the wound with his hand, realizing the speed of the strikes had increased. Argolis surveyed his surroundings. Each time he made contact with the prison, the speed of the lightning would increase. He made up his mind and shouted toward Nabru's, "We must break this prison." As soon as the words left his mouth, Argolis and he leaped high into the air, ready to strike. He used his magic, aiming at the prison, hoping to destroy it, but failed. Their attacks were quickly repelled by the lightning and sent back toward them. After being pushed back, Argolis quickly regained his balance and stood up. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth in frustration and curse. Damn it! Wu Bulei saw that he had the upper hand and, seizing the opportunity, continued his assault. He directed powerful bolts of lightning to strike toward Argolis. The lightning bolts flew swiftly toward him. The lightning bolt streaked past Argolis' shoulder, and this time, he was unable to react in time. It struck the ground and rebounded, attacking Argolis' subordinates. He had to endure the repeated onslaught of lightning. Argolis laughed loudly. So what if you have the power of the gods? You still have to watch those people die before your very eyes. Outside, everyone remained motionless on the ground. He ordered Nabru's to kill all of them. Nabru's immediately obeyed Argolis' command, burrowing into the earth to carry it out. He excitedly spoke to Wu Bulei. Nabru's hell eyes can teleport anyone caught by them into the void. Despite the lightning storm attacking around him, Argolis continued to laugh loudly. It seemed he had gone mad. He excitedly declared, "Let us die together." The prison that Wu Bulei had created suddenly shrank rapidly. It contracted until it turned into a small ball of lightning. After accumulating enough energy, it began to shoot up into the sky. In the coastal town, inside the temple, Chief Su's secretary was explaining the origin of the place. After multiple investigations and measurements, the country of A discovered that the temple had existed at least 50,000 years ago. One of the members was taken aback upon hearing this. 50,000 years? The history of country E only spans 7,400 years. Such a span of 50,000 years cannot possibly sustain a civilization. Another member agreed. Country A speculates that this could be the site where Alexander the Great discovered the Emerald Tablet. Chief Su raised a question and turned to ask, "Alexander the Great? What is the Emerald Tablet?" The secretary beside him quickly explained. In 1995, the research department collected a manuscript gathered by an alchemist named Baxter. Inside, there was a large amount of paper containing notes on alchemy. Among these notes, there is a record about Alexander the Great discovering the Emerald Tablet. The process is strikingly similar to how we discovered the Temple of the God. Chief Su listened attentively while surveying the surroundings. In 331 BC, in history, Alexander the Great defeated the imperial army of 34 and cleared the path to Egypt. After the battle ended, he hurried to an ancient city in country E called Siwa. Historical records say that Alexander the Great went there to worship an ancient temple and received divine guidance. The god palace served the main deity of country E, the god of the family, also known as Ammonius. But in Alexander's time, people worshipped the gods of Mount Olympus. His act of going to the temple of country E to receive divine guidance was puzzling to many. Now, in this alchemical manuscript, we have the answer. It was all due to his teacher, who was also the sage we are familiar with. Aristotle instructed him. He said that next to the temple of the family deity, there was a tomb hidden inside, concealing the sacred text for becoming a god. Hermes, being the son of Zeus, a messenger of the divine world, as well as the god who guides the souls of the deceased in both Greek and Egyptian mythology, was thus connected to it. In the end, the emperor discovered a real tomb. Inside the tomb, he found the Emerald Tablet, which is also the book of truth trusted by all alchemists. This process was very similar to how the Giza group discovered the temple of the deity, so this place could very well be the family deity's temple mentioned in the records.
The secretary turned to Chief Su and said, "Are you all right? It may sound unbelievable, but this is the information we've gathered."
She gently brushed her hair. "I'm fine."
Chief Su looked around and silently sighed, thinking that if even monsters from the game had appeared in reality, what else could she not believe?
A team member approached and reminded her, "Chief Su, there's something ahead that is even more unbelievable, so please prepare yourself mentally." Upon hearing this, she became very curious. The secretary beside her stretched out her hand, signaling for Chief Su to move forward to see what was ahead. After just a few steps, Chief Su was startled by the sight before her. In front of her stood an enormous statue that was being excavated. The appraisers were working hard to finish their tasks, and the statue's head resembled that of a hawk. The secretary looked up and explained, "This is probably the statue of the family deity.
The inscriptions on the back are being translated.
Experts say that this could be the Emerald Tablet, and inside it, there might be records of the secrets to becoming a god. It could also explain why monsters from the game have appeared in real life." On the other side, Argalus was struggling terribly.
He was so angry that he wanted to curse the entire world.
Argalus stood firmly on the ground, his eyes blazing with fiery rage.
He tried to endure, silently speculating, "Is it because my divine power has dropped?
My recovery ability has been suppressed as well."
The person he was facing was Wu Bulei.
Argalus couldn't figure out who this person really was.
He stared at him, thinking, "Why did he hide this power during our last battle?
He'd rather let me chop off both his arms than resist." Argalus ground his teeth, his competitive spirit unable to be suppressed.
"No matter the strength of JT, I, Argalus, the strongest of the Long Clan, will not bow my head to any beast. I won't hesitate to pay any price to become this powerful,"
he screamed, starting the transformation process. Argalus seemed determined not to fall here.
He became even more frantic than ever.
Gradually, he was surrounded by purple light and immense power. He had evolved into a half-human, half-dragon form with jet-black skin. Argalus was pleased with himself.
"Insect, turn around and look at your poor companions."
Upon hearing this, Wu Bulei was startled and turned to look at the others. As soon as he turned, he saw the scene of everyone lying unconscious on the ground. Their bodies were slowly being burned by his blue flames.
Even Lucius couldn't maintain his life any longer.
Seeing this, Bulei immediately used his power to quickly fly toward the group. Unexpectedly, he was attacked by Argalus, who blocked his flight path. Argalus retaliated, spreading his wings wide to launch an assault.
He looked at Bulei with deep hatred. "Bug, I think I remember who you are now."
"I remember the look in your eyes as you watched your teammates get killed, helpless to do anything."
"I truly regret not killing you then." Bulei did not respond to him but instead unleashed a lightning strike.
He glared at Argalus, a spark of electricity flickering in his eyes. Argalus seemed ready to face Bulei to the end, laughing loudly.
"Bug, let's play a game.
These 3 hellfires will each burn out in under 10 minutes. Every time one goes out, I'll have Nabru's kill someone."
"How does that sound?"
He seemed to go mad, speaking and laughing at the same time. Bulei was almost pushed to his limit, his face darkening. Bulei clenched his fist tightly, with electricity starting to form around it, gathering around his hand. Argalus showed no hesitation, mocking him with a provocative laugh.
"Come on, Bug, I can't wait any longer."
As soon as he finished speaking, Bulei shot forward at lightning speed. Faced with such extraordinary speed, Argalus was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure.
He then used his wings, flapping them at an extremely high frequency.
The two passed by each other, and their powers collided in a fierce clash. At that moment, Boulay summoned a bolt of lightning from his hand. He directed his technique, Thunderborn Annihilation, straight at Argolis. Argolis darted this way and that, using his agility to avoid the incoming strikes. As soon as he dodged the attack, Argolis began to counterattack.
He used his mouth to gather magical energy and released it. Wu Boulay easily slipped away, avoiding the strike.
Upon hitting the ground, the force of the impact caused an explosion. He panted heavily, but his vigilance never wavered. Argolis looked up mockingly. You really overestimate yourself. Even if your mortal body possesses the power of a fallen god, it still can't withstand this. With that, he burst into laughter. Wu Boulay seethed with anger. The man was doing this on purpose, intending to destroy him. However, despite knowing this, he refused to accept the reality.
I absolutely cannot fall. Everyone needs me to protect them.
Argolis wasted no time and charged forward.
Want to die? Those insects will be following you soon. I have already won. Suddenly, thousands of lightning bolts appeared above his head. Wu Boulay gathered all his strength for a powerful attack, summoning a barrage of blinding light that struck Argolis. Argolis struggled to shield his body with his wings, creating a bright dome that blocked all surrounding vision. Once the lightning struck, a large cloud of dust and smoke erupted. He was angrier than ever and voiced his frustration. How annoying!
Immediately, Argolis sprang up, soaring into the air with his wings. The ground below cracked open, and beams of purple light continuously erupted from beneath the earth. He looked at the light with a confident grin, but Wu Boulay quickly closed the distance, ready to strike. Argolis stood firm, unmoving. He turned around, grinning with satisfaction. The insect hasn't died yet. 3 flames from Argolis' hand flew around and circled behind Boulay, causing him to panic. The man laughed in contentment and ordered, "Nabruze, kill that one." The target of Argolis' attention was none other than Boan. He was affected, coughing up blood. Boan's entire body was engulfed in Argolis' green flames. He was nearly unconscious, unaware of his surroundings. His brows gradually furrowed, and Gilly's body felt weak, suspended in the suffocating darkness. He struggled to hold on to his sanity, but his body stubbornly refused to move. This was not free fall. LA's unseen force was pressing down on his body. Suddenly, something foreign shot quickly towards Jilu. He quickly noticed it and fixed his eyes on it, but before he could react, it struck his chest with a forceful blow. His body uncontrollably sank deeper. The foreign object struck again, this time hitting his stomach, causing Jilu to spit blood. The impact pushed him even further away. Jilu was struggling to breathe, yet once again, it pierced through his stomach. This time, Jilu couldn't bear it any longer. His entire body seemed to lose all strength. His body fell uncontrollably downward, plummeting with speed, unable to do anything. His gaze became unfocused, and his mind was overwhelmed, unable to think clearly. It hurts so much, it's so cold. Am I going to die? Suddenly, vibrant red flowers began to bloom beneath him, piquing Gilly's curiosity. Thousands of flowers blossomed simultaneously, all reaching toward him. These flowers gradually adhered to Gilly's body. He mustered the last of his focus to observe them. These are heroes' flowers, the flowers from the inner world when I encountered my uncle. Unexpectedly, Gila widened his eyes as he looked at the scene before him. He had left that dreadful place and was now standing before a blazing red tree. Gila surveyed his body and assessed his condition. Most notably, the wounds had disappeared. Could it be that I'm dead, and this is now a reflection of my image? Suddenly, a voice called his name. Gila was startled, wondering if it was his uncle's voice. I'm not dead. Have I truly left that place? He wondered aloud, turning to ask. The man extended his hand, offering Gila a flower. I thought these flowers were just an important item in your inner world. I never expected them to possess such immense power.
Hesiod gazed at the flower in awe, clearly surprised by it. Jilo looked down in confusion. Uncle, surely the appearance of these flowers earlier was what allowed me to escape from that dreadful place, right? What exactly are these things?
Hesiod gently released the flower from his hand, letting it float upward. He shifted his gaze and explained.
These are not your flowers, someone deliberately placed them here. It's as if the gods forbade you from seeing them. It is a powerful stream of thought energy. I can feel the strength it radiates, and it's comparable to my own element of chaos. There's no clear distinction between the two. Jilo listened intently, his concentration fully engaged. Hesiod exclaimed with a hint of amazement. No wonder you can easily control such elemental power.
Hearing this, he was immediately suspicious.
The man suddenly asked him, Jilo, who exactly are you? Upon hearing the question, he became a little agitated.
My uncle really doesn't know anything, and moreover, he's never been exposed to this kind of flower before, nor does he have any special experiences.
What exactly is going on?
Hesiod remained silent. This power was a perfect fit for him, as if it were made for him.
Do your parents have any divine power?
Jilo was puzzled by this question.
Divine power, you say? Uncle, are you kidding? My parents are ordinary people, and this is just a game, nothing to do with reality. Could the system be malfunctioning? That can't be the case. This power can only be controlled by bloodline.
Jilo stared into the void, then began to explain. My mom spends all day shopping online, there's no way she has divine power. As for my dad, he passed away when I was very young. Uncle, in short, they can't have divine power.
What's the point of this power? I need to hurry and save people.
He looked up with a determined gaze at the man. On the side of Wu Boulay, he stared blankly at Boan, who was engulfed by flames. Boulay couldn't hold back his tears as one of his most important people was on the brink of death. Argolis, seeing this, laughed mockingly.
Old man, so what if you have divine power this time?
You're still just watching your teammate die tragically right before your eyes. Boulay ignored his words, lost in memories of the beautiful times spent with Boan and Sally. He was both saddened and self-blaming as one by one, they were all harmed. Argolis still smiled gleefully at the scene he had created.
I'll give you a chance to kneel and beg me. If you do, I might spare that girl. Kneel and beg me.
He had lost all restraint, becoming increasingly audacious. Hearing that he wanted to harm Sally, the old man couldn't contain his anger. Argolis noticed the fury in his eyes and flinched in fear. The man loudly commanded Nabruze.
I'll count to 3. Kill that girl for me. This time, Boulay truly couldn't hold back. His hands trembled as he clenched them tightly.
Argolis continued counting down to his command. The old man shook with rage and looked up at Argolis, his eyes betraying his deep resentment. Argolis gleefully counted down to 1, a victorious smile on his lips. Suddenly, a bright beam of light flashed behind Boulay, and he seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground. Argolis saw no movement and squinted, observing. Red flowers gently descended from the sky along with a powerful force. A hand reached out and gently supported Boulay, surprising him. It turned out that Jilo had returned to save him. The young man smiled faintly and spoke.
Mr. Wu Boulay, I'm here to help you. Argolis, seeing Jilo, couldn't help but panic. What? You escaped from the Hell-Eye? He shouted for Nabruze to come out and face the young man.
Not far from there, Sally was still unconscious on the ground. Suddenly, she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze vacant and dazed. Jilo turned to Boulay and gently said, "Don't worry, I've rescued Sally from the void." Nabruze appeared out of nowhere and landed right behind Argolis.
He looked warily at Jilo. You managed to enter her void?
He turned to face them. Wu Boulay, Nabruze, leave it to me.
You go and complete your mission.
Given the division of tasks, Boulay quickly agreed. The determination in both of their eyes was unmistakable.
Wu Boulay's body began emitting thousands of lightning bolts, striking toward them.
A massive column of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, striking directly where they were standing. It was as if he had gained new strength, able to face any difficulty. Seeing that the situation was not in his favor, Argolis became enraged and silently cursed. Wu Boulay suddenly charged forward, delivering a punch right in front of Argolis, causing the latter to panic. Argolis gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing the difficulty of the battle. He quickly took the full force of Boulay's punch. Argolis absorbed the blow, and was then sent flying far away, unable to retaliate. Meanwhile, Gila stood off to the side, observing all of Boulay's actions. He furrowed his brows, feeling that Wu Boulay was hiding something.
Sure enough, Satapras slowly approached.
He turned around, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
Nabruze, now it's our turn.
From the ruins, Argolis slowly stood up. He gasped for air and coughed a few times. The old Dragon Knight will never admit defeat.
We only have the option of fighting to the death.
With that, Argolis flapped his wings and soared rapidly toward him.
Wu Boulay easily blocked the attack.
He glared at Argolis, using only his bare hands to deflect the sharp claws. Argolis seized the opportunity, opened his mouth, and released a burst of magic. Boulay dodged swiftly. Using his foot wrapped in thunder, he struck Argolis with a powerful blow. Boulay didn't let Argolis regain his momentum, instead, he conjured a large thunderball. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared overhead. When Argolis saw it, he froze in place.
Even Boulay was shocked by the sight.
A massive pitch-black sword descended from the sky, and Argolis remained frozen, showing no reaction. The sword plunged down with great force, causing a tremor that shook the ground.
An earthquake followed, making the people lose their balance.
A blinding flash of light made it impossible for anyone to see what was happening. Moments later, a cloud of dust billowed up. From within, a faint figure staggered out. Wu Boulay, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, coughing heavily. He muttered, dazed, "Luna, Moors.
Finally, I've avenged you both."
Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him.
Zeus's power, huh?
Little brother. Hades, in the form of Argolis, spoke in a deep voice as he emerged from the thick smoke, completely unharmed. He stood surrounded by an aura of power, his sharp, cold eyes looking down.
What had he done?
Hades slowly moved towards Wu Boulay, who was frozen in place. He narrowed his eyes and spoke with a tone of surprise.
Is it an insect?
Hades' fingers shifted slightly. He gently lifted the man, then sneered.
But how is it that my younger brother's power is within an insect's body?
It's been so long since I smelled the power of my brother. Hades' eyes began to shine brighter, glowing with energy. He used his claws to stab through Boulay's abdomen. Immediately, Hades withdrew, causing the man to fall helplessly to the ground. Hades grinned smugly, then called out to his younger brother. Looking at that trembling body, I can only feel disdain.
Do you know?
I haven't forgotten the scent of you in all these thousands of years, but I never imagined you'd mate with insects and give birth to something so worthless.
He slowly sat down in front of Boulay. Hades observed for a moment before speaking again.
But don't worry, I'll handle this mongrel for you.
I think we'll meet again soon.
Suddenly, a burst of purple light appeared from behind, drawing his attention. The twin black swords were summoned by Jilu. With immense strength, he swung the chaotic crescent moon slash. The target of these powerful strikes was Nabruze, who struggled to dodge each blow.
Nabruze quickly retreated after being hit, but still took a direct hit.
He struggled to rise, his body swaying unsteadily. Before Nabruze could regain his composure, Jilu unleashed his next move, Godslayer of the False. He was startled, feeling an electric shock running through his entire body. Instantly, Jilu used maximum speed to teleport in front of him. Gripping his two swords tightly, he swung them in the direction of Godslayer of the False. The violent strike caused a fierce whirlwind to erupt around them.
Nabru's was sent flying into the air.
Immediately after, Gila quickly closed the gap, aiming to attack relentlessly. He soared from side to side, using his agility and strength to prevent Nabru's from countering. Finally, Gila raised his sword high, his eyes filled with determination as he stared at him.
It's all over.
Suddenly, an attack shot toward him out of nowhere, startling him. Gila swiftly sidestepped, narrowly dodging the incoming blow. He quickly activated Burst Slash, his gaze growing even more intense. In the blink of an eye, Gila reached Hades, leaving him slightly stunned. Hades' eyes fixed on the person who had approached and wounded him. The man looked at him, faintly recalling something.
He had a technique similar to that of the other one.
That false god slayer, Hades thought. Now, he could no longer afford to smile smugly. He raised his arm and muttered. Truly, this is both surprising and amazing, encountering someone with the same technique. Gila landed on the ground, panting heavily, feeling a sense of panic inside. That was too close, I almost got killed by him.
Wait a minute, Wu Boulay.
It was only when he sensed the danger from Hades that he remembered Wu Boulay was the one who had been facing him. Gila slowly stood up, Boulay lying not far from him. Gila quickly moved towards him and shouted his name loudly. Sally rushed over from the other side.
She was frantic, calling his name, with tears streaming down her cheeks.
She knelt down, trying to scream.
Wu Boulay, are you all right? Wu Boulay, Shenjilu, hurry up and save him.
Desperately, Sally held him in her arms, crying uncontrollably. Immediately, Gila used his abilities to comfort her.
Wu Boulay is fine, I will save him. Wu Boulay struggled to look over. Forget about me, take Sally and leave quickly.
That person is not Han Long, but Hades. Hearing this name, Ji Lu was stunned. Nabru's lowered his head in deep respect. Apologies, Lord Hades, for having you come personally.
Hades hovered in the air, with Nabru's kneeling below him. Hades looked ahead and responded. It's fine.
If I hadn't come personally, I wouldn't have discovered such a huge surprise. Over here, Ji Lu was trying to treat him.
Sally and Yakula anxiously gathered around, observing.
Boulay, covered in wounds, still tried to whisper.
Chen Jilu is useless. Listen to me. I once left a barrier on Sally. Now I will activate the barrier, and you need to take both of them and leave. He tried to convey his message to Jilu.
Boulay, tears falling from his eyes, although unable to leave Latinea, at least hoped to help the two of them survive.
Sally, it's up to you now.
Hearing these words, she couldn't control her emotions and burst into tears. Even Jilu couldn't hold himself back. He tried to reassure the man, No, Wu Boulay, I won't abandon you. Wu Boulay coughed several times, struggling to catch his breath. His voice grew more and more fragmented. Our comrades have all left, no matter how hard we tried. Jilu said nothing, only lowering his head. Wu Boulay continued, but we can't deny it, we've failed. In the end, humans cannot fight against the gods. This is our fate. Upon hearing this, Jilu could no longer contain himself. Memories flooded his mind, the insults, the humiliation about his background, the times he was bullied and had money burned. That thug had shamelessly threatened him. Jilu, you think I'm short of that little bit of money? Your father just finds you annoying, so he bullies you. If your dad were in business and your mom worked as a laborer, people like you would just be here for our amusement. That's your fate. Now you should understand, whatever your father says, you better do it. If not, I'll find someone to mess with your mother. Faced with such humiliation, Jilu couldn't hold back his anger. He stopped enduring and kicked the thug hard in the groin. The thug doubled over in pain, cursing loudly. Jilu looked down at him with a glare full of hatred. First of all, my life is not for you to entertain yourselves. Second, I didn't resist because I didn't want my mother to worry. But if you still want to touch the most important person to me, I'll deal with you. You blared and enunciated each word, each syllable, provoking the thug. He still clutched his spot, embarrassed but turning his shame into rage.
Damn it, kill him for me.
Gila no longer held back and rushed into a fight with them. Since the moment humans are born, they must constantly struggle against everything in life. So, Gila no longer feared what was called death. What scared him more than anything was that deep within his mind, he had quietly accepted that fate. Gila couldn't understand why he had ended up here. But he understood, as long as he was alive, as long as that was the case, he would fight until the very end. It didn't matter whether the person he was about to face was human or divine. In City B, the deep red sunset was slowly descending. Chief Su stood in the room, her eyes gazing at the sunset. She furrowed her brows slightly, lost in thought. People in this world, no matter how different their environment or culture may be, all believe in gods and have their own faith. They believe the gods created the world. Man, sitting on the side, suddenly spoke up. This world went from chaos to order, from nothing to something, and there have always been gods. The gods created humans, and this fully aligns with the theory of the Big Bang, which has been proven in the universe. Have you ever played video games? He suddenly switched the topic and asked her. Chief Su turned around, responding calmly, I played when I was younger. Why do you ask, doctor? Man took off his glasses, wiping them as he explained. Have you ever thought that when you haven't started the game, the world inside it is just empty space? But when you start the game, everything suddenly appears. Chief Su, what would you do if we were living in someone else's game world? Confronted with that difficult question, she didn't know how to respond. He walked to the fridge, took a bottle of soda, and answered, with the progress of our science, creating a virtual world is just a matter of time. And to those in the virtual world, we are like gods in their eyes, the creators of all things. He handed her the bottle and then asked a question, but there was another issue. If that's really the case, then who created us? She took the bottle and looked at man's back. He lifted his face, gazing into the void, waiting for the virtual world beings to create yet another virtual world. They would again become gods, like the dolls of the E-country, endlessly repeating in layers. On the other side, a mocking laughter echoed. Hades laughed derisively, struggle to the end? This is the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard. Even if you're a false god of death, killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand. Faced with that derision, he was furious. He mocked Jili's plan, but if you want to play that way, I'll accommodate you. Let me see how you plan to struggle. Hades' laughter resounded through the dim space. He raised his voice and commanded, come out and play with him. A blinding light flashed. From deep beneath the earth, coffins slowly rose. Inside each coffin was a skeleton tightly bound by chains. He looked at these happenings and silently wondered, what is this guy doing? Hades grinned smugly, I hope you'll like the gift I gave you. The chains binding the skeletons were broken one by one, and in their place, the chains wrapped around the bodies of Jili's comrades. Those bound by the chains seemed to be controlled by some sort of magic. Witnessing this, Jila couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. Hades stared at him with amusement. These insects are your friends, aren't they? I most enjoy watching people slaughter each other for their lives. If their souls are harmed by you, they will never be able to revive again. With that, he laughed triumphantly. Jila glared at him with hatred, gritting his teeth and cursing, you perverted freak. Hades began to take control. The corpses lunged forward. Let me see a perfect show. They lost all consciousness, controlled to charge toward him. Jila quickly ordered Yakula, block their attacks first. Yakula, upon receiving the command, moved forward. The attacks from the corpses were immediately blocked by Yakula's shield. Undeterred, they continued attacking again. Faced with this situation, Jila couldn't help but become angry. Can Yakula still hold them off? Hades, on the other side, calmly watched the play he had orchestrated. He suddenly smiled a dangerous smile.
Foolish insects, wasn't it said that you should fight back? Then get rid of those obstacles. Provoked by his taunting, Gila snapped angrily, "You're wrong, Hades. If sacrificing my friends for personal gain were the way to go, maybe others would do it. But Chen Jilu would rather die than do such a thing." He heard the answer and immediately looked down on it, arrogantly thinking he was right. There was no fear in the boy's eyes, only confidence. "You use your family name to try and control me, but all it does is make my fighting spirit even fiercer. Someone like you, who was discarded by both your father and younger brother, could never understand such things." Encouraged by the situation, the boy mocked him further. Insulted in such a way, Hades could no longer laugh. He flew into a rage, glaring at Jilu and shouting, "Damned insect!" A violent shockwave surged through the surroundings, making everything seem as though it might collapse. Hades' claws quickly sought out their target. To Jilu, it seemed as if the man had gone mad. The pressure was so intense that it felt as though he couldn't move. Hades' claws whipped by so fast, Gila had no chance to react. His fist immediately collided with Jili's skin, delivering a force so powerful it made him spit blood. Hades, driven to madness, kept repeating, "I was not abandoned." He kept shouting that over and over, as though trying to convince himself. Along with his madness came punch after punch, draining Jili's blood at an alarming rate. Suddenly, a devastating blow landed directly on his face, causing him to lose 3,000 HP. The force of the punch sent Jila flying dozens of meters. Eventually, his back slammed into the stone wall, causing a tremor. Gila collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest and coughing violently. A danger warning sounded, blood below 15%. Please replenish blood immediately. Hades on this side kept trembling and muttering, "I'm not being abandoned." He hugged his stomach, struggling to get up. "What's wrong, Hades? Can't accept the truth?" He glared furiously at Jilu, the annoying bug. Suddenly, Hades controlled the corpses to fly towards him, surrounded by his teammates. Jilu didn't know what to do. He smirked arrogantly, "If you won't abandon your teammates, then let me let you experience being killed by them." The continuous lethal strikes came from his own teammates. Jilu couldn't hold on any longer, his health under 5%. Both of his arms were also tightly restrained. Hades saw his pain and burst out laughing with pleasure. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky onto Wu Bulei's position. He unexpectedly turned his back and observed. Right before Hades was Wu Bulei, still alive, staring at him with deathly eyes. Hades couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible, that old man was about to die just now. Looking at him, Gila faintly smirked. "It's done." A sound rang out, the mission of Kepri's revenge had been completed. From the body lying on the ground, it slowly rose. With the speed of light, the body soared through the dark hallway. It flew towards and merged with the giant statue. Immediately after, a violent tremor occurred, and the entire temple emitted a blinding light in all directions. Jili's body glowed, causing the corpses to be unable to approach. The continuous sound signaled that you had been rewarded with 50 million EXP and leveled up. Jilu restored his entire status, reset all cooldowns, and unsealed the soul servant. His entire body glowed incessantly. The souls of his teammates gradually returned to their bodies. They slowly regained consciousness and struggled to sit up. Recalling it, Gila had seriously analyzed, "Hades is something we cannot defeat. But we don't want to kill him, we want to kill Nabru's. The seal will be lifted if we kill him. At that point, the exit to Latinea might be opened. I'll go lure Hades. You drink the potion and go kill Nabru's." He handed over the vial and gave his instructions. Wu Bulei waved his hand to stop him. "Wait. Jilu, you'll be killed by him." Jilu didn't care and continued moving forward. Wu Bulei continued, "This is the only chance for us to turn the tide. Everything depends on you." In Country A, it was daytime. Below a company building, Wu San and Zhang Yi were waiting for the elevator together. Wu San lightly turned his head and asked, "Has there been no news from him yet?" Zhang Yi responded, "Nothing yet." He pressed the close button, then glanced around and added, "But the technicians over there have confirmed that their only son, Chen Jilu, really did enter Cosmos." Wu San asked, "What's his current location?" Zhang Yi quickly replied, "The tracking system found that after he entered the system, he disappeared. The location and tracking data couldn't find him. However, several months ago, the system managed to trace him returning to the present world, and then he suddenly disappeared again." He suddenly turned towards Wu San. Throughout the entire time, his expression remained pensive, and the elevator stopped at the 12th floor. It was only then that Wu San spoke. "Has she not said anything yet?" He simply replied, "No." The elevator doors gradually opened, allowing light to spill into the dark room. Wu San smirked, "I have an idea, do you want to hear it?" They both slowly entered the room, where in the center was a test cage. Her tiny wrist was chained, causing it to bleed. Inside the test cage was Chen Jili's mother. Wu San approached and then commanded Zhang Yi, "You capture her current state and anonymously share it with the Cosmos world, as well as everyone in reality. I don't believe he won't come here." As he spoke, he grinned sinisterly. He didn't ask any further questions and chose to comply. Receiving the order, Zhang Yi quickly took out his phone and photographed the woman's state. She looked utterly worn out and pitiful, but Wu San could smile proudly as if this were a masterpiece. The sky above the town suddenly turned a fiery red, causing the citizens to panic. Everyone scrambled to find shelter. Those on the streets were all stunned by the strange scene. Lassadler stared at the sky and muttered, "Is this the success of the boss?" Lightning began to strike fiercely around them, and he raised his hand to stop the fleeing citizens. "Everyone, don't panic, we're about to leave Latinea." Hades on this side was extremely enraged. This person had once again bet the life of that insect would kill Nabruz. Jilu spoke in a low, solemn tone, "Hades, you have lost." A blinding beam of light surged down, bringing with it immense power. This power quickly entered Jili's body. His entire body stiffened, bracing itself to accept this enormous force. The light was so dazzling that no one could see what was happening. Even Hades, with his muscular physique, was pushed back by it. He struggled to open his eyes, trying to discern what was changing in Jilu. A familiar voice echoed. "The Divine Family has been liberated, receiving the power of the Divine Family." A mark resembling a third eye appeared on Jili's forehead. He faintly smirked, and it felt as if Jilu was no longer himself. Suddenly, Jilu cast a provocative glance at Hades. "It's been a long time, Hades." He furrowed his brows slightly. "Long time no see." Jilu quickly shifted forward and kicked Hades' arm with great force. Hades, caught off guard, spat blood. Meanwhile, inside Jili's body, the figure of the other being smirked in satisfaction. From his feet, he pressed down harder on Hades' arm. The injury Hades sustained made it inevitable for him to suffer internal damage. Hades collapsed, coughing violently. Jilu looked at him with disdain. "Do you like my gift for our reunion?" Before Hades could even react, Jilu kicked him again, sending him flying. Hades was sent flying dozens of meters before crashing into the wall. The impact created a tremendous shockwave. He quickly shifted and stomped on Hades beneath his feet, looking down from above with a sharp, menacing gaze as he questioned, "Where have you hidden my chaotic energy and my body?" He struggled to force a smile. "Are you begging me?" Hades whispered. He narrowed his eyes at him, his lips curling slightly. "The scoundrel." After finishing his words, he raised his foot and stomped relentlessly on him. When he looked down at the spot where he had stepped, only the stone was dented. Hades had quickly escaped from that place. Dazed, but still arrogant, he spoke, "You don't have a body. You're just a useless wreck, nothing more. Besides, this body of his can't withstand your power." He remained carefree, showing no restraint as he continued to act arrogantly. 30 seconds, at most. The kid you've possessed will die. But I don't care. It's fine, after all, there's still the bodies of those people. I'll make sure to keep you entertained for a while. Wu Bu-lei quietly observed, deep in thought. Chen Jilu was currently in another space, unable to tell where he was. Suddenly, something caught his attention. When he looked down, he saw that his body was tightly bound by chains. He struggled, trying to break the shackles, but no matter how hard he tried or how much power he used, he couldn't escape. Suddenly, Hesiod appeared out of nowhere to help him. Hey, kid, use the chaotic energy now, or you'll die first. Ji Lu was taken aback by this unexpected appearance. Once he figured out how to break the chains, he quickly acted on it. Outside, Hades suddenly remembered something and said, "There's something I haven't told you yet. This kid here is a fake god of death." John was greatly surprised upon hearing this. Inside, Ji Lu used all his strength to break the chains. After many attempts, he finally succeeded in freeing himself. As they were talking, suddenly the spirit of the family member was struck away. Ji Lu, having just returned, was panting in exhaustion, his eyes half closed as he remained alert to the enemy. Seeing this, Hades chuckled. To be able to achieve consciousness from the hands of the family, he truly wasn't simple a fake god of death, indeed. A large door connecting to the outside world opened, and a directive appeared on the screen. Please proceed and enter the teleportation gate to leave Latinea. Hades stared at the door in shock, his mind thrown into complete disarray. Ji-la seized the opportunity and turned to run toward them. He shouted loudly, "Wu Bu-lei!" Everyone was startled by Ji-li's call and quickly looked up. He pointed urgently toward the door, "Quick, go through that door, and you can leave here." Wu Bu-lei ran over. "Chen Ji-la, you take Sally and the others out first." Suddenly, an attack came from somewhere toward him. Bu-lei swiftly dodged to the side. Hades quickly approached them, aiming to stop them from leaving. But now, he had transformed into a different form, his body burning with fiery red. He glared at them. "Ha ha! None of you are leaving Latinea today." Seeing this form, Ji-la couldn't hold back his anger, gritting his teeth as he called out Hades' name. Suddenly, a light flashed on his forehead, and a surge of power abruptly invaded. Once again, it entered Ji-la, and he cursed in anger. Hades raised his sharp claws high, as if taunting. He used his large wings to fly toward Ji-la, intending to strike him down. Hades laughed loudly, satisfied, and said, "Didn't expect this, did you? The god of the family, this guy can actually resist you. Goodbye, god of the family." With that, he swiftly thrust his sharp claws forward. A loud noise rang out, and red blood splattered onto the ground. Hades was stunned by the scene before him, speechless. Ji-la had extended his bare hand to block the attack. He gasped for breath in pain, each inhale coming with difficulty. Ji-la squinted at Hades, cursing, "You wretched gods, I won't let you get what you want." Ji-la withdrew his hand, clutching his body. Hades glared at him, as if he wanted to devour him whole. He smirked mockingly, "Your vitality is no more than that of an insect, yet you still struggle so stubbornly, making others detest you. But this futile fight will only cause you more suffering." Hades watched with satisfaction as Ji-la struggled under the torment. At that moment, the poison from Boan was released rapidly. He flew with incredible speed, his sword aimed at Hades. The sudden attack obscured Hades' vision. Boan seized the opportunity to pull Ji-la aside. Sally and Bros joined forces to unleash a fire attack toward Hades. The large flame was almost about to touch and burn him, but Hades easily created a protective shield around himself. The ground beneath his feet began to crack open, and from the depths of the earth, a massive serpent emerged, its mouth wide open. However, in the end, it snapped at the air instead of Hades. He looked at the serpent and sneered arrogantly. The serpent was swiftly destroyed by Hades in the blink of an eye. Wu Bu-lei, seizing the opportunity, activated the Thunder 9 strikes. Upon hearing this, Hades flinched for a moment and glared, as a powerful bolt of lightning descended,
shaking the heavens and earth like a sword. His horns were immediately severed and fell away. Hades struggled to withstand the pressure that the sword-like strike brought. Chains appeared from nowhere and surrounded him from all directions, binding his body tightly. After rescuing Chenjilu, Boan landed in a safe spot. Seeing how drained the young man was, he quickly tried to lift his spirits, his face filled with worry. Boulay, in the front, was still doing his best to keep up the pressure on Hades. He suddenly turned and commanded, "Boan, quickly lead them away from here." Upon hearing this, Boan stood up and retorted, "Old man, what nonsense are you talking? If we're leaving, we're going together." Hades, having endured enough pressure, gritted his teeth in fury. "You disgusting insects, I truly hate you all." With that, he ignored the chains and forcefully lifted the electric sword off of his body. Boulay was startled and grew increasingly worried, as the situation was becoming unstable. He struggled to resist. "Bros, Lucius, you two quickly lead them out of here. If not, we'll all be dead," Sally shouted as she stood up. "No, I don't want to go anywhere, Grandpa," the young one protested. Boulay looked away and shouted, "Quickly take Sally and Boan out of here. I command you." She was unwilling to leave while he was staying behind to endure. "No. I must help him." At that moment, Bros and Lucius quickly realized that Sally was trying to rush into danger. They swiftly moved in and knocked her unconscious. Boan sensed imminent danger approaching and turned around. Within moments, he was tightly bound. This infuriated Boan, making him almost go crazy with rage. Bros supported Jilu and quickly arranged. "Filorga, you carry Boan. Lucius, you carry Sally. I'll support Chenjilu." With their tasks assigned, each person immediately set to work. Soon, they had made their way toward the door. Bros turned and commanded, "You all go ahead. Jilu and I will follow." Up until this point, Boan still struggled fiercely, refusing to leave. Bros suddenly spoke to stop him. "Wait, Filorga. I entrust Chenjilu to you." With that, he gave a slight, confident smile. Filorga didn't hesitate for a second and immediately agreed. Bros watched the backs of the two men, and his mind wandered back to the past. In the first half of his life, he had always been chaotic, with no achievements, no goals, just waiting for death. He had always thought that those who were indifferent to life and death were fake. Bros made up his mind, he would rather fight and die with a god than live a mundane life. Moreover, he believed that Wu Boulay also needed him. Suddenly, a force pulled Bros backward, startling him. He was swept into the door and immediately began struggling, screaming, unable to react in time. Gila propped himself up on his hands and chuckled softly. Bros muttered some ridiculous, cheesy words. "If you want to leave, let's go together." When Boulay saw that he was still there, he shouted loudly, "Chenjilu, what are you doing? Hurry up and go." Suddenly, the smile on Li's lips disappeared. He turned his face and spoke. "Wu Boulay, let's go together." Upon hearing this, the man was stunned. Truly, Boulay never thought that he would be considered important like this. At that moment, Hades on the other side suddenly broke into a big grin. He had escaped from the restraint of the sacred sword. Hades laughed loudly and mocked. "Such fools." Jilu, no longer afraid, fought back resolutely. "Listen here, God. You will not take my body. So, if you don't help me kill Hades, you and I will be trapped here in this damn place. Therefore, give me your power. Do you understand?" What followed was an eerie silence. Gila stood there, waiting for God's response. In the end, his sincerity was rewarded. Jilu was quickly bestowed with enormous power. Light poured out from his body continuously. Hades covered his eyes to block the blinding light, muttering curses under his breath. That fool actually gave his power to this insect. He was stunned by the sight before him. Ji Li's entire body seemed to have completely transformed, with marks gradually becoming visible. He lifted his head and faced Hades, saying, "Now, it's time to settle our score." Hades could not help but be astonished at his speed. Ji Li, as soon as he finished speaking, swiftly swung his fist. He didn't let himself take the full blow and immediately raised his dragon shield. Not only was he obstructed, but with those hands, he also severed Hades' wings. He seemed unable to believe what was happening. Without stopping, Ji Li quickly circled around behind Hades. The two locked eyes. The deathly gaze from Ji Li froze Hades in place. A single strike from him caused the ground and rocks to explode, with dust rising in a cloud. Ji Li summoned 3 enormous swords. He flicked his finger, signaling them to attack. The 3 swords simultaneously rushed into the debris below. Hades, struck by the blades, screamed in agony. His entire body was buried beneath the rubble. From that spot, a large fire ignited, exploding into the sky. Boulay, witnessing this scene, was left in stunned silence. A large tempest rose, dispersing the firestorm. A voice rang out announcing, "Argolis has been killed. You have received 200 million experience points." And soon after, the level-ups continued without pause. Ji Li approached and helped Wu Boulay to his feet. He looked at him and gently announced, "Wu Boulay, everything is over now." Upon hearing this, he looked at Ji Li with pride. The 3 of them, along with Yakula, made their way toward the teleportation door. Ji Li suddenly broke into a bright smile. "Wu Boulay, finally, we can leave this place. I wonder if we'll meet again when we're outside. Anyway, thank you for everything these past times." Boulay shifted his gaze and replied, "Why wouldn't we meet again? When we return, we'll see each other at the bakery, so make sure you come." Upon hearing that, Ji Li, of course, happily promised that he would definitely be there. Suddenly, he stepped forward and embraced Boulay. Ji Li relished the warm hug, feeling deeply grateful to him. Boulay, too, was filled with emotion as he held him close. Yakula also flew over to hug him, expressing his gratitude. As Ji Li turned to leave, Boulay suddenly spoke up. "Go ahead, Ji Li. I will be right behind you." Ji Li didn't think much of it and turned to walk ahead. By then, he was standing in front of the portal that would take him out of Latinea. Ji Li looked around one last time. Everything felt so real, yet so unreal. Goodbye, Latinea. And no need to meet again. With that thought, he slowly stepped through the portal. But before he could even take half a step, Ji Li stopped. He suddenly felt that something was off. His eyes widened in alarm, and he quickly spun around, shouting his name in panic. Wu Boulay looked at Ji Li, smiling faintly. "Ji Li, why do I feel like I've remembered your name? Do you truly want to step through that door and take him along with you?" Behind him, a sudden flash of white light erupted, accompanied by an unimaginable pull. The portal swiftly drew him in. Boulay smiled mysteriously, his eyes narrowing, gleaming with strands of power. "We will meet again soon." Ji Li was unwilling to accept it. He could not come to terms with the fact that Hades was taking over Wu Boulay's body. On the continent of Zaris, amidst a thriving and bustling land, heavy rain poured down endlessly, making the air feel suffocating. Inside the Nolan hospital, murmurs of gossip echoed throughout the place. People from the Moon Slay Guild found these individuals in the wilderness outside. 2 nurses in the hospital took a moment to chat. It was said that they were both among those who had disappeared previously, with thousands of people having gone missing. To the astonishment of their colleagues, the nurse continued speaking. "As for our hospital alone, we have taken in over 300 people. The rest have been scattered across other hospitals in the city." Suddenly, a commotion in the hallway caught their attention. It turned out that Boan had woken up, and while running out of the patient room, he was shouting loudly, "Leave me alone." Behind him, 2 nurses were hurriedly chasing after him. "Stop running.
You can't move around like this.
Boan refused to stop, and instead, he yelled louder.
Such a nuisance. I'm fine. Now I have to find a girl with red hair, and an old man with a bratty kid. If I don't find them, I won't stop.
He recklessly tried to enter each patient room to see who was inside, but was immediately blocked by 2 nurses at the front desk.
You can't look in there, this is a female patient's room.
Boan paid no attention to the warning and barged in, saying,
A female patient, the one I'm looking for is a female, let me check.
As soon as he entered, he saw 2 patients changing clothes. Both sides froze. The atmosphere became unusually quiet, and for a moment, no one spoke. Boan broke into a sweat, his voice trembling.
Excuse me, may I ask?
Before he could finish his sentence, a slipper flew straight at his face. Next, a series of objects in the room were thrown at Boan.
Helpless, he could only dodge. At this moment, Sally walked in from the side door. She was quite surprised to see Boan.
He quickly grabbed the thermos that had flown toward him, equally stunned to see Sally. Upon meeting, the 2 immediately went to the hospital's reception desk to inquire, and they received an answer. The 2 felt reassured. All the patients that had been found had already been transferred to other hospitals.
Furthermore, once they regained consciousness, their names and personal information would be uploaded.
The nurse patiently searched for the records. Bras and Lucius, whom the 2 were looking for, were currently at Phoenix Hospital and had already woken up. The 3 individuals, Filorga, Chenjilo, and Wubule, had not had any records uploaded yet. Upon hearing the nurse's report, Boan and Sally silently looked at each other for a long while. Outside, the rain was still pouring heavily, but this did not stop the responsible bird from searching for food for its young. The 2 stepped outside to breathe in the fresh air. Boan spoke up to reassure her. Don't worry, Sally, Wubule and Chenjilo will be fine.
See, Filorga hasn't woken up yet either.
Sally, of course, understood, but she still felt uneasy inside.
Boan continued to comfort her. I've told the nurse.
Every hour, they'll check the system for us.
Whenever there's news, they'll inform us.
He tried to engage in more conversation with Sally. He had often heard her mention this place before. It was true that seeing this world with his own eyes made him realize it was much better than Latia. And about the delicious food, the hot pot, sushi, steak you mentioned once we find them, let's go eat together. Sally maintained her indifferent expression and nodded in agreement. While the 2 sat under the eaves outside the hospital, 2 luxury cars entered through the main gate. Unexpectedly, the cars came to a stop right in front of Sally and Boan. He was also astonished, his eyes wide open, but she remained unfazed. The driver respectfully held an umbrella and opened the car door. Qin Xiaomei stepped out with an air of majesty. She walked straight to where Boan and Sally were sitting. Seeing this, Boan asked Sally in confusion.
Is this your friend?
She shook her head in denial.
Upon seeing Xiaomei, the 2 nearby nurses couldn't hide their astonishment. Was that the president of the Moon Slay Guild? The only S-rank hero in Paerta City.
On both sides, Qin Xiaomei, Boan, and Sally stood seriously facing each other. Xiaomei introduced herself as the president of the Moon Slay Guild. She took off her sunglasses and looked at Boan and Sally with a serious expression. I'm sorry to inform you both that Chenjilo and Wubule, whom you're looking for, have not yet returned from Latia. In a desert as hot as a blazing furnace, Chenjilo lay unconscious on a sand dune.
Yakula was desperately trying to wake him up.
It cried in anguish, trying to rouse Jilu. Seeing that he had slowly opened his eyes and called its name, Yakula stopped crying, its tears ceasing. It looked at him with a forlorn expression.
Unable to bear it, Yakula threw its head back and howled in sorrow.
The system's voice echoed. Warning, Jilu, the punishment mission is about to begin. 5, 4, 3. Seeing the system begin its countdown, he immediately tried to calm it down.
Hey, ancestor, hold on, kid, stop crying, I'm fine. Finally, it stopped crying and happily threw itself into his arms. The system also announced the completion of the mission. Gila let out a sigh of relief. I'm really afraid of you. At this moment, he was startled to see the surroundings. The vast, endless desert, and only Jilu and Jiao were here. As he held it, he wondered. We should have left Latinea by now. Why are we still in the desert? Could this be a different desert in the game world? Gila stopped thinking about it. Forget it, anyway, I need to log out of the game first and find my mom. Maybe she's at home waiting for me. A system window also appeared before him. Do you want to log out of the game? He was serious, without hesitation, quickly pressing agree. Jilu turned to give instructions. I need to leave for a while. You must be a good kid and wait for me to come back. I'll prepare enough food and drinks for you. It clung to his hand as if it didn't want to part. Jilu, with a serious expression, was deep in thought. There was also Boan and Sally. He needed to find his mom first and then go look for them. And Wu Bulei too. Suddenly, a red notification appeared. Sorry, you cannot log out. Please try again later. Gila stared at the notification, a bit panicked. What's going on? Why can't I log out? His finger continuously pressed the logout button, but each time he received an error message from the system. The red notifications kept appearing, piling up and overlapping. Gila noticed something was off. Why can't I log out of the game? Isn't it supposed to be possible to leave after releasing the deity? He thought it over. Could I still be in Latinea? No, that's not right, this map hasn't expanded at all. This isn't Latinea. Gila tried connecting to Cosmos, but the message unable to connect, please try again later appeared, making him curse under his breath. Looking at his personal data panel, he was shocked. What the hell is going on? Gila couldn't understand what was happening. Am I seeing this right? I was level 132 before, but now I'm back to level 1, and even my base attributes have reset. Upon checking the system again, he was even more stunned. The attribute points from previous level ups were still there, but the experience points for leveling had dropped back to 300, as if he was at level 1 again. What surprised him even more was that while his level and experience had returned to level 1, the attribute points from level 132 were still intact. So what about my skills? And my elemental power? Uncle and the deity, are they still here? The system notification indicated that Gila currently had level 1 healing magic, but what hit him harder was that, aside from his equipment and potions, his elemental power and all other skills were completely gone. Seeing the mission to survive with unlimited time, Gila's expression changed. Why is this mission still ongoing? Shouldn't it have ended after the mission in Lat? Suddenly, the mailbox popped up with a notification for a new message. He thought it might be from Xiaomei and clicked to open it, but the scene that appeared was his mother. She was being held captive, with a chain around her neck. He felt an immense pain in his heart as he saw the danger his mother was in. In the video, his mother was being electrocuted mercilessly, causing him to freeze. The electric shocks that were being sent through her body made his mother scream out in excruciating pain. Seeing his mother suffer, he clenched his teeth, his hands tightening with a sorrow far greater than his anger. Jilu was furious that his mother was being tortured, and he screamed in hopeless anguish. The person who was tormenting his mother then spoke. I know you're watching. If you want to save her, come to Country A and find me. My name is Li Minyu. With that, the video ended. Gila couldn't bear the pain and collapsed to his knees. He slammed his fists powerfully onto the ground, releasing all his frustration and rage. At this moment, Gila quickly regained his composure. Mom, wait for me, I will definitely come back to save you. At the headquarters of the Moonslay Guild, the towering luxurious buildings clearly demonstrated its power and status. Hisashi asked Xiaomei. Still no sign of someone named Chen Jilu? What did his companions say?
She replied to him softly. They said that Chen Jilu was just a friend, and they did not say another word about anything else. Hisashi gently rotated the energy cube in his hand.
Do you need me to help you make them speak?
Xiaomei stood up from her chair and flatly declined.
Thank you for your kind offer.
She displayed the serious demeanor of a leader. The teleportation arrays of the Hades Legion had appeared one after another in the northeast of Zaraz. For now, a few level 100 heroes could temporarily handle the situation. Qin Xiaomei's expression tightened slightly. However, given that the Demon Legion's teleportation forces were growing stronger, we would need even more high-level heroes. She considered the worst-case scenario. In the end, it was highly probable that those super-powered heroes who had consumed countless void fruits and truly broken through level 300 like us would still be unable to resist them. Xiaomei bit her finger in frustration. If we want to fight against deities of infinite levels, this truly is an impossible task, just like in our world, where humanity can never escape the speed of light. Seeing that she was deep in thought, Hisashi did not disturb her and calmly left the room. Before leaving, he left a word behind.
President Qin, it may not be like that.
A black hole is an existence from which light cannot escape. This sentence felt like a prophecy that matched Ji Li's situation.
Alone, standing amidst the vast desert, his resolve grew stronger than ever before.
In the desert at night, the temperature dropped significantly, and the faint sound of snow falling could be heard. Ji Li couldn't help but cough a few times due to the cold. He embraced Yakula and started a fire to keep warm.
The temperature difference between day and night here is huge.
Luckily, I made sure to bring all the necessary gear when I was in Latinea. Otherwise, I don't know if I'd be able to survive the night, Ji Li comforted Yakula.
There was only a little leftover food from Latinea in his bag. Kid, eat up. Tomorrow morning, we'll head out to look for a nearby town.
He couldn't help but recall the name Tao that Li Minyu, the kidnapper of his mother, had mentioned, which made him fall into deep thought. Ji Li ate quickly, his mind racing with speculations.
I've never heard of this name.
But Li Minyu used my mother to force Tao to show up, so there must be some unusual connection between the two of them. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind.
Could Tao be my father?
He held Yakula, who was sleeping soundly, added a few more dry branches to the fire to keep it burning warmly, but his heart remained heavy with contemplation. From childhood until now, his mother had never mentioned anything about his father.
He knew nothing about him.
If my mother was harmed because of him, I will never forgive him. His hatred for the kidnapper grew even stronger, and for Li Minyu as well. Chen Jilu, I will never forgive you. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, startling him. However, Ji Li did not hesitate to press the button. Both Ji Lu and Yakula were serious. What could the new task be? With just a glance, his expression immediately changed, his eyes widening in anger. The system displayed 3 tasks.
Task 1, find the sea-calming divine needle hidden in this land. It will take you out of here. Task 2, find Wukong.
Give him the sea-calming divine needle.
He will return you to the real world. Task 3, save your mother.
Please note, your skills, level, and equipment will be transferred to the real world. Upon seeing Task 3, Chen Jila felt helpless in the face of the system's grotesque nature. He never imagined that the system would regard saving his mother as just another task.
Despairingly, he lowered his head. What do you take me for? What do you think my mother is to you?
Chen Jilo could no longer control himself and shouted in fury, "Who the hell are you?
What do you want from me? Why are you tormenting me like this?"
No matter how furious he was, it changed nothing.
Chen Jilo sighed in helplessness. Am I just a pawn? Why are you toying with me like this?
The cold, mechanical system did not care about his emotions. The voice rang out emotionlessly.
Do you agree to take on the task? The countdown immediately began, 5 seconds.
As the countdown hit 2 seconds, Chen Zhila slowly lifted his head. In the final moment, he accepted the mission, his eyes turning sharp and cold like a blade. The system continued its announcement. Congratulations! You have accepted the task. If you die, the task will be considered a failure. Zhila stood tall, his back straight. He thought to himself, I don't care who you are, listen carefully, no matter what, I will complete the mission to rescue my mother. On the Xeris continent, where Qin Xiaomei lived, was a magnificent villa. The television was broadcasting news. 3,726 people recently found in the city were all the missing individuals previously reported. Xiaomei was practicing yoga while listening to the news. According to the victims, they were unexpectedly teleported to a forbidden land called Latonia, as told in legends. Currently, the Moonslay Guild in the city had announced that they would begin an investigation into this matter. Is it really a large-scale kidnapping, or were they truly teleported to the forbidden land? Emotional news will continue to follow. The news ended. The intelligence system also reminded, Xiaomei, it has been 209,145 days since you entered Cosmos. That is 573 years have passed, 286 days in the real world. In 10 days, it will be your hidden mother's birthday. She smiled while continuing her yoga. 10 days, so that means in another 20 years it will be my mother's birthday. A 600-year-old woman celebrating the 56th birthday of her mother. It's really funny. After finishing her yoga, she relaxed and gazed out the window. Xiaomei fell into deep thought. Having been in the cosmos world for so long, she could no longer clearly distinguish between this world and the real world. Suddenly, a tear appeared in the space inside the house. The one who arrived was Solo, the leader of the Blackbird Guild, an SSS rank hero, and a Storm-class warrior. He looked around the house. Your place is decent. He acted as casually as a fly, finding a spot to sit. Xiaomei did not look pleased at his presence. What are you doing here? Solo slouched back on the sofa. I heard those people have all returned from Latinea. I didn't expect your Moonslay Guild to announce that you were handling it without giving us any heads up. He stared at her, making a subtle jab. That's not very polite, is it, Guild Leader Qin? Xiaomei was not one to back down. They all appeared in the territory controlled by the Moonslay Guild. So why should I give any notice to the Blackbird Guild? At that point, Solo's fake smile faded. He silently glared at her. Seeing that Xiaomei wasn't intimidated, he flipped his demeanor back to jovial. I was just joking, don't take it too seriously. At this moment, it was unclear what Solo's intentions were. He casually picked up a candy from the bowl. Solo then shifted to a more conciliatory tone. Have you figured out the location of Latinea? If you know, just tell me. Don't worry, the Blackbird Guild will protect you. Xiaomei remained unmoved. I don't know. Moreover, even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Her response successfully enraged Solo, and he unleashed a surge of green energy, growling each word. What did you say? Suddenly, Xiaomei vanished, her image dissipating. In an instant, Qin Xiaomei appeared right in front of him, pressing a knife to his throat. She was arrogant, clearly warning. What I say won't be repeated, you know that. On Chen Zhili's side, he was still hesitant, unsure of what to do. He gently stroked his chin. Although the previous method of boosting strength and agility could quickly improve his combat ability, it also had significant drawbacks. For every mission, if there were many monsters, it would wear down and damage a weapon, especially depending on close-range attacks. Once he encountered enemies like those of the summoning type, he would be drawn into an endless battle. He remembered the past, when Latinea's subordinate had summoned countless monsters. Without the help of Mr. Wu Bulei and Boan, he might have died from exhaustion and weapon wear. Chen Zhila carefully thought it through. If he could acquire summoning-type skills or by Dongbin, it would greatly improve his efficiency when fighting alone. He worried that now Kepri and Uncle were both gone after he left Latinea. Gila meticulously planned. Now, he could only think of ways to gain different skills through attribute point allocation. With his experience, he proposed a method. If he allocated all his attribute points to willpower, he might acquire mage-type skills, but there was also a chance of gaining skills that boosted health, like advanced healing techniques. Remembering the past when he was chased until he nearly collapsed, he was at a loss for words. If that's the case, then it's all over. But his determination had weakened. Gila no longer hesitated. He decided to give it one last try, putting all 300 attribute points into intelligence, hoping to unlock a few magic skills. He silently thought to himself, even if I don't receive any magic skills, I can still convert them into strength and agility. I'll continue using the single target attack method. The system enhanced his attributes. A glowing energy circle appeared, and Gila's mental strength exploded. He was delighted to discover that, indeed, after his intelligence increased, his energy perception also surged, and his spiritual power was boosted as well. Gila tested his strength and could even sense the flow of sand from hundreds of meters away. The system then announced, "Your intelligence has reached the threshold for class advancement. Please choose from the suggestions to switch your class." He was taken aback by the word's class change, but his eyes showed a determined resolve. The system presented two options: one is King of the Holy Temple Knights, the other is Shadow Monarch of Hell.